This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1085. Allowing more Wood Elf people to come to Treasure Island for further study. Treasure Island is not an academic place. The so-called further study is mainly to utilize the island's resources to cultivate more high-level professionals, and even heroes. Previously, his agreement with the Wood Elves was that they would send high-level professionals, who would be trained by Wu Hung to the hero rank after signing slave contracts. Now that the Wood Elves have taken the initiative to propose that Shannara succeed as the Grand Elder, they are undoubtedly betting the future of the entire race on his side in exchange for deeper trust and more open training opportunities. Wu Hung pondered for a moment. This matter has advantages, but also risks. Given the current situation, with his breakthrough to the hero stage imminent, he was not in a hurry to make a decision. She quickly considered the matter in her mind, her face still bearing a gentle smile, and said, Gold and Silver Island would naturally be happy to see more talent cultivated for the Wood Elves. After a brief pause, she added, How about this? Allow us to discuss it internally, and then we will give you a definite answer. Bonifa nodded calmly. I will stay on the island for a few days. Once you have made your decision, please let me know. All right. This matter was temporarily concluded, and the two sides exchanged some opinions on trade, defense, and other matters. Afterwards, Shannara led the Grand Elder away from the Island Lord's mansion to their arranged lodgings. Leaving the Island Lord's mansion, the carriage traveled smoothly, with Wood Elf guards on horseback protecting both sides. Inside the carriage, Bonifa stroked his beard and chuckled. Chief Wu Hung is younger than I imagined. What did you originally imagine he would look like? Shannara, sitting opposite him, casually asked. I thought he would resemble the human leader of the Holy See. Perhaps his hair and eye colors would be different, but his appearance or demeanor should be similar. You haven't seen many humans, so it's natural to gravitate towards those who have become heroes. Shannara's smile remained unchanged. That makes sense. Bonifa nodded slightly, then asked, after becoming the Grand Elder, are you confident in handling the clan's affairs well? Shannara's eyes flickered slightly. She had felt somewhat surprised when she heard this decision at the Island Lord's mansion. After a moment's hesitation, she said frankly, Grand Elder, I may not be quite up to the task. You should continue in this position. This position isn't actually that difficult. Major decisions are discussed by the Elder Council. Besides, the clan respects and honors you. What's wrong with that? Bonifa continued to patiently persuade her. No need, Shannara shook her head. I'd rather stay on Treasure Island and lead my clan. I simply can't do it. If it weren't for Wu Hung keeping a close eye on her every day and clearly outlining her path to advancement, she would likely still be doing the same thing as before. Reading, painting, watching plays, managing the merchant guild's affairs, and then staying up all night until noon the next day. Now, trying to level up has already left her feeling extremely exhausted. She certainly doesn't want to be the Grand Elder. Besides, she doesn't see anything appealing about being the Grand Elder. Chief Wu Hung trusts you. What can we do? Bonifa sighed softly. He knew Shannara's personality. She wouldn't have brought this up if things hadn't come to this. Shannara smiled sweetly. I understand the tribe's intentions. I discuss it with Wu Hung when we get back. Judging from your tone, he seems to listen to your opinion. Shannara's lips curved into a confident smile. Of course. We have a very good relationship. Bonifa nodded. You always manage to surprise people. All right, you two go back and discuss it properly. The Wood Elves are willing to stand firmly on Chief Wu Hung's side. From now on, the Wood Elves will be Chief Wu Hung's racial support, supporting him wholeheartedly. Okay, I understand. Shannara nodded solemnly. Soon, the carriage arrived at a secluded mansion. Shannara led the elder inside, casually turning on the air conditioner and skillfully introducing, this is the light switch, this is the device to regulate the room temperature. They're all very easy to operate. Bonifa's eyes widened as he listened to her explanation of these unprecedented gadgets, his gaze filled with amazement. Now, I understand a little better why Shannara didn't want to return to be the Grand Elder. After the Grand Elder left, the atmosphere in the Island Lord's mansion immediately relaxed, and the main members of the family gathered around. The Wood Elves' ambitions are quite considerable, the Queen said lazily, leaning back on the sofa. 2 heroes aren't enough, they want more. This year, the Wood Elf sisters will be promoted to heroes, which would be enough to place the Wood Elf race among the top races. In fact, if they could join the association, they might even have a chance at becoming the next leader of the association. But the Grand Elder's thoughts were clearly much further ahead. This was a complete gamble on Wu Hung's future, in exchange for the opportunity to mass-produce heroes. That old man is too greedy. Philippa grumbled, dissatisfied. We're all in line, and they want to cram people in too. Minnie smiled gently. If Sister Shannara becomes the Grand Elder, the Wood Elves will be one of us. It's a good thing they're stronger. Humph. Whether Shannara can hold on to that position depends on Wu Heng's strength. If Wu Heng falls from grace, what say will she have? Philippa immediately retorted. In her view, power is always tied to strength and is never stable. Don't always say such unlucky things. Minnie complained softly. Philippa said, I don't care, I'm level 12 already. I'm ranked behind Seraphim, and if anyone gets ahead of me, I make a scene. What's there to make a scene about? Rogue glanced at her. Granda floated closer to Wu Heng and calmly asked, What are your plans? This matter certainly requires careful consideration. There's still time, let's think it over in the next few days, Wu Heng pondered. It's good that the Wood Elves are actively courting us, but we can't completely follow their lead. Cultivating heroes isn't a simple matter, and our own people certainly need these resources. Careful consideration is the right thing to do, Granda agreed. Wu Heng turned to Minnie. Please take good care of the banquet. Try to make it as lavish as possible, so the Grand Elder doesn't feel we neglected him. Minnie readily agreed. I go prepare now. After a quick tidying up, she took Robe and Philippa and headed to the entertainment center. As night fell, the banquet was held in the Island Lord's Mansion banquet hall, the atmosphere both grand and lively. The long table was laden with not only delicacies and specialties from this world, but also a dazzling array of exquisite foods and drinks from the modern world, their aromas filling the air. Besides the Grand Elder, the Fifth Elder, and several accompanying officials and dignitaries from the Wood Elf side were also invited to attend. Wu Heng personally met and spoke with each of them individually. Being able to meet a hero so closely was a great honor for these Wood Elf guests. Some were even flushed with excitement. The banquet was filled with laughter and conversation, and both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Until dusk fell. After the banquet, everyone bid farewell and returned to their lodgings. The Island Lord's Manor. After returning, Wu Heng quickly washed up and went straight to his study. Granda and the Empress were in the study. Little Xiao and Benedict were nowhere to be seen playing. Sitting down on a chair nearby, drying his hair, he asked, Can the creation scripture be written down? Granda replied, Neither the Queen nor I understand the meaning of those characters. Simply tracing their shapes from memory is very likely to result in errors. We need you to do it. Although they were level 20 ghosts and memorizing ordinary content was no problem, facing such dense and completely unfamiliar symbols, relying solely on visual memory was prone to errors. Adding or omitting a single stroke could drastically change the meaning of the entire scripture. I do it, Wu Heng said, walking to the desk and taking out paper and pen from the drawer. Granda crawled into his body, sharing the inscription on the base from his memory with his mind once again. Wu Heng concentrated intently, carefully copying each stroke of the inscription as it appeared. About an hour later, the 5 pages were filled with densely packed ancient characters. He checked each character against the image in his mind again, and only after confirming it was correct did he release Granda again. 2 ghostly figures floated on either side of his shoulders, both looking at the contents of the paper. Is it a cultivation technique? Granda asked. Yes. The Empress urged. What kind of cultivation technique? Tell me. Wu Heng skipped the general outline and went straight to the later content. The cultivation technique is divided into 5 realms. More than the body refining technique. The Empress muttered. Wu Heng ignored her and said directly, The first realm, initial sensation of Kunyuan, draws upon the qi of heaven and earth to temper the physical body and bones, stabilizing the foundation of the Tao. Sounds quite similar to the body refining technique, the Empress commented, arms crossed. It's not quite the same, Wu Heng shook his head. Each level of this technique grants a unique supernatural power called Earth Spirit Nourishment. Standing on the ground allows you to slowly absorb Earth energy, accelerating the recovery of physical strength and spiritual power, and healing minor injuries. That's great, Granda exclaimed. In the future, when fighting, we can stand on the ground and heal our injuries while fighting. It's indeed a very practical effect, the Empress added, then continued, What about the second level? Wu Heng continued explaining. The second level, 5 qi gathering at the origin, ensures that the spiritual power within the body circulates continuously and inexhaustibly. The supernatural power is creation breath. In its initial stages, it can slightly accelerate the ripening of plants and heal serious injuries. At a high level, a single breath can revive withered trees. The 2 souls remained silent, while Wu Heng continued, the third level, spiritual awakening, at this stage, the soul is no longer bound to the physical body. The supernatural power, spirit awakening, can temporarily imbue inanimate objects with life, and significantly enhance the comprehension of intelligent beings. Granda then stated directly, this supernatural power is somewhat similar to your animated objects, capable of manipulating various objects. It is somewhat similar, but it definitely doesn't have the effect of enlightening living beings. It's probably just similar. Granda nodded. Wu Hung continued, the fourth level, creation and form, unites the body with heaven and earth. Comprehending the origin of creation, the individual's small world gradually approaches perfection, and can be slightly unrestricted by laws. The supernatural power, flesh and blood shaping, can use clay or other spiritual materials to create stronger, more durable creations, even those with simple flesh and blood structures, but they cannot possess independent souls. The fifth level, Tao fruit, one becomes part of creation itself. After explaining the 5 levels, the study fell silent. The Empress couldn't help but ask, where's the 5th level's supernatural power? It's not written, Wu Hung said. The Empress said, perhaps, upon reaching this level, these supernatural powers will no longer be necessary. Possibly. Granda closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking. Don't you all feel that these 5 realms seem to correspond to certain characteristics of professionals? How so? The Empress looked at her. Just a guess. The 3rd realm mentions that the soul is no longer bound to the body, which is similar to how the soul of an 18th level professional can survive after death. The 4th realm, unrestricted by laws, could it refer to the hero rank, a characteristic of the body that is difficult to destroy by conventional means? Wu Hung and the Empress both showed a change in expression. According to your explanation, then the 5th realm is the divine stage, the Empress said. Whether it can reach the godhood stage is still uncertain, Granda replied. Wu Hung pondered Granda's analysis and then said, so, if we practice according to this skill book, can we directly level up instead of the current method? The 2 ghosts' eyes lit up again. If each stage corresponds to a professional stage, doesn't that mean one can advance all the way to hero or godhood? Possibly, Granda said. The Queen exaggeratedly said, you really struck gold. Any race that has this skill book can forge a new path to advancement. I practice first. If it works, I teach your Heavenly Fox clan, Wu Hung said with a smile. The Empress gave him a look that said, you got a conscience, buddy, and then said, if I'm really going to teach you, I choose some reliable clansmen to prevent it from getting out. Wu Hung put away the skills he had written down and said, I start practicing tomorrow and see how it goes. Just those few supernatural abilities alone, if mastered, would be top-tier skills, Granda said solemnly. It was already late at night. Wu Hung got up and said, I'm going back to rest. Tomorrow, your Majesty will accompany me to practice. The Empress gave him a disapproving look. Go by yourself. Why do you need someone to accompany you? Having someone with me will prevent me from being too bored. Wu Hung smiled and waved his hand, turning and leaving the study. When he returned to the bedroom, Sanera was still awake. Leaning against the headboard, her silk nightgown accentuated her voluptuous curves. A book lay open on her lap, but her fingers tapped lightly on her phone screen, making a soft, rhythmic sound. Not asleep yet? Wu Hung asked with a smile. Master hasn't returned yet. How could I dare to sleep first? Sanera looked up, a smile playing on her lips. She casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, making her figure appear even more graceful. Wu Hung sat down on the edge of the bed, his hand naturally resting on her smooth thigh, teasingly saying, What? Are you going to roleplay tonight? Let me make it clear, I'm not playing a pervert. Play my foot! Sanera lightly slapped his hand away, her smile undiminished, then her expression turned serious. Seriously, what do you think about that matter the Grand Elder mentioned? I haven't made up my mind yet. I wanted to hear your opinion first, Wu Hung said frankly. Sanera's tone was firm. Your cooperation is your business. Let's make it clear first, I'm not going to play the Grand Elder. Chapter 1086. Hearing Sanera's words, Wu Hung looked at her with some surprise. You don't want to be the Grand Elder at all? Sanera leaned back lazily on the pillow, her tone casual. What's so good about being the Grand Elder? You still have to bow and scrape before me. I can become a hero myself someday besides. She glanced around the spacious and comfortable bedroom. Life like this is much more comfortable than back in the Wood Elf's territory. Wu Hang's eyebrows twitched slightly. He hadn't expected her to consider it from this perspective. Upon reflection, what she said made sense. The Grand Elder held a revered position within the clan, but in the grand scheme of the world, he was far from being comparable to a hero. Just as Bonifa, Upon seeing the former wanted which Viola still respectfully addressed her as my lord. Heroes, by their very nature, transcend worldly power and authority. Your thinking makes sense, Wu Hong said, pulling her closer. I also hate to see you go back to the Wood Elves. Sanera lightly punched him, then said seriously, but no matter what, the Wood Elves' attitude this time is very clear. The Grand Elder on the carriage even told me that the Wood Elves are willing to be your strong backing, supporting you as a whole. Do you think they're genuinely aligning themselves? Wu Heng's arm encircled her shoulder, his hand slipping inside her loose collar. Sanera pondered, at least for now, the Wood Elves and Treasure Island are firmly bound together. I also hope the Wood Elves will prosper, but given time, this relationship will change, Wu Heng voiced his concern. The foundation of their cooperation remains the exchange of interests. If one day he weakens, and the Holy See or other heroes rise, the Wood Elves, for their survival, might very well make another choice. By then, the heroes trained for the Wood Elves will be used to fight their enemies. He wasn't afraid to refuse the Grand Elder, after all, this was their first meeting, but he was worried about putting Sanera in a difficult position. Sanera nodded, I understand your concerns. The purpose of the Elder Council is to protect the continuation of the race. Assessing the situation and weighing the pros and cons is the norm. After thinking for a moment, she asked, how many more slave contracts can you sign? Otherwise, let's continue with slave contracts. I talked to the Elder Council. No rush. Wu Heng continued, actually, I'm considering not only the Wood Elves, but also the areas surrounding Lit End City and the Yeko Kingdom in Britannia. The development of these places will ultimately require a large number of talented people. You plan to support so many? Humans are far less advantageous than Wood Elves in terms of level advancement, Sanera reminded him. Wood Elves possess superior racial talents and long lifespans. These innate advantages are indeed difficult for humans to match. Wu Heng said, I'm thinking, perhaps we could establish an academy to systematically cultivate various talents. That might be more meaningful than producing one or two more heroes. Sanera's eyes narrowed. This was indeed an unprecedented idea. Aren't you afraid that the people we cultivate will turn against us later? It's just a preliminary idea right now. We discuss the specifics of implementation later. Wu Heng gently stroked her long hair. Tell the Grand Elder that we're still considering it. Okay. Go to sleep early. Training has been tiring lately. Sanera said no more. She reached out to turn off the light, snuggled into his arms, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, the morning light bathed the cobblestone streets, gilding them with a pale golden glow. The island's 4 commercial districts were already awake, the air thick with the aromas of charred flatbreads, rich seafood soup, and the tempting scents of various food stalls. A gentle breeze carried these aromas through every street and alley, making passers-by swallow hard. Just then, 3 well-dressed representatives of the Chamber of Commerce emerged from a tavern yawning. They bought some breakfast from a roadside vendor and excitedly discussed their meal. I thought about it all night and came up with a combo. I try it out at the amusement park later, it'd be amazing. Forget it, I think the dance machine is pretty fun. Those 2 girls on the dance machine are really good. I see a huge crowd every time they play. As they were chatting and laughing, the 3 suddenly stopped. A long queue had formed in front of the shop ahead, stretching from the store entrance to the street corner, with more people jogging to join. People whispered among themselves, their faces filled with curiosity and eagerness. The 3 men perked up immediately. Something new on the island again? Just as they approached, a loud and clear loudspeaker blared, exclusive sale from the island lord's mansion. Ballpoint pens, compasses, and watches are officially on sale. Caravans with trade certificates have priority purchasing rights. Individuals are limited to 3 items. While supplies last. It was those novelties from the exhibition going on sale. Treasure Island is selling goods. Why didn't we hear a thing? I stand in line here. You guys hurry back and get some people. The news spread like wildfire throughout the island. In less than half an hour, every sales point was packed with people. People of different races and social statuses huddled together, the sounds of chatter, discussion, and hawking blending into a cacophony. Many locals joined in the fun, laughing and pointing. The entire road was completely jammed. Inside a study on the 3rd floor of the association, 3 elders who had traveled from headquarters stood by the window, silently watching the commotion below. The elven elder said with surprise, "This scene is even more astonishing than what's written in the newspapers. It seems every well-known merchant guild around the Emerald Sea has sent representatives." The dwarf elder smiled, stroking his beard, and said, "More than that. I even seen representatives from centuries-old merchant guilds, and they live quite far from the Emerald Sea. He then added with a sigh, "Do you believe that the gold coins brought in today alone could fill this room? It truly lives up to its name, Treasure Island," the Elven Elder continued. "You know, how did such a rundown pirate island develop into this?" The dwarf frowned. "Even seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels somewhat unreal." The giant spider elder, who hadn't spoken for a while, finally chimed in, "Chief Wu Hung, you really do have some extraordinary qualities." He gazed at the crowd for a moment longer. The giant spider elder said, "There are more and more people. I go lead the group to maintain order. Let's go together. Looks like we'd be busy." The three left the study and headed downstairs. On the stone steps on the east side of the plaza, the Wood Elf elder, Bonifa, stood quietly, surrounded by his entourage. He gazed at the surging crowd before him, listening to the excited discussions coming from all directions, and couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. "Truly unbelievable," he murmured to himself, his eyes still fixed on the crowd gathering ahead. "Treasure Island truly lacks nothing now." Inside the study of the Island Lord's mansion, Wu Hung sat upright before a large desk, his gaze fixed on the creation scripture. He repeatedly mentally rehearsed the method for operating the first level, the initial sensation of Kuan-Yuan, until every detail was imprinted in his mind. After a long while, he closed the book and let out a long sigh. He sighed inwardly. He had written the book himself yesterday, and today he planned to try and learn the skill through reading. It seems this handwritten version didn't work either. This means he still has to cultivate it little by little, like the body refining technique. "Have you memorized everything?" On the soft couch, the Empress leaned back lazily, resting her chin on her hand. "I noted it down." Wu Hung put the scripture into the drawer, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, in the third level of the body refining technique, rebirth from fire, it mentions condensing a fire egg. Can that really bring someone back to life?" He was about to cultivate the creation scripture, and subconsciously, he thought of the third level of the body refining technique. The third level is called rebirth from fire, and it has two effects. One is the ability to use sacrificial fire to reconnect severed limbs and heal serious injuries. The second is the condensation of a Xian bird fire egg, which, according to the description, allows one to be reborn with the help of a fire spirit. Before, he was going to deal with the 12 heavenly holy sect, and since he was a hero, death was a natural resurrection, so he hadn't taken it seriously. The Empress casually twirled a strand of hair between her fingers and said, "Literally, if you condense a complete fire egg, even if you die, you can be reborn with the help of the fire egg." After thinking for a moment, she added, "But there's a drawback." "What are the drawbacks?" "Although the reborn body is still you, all the accumulations of the old body will disappear, including the strength of the physical body and the vital energy it has nurtured." The Empress paused slightly. "Rather than a resurrection, it's more like shedding a new body." Wu Hung immediately understood. This wasn't the original body's revival, but a complete replacement of the body. That made sense. After all, it was a condensed fire egg that had been rehatched. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "Does this mean that when my current body reaches the end of its lifespan, I can use the fire egg as a new body?" "I can't guarantee that. After all, I never seen a hero try this. Theoretically, it's possible, but you don't need to. You'd definitely be able to break through to the hero stage before you die." The Empress believed in his ability to break through even more than he did. "Then," she said seriously, "consider the fire egg a last resort. Having one more won't hurt. After you finish cultivating the creation scripture, condense the fire egg and give it to me. I arrange for someone to send it out." "Send it where?" "It's much easier for me to arrange it myself." Wu Hung stood up and put on his coat. "Don't worry about that. If you're really in danger, this is your last resort. Knowing about it will only make this trump card problematic," the Empress said earnestly. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. "You rarely go out. Do you even know how to send it out?" "Never mind," the Empress said impatiently. "All right." Wu Hung nodded. "Let's find a place to cultivate the creation scripture first." The Empress stood up and walked to his side, her fingertips lightly resting on his arm. A teleportation spell was cast, and the two figures disappeared. The next moment, the two figures appeared in an undeveloped, primeval forest. Located behind Gold and Silver Island, the area was lush with vegetation, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city. "Don't we need to set up any formations?" the Empress asked, looking around. "The book mentions cultivating in a place with abundant spiritual energy from the Earth's veins, but it doesn't mention any formations," Wu Hung said. The Empress nodded. "The first stage shouldn't be too difficult. Let's try it out first." We improve as we go. All right. Wu Heng nodded, then handed her a reclining chair. The Empress lay down lazily, while Wu Heng walked to the middle of the distant forest. He took out the truth carving knife, silently invoking the surrounding area to enrich its spiritual energy. The carving knife traced mysterious patterns in the air before disappearing. In an instant, a layer of earth-yellow light rippled outwards from Wu Heng, drawing in the rich energy of the earth's veins from all directions, forming a visible energy vortex on the ground. In the distance, the Empress raised an eyebrow, quite the variety. Seeing the carving knife work, Wu Heng immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide the earth's vein energy through his pores, refining and compressing it. With the strength and control of his heroic body, his absorption speed far exceeded the standards recorded in books, creating invisible waves of energy in the forest. Not far away, the Empress frowned, muttering to herself. How come he can create a dragon whirlwind no matter what he practices? Association headquarters. In an elegant tea room, the Sword of Justice, Hadarai, sat quietly before the table, occasionally taking a sip of tea. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. A religious representative dressed in a papal robe entered and bowed respectfully. Chief Hadarai. Sit. The representative carefully took a seat, and Hadarai personally poured him a cup of tea. This is newly arrived moonlit tea. Please try it. The religious representative immediately thanked him, but made no attempt to drink the tea. Hadarai looked directly at him. The Holy See still hasn't responded to Treasure Island's proposal? The representative's eyes flickered slightly. No. Hadarai keenly noticed the unusual expression on the other's face, and said slowly, You're part of the association, serving as both a liaison to the Holy See and representing the association's position. If you have any information, you can speak directly without harming the Holy See, so we can discuss it together. The religious representative pondered for a moment, then said, It's not that we're hiding it from the leader, but the Holy See hasn't made a final, formal decision yet. What's their current attitude? Hadarai pressed. They don't intend to respond to Treasure Island, the religious representative said directly. Hadarai narrowed his eyes, observing the other. Currently, Wu Heng's side is powerful, and the Holy See is clearly at a disadvantage. Even if they harbor old grudges, publicly easing tensions is the wise choice. But what is the Holy See's attitude? Do they still have methods to confront Wu Heng, or have they already prepared for the worst? After a moment's thought, he advised, There are only some misunderstandings between you two. A peaceful resolution is the best form of coexistence. Holding on to old grudges is not a rational thing to do. I hope you will continue to persuade the Holy See. As you wish, Chief. I will convey your message. The representative rose, bowed, and quietly withdrew. Hadarai sat alone in the room, drank the tea in his cup in one gulp, and then left the tea room. In the cultivation area of Gold and Silver Island, the Earth's ley line energy suddenly surged, then all of it was drawn into Wu Heng's body. Wu Heng sat cross-legged to absorb it when a system notification sounded in his ear. Unlock trait, Earth Spirit Nourishment. Wu Heng's heart jolted. Success? I already completed the first stage of my cultivation? Chapter 1087. Wu Heng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the rich earth energy flowing gently within his body, subtly resonating with the ground beneath his feet. He had broken through the first level of the creation scripture in just one cultivation session, surprising even himself. With his current hero rank attributes, returning to this introductory stage would naturally be easier. However, he could also sense that the creation scripture was much simpler to cultivate than the body refining technique, and its cultivation method was much gentler. It didn't involve violently absorbing fire energy to forcibly strengthen the body. Furthermore, the truth carving blade had forcibly gathered earth veins, providing an excellent cultivation environment. His subsequent advancements shouldn't be too slow. After quickly considering his options, he stood up, gently stroking the air with the carving blade. The previously altered rules dissipated, and the dense earth vein energy around him gradually calmed down. The Empress rose from her recliner and walked over, looking him over. How are you feeling? Wu Heng smiled. First stage complete. The puppet's delicate eyebrows twitched in surprise. So fast? You're not bragging, are you? What's there to brag about? Not bad. The Empress was somewhat surprised, but quickly accepted it. From the body refining technique onwards, Wu Heng needed to cultivate to learn skills. Before, he could learn them after just one reading. Now, completing the first stage of cultivation didn't seem surprising. After speaking, she walked to his side and took his arm. Teleportation spell was cast, and the two disappeared. In the afternoon, Wu Heng took a short nap before returning to his study. The Empress urged from the side, Condense the fire egg, so I can arrange for its delivery. Alright. The matter of the fire egg had indeed been delayed for quite some time. Besides, it was a way to save his life, and it would only benefit him. So he readily agreed. Wu Hung held his breath and concentrated, once again circulating the third level of the body refining technique. With his blood and chi surging and his mental energy highly concentrated, a fist-sized, blood-red light egg slowly condensed before him. Intricate and ancient runes appeared on the surface of the eggshell, flickering and pulsating slightly as if they possessed life. The moment it was completed, Wu Heng's face paled slightly, but the powerful recovery ability of his heroic physique quickly activated, and his blood and chi soon replenished. Once the patterns on the surface of the fire egg completely disappeared and the light subsided, the Empress took out a soft silver handkerchief that she had prepared beforehand, carefully wrapped it up, and put it into her bosom. Can only this one be condensed? Wu Hung asked. Of course, you can only have one. Do you really think it's some kind of resurrection item from an adventure story that can be used infinitely? The queen rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Wu Hung recalled the places he knew where fire spirits were abundant. He suggested, the fire egg needs to be placed in a place with abundant fire spirits to maintain its activity. I feel that the Dwarven's molten core volcano is a good choice. The queen raised an eyebrow. I consider it. Seeing her perfunctory attitude, Wu Hung didn't say much more. Alright. You decide. The queen then said, this creation scripture seems to be easier and smoother to cultivate, and it's not as difficult as the body refining technique. You can let Minnie and the others try cultivating it. If they succeed, they have found a path to rapid improvement. That makes sense. I talked to them later, Wu Hung nodded. Then, the man and the soul discussed their future cultivation plans. The sky gradually darkened. Robe's voice came from outside. Master, dinner is ready. Okay, I go down now, Wu Hung replied, then opened the door and went out. He went downstairs and headed straight to the dining room. The family sat around the long table, exchanged a few words, and began to eat. After eating a little, Sanera put down her utensils and said, the new products have received excellent feedback. Just now, Lelai from the Serpent Emblem Consortium came to see me, hoping to continue having the consortium handle the sales of these new products. When Treasure Island was suppressed by the Vatican, it was thanks to the cooperation of the Serpent Emblem Consortium that a sales channel was opened. Later, the promotion of hero cards, helping Viola and others build their reputation, also owed a debt to the Serpent Emblem Consortium. Regardless of the rumors circulating about the Serpent Emblem Consortium, Wu Hung believed they were very beneficial to both Treasure Island and himself. Entrusting the new product to them would only benefit Treasure Island. Wu Hung took the drink Minnie offered and pondered. I think we can continue our cooperation. The subsequent promotion of heroes and cards will still rely on their channels, so maintaining a good relationship is essential. I think so too, Sanera nodded. Then I sign a contract with her tomorrow and arrange for the goods to be shipped out. After saying this, Wu Hung thought for a moment, then looked at the people beside him and said, I have a new skill book here. The cultivation method is much gentler. Those of you who can't learn the body refining technique can start with this one. Several lower-level individuals looked over simultaneously. Philippa muttered, it sounds like a low-grade item meant for us. And I'd be able to learn the body refining technique soon. Wu Hung said irritably, what low-grade item? I'm practicing it right now. It's no worse than the body refining technique. Practice hard. Really? Philippa looked over suspiciously. Annette said irritably, why would Master need to lie to you? Robbie also crossed his arms and said, you really need to get rid of this pirate's paranoia. Philippa raised an eyebrow. If you're not convinced, go try it at the training ground now. Afraid of you. Wu Hung ignored them. The two who had started arguing handed the first two levels of the creation scripture, which he had copied, to Minnie. These are the first two stages. I've written down the required space and the flow of the technique. Go back and study them carefully. Minnie smiled. Understood, Master. We start training tomorrow. Work hard. I'm waiting for you to become heroes? Wu Hung smiled as well. Yes. Minnie nodded seriously. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit. After dinner, the group sat in the living room chatting. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He unlocked it and saw a message from Zalagwi. We're in the association study. Everyone else has gone home. Want to come? Wu Hung replied, still out so late. Golden Island is so busy today, it's normal to go home a little late. Zalagwi replied. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. Should I pick you up and take you to the Island Lord's mansion? No thanks, we stay with you for a bit, then we have to go back. Are you coming? Zalagwi's message came again. Wait for me. He put away his phone, stood up, and said, "I'm going out for a bit. There's something I need to take care of at the association." Sanera looked up at him. "Will you be back tonight?" "Yes." "Okay, early." Wu Heng used teleportation, and his figure instantly disappeared from the living room. The association's corridor was quiet and still. Wu Heng stood outside the deacon's study and knocked lightly on the door twice. Soon, the door opened a crack, and the face of the elf sister, Shi Yali, appeared. Seeing it was Wu Heng, her face instantly lit up with a surprised smile, and she pulled him into the room. Before Wu Heng could speak, her soft body nestled into his arms, her arms encircling his neck, and she kissed him passionately. Wu Heng's polite words were barely on the tip of his tongue when they were swallowed back. At this moment, Shiragui also came out from the inner room, nestling into his arms as well, gently nuzzling his cheek. The three of them were affectionate for a while. Having just separated slightly, Wu Heng looked at the elf sisters in his arms and smiled. "What? Miss me so much?" "Of course." Shi Yali's eyes shone brightly. Since their mother came to the island, the three of them hadn't had a chance to be alone together. Besides, they were all quite busy, no time during the day, and their mother looked after them at night, so they hadn't seen each other for a long time. "What did you miss about me?" Wu Heng asked with a smile, then wrapped his arms around them, lifting them up on either side. He glanced at the study, then walked towards the sofa. The next day, behind Treasure Island, Wu Heng stood in an open space, surrounded by Sanera, Minnie, Philippa, Robe, and other women from the island lord's household. Except for a few who needed to continue practicing the body refining technique, everyone else from the household had come along. Just practice according to the method in the skill book. Don't rush it. Safety is the most important thing, Wu Heng carefully instructed. "Don't worry, we understand," Sanera replied on behalf of everyone, and the others behind her nodded in agreement. A hint of expectation lingered in each person's eyes. After all, Wu Heng was practicing, which meant it wasn't an ordinary skill. Once they learned it, even if they weren't incredibly powerful, they could at least be of some help in the future. Instead of just being able to handle miscellaneous tasks at the island lord's mansion. Wu Heng nodded, took out the truth-carving knife, and with a slight thought, altered the rules of this area to better suit the cultivation requirements of the first level of the creation scripture. The power of the rules silently spread out, and the surrounding earth vein energy noticeably became gentler and denser. The Empress, lounging on a specially provided soft chair nearby, said upon seeing this, "All right, go and cultivate by yourself. I watch over things here." Wu Heng nodded, and with a flash, he appeared in another clearing in the distance. The Empress withdrew her gaze, and looked at Sanera and the others, carefully explaining the details to be aware of when circulating the cultivation technique. Once everyone understood, she gestured for them to sit cross-legged and try to sense and absorb the surrounding earth's spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Wu Heng had begun preparing for the second stage of the creation scripture, the 5 elements gathering at the origin. This stage requires building upon the first stage by absorbing the 5 elements energy corresponding to the 5 internal organs, using the corresponding spiritual energy to temper the internal organs, thereby strengthening the inner source and achieving the effect of continuous circulation of the 5 elements. The requirements for the cultivation location are even more stringent. It must be a place where the 5 elements spiritual energy is balanced. If such a natural place is unavailable, a suitable environment can be created using formations or external objects. The requirements for the venue alone indicate that this stage is far more difficult than the first. Wu Heng focused intently, recalling the necessary precautions from the creation scripture, then raised the truth-carving knife again, mentally sketching the required venue's rules. The carving knife traced profound runes in the air, disappearing in a flash. Instantly, the surrounding environment began to subtly change. The vegetation on his left grew even greener, the soil on his right gleamed with a metallic sheen, the temperature in front subtly rose, the faint sound of flowing water could be heard behind, and the soil in the central area where Wu Heng stood became moist and heavy. The 5 elements regions were initially formed. Although the spiritual energy was not extremely concentrated, it had achieved a delicate balance. Wu Heng no longer hesitated, immediately sitting cross-legged in the center and circulating his cultivation technique. In an instant, the 5 elements spiritual energy, as if drawn by a force, surged from their respective regions, seeping into his body through his skin, and then, according to their attributes, converging into his 5 internal organs, beginning a slow and continuous tempering process. In the distance, the Empress, lounging lazily in a wooden chair, glanced up and compared the gentle, trickling flow of spiritual energy absorption she observed on Minnie and the other side. She raised an eyebrow. "Why is it like a tornado here?" The sun rose higher, until noon. The effect of the truth-carving blade gradually dissipated, and the surrounding elemental anomalies slowly subsided. Wu Heng opened his eyes, stood up, and carefully sensed the changes within his body. He felt his internal organs undergo initial tempering, and his qi was becoming increasingly abundant. Of course, being a hero with inexhaustible strength, it was only a subtle sensation. This time, although he hadn't broken through to the second stage, he could clearly feel that with 1 or 2 more attempts, he should be able to break through. Using teleportation, he instantly returned to where Shannara and the others were cultivating. "How is it? Have you completed the second stage?" the Empress asked. "No, but it should be soon," Wu Heng smiled, his gaze shifting to Shannara and the others. The effects of the carving knife on their side had already faded, but they were still concentrating with their eyes closed, trying to capture the last trace of spiritual energy. He hadn't noticed it while cultivating himself, but now, observing them sitting cross-legged and circulating their energy, the elves, the rabbit people, the cat people, all so earnestly cultivating, it felt somewhat out of place. After a moment, they opened their eyes one after another. Seeing Wu Heng and the Empress chatting not far away, they smiled and quickly walked over. "How do you feel?" Wu Heng asked with a smile. Shannara carefully examined herself and said, "It's very strange. I can feel my body being harmonized by a gentle power, but I can't quite put my finger on it." The others nodded in agreement, indicating similar feelings, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. "This means you can cultivate too, that's a good thing." Wu Heng continued, "Let's go back first." With that, he led the group outside. Island Lord's mansion. In the living room, Lilith sat on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea, while Xiao Xiao kicked a shuttlecock in the open space opposite. They chatted about games. Seeing Wu Heng return with a large group, a hint of doubt flashed in Lilith's eyes, seemingly curious about where he had been all morning. But she didn't ask further, simply putting down her teacup and saying, "You're back just in time. There's something I need to tell you." Wu Heng sat down opposite her. "What is it?" Lilith's expression turned slightly serious. "News came from Hatterai. He discussed your matter with a religious representative from the Holy See." Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. "And then?" "The Holy See's attitude seems unwilling to reconcile." Chapter 1088. Wu Heng's expression also darkened. After waiting for so many days, this was the final result. "What exactly did they say?" Lilith replied, "Hatterai said the religious representative's message was that the Holy Temple would not respond for the time being, but I feel that this is essentially a rejection. Perhaps they just don't want to completely anger you at this juncture. If they're really afraid of angering me, they should accept reconciliation." Wu Heng picked up his teacup and took a sip. Lilith agreed, "I'm also a little confused about this." Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then asked, "Have our spies over there sent back any news recently?" "No." Lilith's eyes narrowed. "You suspect the Holy Temple is secretly plotting something?" "I have a feeling they're still not giving up," Wu Heng said softly. Lilith knew what he was worried about, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "It can't really come to that, can it? The gods are just legends after all." "I hope so," Wu Heng said gravely. "I try to contact them when I get back. If there's still no news, I suggest that Hatterai send someone directly to the Holy See to investigate." An unease also rose in Lilith's heart. Given the current situation, as long as the Holy See doesn't resort to its ultimate measures, given the momentum of Treasure Island's development, it will inevitably completely change the world order. Not by replacing the association, but by propelling civilization forward through communication innovation, the dissemination of novel creations, and new knowledge. This would benefit all races. Except, of course, the Holy See. The papacy's sole criterion for judging everything is the purity of faith, and whether it undermines the foundations of their rule. Hatterai likely understands this, which explains his tendency to favor Treasure Island. Nevertheless, Lilith remains skeptical that the papacy would actually invoke divine intervention in mortal affairs. For millennia, divine intervention has remained merely a legend. Whether it can truly descend is uncertain. Besides, if they could really intervene, why didn't any gods appear when the association rose to power? Alright. If our spies still don't get any news, we find a way to give the Holy See something to do, Wu Heng said thoughtfully. Isn't there still a former leader of the 12 Heavens Holy Church, who hasn't been captured? Let's spread the word that he's plotting against the Holy See. Lilith raised an eyebrow. Would the Holy See believe that kind of news? It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not, as long as we can distract them and buy us time. Lilith pouted helplessly. The Whisperers can't just fabricate information. How is this fabrication? Wu Heng said seriously, This is a clue I found when I was clearing out the 12 Heavens Holy Church. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Fine, I report the information to the association. But you said it, so you have to bear the consequences. Make it sound as serious as possible, Wu Hung instructed again. Okay. Lilith stood up. I head back now. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Wu Hung also stood up and saw her off. When they returned, the side hall was bustling with activity. Viola and the Wood Elf sisters surrounded Sanella, Minnie, and the others, curiously asking about their morning's practice of the new cultivation technique. Philippa boasted with a hint of pride, "It's much more comfortable than your training. No need to be roasted in a fire." Robbie nodded in agreement. "It definitely feels gentler." Viola sighed softly, "The master really cares about you, even going to the trouble of finding this kind of technique." Sylvie nodded in agreement. "Exactly, he really cares about you." The group chatted and laughed, completely lacking the tension they felt during Wu Heng's conversation with Lilith. Turning around and seeing Wu Hung return, Minnie immediately went to greet him. "Master, what would you like for lunch?" "Simple is fine." "Okay, I have the kitchen prepare it." Minnie quickly went to the kitchen and instructed the skeletons to prepare lunch. The others also gathered around, asking about the new technique. After lunch, Wu Hung returned to his study. Except for Xiao Xiao, who was still playing downstairs, Granda, the Empress, and Benedictine, the three ghosts, were all in the study, doing their own things. "Lilith just brought news from the Vatican," Wu Hung said. The three souls immediately looked at him. They refused? Granda guessed the result from his expression. Wu Hung nodded and carefully repeated what Lilith had said. After he finished speaking, a brief silence fell in the study. Benny broke the silence first. "What difference does it make whether they agree or not?" Granda calmly analyzed. "Wu Hung isn't worried about the Vatican's attitude, but rather that if he pushes them to the brink, they might resort to divine intervention." The Empress then asked, "Doesn't Lilith have spies over there? If she makes any moves, shouldn't there be news coming back?" "The spies haven't been heard from for a long time," Wu Hung said in a deep voice. "So you suspect something might have happened?" Granda stared at him. "Yes." Granda pondered for a moment, his tone still calm. "Worrying about uncertain things now is pointless. It will only disrupt your plans. The most urgent thing is to improve your strength as much as possible to deal with any possible crisis." "I understand. I just wanted to discuss it with you." Wu Hung exhaled. Let's go check out the zombie world." The Empress looked up at him. "This time, we control the puppets to go with you, we won't possess you." Wu Hung nodded, turning to Benny. "Benny, go call Xiao Xiao back, we're getting ready to leave." "Okay." Benny floated out of the study, and quickly returned with Xiao Xiao. Wu Hung said no more, and directly opened the portal. The four ghosts all possessed the puppets, and followed him into the portal. On the other side of the portal, was still the prison base's monitoring room. The room was dimly lit, several monitors emitting a cold, eerie blue light that reflected on the pale skull of the guarding skeleton. The four ghosts each found a place to sit, picked up their phones, and began browsing the forums. "Wow! The forum says you can post short videos now," Little exclaimed excitedly. "What are short videos?" Benny asked curiously, leaning closer. "It's when you shoot a really short video, and can share it with everyone," Little explained as she skillfully downloaded the app, opened a video, and played it for the other three ghosts. The four heads immediately huddled together, staring at the phone screens, occasionally letting out low gasps of amazement. Wu Hung ignored the ghosts' exclamations, his mind still preoccupied with the matters of the Holy See. The Vatican's attitude was highly unusual. The current pope was by no means a strong-willed person, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so patient after so many artifacts were taken from him. A previous pope would likely have already attacked. Even if he couldn't win, he would have fought for his faith and the honor of the Vatican. But if he chose to continue to endure, he should logically accept the reconciliation proposal. This unusual silence made Wu Hung suspect that the Holy See was secretly preparing something. With a thought, he brought up his attribute panel, his gaze falling on the faith value column. Faith, 42851/50,000. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. His faith value had reached over 42,000 points. At this rate, he only needed to delay for a few more months to accumulate enough faith to break through to the hero rank. Now, he could only hope that the Vatican wouldn't actually take the worst possible step. Composing himself, he picked up the satellite phone on the table and dialed Li Yahong's number. After two busy tones, the call was answered. "Hello?" Li Yahong's voice came through. "How's the base doing lately?" Wu Hung asked. "Everything's normal, nothing's happened," Li Yong replied. Wu Heng cut straight to the point. How's the Lingqi cult doing? Very smoothly. All the major bases have recognized the Lingqi cult's legal status and are actively cooperating with our missionary activities. Li Yong's tone was efficient, like someone reporting a task. Wu Heng hesitated for a moment, then continued, have the rescue plans for those smaller bases and remote shelters been implemented? The Dawn Alliance has held several meetings, but it hasn't been finalized yet. Wu Heng said, prepare the plane. I need to go to the base in South Korea. Understood. I arrange it immediately. Hanging up the phone, Wu Heng stood up and beckoned the ghosts downstairs. Then they took an off-road vehicle to Xinfu City Airport. The plane landed smoothly at the airport of the South Korean base. The cabin door opened, and Wu Heng stepped down the stairs. Chi Hankai, who had been waiting by the runway, immediately led her entourage to greet him. Today, Chi Hankai wore a neat brown coat over a simple white t-shirt, slim-fit jeans, and lace-up high-top leather boots, looking extremely capable. A white owl perched on her shoulder, carrying a miniature leather bag slung across her shoulder, and wearing a tiny bowler hat. Its round eyes warily surveyed its surroundings. Wu Heng had managed to train this beast into a pet for display. Behind Chi Hankai stood two tall skeleton attendants, followed by several high-ranking managers from the base. A group of people waited quietly, their imposing presence making her aura even stronger. Leader. Chi Hankai stepped forward, greeting her with a smile, and the others behind her bowed respectfully. Then, her gaze swept past Wu Heng, curiously landing on the two unfamiliar women behind him. The two were Xiao Xiao and Yang Yang. Granda and Benny weren't controlling puppets, but rather following along as ghosts, invisible to ordinary people. Given the current situation, the ghosts' identities didn't need to be kept secret. Wu Heng didn't object to their willingness to appear as puppets. And who are these two? Chi Hankai couldn't help but ask. I'm Xiao Xiao and Chi. Xiao Xiao's puppet spoke first, then took Yang Yang's hand and introduced, this is my aunt. Aunt? Chi Hankai's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with astonishment. Wasn't Xiao Xiao a ghost? How did she suddenly gain a real body? Besides, she had never heard of Wu Heng or Xiao Xiao having an aunt. Chi Hankai looked at the Empress, but the latter showed no intention of greeting her. Wu Heng said, I explain this to you in detail later. Let's go to the meeting room first. Okay. Chi Hankai suppressed her doubts and nodded. Wu Heng turned to Xiao Xiao and the Empress and said, you two go to your lodgings first. Can we go to the market? Xiao Xiao immediately raised her hand. Sure, be careful. Put whatever you want on your Aunt Chi's tab. Wu Heng generously waved his hand. Chi Hankai smiled, took out her wallet from her pocket, and said, the bookkeeping here isn't very convenient. Auntie will give you money, buy whatever you want. Xiao Xiao glanced at Wu Heng, and only took the money after seeing him nod. Thank you, Auntie. Then, she pulled her mother away excitedly. The group arrived at the conference room in the core area of the base, and took their seats. Chi Hankai first led several high-ranking officials in a brief report on the recent progress and development plans of the base. After the report, the others gradually left. Only she and Wu Heng remained in the room. The atmosphere relaxed slightly. Chi Hankai leaned forward slightly, looking at Wu Heng with a teasing smile. Did you miss me this time, or do you have some important instructions? Wu Heng smiled as well. Of course I missed you. He paused, then his tone became serious. By the way, I do have something important to discuss with you regarding the next steps for the Dawn Alliance. Chi Hankai revealed an I knew it expression and smiled. Any new ideas? Speak freely. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, there are two main points. First, we need to further increase the propaganda efforts of the Lingqi sect, not just in our local area, but also to cover all member bases of the Dawn Alliance. This is something Li Yong, Sister Zhao, and I have already discussed. We are preparing to increase resource investment in the Lingqi sect, with the goal of recruiting more believers. Chi Hankai smoothly replied, clearly having already planned for this matter. Wu Heng nodded in agreement and continued, the second point concerns rescue operations for small and medium-sized survivor bases, especially those in remote locations. Chi Hankai raised an eyebrow. This matter is already on the Dawn Alliance's agenda, but due to various coordination and resource issues, it hasn't been able to move forward. If you're in a hurry, I can propose an emergency meeting to try and push it through. No, I don't mean through the Dawn Alliance. Wu Heng shook his head, his gaze firm. I plan for the Spirit Revelation Church to independently form a rescue team, to go directly to various locations to conduct rescue operations in the name of the church. Chi Hankai was slightly taken aback, then understood Wu Heng's intention. This was to expand the Spirit Revelation Church's influence and prestige through this method, and the rescued people would basically return to their original bases. In other words, these remote survivor bases would all join the underworld. His fingertips lightly tapped the table. If this matter completely bypasses the Dawn Alliance, it might weaken the Alliance's significance, and could even cause unnecessary suspicion and criticism. We finally achieved this united situation. Wu Heng naturally understood her concerns. Unity was hard-won, and the missionary work of the Lingqi sect also required this united environment. However, he was even more aware that the pressure from the Holy See was like a sword hanging over his head. There wasn't much time for leisurely negotiations and waiting for a consensus. Leaning slightly forward, his tone serious, time waits for no one. Here's the plan. Immediately convene an emergency meeting of the Dawn Alliance. At the meeting, directly propose that the Lingqi sect take the lead in forming a rescue team, emphasizing the urgency of the operation. This is to rescue every survivor as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, these survivors will die outside sooner or later. At the same time, clearly state that no additional resources are needed from Alliance members. The Lingqi sect will independently bear all the manpower and resources for this operation, and we also give them a name on the deal, so everyone can see what's going on. A knowing glint flashed in Chi Han Kai's eyes. This plan ensured efficiency, while also saving face for all parties, and maintaining the framework of the Alliance, effectively minimizing resistance. I understand. Chi Han Kai nodded. I go and issue the meeting notice right away. Airport. The Empress boarded the plane alone, glanced at the navigation displayed on her phone, then turned the screen to the skeleton pilot waiting in the cockpit. Take off, to this place. The skeleton pilot silently carried out the order. The engine started, emitting a deep and powerful roar, and then they took to the sky. Chapter 1089. At dusk, Chi Han Kai rushed back from outside. She tossed a stack of documents onto her desk, and let out a long sigh. Wu Heng asked, how did the meeting go? Chi Han Kai smiled broadly. It only benefits them, not harms them. Why wouldn't they agree? She took a large gulp of water and continued, Li Yan will be responsible for arranging the rescue team's personnel and equipment. The Alliance bases will mainly provide logistical support and coordination. We should aim to have all preparations completed within a week, and then immediately begin operations. Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. He had always trusted Chi Han Kai's abilities. Since she took over the management of the Korean base, she had not only managed it impeccably but had also become increasingly experienced and thorough in her dealings. Remember to announce it in advance through the radio and forums so that survivors in remote areas can prepare and boost morale, Wu Heng added. It's all been arranged. The press release will be out by tomorrow morning, Chi Han Kai replied crisply, clearly having considered everything beforehand. Seeing this, Wu Heng couldn't help but smile with relief. Good, the rest is up to you. You're the experts in this area. Don't worry. I said a week. Maybe it won't even take that long, Chi Han Kai said confidently, then changed her tone. Dinner's ready, let's go eat. Okay, you need to eat well to have the energy to work. Wu Heng stood up. Chi Han Kai naturally walked over and straightened his collar, which wasn't actually messy, saying half jokingly, half seriously, that's more like it. If you just handed over the task and left, I really get upset. Wu Heng chuckled and patted her back lightly. How exactly are you going to cause trouble? I go to Xinfu City and cause you trouble. I stay wherever you live and refuse to leave, Chi Han Kai replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I try my best tonight, and see if you can get up tomorrow. Hearing this, Chi Han Kai playfully punched him lightly. No need to try. Just perform normally. The two chatted quietly as they left the office, heading to the cafeteria for lunch before returning to their quarters to rest. The next morning, Wu Heng returned to his temporary dormitory at the Korean base. The four ghosts were gathered in the room, each engrossed in their own phones. Seeing him enter, Xiao Xiao immediately held up a stack of colorful phone cases, proudly proclaiming, Uncle, look. I bought new phone cases for everyone. So many? Wu Heng asked. There are so many of us. And the others don't usually have a chance to change these things. So it's good to buy a few extra to have on hand, Xiao Xiao said, taking out a simple black protective case and handing it over. Uncle, this is yours. Our Xiao Xiao is getting more and more sensible, Wu Heng said with a smile, ruffling her hair and taking the phone case. Sitting down beside him, Granda said, the post on the forum about the Lingqi cult leading the rescue is going viral. It's only been posted a short time, and there are already hundreds of comments. What's everyone's opinion? Wu Heng asked, putting a new case on his phone and opening the forum as well. It's almost unanimously supportive. Many people say it should have been done a long time ago, and it could have saved even more people, Granda continued. Wu Hung clicked on the pinned post. The Spirit Awakening cult will lead the Dawn Alliance in a large-scale rescue operation for survivors in remote and high-risk areas. The comments below refreshed rapidly. It should have happened a long time ago. Thumbs up to the Spirit Awakening cult. The Dawn Alliance was too inefficient before. If it weren't for the Spirit Awakening cult pushing things along, who knows how long it would have dragged on. We have quite a few zombies here, and our food won't last for more than a few days. Please prioritize our rescue efforts. Coordinates attached. This is truly an organization that works for survivors. The number of comments quickly rose from several hundred to nearly 1,000. Regardless of how many people are ultimately rescued, this operation itself has greatly enhanced the Spirit Awakening cult's reputation and public image. Wu Hung browsed for a moment, satisfied with the current public opinion. This matter has been handed over to Chi Han Kai. She will assemble a team to handle the rescue. We don't need to interfere anymore. Yes, as long as it's arranged. Granda agreed. Wu Hung stood up. Let's go, we take the plane back. Okay. The ghost nodded, then followed him out. After saying goodbye to Chi Han Kai outside the runway, they boarded the plane and returned to Shinfu City Prison. Then, they would travel through the prison to Treasure Island. Inside the Island Lord's mansion. Wu Hung and the Empress had just come downstairs when they saw Xiao Xiao carrying cardboard boxes, distributing phone cases to the women of the household. Although Xiao Xiao was young, her mind was far more mature than children her age. She knew how to maintain good relationships with everyone in her own way, and everyone in the Island Lord's mansion liked her. Especially Lilith, Sanera, and others. Since Wu Hung and she couldn't have children themselves, they felt a sense of kinship with Xiao Xiao, as if she were their daughter. Wu Hung walked downstairs and asked, "Have you all finished cultivating?" Sanera smiled and said, "We finished cultivating this morning." "Did anyone succeed?" Wu Hung asked. The women exchanged glances and shook their heads. "It's all right, take your time, we're not in a rush," Wu Hung said, then added, "Then I go out first." "Okay." Sanera nodded. Wu Hung, carrying the Empress, used a teleportation spell to travel to the desolate forest behind Gold and Silver Island, continuing his second stage of the 5 elements gathering cultivation at their usual spot. He guided the 5 elements of spiritual energy to temper his internal organs. As dusk approached, the effect of the truth carving knife dissipated, and he rose to return with the Empress. Back at the Island Lord's mansion. In the living room, Hillary, Shia, and the Wood Elf sisters were chatting idly. Wu Hung. Sure, Yali waved first, smiling. My mother went back. She said she'd bring my father to the island next time. Wu Hung smiled. Just a letter would have sufficed. Why make a special trip? She has her own matters to attend to, and she probably won't be back anytime soon, Sure Yali explained. We specifically instructed them not to disclose the island's specific situation. It's all right. It won't matter if it gets out. Wu Hung smiled, then asked, "How's your cultivation progress lately?" Hiragi replied, "It's going fairly smoothly, but it might still take some time before I break through. If you ask me, just hand over the association's affairs. 3 elders have already come. You can stay at the Island Lord's mansion for training," Wu Hung said directly. Hiragi hesitated, glancing cautiously at the others. "I consider it." The group chatted for a while. Dinner was prepared, and they sat down to eat together. After dinner, Wu Hung was chatting with the women of his household when he was about to get up and go back to his room to rest. A series of hurried, clear footsteps sounded at the door. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Lilith, dressed in a black dress, stride in with a serious expression. Compared to her usual indifference, her expression carried an unusual tension. "Sister Lilith, are you here to watch a movie?" Xiao Xiao greeted her first. Lilith forced a smile, but her tone was somewhat distracted. "I need to speak with your uncle about something urgent." "Oh! You two talk first, and then we can go to the amusement park?" Xiao Xiao was still enthusiastic. "We see, if things are settled," Lilith replied perfunctorily, her gaze already turning to Wu Hung. The rest of the people in the room rose and bowed respectfully. Lilith simply nodded indifferently, then said to Wu Hung, "Come with me for a moment." She then walked directly to a side hall. Wu Hang's heart sank. He quickly followed her in, closing the door behind him, and asked, "What happened?" "I already reported the news you mentioned about the former leader of the 12 Heavenly Church possibly attacking the Holy See. Now we see if the Holy See will take any action." Lilith sat down in a single chair, her tone flat. "Is there anything else?" Wu Hung stared intently at her. Lilith was silent for a moment, her face turning completely grim, her voice lowering even further. "I tried to contact my informant in the Holy See, but received no reply. She paused, taking a deep breath. I used a magical artifact to investigate. He's dead. The radio has most likely fallen into the killer's hands as well. Wu Heng's pupils contracted sharply, a chill running down his spine. After a long pause, he finally spoke. So, the Vatican's silence these past few days wasn't hesitation, but rather an attempt to find their internal spies? We can't be completely certain it was the Vatican, but all the clues point to the worst-case scenario. Lilith's voice was dry. What about the other spies? Wu Heng pressed. Lilith shook her head. There are a few more, but they're of lower rank, only able to exchange messages through irregular correspondence. And the one who died was a vice-deacon of the association. Even he was dug out and eliminated. The others are probably in grave danger too, let alone able to pass on any information. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, a strong sense of crisis gripping his throat. The worst premonition had come true. Any other intelligence? His face darkened completely. That's all. Lilith shook her head, then asked, what are your plans now? Wu Heng's mind raced, but faced with the potential arrival of a god, any conventional plan seemed futile. He took a deep breath and said with utmost seriousness, I need more time to think about specific countermeasures, Lilith. Wu Heng looked up at her. If the god really descends, your relationship with me will inevitably put you in extreme danger. You must trust me. I have a way to protect you. Protect me? Lilith gave a bitter smile. If the god really appears, where in this world is safe? To die at the hands of a god, perhaps that would be a significant part of the elven history books. Her relationship with Wu Heng could be kept secret from the Vatican and the association, but it could never be hidden from the Vatican's deity. According to all the records, there are no secrets before this deity. Wu Heng looked at her in shock, not expecting her to be even more open-minded than he had imagined, even with a kind of desperate composure. He placed his hands on her shoulders, staring intently at her. I'm not joking. I prepared a backup plan. Believe me, even if he really comes, we might not die. Lilith frowned at him. Although deep down she still found it hard to believe that anything could stand against a true deity, she finally nodded slowly. Okay, I listen to you. Wu Heng said, go back first, stabilize things with the association. I also need time to think. Okay. Lilith stood up, composed herself, and walked out. Entering the living room, Xiao Xiao peeked out from behind the sofa. Sister, are you done chatting? Want to go out and play? Lilith took a deep breath, trying to lighten her tone. I'm not going to the amusement park tonight. Let's play games at my place. Okay. Xiao Xiao happily agreed, and the two left the Island Lord's mansion together. In the side hall, Wu Heng stood alone, pondering for a while before walking out. He greeted the women of the household and headed upstairs. Returning to his study, Granda immediately noticed his unusual state and floated closer, asking what happened. We might have all misjudged. The gods, it seems, are really about to descend. Wu Heng's voice was serious as he quickly recounted the information Lilith had brought and his own deductions. The atmosphere in the study instantly plummeted to freezing. The expressions of the three ghosts turned utterly solemn. If it were just the death of an ordinary informant, it could perhaps be explained as an accident, or a murder committed in the rage of the Vatican. But the death of a vice-deacon of the association occurred against the backdrop of the Vatican's explicit rejection of Wu Heng's reconciliation proposal. This was enough to show that the Vatican was executing a plan they believed could crush Wu Heng and even the entire association. And what could give the Vatican such absolute confidence? Looking at the entire world, there was only one possibility: divine intervention. There was no other explanation. Even if the Vatican could cultivate 4 or even 8 more heroic holy sees, they would never dare to so decisively eliminate the association's high-ranking informants and adopt such a stance of complete severance. Why now of all times? Benedict's voice was filled with resentment. Clearly, the faith was almost enough. Just a little more time. Wu Heng subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel. Faith, for 2975/50,000, just over 7,000 more. He just needs a few more months. Granda forced himself to calm down and asked, what do you plan to do? If we can't defeat the gods, we hide in the zombie world. At worst, we break through to hero level and come back when our strength allows. Wu Heng replied. This was a prearranged escape route. What about Minnie and the others? The Empress asked immediately. Take them all. Not a single one can be left behind, Wu Heng said directly. He had kept the secret of the bronze key all along, even revealing a little to those close to him, all to prepare for this day, his last resort for survival. This was their last resort for survival. Of course, this included their female relatives. In that case, I think we should move them beforehand, so that we don't have time to react when the enemy takes action, the Empress said seriously. Wu Hung nodded. All right, I cast a divination first, then I have them taken away. Ultimately, clinging to a last sliver of hope, he took out the tortoiseshell artifact. He silently recited, divining the Vatican's impending action against me. Then, he gently shook the tortoiseshell, the copper coins inside clattering. Thud. 3 ancient coins fell to the ground, all face down, ominous. Wu Heng's pupils contracted sharply, a chill instantly enveloping his entire body. With his current physique and strength exceeding 100, a hero-level enemy couldn't possibly have given him such a divination. The only explanation was that the impending threat was far beyond the hero level. The 3 ghosts' faces also instantly turned ugly. The study was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wu Heng's face was ashen. Without a word, he swept the copper coins back into the tortoise shell, then shook it violently again, silently praying, "Is the person who came a deity of the Holy See?" However, this time, the copper coins inside the tortoise shell seemed completely sealed by an invisible force. No matter how he shook it, not a single coin fell. It was impossible to divine. The very fact that it was impossible to divine spoke volumes. The one who was about to bring him danger was far beyond the limits of what this strange object could perceive. Wu Hung slammed the tortoise shell on the table, all hope shattered. He abruptly turned and strode downstairs, saying, "Benny, go find Xiao Xiao and Lilith immediately. Your Majesty, go and inform Hilary, Shia, and all the core priests of the Spirit Revelation cult on the island to assemble at the Island Lord's mansion. Granda, go find Leveli." The 3 ghosts nodded and passed through the wall. Wu Hung strode down the stairs. The women who had been chatting and laughing all looked up. When they saw the expression on his face, their smiles froze instantly. Sanera frowned and asked, "Wu Hung, what happened?" The entire living room was silent. All eyes were fixed on him, a sense of impending doom hanging over everyone. The sanctuary. Tens of thousands of believers prostrated themselves like a tide in the squares, streets, and every corner of the city. Their foreheads pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling slightly with awe. Deep, fervent prayers coalesced into a continuous hum, permeating the entire sanctuary and converging overhead, surging towards the temple. Above the temple, the sky had changed. A blinding light tore through the clouds, enveloping the entire area in a glorious glow. It was divine light, almost tangible, pouring down with a power and vast divine might that sent shivers down one's spine. Above the altar in the center of the sanctuary, space began to distort and fluctuate. Endless radiance surged from the void, rapidly condensing and compressing, ultimately transforming into an incomparably pure and blazing golden pillar of light, piercing the heavens and the earth. Within the pillar of light, a majestic figure gradually solidified. The figure did not arrive step by step, but rather appeared as if leaping across. Runes of law surrounded his body, every inch of his skin, every wisp of his robe, seemed to be forged from the purest light and supreme authority. Its face, shrouded in radiance, conveyed only a gaze of absolute majesty and utter indifference, transcending mortal comprehension. Kneeling at the forefront, the Pope pressed his head deeply to the cold ground, his voice trembling with excitement and utter reverence as he cried out, "Welcome the Holy Father." The being within the radiance made no move, its indifferent voice resounding, "Speak." The Pope's body trembled violently, responding urgently with even greater humility, his voice tinged with a sob and accusation, "Great Holy Father, blasphemers have risen, profaning your glory, seizing your faith, and trampling on the dignity of the Holy See. We are powerless to purify such wickedness, and can only beseech your supreme divine power to descend and judge, cleansing the world of its defilement." Chapter 1090. The Pope buried his head deep in the ground, his voice hoarse and frantic as he recounted the sins of the blasphemers. After he finished, a brief, suffocating silence enveloped the entire hall. Suddenly, divine light erupted from the altar, the pillar of light piercing the heavens, and earth rippled slightly, and a majestic figure slowly stepped out from within. With one step, he appeared before the Pope and the prostrate archbishops. Endless radiance still enveloped his body, obscuring his face. "Useless." A deep voice rang out, tinged with disappointment. The deity didn't even look at the Pope, merely waving his hand casually. In an instant, images from the Pope's memories flashed through his mind, like forcibly pulled film, projected rapidly into the air. The glory of the papacy, its internal power struggles, its negotiations with various factions. When images of Treasure Island and Wu Hung appeared, the flashing speed suddenly slowed, each event being played out in detail and examined. Then, the images sped up again, until the association's content appeared, at which point the speed noticeably slowed once more. As all the memories receded like a tide, the indifferent gaze finally settled on the Pope, who was almost collapsing to the ground. The association? Wu hung. They managed to bring the papacy to such a state? The god's voice remained calm, but this time it carried a hint of anger. It wasn't so much anger at the losses Wu Hung had inflicted on the papacy, but rather a deeper fury at the fact that a mortal force dared to rise above the papacy and challenge divine authority. And for hundreds of years at that. The overwhelming divine power suddenly intensified, like an invisible mountain crashing down. Ugh! The Pope let out a painful groan, his body lurching downwards, his bones creaking under the strain. The solid holy bricks beneath his feet cracked layer by layer, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly. The next second, a blinding white holy flame erupted from beneath his feet, instantly engulfing him completely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the sanctuary, chilling the hearts of all the prostrate believers and bishops. Unable to raise their heads under divine might, they could only hear the crackling of the flames and the horrific sounds of flesh being charred and peeled away, smelling the nauseating stench of burning flesh. The flames continued to burn, the Pope's figure twisting and carbonizing in the inferno, enduring excruciating pain yet unable to faint, unable to die. After a moment, the grand voice, tinged with weariness, finally rang out, "Enough. Return to receive your punishment after this matter is settled." With that, the flames abruptly died down. A charred, almost unrecognizable human body collapsed to the ground with a thud, wisps of smoke rising from it. The charred Pope, with his last breath, managed a hoarse voice rasping, "I obey the divine decree. I willingly accept punishment. Prepare to destroy the gods and the church. It's time for another thorough purification of this world." The deity murmured indifferently, his figure vanishing like a bubble in the sunlight into endless radiance, leaving only a deathly silence in the hall and a kneeling, charred corpse. Association headquarters, leaders' meeting room. The atmosphere was heavy. Hadarai, the Sword of Justice, sat in the main seat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the people below before settling on the religious representative of the papacy. "The Whisperer has just delivered the latest intelligence," Hadarai said in a low voice. "It has been confirmed that the former leader of the 12 Holy Church is actually the former Archbishop of the Great Holy Church of the Blood Clan. There is conclusive evidence that he has ascended to the rank of hero and is planning attacks on several important churches of the Holy See. The Holy See must be highly vigilant about this." The religious representative nodded slightly, expressionless. "I will report this to the Holy See immediately." Hadarai gave him a deep look, then changed the subject, steered the conversation back to the conflict between the two sides. "Has the Holy See still not given a clear response regarding Treasure Island's attitude?" The religious representative shook his head again. "Not yet. Have you taken the initiative to communicate with the Holy See? Express the association's desire for peaceful coexistence?" Hadarai pressed, a hint of urgency in his voice. The religious representative remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have conveyed your thoughts truthfully." Hadarai sighed, leaning slightly forward. "Given the current situation, peace is the optimal solution for both sides. Moreover, the technology possessed by Treasure Island will be a tremendous benefit to the Holy Temple and all believers. Communication, healing, production, aren't these tangible benefits worthwhile?" "Oh! You also think highly of him?" A hollow, indifferent voice abruptly interrupted Hadarai. Everyone in the conference room froze, as if frozen by invisible ice. In the center of the conference room, space slightly distorted, and a figure surrounded by endless divine light appeared without warning. It had no clear features, only an overwhelming radiance that was impossible to look at directly. A vast and boundless pressure instantly filled the entire room, the air solidified, the laws of nature groaned, and the energy flow within everyone's bodies became incredibly sluggish. The religious representative trembled violently. The shared divine aura instantly enlightened him, and almost instinctively, he rose from his seat, prostrated himself, and cried out in a trembling voice, "Welcome, Holy Father." "Who are you?" Hadarai, suppressing the trembling in his soul, demanded sharply, but a storm raged within him, a terrifying suspicion uncontrollably surging within him. God ignored the prostrate religious representative, calmly taking a seat in an empty seat beside Hadarai. His indifferent gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Hadarai. With a casual flick of his finger, above Hadarai's head, past experiences, memories, and even deeply buried thoughts were projected uncontrollably into the air, like images forcibly played. The images rapidly shifted, only slowing down when they touched upon information related to the papacy, the martial balance, and other matters. A group formed by a few heroes dares to presume to be above the Holy See. The god's voice was devoid of emotion, only displaying a condescending indifference, as if looking down upon ants. The elven race seems to have been too complacent for too long, and has far too many heroes. Before the words were finished, the god flicked his finger lightly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling burst of energy. Under the horrified gazes of everyone in the meeting room, the powerful elven hero, the leader of the association, the Sword of Justice, Hatterai, instantly collapsed. His armor, his magical ornaments, even his soul. In that casual flick of the finger, like pencil marks erased by an eraser, crumbled and vanished without a trace. Not even a speck of ash, not even a ripple of energy remained. Damn monster! The dwarf chieftain's eyes widened in fury. Enraged, he gripped his battle axe, poised to pounce. However, before he could even leave his seat, the god's gaze hadn't even truly landed on him. The dwarf elder's imposing body, along with the battle axe in his hand, instantly and silently shattered and vanished in the same manner as Hatterai. The leader of the Hongwen Society, an elf known for his composure and wisdom, had his spell abruptly cancelled. Stiffly seated in his chair, pupils constricted, cold sweat beating on his forehead. This was a power no hero could contend with. Before such incomprehensible might, any action would only lead to certain death. The elven history books were all true. It seems the Holy See has yielded. God's gaze, almost tangible, swept over the remaining pale-faced elven hero and the tense vampire representative. This has bred an unwarranted arrogance in you. His gaze lingered on the vampire representative for a moment. The next second, the vampire representative didn't even have time to scream before he too was reduced to the most basic particles, vanishing without a trace. In the meeting room, only the leader of the Hongwen Society and the Holy See representative standing respectfully to the side remained. You're the only one left. Don't you intend to do anything for your association? The leader of the Hongwen Society's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He swallowed hard, a fierce battle raging between immense fear and reason. He glanced at the empty chair beside him, then at the radiant figure watching him indifferently, and finally, with the utmost humility, bowed deeply. Greetings, greetings, your majesty. Very well. The god's indifferent voice rang out. From this moment forward, the association will take the lead in clearing out all the churches of the Spirit Revelation cult on the continent. As for that Wu Hung, I will handle him personally. He paused slightly, then continued, furthermore, issue a notice to all races. All existing heroes must submit to the Holy See within a specified period. Failure to do so will be their fate. The leader of the Hongwen Society trembled, bowing his head deeply, his voice dry and submissive. Yes. I obey the divine decree. When he mustered the courage to raise his head again, the radiant figure in the center of the conference room, a figure that had instilled despair, had vanished silently, just as it had appeared. Gold and Silver Island, the Island Lord's mansion. After arranging for everyone to temporarily enter the boundary gate, Wu Hung felt a little relieved. He walked upstairs and pushed open the wooden door to the study. The moment the door opened, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the dimly lit study, a figure shrouded in a hazy divine light sat calmly in his usual high-back chair, casually flipping through a copy of the great detective's case files on the bookshelf. The divine light scorched the ghostly figure beside him, pushing it back. It was too far away to approach. When did it arrive? Both he and the ghostly figure were level 20, yet they hadn't noticed at all. Wu Heng's alarm bells rang loudly. Almost instinctively, his magical power instantly surged. Whoosh! 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 Water vapor instantly condensed, transforming into countless incredibly sharp water arrows, shooting towards the uninvited guest like a torrential downpour. At the same time, multiple compressed water lines swirled towards the opponent. However, all the magic he was so proud of silently dissipated, and dissipated the instant it touched the divine light surrounding him. Is this how you treat your guests? The deity of the Spirit Revelation cult. The other party sneered. Wu Heng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately raised his hand to stop the ghost that was about to pounce, his gaze fixed on the other party, his mind racing, searching for a chance to survive. You're the one behind the Holy See? It seems you weren't unprepared. The deity closed the book in his hand, and casually placed it aside. His radiant face seemed to turn towards Wu Hung. I observed everything you've done. You do indeed possess some unexpected talent. Now, I give you a chance to live. How about it? Oh! What kind of chance? Wu Heng's muscles tensed, secretly preparing for battle. It's simple, join the Holy See. I can make you the Pope of this plane, ruling over the world's religious authority. The god's tone carried a condescending arrogance. The heroes of the association have all submitted to the Holy See. You will be their leader. There will be no loss for you, only true power. Making him the Pope? This was truly unexpected for Wu Heng. He had mentally rehearsed several scenarios of meeting the god of the Holy See, but he had never imagined this. Moreover, it sounded like he didn't care much about the many popes and heroes he had killed. It sounds like a windfall. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, he could clearly sense the other party's divine power, as vast as a starry sea. If he could hold out for a few more months, would he also possess such power? Of course. The deity seemed to chuckle softly, casually waving a scroll radiating an ancient aura that flew out from the divine light, unfurling before Wu Heng and hovering in the air. Sign it. The position of Pope is yours. The scroll bore an extremely ancient divine script, but the next second, with the enhancement of Wu Heng's system panel, the meaning of the text was instantly deciphered. Besides the complex divine runes, the scroll's core power was also revealed. The Signer's subjective consciousness would be completely distorted, rendering them unable to harbor any negative thoughts towards their faith. Emotions would be stripped away, transforming into absolute loyalty to the belief. A slave contract? A religious version of a slave contract. Wu Heng's eyes instantly turned icy cold. The deity not far away seemed to immediately sense his drastic change in emotion. The radiance surrounding him intensified, and his voice turned icy. You have another choice? Wu Heng didn't speak. A teleportation array instantly lit up beneath his feet, but the array shattered like fragile glass the moment it appeared. Then, an overwhelming pressure instantly imprisoned him in place, the immense pressure almost crushing his bones. It seems you truly are an untamable rebel. The deity's voice carried a hint of regret as he slowly rose from his high-backed chair and took 2 steps forward. I'd like to see how you managed to create those interesting little gadgets. He pointed lightly at Wu Heng's brow. Boom! Wu Heng felt as if an invisible force had slammed into his mental sea. His mental barrier shattered instantly like paper. Intense pain swept through his soul. Countless fragments of memory were uncontrollably extracted and stripped away, projected into the air like a revolving lantern. During his student days, he graduated and sought employment, obtained the bronze key, witnessed a sudden zombie outbreak, joined the association, fought his way up to the rank of hero, and learned how to use knowledge from another world to spread faith and develop power. The god remained standing still, his face obscured, but the subtle fluctuations of divine light around him clearly conveyed his surprise and astonishment. So, you're a human from that lost land. Truly, an unexpected gain. A hint of delight suddenly appeared in the god's voice. Damn it! Wu Heng roared, fiery red runes suddenly appearing all over his body. His body forcefully broke free from the oppressive force, his aura exploding with a deafening roar, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Kill! Countless highly compressed water droplets reappeared, pouring out like a metallic storm, instantly tearing the furniture and bookshelves in the study to shreds. Sand and wood chips filled the air, dust billowed everywhere. Under the cover of the barrage of attacks, Wu Heng's figure flashed, suddenly appearing behind the god using a short-range teleportation technique. His bronze spear, imbued with all his power, slashed towards the dazzling divine light. Clang! Boom! The spear and the divine light collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. The seemingly invincible shield of divine light actually fluctuated violently under this attack, the outermost 2 or 3 halos shattering like broken glass. The god's radiance noticeably faltered, his voice carrying a hint of surprise. You're really giving me more and more surprises. Enough with the nonsense. Wu Heng's attacks continued, his spear spinning, his internal energy being unleashed with unrestrained frenzy. Magic, physical strength, everything at his disposal erupted. The entire study instantly became the center of an energy storm. All the trump cards and reckless tactics he had prepared were unleashed in one fell swoop. And all of this indeed created a brief stalemate with the deity. You truly cannot be allowed to live. The god's voice was utterly icy. The moment the divine light swept him away, the god raised his hand again, flicking a finger lightly at Wu Heng. Wu Heng's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His martyr's scale armor burst forth, with light, the snow-white scale shattering and crumbling inch by inch. The substitution effect was triggered instantly, only to be instantly annihilated by an even greater force. Before he could even react, he felt as if his very existence was about to be completely erased by that single finger. Boom! His body was struck as if by a 10,000-ton hammer, violently flying backward, crashing through the study wall, sending debris and dust billowing everywhere. I gave you a chance. The god's voice, like a death knell, pierced through the dust. He raised his hand again, pointing a finger towards Wu Heng's location. Wu Heng struggled to his feet from the ruins, covered in blood, his scales shattered, but his eyes remained bright. He roared at the anxious ghosts rushing towards him. Go! You're no match for him. At the same time, he swiftly pulled out a black remote control and pressed the red button before the other's second finger could flick out. Let's all perish together. A powerful force engulfed him. Wu Heng's body, and even his soul shattered and vanished completely under this attack. However, at the same moment his body vanished, far away at the Chicken Tail Island military base, in the skeleton army camp of the Kingdom of Yakko, on the outskirts of Luntum City. Missile launchers, already prepared, roared into action. Amidst the deafening roar, dozens of ballistic missiles, trailing fiery exhaust plumes, tore through the sky. They were launching their final strikes towards the Holy Temple, and all the core strongholds of the papacy. Wu Heng vanished completely. The study gradually fell silent, save for the lingering smoke and the acrid smell of decay. The god, still shrouded in light, swept his indifferent gaze across the chaotic scene, finally settling on the unassuming spatial ring lying on the ground. The ring flashed slightly, and then landed in the god's hand. His divine sense probed the ring's interior. Magical materials, potions, gold coins, and various oddities were all piled on the ground, his gaze settling on 3 keys. He picked them up and examined each one, but couldn't find the one he remembered. Insects, well hidden well. His hollow voice betrayed no emotion, only a chilling coldness at being defied by inferior beings. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps sounded outside the island lord's mansion. A large number of guards and association members were gathering there. The god glanced at them casually, and in an instant, everyone who had gathered fell dead to the ground. Chapter 1091. The figure of the god vanished again. In Deepforge, within a cave filled with churning lava and raging fire elementals, space slightly distorted, and a figure shrouded in divine light silently appeared. A dwarf inside the cave, tossing a strange object into a lava pool, abruptly turned his head to look at the suddenly appearing figure. His throat bobbed, but before he could utter rebuke, poof, like a blown-out candle, the dwarf instantly vanished. The god slowly walked to the heart of the molten lava pool at its center, the scorching lava being repelled by an invisible force. Then, he released his senses, searching for the target's trace. Not here? He can even fool himself, a little clever. He paused for a moment, then vanished silently again, as if merging into the scorching air, leaving only the heart of the molten lava, now slightly dimmed. Mexico, a medium-sized survivor base built around an abandoned town. The base was in complete chaos. Hurry! Get out of here! What are you dawdling for? Why did this damn volcano have to erupt now of all times? Don't take anything. The car. My car isn't even started. Terrified shouts, women's screams, the roar of engines, and the harsh honking of horns mingled together, creating a scene of utter chaos. People ran and pushed each other like headless flies, carrying bulging bags, scrambling to escape as quickly as possible. They kept looking back at the distant volcano, which lay dormant like a colossal beast. At that moment, the massive mountain was roaring violently, thick smoke billowing from its summit. A column of gray-black smoke, carrying the acrid smell of sulfur, shot straight into the sky, turning it into an ominous, dark hue. A fiery red glow flickered uncertainly in the smoke and clouds, as if it were about to tear the mountain apart at any moment, erupting lava. Panic spread, but rushing out recklessly was out of the question. There were still zombies outside. Running out in such a chaotic manner, with the army and defenses not yet prepared, would only result in certain death along the way. Just as the chaos reached its peak, and the convoy began loading machine guns and reloading, wait! Look! The volcano seems to have stopped. A lookout standing on a high point lowered his binoculars, his voice trembling with astonishment and disbelief. People turned to look, and they all gasped. The thick column of smoke that had been roaring and spewing in the distance was rapidly shrinking and thinning before their very eyes. The churning black clouds and red glow on the mountaintop were also dissipating rapidly. The tremors of the earth subsided, leaving only the lingering smell of sulfur in the air. In just a few minutes, the volcano had fallen silent. All the survivors stood frozen in place, heads tilted back, staring blankly at the now calm mountain range. This is it? Someone murmured. What happened? It was about to erupt. Everyone was at a loss. Should they continue with the planned evacuation? Or should they stay put? After all, it wasn't safe outside. They watched anxiously for over half an hour, until they confirmed the volcano was completely still, not even a wisp of smoke rising, before they finally felt a little relieved. The leader said, temporarily halt the evacuation. The convoys are all prepared. If there are any further signs of eruption, evacuate immediately. Someone shouted, issuing the order. In the crater, a sunken cave. Intense, violent energy surged towards the cave at a visible rate, forming a blinding vortex. At the center of the vortex, a fire egg, roughly the size of a fist, its surface covered in red veins, greedily absorbed the energy surging in from all sides. With the influx of massive amounts of energy, the veins on the fire egg surface grew brighter, and its size began to expand rapidly, until it reached a critical point. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. A fissure appeared on the surface of the fire egg, and then, the entire shell shattered like an eggshell. A fair, delicate, even somewhat chubby arm emerged from the broken shell, groping somewhat bewildered. Then, the shell was completely pushed open, and a child, about 6 or 7 years old, with skin so white it was almost translucent, black hair and black eyes, staggered to his feet. The child's eyes were somewhat dazed, but quickly focused, regaining their clarity. A strong sense of vigilance and sharpness rose in his eyes. Only when he confirmed there was no danger around did he relax slightly. The fire egg worked? Wu Heng looked down, frowning at his hands, which were noticeably smaller, white and tender, then surveyed the completely silent volcanic environment around him. Even with his rebirth, recalling the power that had killed him, his heart still pounded uncontrollably. He had once thought that the gap between ordinary professionals and heroes was insurmountable. Now he truly understood that the difference between heroes and gods was like heaven and earth, a fundamental difference in the level of life. His attributes, far exceeding those of ordinary people, allowed him to hold his own against 3 or 4 heroes, yet he was reduced to ashes with a casual flick of their finger. If I told you you were this good, I would have changed my class. Wu Heng muttered, a thought flashing through his mind as he tried to summon his attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Class, Necromancer. Level, 1-0/300. Attributes, Strength 6, Agility 7, Constitution 10, Intelligence 14, Perception 10, Charisma 12. Skills, Bone Manipulation, Death Aura, Animated Objects, Lightning Bolt, Mirror Image, Preset Armor, Modern Kin Mansion, Death's Bell. Wu Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Level 1. All his traits, feats, all the attributes he painstakingly built up with countless potions, gone just like that? Damn it! All that suffering was for nothing. Wu Heng slapped his fair thigh in anger, leaving a clear red handprint, making him wince in pain. Calming down and thinking carefully, he remembered what the Empress had said before. The fire egg can provide a rebirth, but this means a completely new body, retaining none of the old body's effects. Fortunately, the skill is still there. Wu Heng breathed a slight sigh of relief. The situation didn't seem too dire. After muttering this, he subconsciously wanted to cast Modern Kin's Mansion spell. His several hero-level skeletons were all within the mansion. As long as he could summon them, his safety would be immediately guaranteed. But the thought was immediately abruptly interrupted. With the current mana reserves and mental strength of this level 1 body, forcibly casting such a high-level spell would likely result in his mental energy being instantly drained, turning him into an idiot, or causing him to fall into a coma. Damn it, even with the skeletons, he was useless. He then tried to condense a fireball. Poof! A fist-sized, orange-red fireball appeared in his palm, burning steadily. Low-level spells still work, but the condensation speed is much slower, and the power is probably very weak. Wu Heng assessed the situation and casually dispersed the fireball. He glanced again at the empty cave. He mentally grumbled, the Empress placed the fire egg here without even leaving me any clothes or weapons. She didn't even leave me anything. How am I supposed to get out of here? Wu Heng muttered, walking to the edge to observe, finding a relatively easy path down the mountain, and began to carefully climb downwards. The temperature in the volcanic area had dropped. A cool breeze blew by, making it feel a bit chilly. He continued downwards, seeing that he was only a few steps away from the flat land at the bottom of the mountain. Whoosh! The bushes nearby suddenly shook violently. The next second, a massive, bull-like black shadow, reeking of decay, leaped out, soaring 2 or 3 meters into the air, its jaws agape, charging straight at him. Wu Heng was startled, but his new body reacted quickly, abruptly retreating to the side. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a dull thud echoed, as the charging shadow, unable to stop in time, slammed its ferocious head against the hard mountain wall, sending debris flying. Wu Heng stared intently at the shadow. A zombie dog? No. A zombie wolf. It's too big. This is the zombie world. The Empress placed the fire egg in the zombie world, instead of following his advice, and placing it in another world. The zombie wolf, the size of a bull, shook its head, struggling to stand up again. Without hesitation, Wu Hung immediately conjured a fireball spell. This time, the casting speed was noticeably slower, and before the zombie wolf could fully get up, he slammed the fireball into its injured head. Sparks flew as the zombie wolf let out an angry howl and staggered to the ground again. The rotting fur ignited in the flames, crackling and emitting a pungent stench. Wu Heng's eyes darted around for a weapon. He picked up a rock the size of a rugby ball, and, taking advantage of his superior position, hurled it downwards with all his might. Thump! The rock struck the zombie wolf's chest, producing a sickening cracking sound. Wrong! Wu Hung cursed under his breath, continuing to search for rocks, and smashing them down one after another. The zombie wolf's head and upper body were completely buried under the rocks. Finally, after what seemed like the umpteenth rock, the system notification sounded in his ear. Gained experience plus 42. Phew! Wu Hung let out a long sigh of relief, slumped to the ground, and wiped the fine sweat from his brow. His body was too weak. Even a pistol from your majesty would be fine. What were you thinking? After resting for a moment, and confirming that no new enemies had been attracted, he cautiously descended the slope. Reaching the charred and mangled corpse of the zombie wolf, Wu Hung raised his hand and cast the Necromancer's most basic skill, Bone Manipulation. Necromantic power released. The system notification sounded again. Summoned creature exceeds the summoner's capabilities. Instability factors increased. A long-awaited notification. It had been so long since he'd seen this notification. His mental energy poured out like water from a burst dam. The flesh and blood of the corpse on the ground rapidly peeled away and dissolved, revealing a tall, pale, wolf-shaped skeleton with flickering soul fire in its eye sockets, which creaked as it stood up. Skeleton Wolf, Level 5. A Level 5 skeleton. Finally, he had his first guard. Wu Hung rummaged through the pile of rotting flesh with a wooden stick for a moment, picking out a corpse core. He then plucked a large, broad-leaved plant leaf, wrapped it around the core, and made a small bundle, which he hung on his body. Let's go, let's get out of here, Wu Hung commanded the skeleton wolf, leading it cautiously outwards. They hadn't gone far. Thump, thump, thump! Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the dense forest ahead. A zombie deer, as large as a horse, with twisted antlers and rotting flesh, charged out like a runaway chariot. Go! Kill it! Wu Hung immediately ordered. The skeleton wolf charged head-on without hesitation, colliding violently with the zombie deer. Bone struck rotting flesh with a dull thud. Wu Hung calmly observed from behind, waiting for the right moment. He unleashed a fireball, accurately striking the zombie deer's relatively vulnerable neck. Boom! Flames exploded, and the zombie deer was knocked to the ground by the impact of the fireball. The skeleton wolf quickly pounced, tearing at its neck and killing it. The same process was repeated, transforming it into another level 5 skeleton deer. With 2 level 5 skeleton guards by his side, Wu Hung finally felt a little more at ease. For the rest of the journey, Wu Hung had the skeleton deer lead the way to scout ahead, while he and the skeleton wolf followed at a safe distance. If there was any further danger, at least there would be time to react. Wu Hung led his skeleton squad cautiously along the faintly discernible path. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, the dense forest on both sides of the road became increasingly deep and dark. Suddenly, there was another rustling of branches and leaves. From the dense forest on the right side of the road ahead, 5 ragged human zombies suddenly rushed out, roaring and baring its fangs. It lunged at the skeletal deer leading the way. These zombies wore tattered and inconsistent clothing, but their surviving equipment suggested they were militiamen or soldiers in life. Empty holsters hung on one side of their waists, while machetes adorned the other. Some carried rusty rifles slung across their backs, and judging from their facial features, they were a group of foreign survivors. Where did they throw me in some country's volcano? Wu Hung frowned, feeling a sense of helplessness at the respawn point chosen by the Empress. If they really threw me near a primeval forest, getting back would be a nightmare. As the human zombies charged, the skeletal deer reacted instantly, its bony legs kicking out, sending one of the attacking zombies flying and crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Simultaneously, its head swayed, its sharp antlers hurling another zombie away. Go help! Finish this quickly! Wu Hung calmly ordered. The skeletal wolves behind him instantly transformed into a white lightning bolt, charging forward and pinning a zombie to the ground. Their gleaming white teeth crushed its throat, and the zombie's head thrashed wildly before it quickly came to a stop. After taking down one, they relentlessly pounced on the next target. With the 2 skeletal beasts sufficient slaughter, all 5 zombies quickly fell to the ground. Bring them all their backpacks, Wu Hung ordered. The skeletal wolves obediently carried over several scattered military backpacks. Wu Heng searched them one by one. Inside were some useful supplies: a flashlight, spare magazines, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and a few pieces of clothing that were barely intact. The clothes worn by the zombies were definitely unwearable. Given his current physical condition, he was likely already infected. The backpack looked much cleaner. He picked out what he could wear, laboriously putting on an ill-fitting coat, worn-out boots, and a pair of fingerless gloves, finally no longer looking so scantily clad. Most importantly, it would protect him from the mosquitoes and the zombie virus. He continued forward, looting all the useful items from the corpses, then used bone manipulation technique again, and 5 new humanoid skeletons creeped to their feet. The group had grown again. Wu Heng spent some time teaching these new skeletons how to hold a steady rifle and fire, which increased their combat strength. The sky gradually darkened. Wu Heng hadn't made it out of the forest before nightfall, but luckily found an abandoned small tent camp, likely set up by the group of zombies he killed during the day. After eating some compressed biscuits, he carefully arranged for the skeletons to guard the camp's perimeter. 5 humanoid skeletons, armed with guns, formed a circle, while a skeleton wolf, a skeleton deer, and 2 higher-level skeletons stood guard in front of the tents. If danger arose, he could quickly escape on a deer or wolf. He then crawled into the relatively intact tent to rest. He wasn't particularly sleepy, but the darkness was still too dangerous for his current level. Staying put until dawn was the safest option. Leaning against the cold tent fabric, his thoughts churned again. The power displayed by the Holy Sea's deities had completely surpassed the comprehension of a hero. It was a fundamental, dimensional difference. Even with his attributes stacked high, he probably wouldn't be able to directly confront that power at the level of rules. Fortunately, Her Majesty arranged for me to be resurrected in the zombie world. Wu Heng felt slightly relieved. At least it would be more difficult for her to find this world. Thinking of Her Majesty, he couldn't help but worry about the safety of the 4 ghosts. Facing a god, he could still struggle a bit, but they, within the range of that pure divine light, couldn't even get close. They're all level 20 ghosts. As long as they're not caught on the spot, they should be able to escape. Wu Heng muttered to himself, trying to reassure himself they'd be alright. Although they could no longer sense each other's existence link, because they were in different worlds, the foundation of the contract remained. Level 20 ghosts, in different worlds, would definitely be affected to some extent, but not to the point of complete annihilation. He would bring them back later when he returned. And what about when Mansa, Brittany, Slater, and Yuri? Wu Heng's heart sank. He had finally instructed them to take the ghost train to Treasure Island, but he hadn't expected that the gods would arrive at his doorstep so soon after the order was given. Now that he was missing, the gods, unable to find their true culprit, would most likely take their anger out on, and even imprison everyone on Treasure Island. Don't act rashly. Wu Heng could only pray that they remain calm and, more importantly, hide. These ordinary professionals were of very low rank. As long as he didn't show himself, the gods wouldn't pay them any attention. He closed his eyes and focused, beginning to plan his next move. He had to go back, at least to ensure the safety of Manshaw and the others. But not now, when he was powerless. He needed to have enough strength before returning to settle this score. Fortunately, the system panel was still there. In this zombie world, he could level up quickly. He only hoped that his previously useless reputation and faith wouldn't be recalculated. Night completely enveloped the forest. Exhausted and lost in thought, Wu Heng spent his first night after his rebirth in a half-asleep, half-awake state. The next day, after gathering all usable supplies, he set off again. 2 humanoid skeletons carrying guns led the way, while Wu Heng rode on the back of a skeletal deer, following behind, with bundles of belongings hanging on either side. Finally, around noon, they emerged from the forest. A relatively flat and open wilderness road appeared before them. However, before they could even catch their breath, roar! From behind the wreckage of abandoned vehicles ahead, a dense chorus of zombie roars suddenly erupted. More than a dozen zombies dressed like African militiamen, wielding various dilapidated weapons, spotted them and charged forward, howling. "Don't shoot! Handle them in close combat!" Wu Heng shouted. Gunfire might attract even more zombies. The skeletons instantly lowered their rifles, drew their machetes, axes, and other melee weapons, and fearlessly charged back at the horde of zombies. A fierce battle ensued, bones clashing against rotting flesh, the muffled thuds of knives and axes cleaving through bodies ringing out. With their superior weaponry, and the tank-like charge of the skeleton wolves, the skeleton squad quickly cleared the wave of zombies. Wu Heng raised his hand again, the light of bone manipulation technique flashing repeatedly. New skeleton warriors rose from the ground, silently joining the ranks. Wu Heng continued towards the wrecked vehicle ahead, opening the trunk to reveal various supplies. Unload the supplies. The skeletons began to move, while Wu Heng opened the driver's seat and tried to operate the vehicle's radio. The radio still wouldn't work. After Wu Heng and the others had gathered the supplies, they continued their journey. This time, they didn't travel far. They discovered a settlement. Wu Heng was overjoyed. Perhaps he could use this place to contact Li Yong and the others. It seemed the location of the volcano wasn't too far. Chapter 1092. Wu Heng, leading his skeleton squad, hid behind a clump of waist-high, withered bushes, observing the settlement ahead from a distance. A wall, about 3 or 4 meters high, reinforced with rough cement and old vehicles, stood guard, its top faintly visible as patrols moved back and forth. These guards mostly wore mismatched leather armor or coarse cloth clothing, yet most carried modern rifles slung across their shoulders. This eclectic style created a strong sense of incongruity, like a city from another world juxtaposed with modern soldiers. Wu Heng gazed into the distance, his eyes sweeping over the faded graffiti and tattered slogans outside the wall. A few indistinct Spanish words confirmed his location. Mexico, he muttered to himself. He also had a base in Mexico, which he had entrusted to Chihan-sized people for management, and he hadn't paid much attention to it afterward. He hadn't expected the Empress to arrange his resurrection point nearby. In the distance, the city's metal gates were wide open, forming a bustling passageway. Survivors came and went, some carrying bulging packs, others pushing bicycles laden with supplies. The flow of people wasn't sparse, indicating this settlement was of considerable size, probably at least a medium-sized shelter. A shelter of this size is likely part of the Dawn Alliance, Wu Heng thought to himself. If I could borrow their radio, I could contact Chihan or Li Yong. This thought invigorated him. But soon, the practicalities of life made him frown. He glanced back at his group: ragged skeletons, skeletal wolves the size of adult bulls, skeletal deer as tall as horses, their soul fire flickering eerily in their eye sockets. He was now in the form of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and at level 1. No matter how he looked at it, going in would be dangerous. Forget borrowing a radio, the most likely outcome was that he be mistaken for a monster and torn to pieces by the guards on the wall the moment he entered firing range. The risk was too great. Wu Heng hesitated for a moment, then decisively abandoned the idea of directly approaching. He glanced at the distant base again, then whispered to the skeletons, "This way, keep concealed." After saying that, he got up and led the skeletons away from the main road. Deep in a street with haphazardly arranged houses. A mix of architectural styles stood amidst the ruins. Low bungalows, abrupt 3-story buildings, and rows of apartment buildings. These buildings were haphazardly constructed together, one next to another, as if scattered haphazardly across the land by a giant hand. Roar! The howls of zombies echoed through the dilapidated streets. 5 zombies were frantically pounding on a rickety wooden door. From inside, a steel knife occasionally pierced through the cracks in the door, each strike landing in the zombie's chest or abdomen due to its position and angle. Despite several blows, the zombies continued their assault. Crack! The wooden door finally gave way and shattered. The zombies, baring their fangs and claws, surged into the room. Inside the room, 2 adult men and a teenager, their faces pale, gripped crude weapons, retreating step by step. Just as the zombies were about to pounce, boom! A burst of fire suddenly erupted at the doorway, and amidst the rolling heat, 2 tall figures, fully armored, wearing masks and sunglasses, rushed in, directly attacking the zombies. The 3 men hesitated for a moment, then reacted, mustering their courage to join the fray. In moments, 5 zombies lay dead in pools of blood. 3 survivors leaned against the wall or the edge of a table, panting heavily. The eldest man spoke in Spanish, his voice still trembling. "Thank you for your help. Anything we found today is yours to take. Please feel free to take it." The 2 tall figures didn't respond, standing silently by the door, their machetes and axes still dripping blood, rifles slung over their backs. In the silence, a clear yet calm child's voice came from behind them. No need to be polite. In the apocalypse, survivors should help each other. The 3 looked up and saw an Asian boy slowly emerge from between the 2 adults. His appearance was childlike, but his expression was unusually composed. "Who are you?" The leading man frowned, wary and puzzled. This combination was too strange. The fully armed adults remained silent, while a child spoke on their behalf. This was rather odd. "In our team, I'm in charge." Wu Heng casually raised his hand, and a fireball ignited in his palm and then extinguished instantly. The three men's pupils contracted. A superhuman. Awakened to superpowers at such a young age. No wonder he said he was in charge. The man's tone softened slightly, still respectful. Thank you for saving our lives. These are what we found today. He opened his backpack, revealing a jumble of items. Wu Hung glanced at them. Electronic parts, an ashtray, old sneakers, and a number of other odds and ends. Wu Hung merely glanced at them indifferently. I trade you the bullets for compressed biscuits. He took 2 packets of compressed biscuits from his own bag and tossed them over. The three men took the biscuits, their eyes gleaming with undisguised joy. Then they wolfed them down. After they finished, Wu Hung finally spoke. What's your name? Miguel Carlos Mendoza. Just call me Miguel. The man wiped his mouth and pointed to the 2 behind him. This is my friend, Juan Angel Rodriguez, and my son, Diego. He then politely asked, and what's your name, Captain? Li Gang. Wu Hung continued, don't you have a fixed shelter? Yes, we live in the Popocatépetl shelter. We formed our own scavenging team, coming out to find anything usable to exchange for food, Miguel replied. Wu Hung nodded. He had come with several small teams, originally intending to approach another group, but encountering danger here, he switched targets and came to rescue them. Can I come into your shelter? I have some supplies, and want to trade for something. The three exchanged glances. Miguel hesitated. Where are you from? Our place is very strict, especially with someone like you. Carrying a gun. A small outpost to the east was overrun by zombies. We escaped here, Wu Hung said calmly. We just want to trade for some necessities. Miguel's son couldn't help but interject. Your guns will definitely be confiscated. Once you're inside, you won't get them back. Miguel nodded. The administrators don't allow ordinary people to carry guns. If they find guns and ammunition, you can trade them for supplies, but bringing guns inside is not allowed. In this apocalyptic world, survivors aren't even allowed guns. Wu Hung then asked, where does the base get its food? The official explanation is that it's stocked from an old warehouse. But I heard it was actually traded from a branch base of the underworld. Then why didn't you go to the underworld's base? Miguel smiled bitterly. How many zombies have we encountered along the way? We're already risking our lives by scavenging in the surrounding area. How could we possibly go that far? Wu Hung pondered for a moment, then said, I don't want to trade anything else. I just want to find a radio station or satellite phone to contact the outside world. I gotten separated from my companions, and want to get some information. Miguel shook his head. Only the administrators have radios and phones. We only have one public radio station. We all listen to the broadcasts together. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. This shelter is practically a closed prison. Even at a time like this, they're still implementing information blackouts. He asked some more questions indirectly, gradually figuring out the details of this base. It was controlled by drug dealers and gangs in its early years, and after the apocalypse, it became its own independent force. The survivors inside live a repressed life, but at least they're still alive. Having talked enough, Miguel and the other 2 prepared to leave. Wu Hung finally asked, what do you usually do with the zombies you kill? He wanted to scout out where the corpses were stored, so he could replenish his skeleton army. They're all burned. The incineration site is over there. Miguel pointed towards the distant volcano. Wu Hang's heart sank. He had to change his strategy. You're right, we probably won't get out if we go in, but I really need some supplies. Could you help me get them out? I can raise the price. Miguel raised an eyebrow. What do you want? First, a radio. Even a modified one will do. There should be someone who can do that on the side. Also, crossbows, axes, spears, batteries, and any armor I can wear. What will you trade? Compressed biscuits, cigarettes? Miguel hesitated, trading what you want. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Wu Hung took out a small, transparent bag from his backpack, revealing a corpse core inside. A level 1 corpse core, is that enough? The three held their breath. A mutated zombie's corpse core. This kid is indeed extraordinary. Enough? Miguel took a deep breath. Wu Hung nodded. Same time tomorrow, here again. Bring your things, and I pay you. Seeing their hesitation, Wu Hung added casually, by trading with me, you don't have to risk going to dangerous areas. You can just run errands and get what you want. If you don't want to, I can find another scavenging team. The three looked at him. After talking so much, aside from his appearance as a child, his speech and thinking were calmer and more meticulous than most adults. Miguel's eyes sharpened. He agreed with the other's assessment. This was a surefire deal. Okay, I agree. Wu Hung smiled slightly and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business with you. Miguel shook his hand firmly. Before leaving, Wu Hung called them back. By the way, do you have a map of the area? Yes. Miguel gestured to his son, who pulled a hand-drawn map from his bag. Here you go. It's rough, but it marks some safe zones and danger zones. Don't go to the places marked with a red cross. Wu Hung unfolded the map. Although rudimentary, it was enough to determine location. What dangers are there in these places? The zombies haven't been completely cleared out. There are many, and in these places, supposedly there are mutated zombies. Miguel pointed to several mark points. Wu Hung noticed a peculiar mark to the north, first black and then red. What about here? It's a big supermarket. The army didn't take it. They say there aren't just zombies, but ghosts too. Don't go near it. Ghosts? Wu Hung nodded. Got it. See you tomorrow. You absolutely have to come. Don't worry. The three of them lowered their profiles and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Wu Hung stood by the door, his gaze falling again on the eerie mark on the map. A ghost. He definitely needed one. After the three left, Wu Hung moved a chair and sat down in the room. He began to recall the intelligence he had just received. This shelter, controlled by a gang, was heavily guarded, especially wary of outsiders. With his current strength and condition, trying to go in to make a deal would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Not to mention using their radio to contact the Yahong. His cooperation with the three survivors wasn't based on complete trust. In an environment ruled by gangs and drug traffickers, trust is utterly worthless, even if he had just saved them. These people going back will likely end up in one of two situations. Either they go and exchange supplies for him as agreed, or they sell his information. He hoped for the second. Getting into the city would be difficult, but what if their leader came out? Then he'd have a much better chance. Hopefully, he won't disappoint me. His gaze fell again on the large supermarket to the north of the map. Not only would it have ample supplies, but he might also find communication equipment, and even ghosts. But ghosts are impossible to communicate with. With his current level 1 strength, going there rashly would be suicide. Ghosts are impossible to communicate with. I'm only level 1 now, going there would just be suicide. I need to level up first. Bone manipulation was cast, and all the zombies on the ground transformed into skeletons and stood up. Let's go, Wu Hung ordered, then led his skeletons to search the nearby houses. They searched for anything usable. Rusty iron bars, broken steel pipes, even some abandoned metal fences, all were collected. They were made into iron spears and distributed to the skeleton servants. Prepared, he led all his skeletons towards the edge of the cleared area. After passing through several dilapidated streets, the scene ahead gradually opened up, becoming even more terrifying. Through the gaps between the messy houses, they could see densely packed figures wandering on the main road in the distance. A quick scan revealed at least hundreds of zombies. They paced back and forth, emitting meaningless low growls. Wu Hung calmly observed his surroundings, and quickly selected a narrow alleyway as his ambush point. The entrance was narrow, but the interior was relatively spacious, suitable for a small group to defend. Taking a deep breath, he directed the skeletons to form a defensive formation. Skeletons wielding sharpened iron pipes crouched at the front, followed by skeletons armed with machetes and axes. Once the formation was complete, he patted the skeleton wolf's ribs. Go lure some over. A flicker of ghostly fire flashed in the skeleton wolf's eye sockets, and its long skeleton instantly unleashed astonishing speed, darting out like a white lightning bolt. In moments, it returned, followed by dozens of snarling, clawing zombies. They crowded into the narrow passageway, shoving and howling, their rotting limbs scraping against the walls, producing a sickeningly loud sound. The zombies drew closer, 5 meters, 4 meters. A pungent stench of decay assaulted their nostrils. Now! Wu Hang's eyes narrowed, and he pointed to the ground ahead. Oil spell. A slick, black grease instantly appeared, covering the ground at the alley entrance. The zombies at the front, caught off guard, stepped on it, instantly losing their balance and collapsing heavily to the ground like bowling pins. The zombies behind, unable to recover in time, were tripped by their companions, creating chaos as they struggled and slipped in the grease, unable to get up. Attack! Wu Hung commanded coldly. The skeleton soldiers at the front, their cold spears thrusting with precise, mechanical precision, repeatedly aiming for the zombies' heads. The zombies, trying to rise, quickly slid down again. Gained experience +5. Gained experience +5. Gained experience +5. A series of notification sounds rang out. He didn't know how many zombies he had killed, but a surge of power rose within his body. Your level has increased to level 2, intelligence +1, constitution +1. A feeling of power filled his body, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few days. His mind became clearer, and his perception of the surrounding energy became more acute. Wu Hong slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the changes in his body. He quickly glanced at the experience panel, then swiftly closed it. At the entrance, more zombies, attracted by the sounds of fighting, swarmed in again. At the same time, zombies appeared on the rooftop, attempting to leap down. Wu Hong raised his hand and sprayed acid splash, drenching the zombie's face, before his foot slipped and he fell to the ground. Increase the offensive faster, Wu Hong coldly ordered. Chapter 1093. At Wu Hong's command, the skeletons attacked even more frantically. Swords and axes cleaved through rotting flesh, bone spears pierced torsos, the sounds of shattering flesh and screams mingling together. However, the fiercer the battle, the more zombies gathered, pouring out from all directions through the alleyways and ruins, a dark mass converging. Above, large swarms of zombies, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, roared and pounced, crashing heavily into the skeleton ranks. The rear of the ranks instantly descended into chaos. Several skeletons were knocked down, wrestling amongst themselves. Wu Hong's expression was grave. Retreat into the house behind. The skeleton ranks began to retreat, maintaining their basic formation, step by step retreating into a low, single-story house behind them. Once all the skeletons had entered, the spear-wielding skeletons immediately blocked the doors and windows, using the narrow openings to mechanically and precisely pierce any zombies that tried to squeeze in. The corpses lay piled up outside the door, forming a natural barrier. Wu Hong peered through the crack. Outside, swarms of zombies still filled every inch of his vision. Tonight was likely to be a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the central area of the base beneath the volcano, in a luxuriously decorated apartment, soothing music played softly. A dark-skinned, burly man in a leopard print robe sank into a soft leather sofa. Two alluring women nestled on either side of him, whispering sweet nothings and laughing in his ear. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. A subordinate entered respectfully, whispering, "Boss, someone from the trading market has been sent over, saying they have information on a superhuman to offer you." The leader lazily opened his eyes, a hint of interest in his gaze. He awakened his own superpower. From what he said, he encountered a team of outside superpowered individuals while scavenging outside. Outside superpowered individuals? The leader leaned forward slightly, pushing away the woman beside him. This was even more surprising than the appearance of superpowered individuals within his own base. Bring him in. His subordinate beckoned towards the door, and two armed soldiers escorted a man inside. Upon entering the room, the man knelt down with a thud, his forehead pressed against the carpet, his voice filled with obsequiousness and fear. "Miguel, I greet the great leader. May you enjoy eternal health and prosperity." The leader sized him up, his eyes fixed on him like he was looking at an insignificant piece of trash. People like this were a dime a dozen in the base, not even fit for the army, only fit to scavenge outside. "Speak, what do you know? If you speak well, you won't have to be a scavenger anymore." The leader took the cigar offered by the woman beside him, lit it with her light, and slowly took a puff. Miguel quickly recounted his encounter with Wu Hong and the others. Of course, the version was slightly altered. He didn't mention that they had saved his life, only that they had approached him, trying to exchange supplies for some at the base. "I verbally agreed, but I was uneasy, afraid they might have some scheme against your base, so I came to report to you immediately upon my return," Miguel said boastfully. The leader nodded approvingly. "What kind of ability does he have?" "Fireballs. He can summon fireballs out of thin air." But leader, strangely enough, their leader looks like a child, with an Asian face. A child? Anything really happens in this apocalypse. The leader wasn't too surprised and continued, "How many of them are there? What's their equipment like?" Besides the child, there are two adults in protective suits, both carrying rifles. They look formidable. They want us to trade at our usual place tomorrow. Judging from their tone, they have a lot of compressed biscuits and corpse cores. Miguel's tone became increasingly urgent, emphasizing the value of the other party. The leader closed his eyes in thought for a moment, then opened them, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring towards Miguel's face. Miguel didn't flinch. Instead, he greedily inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy on his face. "Tomorrow, you lead the way, and I arrange for someone to accompany you." The leader's lips curled into a playful smile. "If what you say is true, you stay with the army from now on, and won't have to suffer outside anymore." Miguel's face instantly lit up with wild joy, and he counted out several times. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader. Go back and prepare. The leader waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly, then embraced the two women and laughed as he walked into the inner room. Inside the dimly lit house. Level increased to level 3, strength +1, spirit +1. The system notification sounded. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, as he felt a new power surging within him. The fatigue of the past few days was swept away, and his mental strength became more solid and sharp. Level 3. Wu Heng murmured to himself. Having been reborn, the speed of leveling up seemed much faster than before. Reaching level 3 meant he could try using some skills that consumed more energy. For example, the Conjuration spell Cloud Mist, the Necromancer spells Embalming, Weakening Ray and Life-Sustaining spell, or Battlefield of the Dead. The Featherfall spell from the Transmutation Tree. Many spell models had already surfaced in his mind, ready to be used at any time. Looking at it now, he realized his skill set was quite eclectic, with very few offensive skills. But there was nothing he could do. He was still in Blackrock Town at the time. He desperately wanted skill books, and with the ability to unlock skills after just one glance at the interface, he simply learned every skill book he acquired. Turning to look out the window, after a long battle, the attacking zombies outside were finally almost gone. There were still about a dozen zombies, staggering over the mountain of their fallen comrades, futilely roaring as they charged towards the house. Kill them! Clean them up! Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons blocking the doorway charged out, knocking over the zombies, and hacking at them with their weapons, instantly obliterating them. Wu Heng stepped out of the house, his brow furrowed as he looked at the terrifying mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him. If he used bone manipulation technique on each corpse individually, he probably wouldn't finish converting them all by dawn. He concentrated, channeling the magic power he had just recovered, and unleashed Battlefield of the Dead. A grayish-white aura suddenly expanded from him, sweeping across the corpses scattered everywhere. The flesh and blood of the corpses touched by the aura instantly melted away, transforming into stark white skeletons that crawled out from the pile of corpses. Wu Heng also felt his magic power instantly drained, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. After recovering slightly, he mounted the back of a skeletal deer and didn't linger. Leading this skeletal army, now several times larger, he quietly disappeared into the deeper darkness, leaving the area to spend the night in a safer place. The night was as black as ink, pale moonlight filtering through the clouds, illuminating an open space in the center of the ruins. Wu Heng stood in the shadow of a half-collapsed building. Before him stood a newly transformed army of skeletons, densely packed and silent, numbering at least 400 or 500. The stark white skeletons gleamed with a cold, hard luster in the moonlight. Using this building as the center, deploy defenses, Wu Heng commanded in a low voice. A soft rustling sound of bones grinding together instantly shattered the silence. The skeletons efficiently dispersed, surrounding the building layer by layer. Spearmen on the outside, axemen on the inside, forming a formidable wall of bones, completely isolating the inside from the outside. The skeleton wolf strode into the building's only entrance, its long skeleton crouching low, its ghostly eyes scanning the outside warily. Once he confirmed the defenses were secure, Wu Heng found a relatively clean corner inside and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, cleared his mind of distractions, and focused his consciousness into his body, beginning to circulate the cultivation technique of the creation scripture. Having practiced before, he was already intimately familiar with the cultivation technique. Soon, wisps of faint earth elemental energy began to be drawn in, slowly seeping from the surrounding earth and converging on his body. It seeped into his meridians, nourishing his newly upgraded body and spirit. However, the earth elemental energy here was still thin, not as fast as the absorption rate on Treasure Island, and even less effective than yesterday in the forest. But there was nothing he could do but continue cultivating. If Lilith were here, she might have items and materials that could alter the effect. Thinking of this, he also thought of the people he had sent to the prison. I hope they behave themselves and don't run around. After all, this was another world. Vampires, elves, and rabbit people were all alien species here. He focused his mind and once again concentrated on cultivation, guiding the meager earth elemental power. New Fu City Prison, high walls standing tall. It was night in Mexico, but midday here. On the walls, Lilith, Sanella, Minnie, and the others gazed solemnly outwards. The prison was surrounded by a large army, not only densely packed, silently standing skeleton soldiers, but also rows of gleaming metal vehicles arrayed behind them. Armored vehicles, troop carriers, even self-propelled artillery with slightly raised muzzles, a diverse array, a formidable formation. Although they had witnessed the power of armored vehicles on Treasure Island, they had never imagined these metallic machines could come in so many varieties, each seemingly serving a different purpose. Listen up, those inside. Suddenly, a huge loudspeaker blared, "Leave the camp immediately and surrender, or we will take coercive measures." On the walls, the people exchanged bewildered glances. "I don't understand." Many immediately said, "Leader Lilith, they're demanding we surrender." Because she had been with Wu Hung for a while, she had learned some of the world's writing and language. Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. Their observations over the past few days had allowed them to guess some of their surroundings. However, Wu Hung, who was supposed to come with them, still hadn't appeared. Lilith said calmly, "Tell them we are Wu Hang's friends, temporarily staying here, and have no ill intentions. Please tell them not to be so tense." Minnie picked up the megaphone she had found in the prison, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the outside of the wall, "We are Master's friends. Say Wu Hang's name." Sanera whispered a reminder. Minnie immediately corrected her, shouting again in slightly broken but clear Chinese, "We are Wu Hang's friends. We pose no threat to you. Please don't do this." The army outside the wall fell into a brief silence. After a while, the loudspeaker blared again, the tone still wary, but less aggressive. "State your identities. Who exactly are you?" Minnie looked at Lilith. Lilith pondered for a moment, then said, "Shouting like this is pointless. Have them send a representative to the city gate, we talk face to face." They weren't afraid of the steel constructs and skeleton army, no one could kill a hero. But the skeletons and those strange machines outside were clearly Wu Hang's. Starting a war would just be fratricide. Minnie nodded, raising the megaphone again to loudly relay Lilith's message. After a brief silence, the other side agreed. One of them quickly stepped forward, walking to the open space between the two sides. The prison gate slowly opened a crack. Lilith, leading Minnie, also walked to the open space in the middle. The opposing officer's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the girl with rabbit ears. It seemed they weren't just headbands, but real ears. "A superhuman? Are you friends of the leader? How can you prove it?" the officer asked. Minnie translated for Lilith, who said, "Do you have any photos on your phone? Show them to him." "Oh," Minnie said, taking out her phone and scrolling through several photos. Finding one that could be shown to outsiders, she held it up to the officer. "Look, we know Wu Hung. He told us to wait for him here." The other person looked at the photo. In the phone, the two appeared very intimate. The officer nodded, lightly adjusting his earpiece, and said, "These people should all be superhumans. They have photos with the leader. They shouldn't be enemies." After speaking, his gaze fell on the group ahead. "We are the local army. If you need anything later, just let us know." Minnie translated. Lilith said, "Ask him about Wu Hung?" Minnie inquired, and the officer shook his head. "We don't know the leader's whereabouts." Lilith continued, "Leave us a mobile phone to contact you. You can use it if anything happens." Minnie relayed the message, and the officer quickly left, handing them a phone. After saying a few more words, he led his troops away. Lilith and the others returned to the prison and recounted the events to the others. Mexico, early morning. Wu Hung stood atop a tower, looking down at the distorted streets below. A convoy was approaching along the predetermined route, heading towards the house where the deal had been arranged with the 3 survivors the previous day. Leading the way were 2 modified off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. The machine gunners were completely encased in dark blue protective suits, their faces obscured by helmets and masks. They periodically rotated their guns, scanning every corner of the ruins on either side. Following closely behind was a black van reinforced with thick steel plates, resembling a mobile fortress, while bringing up the rear was a truck full of soldiers. The soldiers in the truck wore uniform bulletproof vests and carried rifles. Some yawned, while others chatted quietly. "They come as expected," Wu Hung muttered to himself. The 3 survivors, just as he had guessed, had probably informed the base's administrators of his situation. Their total number was about 40 or 50, indicating they considered his side to be relatively small. Their arrival was timely. He did indeed need some of their supplies. He withdrew his gaze, turned, and went downstairs, ordering the silently standing skeletons, prepare for battle. The convoy's location. Inside the middle van. Miguel sat stiffly in his seat, legs pressed together, barely daring to look up. Across from him sat a burly man with a thick beard, a Legion commander in the base's army, wielding considerable power. The objective of this operation was to capture or eliminate the outsider with superpowers. Which one would ultimately be chosen depended on the other's performance. Buzz. The walkie-talkie crackled with static, followed by a report from the lead vehicle. Commander. We're approaching the target area. Any further, and we might enter the enemy's field of vision. Convoy halt, maintain vigilance. The Legion commander ordered gruffly. Turning to the restless Miguel, he grinned and tossed him a signal transmitter slightly larger than a cigarette case. Go! Once you confirm the target is inside, press the button. You don't need to worry about the rest. Commander, they have guns, will we? Miguel's voice trembled. The Legion commander interrupted impatiently. Use your brain. Find an excuse to get away, or just take a quick look from the outside. As long as you confirm the person is inside, do I need to teach you that? Yes, yes. Understood. Miguel immediately understood and nodded hastily. Just as he reached for the car door handle. Buzz, the walkie-talkie crackled again, this time with a distinct sense of confusion and urgency. Report. Ahead, fog has suddenly rolled in. Very thick fog. Fog? The people in the car simultaneously looked out the window, only to see that the once clear street had been swallowed by a swirling, dense gray fog. The fog spread with eerie speed, surging in like a living thing, engulfing the first half of the convoy in the blink of an eye. Something's wrong. Reverse. Get out of this area. The Legion commander reacted swiftly, shouting immediately. However, the fog swept in far faster than the vehicles could reverse. In just a few seconds, visibility plummeted to less than a few meters. Thud. The last truck crashed into a vehicle blocking the road, forcing it to a stop. Immediately afterward, a chillingly rapid thud of footsteps echoed from the shadows of the surrounding buildings, closing in quickly. Enemy attack. Fire. Open fire at will. Panic screams and deafening gunfire ripped through the fog-shrouded silence. Soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets at the shadowy figures flickering in the mist. The bullets had little effect on the skeletons. Even when they hit bones, the skeletons would rise and charge again. The next moment, countless skeleton warriors surged forth like a tidal wave from the windows of the ruins, rooftops, and alleyways. Silently wielding rusted knives, axes, sharp spears, and even salvaged steel pipes, they pounced on the chaotic convoy. The sounds of hacking, shattering bones, and desperate gunfire echoed fiercely through the fog-covered streets. Inside the van, the Legion commander's eyes widened in horror. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and roared, "What's going on outside? Are they zombies? Answer me." A reply, laced with screams and intense gunfire, came through the walkie-talkie, the voices filled with terror. "No, not zombies. Skeletons. So many skeletons. New monsters, ah. Skeletons?" The faces of everyone inside the vehicle turned deathly pale. "Drive. Crash them. Crash them no matter what." The Legion commander roared furiously at the driver. The engine roared, and the heavy armored van lurched backward, crashing with a loud thud into a truck that was also trying to escape. The driver swerved sharply, trying to squeeze through the gap between the vehicles. However, the roads here were narrow and chaotic. After swerving twice, it came to a complete stop against the wall. Crack! Bang! The skeletons began hacking at the vehicle with their weapons. The reinforced body and steel bars withstood most of the attacks, but the side windows finally shattered under the continuous impact. The soldiers inside fired blindly out of terror. At this moment, the skeletons on the perimeter retreated, replaced by a group of armed skeletons who approached and opened fire through the gaps in the metal-sealed car windows. Bullets poured into the car, instantly splattering blood all over the interior. The scream ceased abruptly, and the car fell into utter silence. The battle was completely over. The thick fog quickly dissipated, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Rotten vehicles, mutilated corpses, and silent, motionless skeleton soldiers. Wu Heng walked slowly across the battlefield, ignoring the bodies of the ordinary soldiers, and went straight to the commercial vehicle reinforced with steel plates. Through the shattered windows, he could see the bloody scene inside, and several corpses riddled with bullet holes. His gaze was instantly drawn to the standard military-style vehicle radio inside. It appeared to have escaped bullet damage. He pulled on the door. It was locked tightly. After a moment's thought, he cast bone manipulation technique on the mangled corpse in the driver's seat. The flesh rapidly melted away, revealing a stark white skeleton that sat upright. "Open the door," Wu Heng commanded. Click! The door unlocked, and the skeleton driver stepped out. Wu Heng opened the passenger door, dragged out another corpse, and carefully removed the blood-stained car radio. He adjusted the frequency, familiarly manipulating the knobs. Soon, a faint yet clear, Melodious singing voice came from the loudspeaker. It was the public frequency of Xinfu City. Wu Heng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, picked up the microphone, and said in a deep voice, calling Xinfu City. Please respond if you hear me. After a brief silence, a clear female voice responded, This is Xinfu City radio station, please speak. Wu Heng gripped the microphone tightly, a smile spreading across his face. I need to speak with Deputy Leader Li Yong. I have important intelligence to report to her. Chapter 1094. The stench of blood lingered on the dilapidated streets. A stern female voice came through the car radio, demanding, Please state your identity. Wu Heng hesitated briefly before cautiously replying, I am a base member on a mission. My communication equipment was lost, so I'm contacting you this way. Please notify Leader Li Yong immediately. She can identify me. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a final response. Okay, please wait a moment. After a short wait, a familiar and efficient voice came through the static. Hello. This is Li Yong. Who are you? Hearing this voice, Wu Heng's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly, and his tone became lighter. Li Yong, I'm Lan Xiaoxin's uncle. Now, do you know who I am? Lan Xiaoxin was Xiao Xian's real name, known only to Zhao Yanqiu and Li Yong within the base. Using the public channel at this moment, Wu Heng had to be extremely cautious. The carefully cultivated image of a god cannot be compromised. He absolutely cannot let others know that this omnipotent god is trapped outside. He still needs to be rescued from the base. Especially later, he will need to use this image to break through to the hero stage. Sure enough, Li Yong's voice instantly became more wary. Who exactly are you? How do you know this name? Switch to a safe channel. Let's talk in detail, Wu Heng suggested. Soon, Li Yong provided a set of encrypted frequency bands. Wu Heng quickly adjusted the radio knob. Can you hear me? Wu Heng asked. Yes. You better get straight to the point. I don't have time for beating around the bush. Li Yong's tone remained full of suspicion. Wu Heng lowered his voice. I can't reveal my true identity on the radio, but you should be able to guess. We have some new guests at the prison. They're my friends. Also, your gray owl has a very distinctive mole on the inside of its leg. A sudden crash of furniture being slammed open came from the other end of the radio, as if the person on the other end had jumped up in shock. Wu Heng wasn't referring to any owl's features at all, but rather a very private mark on Li Yong's inner thigh. Furthermore, the mention of the guests at the prison meant that if Li Yong had already investigated the prison, she would definitely have guessed his identity. Li Yong's voice was urgent and incredulous. How do you know how to contact people using a radio? What about the satellite phone? Something's wrong, and we run into some problems. I need you to arrange for someone to come and meet us, Wu Heng said directly. Where? Li Yong immediately pressed, her tone now absolutely serious. I'm in Mexico, in an area north of a base at the foot of a volcano. I'm in this vicinity, Wu Heng reported the approximate location. I arranged for someone to pick you up immediately. Li Yong replied without hesitation. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then asked, Have you made contact with the people at the prison? We had initial contact yesterday, but no conflict occurred. Li Yong answered cryptically but definitively. Contact them again, and have a member named Lilith bring the bronze ruler to pick me up, Wu Heng emphasized. Understood. Li Yong immediately agreed. Without further discussion, the call ended. The reason Lilith was specifically asked to bring the sky-high track was precisely because this extraordinary item possessed tracking capabilities. Although the call had switched channels, radio communication was easily intercepted. Wu Heng was also worried that someone might recognize his identity and launch a long-range precision strike based on the detailed address he had given. The Lingqi cult was growing rapidly, attracting considerable attention, and many wanted him dead. After ending the call, Wu Heng stepped out of the van. His gaze swept over the corpses scattered on the ground, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to activate Battlefield of the Dead. A grayish-white halo rippled out again, and the flesh and blood of the dead soldiers dissolved, transforming into stark white skeletons that stood silently. These soldiers were well equipped, with bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and masks. They resembled American Special Forces. Clear the roadblocks, Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons immediately sprang into action, pushing aside the wrecked vehicles and debris blocking the street. Wu Heng personally drove the remaining vehicles, including the van equipped with a radio, into the small plaza guarded by the skeletons. The transformed skeletons could only execute basic combat commands. Complex skills, like driving, required further learning. After setting up all the vehicles, Wu Heng began inventorying the spoils. There were 4 usable vehicles, 2 well-maintained heavy machine guns, 2 large crates of ammunition, and 54 sets of complete individual soldier equipment. In the van in the middle, he also found some food, high-end cigars, medicine, and several supply crates bearing the Lingchi cult's insignia. It seemed the base's management was indeed exchanging supplies or receiving aid from the Lingchi cult. All of this was kept secret from the surviving lower classes, both to maintain control and to prevent them from escaping under excessive oppression. After inventorying the supplies, it was nearly noon. Wu Heng changed into a well-fitting bulletproof vest and helmet, preparing to lead the skeletons out to hunt zombies to level up. A low, rumbling sound suddenly came from above. Wu Heng looked up sharply and saw a gray-black drone hovering high in the sky, its bottom camera rotating nimbly, filming below. The enemy's reconnaissance came too quickly. Was it attracted by the earlier gunfire? Fire! Shoot it down! Wu Heng pointed at the drone. The surrounding skeletons, armed with guns, immediately raised their weapons and fired. A barrage of gunfire rang out again. Although the aim was poor, the dense bullets finally hit the drone. Crack! The drone plummeted to the ground, shattering into pieces, trailing black smoke. Wu Heng stared at the wreckage, his face grim. Their whereabouts had been exposed, and venturing out to upgrade now was extremely risky, likely leading to an ambush. The best option was to hold their ground and await reinforcements. Li Yong should be able to arrive in 2 days at most. After cautiously scanning the surrounding sky and confirming there were no other drones, he immediately ordered, "Block all passages. Prepare to evacuate." The skeleton army sprang into action again, piling up wrecked cars, rubble, and other debris at key points in the streets, creating nearly a roadblock, enough to delay any pursuers. Once everything was ready, Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to lift the 2 heavy machine guns and ammunition boxes, while he himself drove away in the van equipped with a military radio. Find a more secluded base to establish a presence. Volcano Base. The leader's private apartment reeked of a mixture of cigars and alcohol. Tap tap tap. Rapid footsteps approached, shattering the languid atmosphere. An officer rushed into the room without even knocking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Leader, something terrible has happened," the officer said sternly. "The team that went out on the capture mission this morning. They all been wiped out." The leader, who was watching an old movie on the sofa with a glass of wine in hand, suddenly froze. "Total annihilation?" The leader's voice was low. "You mean, that scavenger who came to report yesterday like a rat lied?" "The specifics are still unclear, leader." The officer swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. "The garrison didn't receive the routine report from the troops at the scheduled time, and then we heard unusually intense gunfire and explosions in the distance. We immediately dispatched drones to the airspace, where the gunfire last disappeared. And then, we found this." He strode forward and respectfully handed over the tablet computer. The leader shoved his glass to his female companion and grabbed the tablet. The screen lit up and began playing a slightly shaky video taken by the drone from above. The first thing that came into view was a wide, open street. However, the area that should have been empty was now densely packed with skeletons. Some wielded rusted knives, axes, and spears, while others held standard-issue rifles, maintaining a vigilant stance. The camera moved, and suddenly, their convoy appeared. The SUVs and trucks, reinforced with steel plates, were now parked in the middle of the open space, their bodies riddled with bullet holes and dents, clearly having survived a fierce battle. Then, at the edge of the screen, a figure drew the leader's full attention. A black-haired, black-eyed Asian child, appearing to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. He raised his hand towards the drone. The surrounding skeletons all raised their heads in unison, hundreds of empty eye sockets staring at the drone. This scene made the leader's body tremble. Suddenly, a burst of dense gunfire erupted in the video. The image shook violently, spun, and finally turned into static. Snap! The leader remained holding the tablet, his face showing shock and a barely perceptible fear. "King Yama." He forced out the word through clenched teeth. Summoning and commanding an army of the dead, this ability was named King Yama. The name was derived from its previous owner, Yama, the King of Hell. It's widely recognized as the strongest and most feared superpower, without exception. And here, someone has awakened this power. Could he recruit this person to his side? Impossible. The two sides have already begun fighting. The stronger the opponent's power, the harder it is to reconcile. At this moment, he recalled Miguel's trembling description. A child was in charge, capable of manipulating fireballs. Manipulating fireballs? That child is simply an awakened user of the King of Hell's skill. The small force he sent is probably not even an appetizer in the opponent's eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Since reconciliation is impossible, he can't let him go either. Otherwise, given enough time, he will only grow stronger. Chief, what should we do now? Seeing his prolonged silence, the officer cautiously asked again. The chief snapped back to reality, his eyes sharpening and darkening. He shoved the woman beside him aside, stood up, and shouted sternly, "Immediately issue the order. The base is on full alert. All combat units are ready, ammunition is distributed to individuals, and the outer outposts are doubled in strength. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order." "Yes, Chief." The officer dared not delay, and turned to leave. The chief stood alone in the center of the room. The image of the child coldly pointing at the camera in the video, and the countless skeletons raising their heads in unison, replayed repeatedly in his mind. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "You really think you're the king of hell? A bunch of broken skeletons. Let's see how long you live." Dusk bathed the abandoned town in a hazy yellow light. Wu Heng drove the reinforced van through the dilapidated streets. Behind and to the sides, a vast, silent army of skeletons marched, their stark white skeletons casting long shadows in the setting sun, the cracking sound of bones grinding against each other echoing through the air. The convoy deliberately avoided main roads, weaving through ruins and alleyways, trying to stay as far away from the volcano base's territory as possible. Along the way, they encountered several small groups of wandering zombies, howling as they charged, only to be instantly overwhelmed by their sheer numbers and power, becoming new recruits for the skeleton army. Finally, confirming that no drones were following them, they stopped in a relatively intact low-lying residential area. The vehicle was concealed, and the skeletons silently dispersed, hiding in nearby houses to ensure they were invisible from the air while forming a defensive line. Darkness quickly descended. Wu Heng rummaged through the back seat of the van and retrieved some spoils, no longer the usual compressed biscuits, but several cans of meat, sealed bread, and even a small bottle of juice. This dinner was far more lavish than the previous 2 days. After a simple meal, he cautiously looked out the window. The night was deep and silent, save for the occasional whistling of the wind sweeping across the empty streets. Confirming his safety, he sat cross-legged in the center of a relatively intact living room on the first floor, holding his breath and focusing his mind, once again circulating the creation scripture. The sparse earth elemental power was drawn in, like tiny fireflies, slowly seeping from the surrounding earth and ruins, gathering around him. At dawn, the system notification sounded. Unlock trait. Earth elemental nourishment. Wu Heng suddenly opened his eyes, a barely suppressed joy flashing within them. The first stage of cultivation was finally complete. He carefully sensed the changes in his body. At this moment, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he could clearly feel a faint yet continuous flow of earth elemental energy surging from the depths of the earth, constantly nourishing his body. Whether it was the recovery of stamina, the healing of injuries, or the speed of mana regeneration, all had significantly improved. In this apocalyptic world, this provided another crucial safeguard. Feeling the abundant vitality within him, and not feeling particularly sleepy, Wu Heng closed his eyes again, his consciousness sinking into cultivation, beginning to attempt the second stage of the creation scripture, the 5 elements gathering at the origin. This stage requires drawing in the 5 elements corresponding to the 5 internal organs of the human body, and the environmental requirements are much more stringent. Here, the 5 elements' energy is chaotic, and its rate of thinning is several times slower than in the first stage. Better than nothing, every little bit helps, Wu Heng silently muttered to himself, suppressing his slight anxiety and patiently guiding the almost imperceptible 5 elements' energy. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, pairs of hollow skeletons burning with eerie blue soul fire remained vigilantly standing at the windows, observing any potential dangers. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wu Heng quickly washed up with the bottled water he had found. After eating some leftover bread and canned food from yesterday, he prepared to give the order to move his skeleton army to a new base. Whoosh! A sudden whistling sound approached from afar, instantly shattering the morning silence. Looking up sharply through the crack in the window, he saw several black drones already hovering low, locking onto the area. Behind the drone, an even heavier and more oppressive roar tore through the air. A military green attack helicopter, like a steel behemoth, ripped through the clouds, appearing in sight with a deafening roar, its thick, long cannon barrel pointing downwards. Damn! Wu Heng thought in shock. Did they have such a deep grudge? Boom boom boom? The helicopter's 23mm cannon suddenly spewed out tongues of scorching fire several meters long. The deafening roar instantly engulfed everything. 5.58mm cannon shells, like a violent storm of metal, poured down in an instant. The once relatively intact exterior walls of houses were easily torn apart like paper, bricks and tiles flying everywhere, and dust billowing into the sky. With a single volley of fire, the entire roof was ripped off, load-bearing walls collapsed, and the skeleton soldiers hiding inside didn't even have time to react before being instantly engulfed by the devastating firepower, along with their cover, blasted into countless pieces. Wu Hong was pounced on by a skeleton wolf, and forced to take cover in a relatively sturdy corner. Looking out through the gaps in the billowing smoke, he saw that the street he had been hiding in just yesterday was now a pile of ruins. He knew the power of the machine gun better than anyone. He had once used this weapon to crush enemies from another world, and now he was the one being bombarded by its firepower. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, he focused his mind and released cloud mist. A thick gray cloud of mist instantly surged forth, spreading rapidly like a living thing, enveloping the entire street in the blink of an eye. The sudden appearance of the mist startled the helicopter. It abruptly ascended, the machine gun temporarily ceasing its roar, circling in the air, trying to find a new target. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk from beneath the fog, two heavy machine guns began to return fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the helicopter. Dense bullets pierced the thick fog, striking the helicopter's armor and rotor blades with a crackling sound, sending blinding sparks flying. The helicopter pilot clearly hadn't expected the enemy to be able to mount an effective counterattack under such intense fire. He couldn't find his target, but the enemy seemed unaffected by the fog. The helicopter shook violently a few times, forcing it to temporarily turn to avoid the threat emanating from within the fog. The helicopter departed, but before Wu Hong could make any new arrangements, a louder roar came simultaneously from both sides. The attack helicopter that had just left, along with another helicopter, appeared, flanking it from the left and right. Without hesitation, the machine guns aimed at the location of the fog and unleashed indiscriminate, sweeping fire. They were determined to annihilate them at all costs. Boom! 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 An even more violent metal storm descended from the sky. The entire street collapsed in sections amidst deafening explosions. Rubble and debris rained down like a storm, billowing dust even exceeding the height covered by the cloud mist spell. The destructive power of modern weaponry was on full display at this moment. The numerical advantage of the skeleton army seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute air superiority and overwhelming firepower. Chapter 1095. Inside the dilapidated house, Wu Hong was tightly protected in a corner by several tall skeletons. Scattered rubble and fragments struck the surrounding walls and skeletons like arrows, creating a crackling sound. Wu Hong frowned, his mind racing, searching for a solution. While the cloud mist spell obscured the helicopter's vision, the enemy clearly intended to use their superior ammunition for a barrage of fire. His skeletons had numbers, but lacked effective anti-aircraft capabilities. They'd really gone all out. Wu Hong cursed inwardly, utterly baffled as to why the enemy would deploy such overwhelming firepower. He even wondered if the person he killed yesterday was the base leader's father. He saw another blast of hot ammunition sweep past the door, tearing a deep trench in the ground. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. Continuing to hide was tantamount to waiting for death. A direct hit from the machine guns would instantly turn him into mincemeat. He quickly rehearsed the plan, gathered his magic, and unleashed mirror image. Two clones, identical to his current appearance, instantly appeared beside him. The intense strain of forcibly casting a spell beyond his level caused his vision to blur, and he staggered. Then a sharp pain shot through his head. Simultaneously, the first level of the creation scripture, Earth Spirit Nourishment, activated automatically, a weak but continuous flow of Earth Spirit power surging from his feet, barely alleviating the severe mental backlash. No time to recover. He pointed, and one of his clones immediately leaped onto the skeletal deer, taking advantage of a lull in the machine gun fire, and shot off like an arrow from the edge of the clouds. Target spotted. The helicopter pilot in the sky immediately spotted the sprinting figure, confirming it matched the intelligence report. One helicopter turned around without hesitation and roared into action. The skeletal deer, with its small size and agility, frantically weaved through the narrow, chaotic ruins, trying to escape its pursuers, luring one away. Without pausing, Wu Hong immediately ordered his second clone to mount the skeletal wolf and rush out of the clouds from another direction. The other helicopter, still circling, hesitated for a moment, seemingly wondering why another one had appeared. But ultimately, it was driven by orders and followed the second clone out of the airspace. An opportunity! Wu Heng's main body immediately lowered its stance, and like a ghost, using the cloud mist technique and the dust cloud as cover, slipped out of a broken window, quickly traversed the ruins, and fled in the opposite direction from his clone. He sped along, carefully avoiding any potential drone reconnaissance zones. His doubts only grew stronger. This gang's equipment was outrageous. They even had armed helicopters? Just as he created some distance and escaped the fog, the chilling roar of a helicopter's rotor blades echoed behind him again. Wu Heng rolled into a half-collapsed house, holding his breath, listening to the helicopter whizzing overhead, his heart pounding in his chest. Just then, a strange, ear-piercing sound, like metal twisting and snapping, suddenly rang out from the sky. This was followed by the desperate whirring of a rotor losing power, and then a deafening roar. It crashed? Clearly, something had fallen from the sky. Wu Heng suppressed the urge to peek inside and hid further in. As long as he remained hidden and avoided the helicopter, he wouldn't be in much danger. Creak! Suddenly, the dilapidated wooden door of the house, where he was hiding, was pushed open from the outside. Wu Heng tensed instantly, his killing intent surging. But when he saw the figure standing against the light at the doorway, the killing intent in his eyes instantly transformed into surprise. Lilith? The stunningly beautiful vampire leader at the doorway frowned, her cold eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, her face showing obvious confusion. You learned transformation magic? How did you end up like this? What transformation magic? I am Wu Heng. Wu Heng excitedly stepped forward, instinctively glancing at the sky outside. Where's the helicopter? You mean those flying metal contraptions? I killed the people controlling them, and they just fell down and shattered. Lilith's tone was calm. I saw them attacking skeletons, so I guess they weren't yours. Good. I almost fell into their hands. Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of relief at surviving a close call. Lilith's gaze fell on him again, carefully sensing him, her brows furrowing even deeper. His level was low, he had no items or artifacts, and he looked utterly disheveled. Something had clearly happened. Tell me, what exactly happened? Lilith's tone turned serious. Wu Heng sighed, and recounted in detail how the Holy Sea's deity had suddenly descended and killed him in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I had cultivated the body refining technique to the 3rd stage, granting me a chance to be reborn in flames. That's how I miraculously revived, but all my equipment and artifacts are gone. Upon hearing this, Lilith's face showed an unusual expression of extreme shock. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. A god had actually appeared. She had previously advised Wu Heng not to worry too much, believing the matter wouldn't alarm such a being. But she hadn't expected the god to not only descend but also to annihilate them with such absolute overwhelming power. Wu Heng's previous strength was among the top of the heroes, yet he couldn't even withstand a single finger from the god. The god's power was completely beyond her comprehension. Where are Xiao Xiao and the others? Lilith immediately asked, her tone urgent. Wu Heng could be reborn in this world through a secret technique, but Xiao Xiao certainly couldn't have come with him. Wu Heng's expression darkened, but his tone was certain. When the battle broke out, I realized the opponent's strength far exceeded my expectations, so I immediately sent them to escape. They should be safe. Although Lilith was worried, she knew there wasn't much she could do now. Facing the gods, it was already remarkable that Wu Heng could be reborn and Xiao Xiao could escape. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "What are your plans next?" Wu Heng was silent for a while. You should have a basic understanding of the situation in this world. This is your homeland. You are willing to bring us here in your time of crisis. We know the importance of this, and will never reveal anything, Lilith said solemnly. Wu Heng shook his head. I will level up again as quickly as possible. The Spirit Awakening cult in this world has already laid a certain foundation. As long as I can recover to level 18, I will have a way to quickly acquire resources to break through to a higher realm. Once I break through to hero level, I will immediately go back to pick up Xiao Xiao and the others. Lilith looked at the familiar confidence and determination in his eyes, and nodded slightly. It's good that you have confidence. Did you come alone? Wu Heng looked behind her. The convoy is still behind. I was worried something might happen to you, so I used Tianya Jiqi to get here first. Lilith waved an ancient bronze ruler in her hand. You came just in time. Wu Heng explained sincerely. It's rare to see you in such a sorry state. Lilith's lips curled into a rare smile. Wu Heng smiled back, looking at Lilith's tall, mature figure, then at his own childlike body, and suddenly had a thought. Speaking of which, could you shrink a little too? We look more proportionate standing together. He then naturally stepped forward and took Lilith's hand. Lilith glared at him, annoyed, but didn't shake him off. I came all this way just to play dress up with you. What are your plans now? Wu Heng's expression turned serious. He pointed towards the volcano base. There's a human base in that direction. Take it down for me. We use it as our temporary base. We discuss the follow-up plans later. Are there powerful individuals inside? Lilith asked, confirming. There are no high-level professionals in this world. It's nothing to you. Let's go then. Lilith acted decisively, turning and walking away. Hey! I'm only level 3. You better protect me later. Wu Heng quickly followed. Lilith looked down at his current short stature, then suddenly reached out and gently pinched his cheek, smiling gently. You look quite cute right now. Wu Heng frowned, dodging her hand. How are the others? Are they all alright? They're all fine. Except for worrying about you. Everything's normal, Lilith said. Good. When we get into that camp, be discreet. The main objective is to take out their leader and control the central command, Wu Heng instructed. Got it, you little adult, Lilith chuckled, scooped him up, spread her wings, and flew towards the base. Volcano Base, Command Center. The cold electronic instruments emitted a regular hum, but the atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing. When the signals from the only 2 armed helicopters disappeared from the screen one after another, completely losing contact, the command room fell into a deathly silence. In the post-apocalyptic environment, it's hard to imagine what force could so quickly destroy 2 armed helicopters simultaneously. Immediately retrieve the last footage transmitted by the helicopter before it lost contact. The leader ordered grimly. I want to see who dares to oppose me. Though outwardly angry, he was convinced this was a conspiracy against him. It was very likely the work of the Yama Palace's local branch, attempting to annex this area. They had repeatedly made requests for missionary work, which he had refused with various excuses, while also demanding large quantities of supplies. But then he thought, if the Yama Palace were to act, there was no need for any conspiracy, they could simply attack directly. Leader, the last footage has been retrieved. The technician reported urgently. The screen flickered a few times, and began playing the last recording from the helicopter's camera. The scene shook violently, machine guns roared, and the helicopter relentlessly fired at the buildings below, gaining a decisive advantage. Then, the camera panned, seemingly surveying the battlefield, searching for any stragglers. Just then, a figure with enormous black bat wings on its back flew straight towards the helicopter at high speed. The pilot's terrified curses immediately filled the communication channel. What the hell is that? A superhuman? Fire! Fire now! The helicopter frantically turned around, its machine gun spitting fire again. However, the next second, the approaching figure vanished like a ghost, turning into a cloud of blood mist, followed by the pilot's piercing, desperate screams over the recording. The scene began to spin, finally fading into darkness amidst a deafening noise and crashing sounds. In the command center, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, cold sweat beating on their backs. A woman? With wings like those in vampire movies? She just single-handedly destroyed an attack helicopter? What has this world become? Thud. Just then, a series of thuds came from behind. Everyone turned around in horror, only to see the soldiers guarding the room lying motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Not far away, a tall, slender figure had appeared. Clad in a dark, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her face was stunningly beautiful, and her eyes were icy cold. Everyone was shocked. This was the woman from the previous scene, only without wings. She was holding a child in her arms, the very person they were chasing. You all. There must be some misunderstanding. The leader, pale-faced, stammered in an attempt to explain. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt his blood and chi churn like boiling water, and scalding blood gush from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. The others in the room met the same fate, falling dead to the ground. Lilith placed Wu Heng on the ground and casually asked, and then? Wu Heng glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, I don't have many spells left to use. Do you have a way to bring him back to life, to temporarily use him as a puppet? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lilith was somewhat speechless. After thinking for a moment, she took out a puppet-like object from her spatial ring. She knelt down, collected some blood, and smeared it on the puppet's forehead. The next moment, the already dead leader suddenly sat up from the ground, his eyes glazed as he looked around. This state can last for 3 days. After 3 days, he will die completely. Lilith handed the puppet to Wu Heng. Through this, you can command him to do anything. Wu Heng took the puppet, and could clearly feel the soul power emanating from it connected to the living corpse before him. He immediately issued the order to lift all alert levels at the base. All units should resume normal operations. Yes, sir. The puppet leader nodded blankly, picked up the internal phone beside him, and smoothly issued the order. Wu Heng then looked at Lilith. When will the convoy arrive? Around dusk, I estimate. Lilith elegantly sat down on the leather sofa beside her, looking around the modern, technologically advanced command center with great interest. Who came this time? Mainly the locals. Minnie and Philippa from the Island Lord's mansion insisted on coming, and Hilary and Shia were worried, so they came along too, Lilith replied. Why bring them? It's not very safe here, Wu Heng frowned slightly. They were all worried about you, especially Philippa, who begged me for a long time. Lilith's cold face revealed no emotion. I thought you need someone to take care of you here alone, so I brought them along. Philippa, take care of someone? Wu Heng imagined the scene, somewhat speechless, but he understood the other's concerns. Without saying anything more, he turned his gaze back to the puppet leader. Clean this place up. Our convoy will arrive at dusk. You're in charge of arranging for them to enter the city. Yes. The puppet leader picked up the phone again and quickly relayed the order. Soon, a squad of soldiers entered, quickly dragging away the corpses and cleaning up the bloodstains. Although everyone was filled with doubt, no one dared to ask a single question. It was also clear that everyone perceived their leader as a rather violent person. After the command room was cleaned up again, Lilith handed Wu Heng a satellite phone. That woman of yours, Li Yang, gave it to you. Use this to contact her when you're safe. Wu Heng took the phone, found a seat, and immediately dialed Li Yang's video call. He then added Chi Han Kai and Zhao Yanqiu to the meeting. The video call connected quickly. When the three women saw the childlike face on the other end of the screen, they all fell silent. Lilith has arrived. The convoy will be at the base by dusk, Wu Heng said first. Silence remained on the other end. After several seconds, Li Yang hesitantly spoke. Little friend, who are you? Chi Han Kai said, You're not Wu Heng's illegitimate son, are you? The age doesn't match. Zhao Yanqiu said. Holy crap. Wu Heng almost choked on his words. I am Wu Heng. Is this a phone effect? The kind that turns you into a child? Zhao Yanqiu also looked puzzled. Facing Zhao Yanqiu, Wu Heng felt a little uneasy. Xiao Xiao had been left in another world. Although he firmly believed she was safe, he still felt a pang of guilt for losing his child. There was a slight accident during my ability training, causing my body to temporarily revert to this state, Wu Heng explained vaguely. The three people opposite him were clearly stunned by this explanation, and another few seconds of silence followed. Chi Han Kai asked with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, what kind of superpower is so good? It can even make you younger? Can it awaken my powers too? Yeah, I want it too. Li Yang and Zhao Yanqiu echoed in unison, their eyes burning with desire. Wu Heng interrupted them impatiently. We talk about that later. Now listen to my instructions, and execute them immediately. Seeing Wu Heng's serious expression, the three immediately dropped their joking tone, and became serious. Li Yang immediately mobilized all the skeleton troops stationed on the outskirts to clear out the zombies. I want all the skeletons moving, whether it's supporting remote shelters, or clearing out any remaining zombie-infested areas. Arrange it all. Understood, I arrange it right away. Li Yang nodded emphatically. Zhao Yanqiu utilized every available channel, broadcasts, forums, and other methods, to vigorously promote the Lingqi cult's faith, sparing no effort. Yes. Chi Han Kai, you remain at the Korean base to oversee the overall situation. Through the Dawn Alliance channels, coordinate and support their actions to ensure the plan is implemented as quickly as possible. Leave it to me. Chi Han Kai nodded in agreement. Wu Heng's goal was simple. Even without leveling up, as long as the skeletons moved, he could gain experience. Leveling up wasn't difficult. Moreover, he was genuinely worried about Xiao Xiao and the others, and needed to return as soon as possible to bring them back. Afterward, Wu Heng chatted with the three about base development before hanging up. Since Lilith was watching, Wu Heng was too embarrassed to respond to the three women's sweet talk. Although Lilith didn't understand the local language, her high hero insight made it easy for her to notice. He felt somewhat awkward. At dusk, the convoy arrived on time outside the Volcano Bay's city. The person leading the team was the Lingqi cult's liaison officer in Mexico, a man in his 30s named Chu Xinjia, known for his calm and capable demeanor. Wu Heng didn't appear directly, but instead called Chi Han Kai again, asking her to give Chu Xinjia some orders. Wu Heng's identity here was that of a very important family member. He needed close protection. Chu Xinjia didn't ask many questions, skillfully taking over the situation, inventorying supplies, and reassuring the personnel, demonstrating extremely high efficiency. Inside the luxuriously decorated and spacious bathroom, Wu Hung lay helplessly in the bathtub, the warm water enveloping his body. Minnie knelt beside the tub, sleeves rolled up, carefully wiping his arms and back with a bath sponge. Her movements were gentle, her eyes filled with curiosity and an almost indulgent smile. Master is so cute, so tiny right now, Minnie couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping his cheek with her fingertip. Philippa, Shiragu, and Shiali were either leaning or sitting on the waterproof chaise lounge and wash basin nearby, making no attempt to hide their gazes. Several pairs of eyes were fixed intently on him. Their eyes were also full of light. The light of discovering something new and exciting. Hey, have you stared enough? Can you go outside and let me shower by myself? Wu Hung felt extremely uncomfortable under their gazes, especially in this situation of being watched while bathing from all sides. What's wrong with looking? Little sprout. Philippa crossed her arms, her leather armor gleaming. Their attire remained characteristic of this other world. Shiryali tilted her head, asking curiously, Wu Hung, can you change back? It won't stay like this forever, will it? Of course. It's only temporary. I change back once my power recovers a bit, Wu Hung said. The others nodded, indicating they understood. Then, the more they chatted, the more excited they became. Wu Hung had reached his limit. He seemed to feel that the more he urged them to leave, the happier they became. With a splash, Wu Hung stood up, soaking wet, water droplets sliding down his body. His small face deliberately remained stern as his gaze swept over the four faces, a slightly provocative tone in his voice. So, anyone want to try the mini bamboo shoot? Chapter 1096. Although the model is temporarily downsized, the functionality is not compromised at all, Wu Hung said with a smile. The four girls, who had just been teasing and joking, glanced cautiously at mini bamboo shoot, then quickly looked away. 3 of them had flushed cheeks, while Philippa slapped her thigh and laughed loudly. Mini bamboo shoot, you're a naming genius. Aren't you laughing a little too exaggeratedly? Wu Hung was somewhat speechless. Philippa continued, it's already small, do you really want the 4 of us to share it? Minnie blushed and said, how about we go out first and let Steward Hillary help you wash? No, no. Hillary immediately waved her hand. Why are you saying these things? It's making the atmosphere a little strange. Wu Hung stopped joking and said, all right. You guys go out first. I dry myself off and go out too. Okay. I won't bother you anymore, Shiryali said with a smile. After saying that, the 4 of them went out together. Only Philippa was still muttering, mini bamboo shoots, I didn't even realize it at first. Shiryali said, don't say that. Wu Hung will get angry later. He started it himself. Why would he be angry? After the 4 girls left, the bathroom fell silent again. Wu Hung soaked in the bathtub for another 2 minutes before getting out. He went to the dressing room to change, and when he picked up the clothes Minnie had prepared for him, Wu Hung frowned again. A shirt with a cartoon pattern on the chest. Minnie has become naughty too. Later, I'll let you try some mini bamboo shoots. After quickly getting dressed, he opened the door and went out. Inside the luxuriously decorated restaurant, soft lighting illuminated the long dining table. When Wu Hung emerged dressed in children's clothes, the eyes of the group, who had been whispering, were instantly drawn to him. Wow! This outfit really suits you, Philippa exclaimed in approval. The others couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes filled with a hint of teasing and a strange sense of doting affection. The parrot nearby kept tilting its head from side to side, scrutinizing him. Usually, this parrot would call out leader in a high-pitched voice when it saw him, clearly not recognizing him. Wu Hung, with a serious expression, walked to the seat reserved for him. Minnie, holding him, sat on the raised chair. Master, ah! Minnie picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of meat broth, and smiled as she held it to his lips. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her, then lightly patted her pert bottom. I just shrunk temporarily, not become unable to take care of myself. Who can blame you when Master is so lovable right now? Minnie laughed, her cheeks slightly flushed, and still fed him a spoon. Wu Hung quickly ate a couple of bites to fill his stomach before looking at Lilith. Lilith gracefully put down her utensils, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and asked, tell me your specific plans for the future. Wu Hung pushed away the spoon Minnie offered again. A calm expression appeared on his face. After a moment of contemplation he said, I plan to use this place as my base for now. The volcano to the north, and the adjacent primeval forest, have a good environment. I plan to cultivate the creation scripture there. The Earth's spiritual energy should be more concentrated than in the city. You can see if you can use the volcano's environment to cultivate the body refining technique. I remember Her Majesty mentioned that places with active earth fire are very beneficial for this technique. What about your leveling up? Lilith pressed. This was the most crucial question. I taken care of that, don't worry, your leveling won't be delayed, Wu Heng said confidently. As long as the skeletons he had deployed in various locations were active, he would gain experience by killing zombies. He didn't need to be present personally. That's why he had Li Yang arrange for all the skeletons to start clearing zombies. Lilith nodded slightly. It's good that you understand. Wu Heng continued, you don't need to worry. I will use the resources of this world to help you advance to hero level. Lilith, you and Viola will officially join the Spirit Revelation cult. I will use the entire cult's power to promote you and build faith. Everyone present instantly understood Wu Heng's intention. The potential impact of possessing a complete world with highly convenient information dissemination was unimaginable. Simply by publishing information about a few individuals, those who reached level 18 could rapidly advance to hero level. Lilith nodded, then suddenly asked, above heroes or gods? Wu Heng shook his head. I'm not entirely sure either, but my intuition tells me yes. What conditions must be met to become a god? Lilith pressed, a question that troubled the other heroes as well. In this other world, heroes build temples and collect faith, largely following an ancient tradition, knowing it benefits them. But there's no clear answer. These people don't have interface prompts, they can't see fame or faith. And the secrets of faith are probably only recorded by the church, but advancement in church professions is limited. Heroism is the ultimate goal. A god servant can never stand on the same level as a god. Wu Heng shook his head again. Whether breaking through to herohood makes one a god is still uncertain, so I can't give you a definite answer. Then, breaking through to herohood is about developing more followers? Lilith keenly grasped the core point. That's right. Wu Heng nodded firmly. It should be about collecting faith. Lilith leaned back in her comfortable chair, lost in deep thought. Only the soft clinking of cutlery filled the dining room. After a while, she sat up straight again. All right, let's proceed according to your plan. Your most important task now is to recover your strength as soon as possible. I know I'm anxious too. Wu Heng nodded solemnly. Night fell, and dinner ended in a slightly relaxed atmosphere. Wu Heng picked up the satellite phone and first made a video call to Sanera, who was staying at the prison base. Sanera's phone was the one he had used before, which he left in the monitoring room every time he went to another world. The screen lit up, revealing Sanera's beautiful face, etched with worry and exhaustion. When she saw Wu Heng transformed into a child, her face was filled with surprise and astonishment. A group of people appeared behind her, including the Wood Elf sisters and some priests from the Spirit Awakening cult. Wu Heng briefly explained his situation, stating that shrinking was a skill effect. After all, Lilith sometimes appeared in child form. Seeing Wu Heng unharmed, Sanera and the others were relieved. After calming them down, Wu Heng explained some base precautions and future arrangements. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Wu Heng contacted Li Yang, asking her to go to the prison the next day to arrange the publicity plan for returning the Wood Elf sisters. Having dealt with everything, Wu Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Minnie had obediently tidied the bedding in the bedroom and asked softly, Master, are you going to rest alone tonight or go to Chief Lilith's? Since Wu Heng's disappearance and Lilith's public disclosure of her relationship with him, the core members of the Island Lord's mansion all knew about it. Wu Heng shook his head and said, I need to cultivate for the first half of the night. You all rest first. Okay, then I go tell Chief Lilith. Minnie nodded and quietly left the room. Wu Heng then sat cross-legged on the carpet, clearing his mind of distractions, and began the arduous second stage of the creation scripture cultivation again, guiding the sparse 5 elements chi to slowly temper his 5 internal organs. The next day, early morning, after a quick breakfast, Wu Heng and his group, escorted by the skeleton army, set off again for the volcano. Upon arriving at the foot of the volcano, the skeletons immediately began working, leveling the ground, unloading supplies, and setting up a temporary camp. Wu Heng pointed towards the crater and said to Lilith, You will be practicing the body refining technique. The area near the crater has the strongest earth-fire energy, so the effect should be best. I will practice the creation scripture in this forest. Lilith nodded without further comment, and led Hilary and Xiaoli towards the volcanic slope to find a suitable training location. Wu Heng, meanwhile, led Minnie and Philippa to a clearing in the center of the forest where energy was relatively concentrated, where they sat cross-legged and guided the earth spirit and the 5 elements of energy. The environment here was far better than the city ruins, and the cultivation speed was much faster. At noon, more skeleton soldiers escorted the supply convoy, bringing more building materials and supplies. The construction of the camp accelerated further. Occasionally, skeletons would return, dragging 1 or 2 mutated zombie beast corpses. Soon, a fully functional temporary camp was established in the forest. Wu Heng had just finished a simple lunch and was preparing to continue his afternoon cultivation when gained experience +6. Gained experience +6. Gained experience +10. Gained experience +8. A series of rapid system notifications rang out like a tide, almost without end. Wu Heng was stunned at first, then a joyful smile appeared on his face. It seemed that the skeleton armies scattered throughout the area had begun clearing out the zombies. The speed at which this experience point was increasing was truly astonishing. Fortunately, his resurrection didn't affect the skeleton he had previously transformed, otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved this effect. Level increased to 4, Constitution +1, Intelligence +1. As he pondered this, the level up notification sounded. Level 4 already? Wow, that's incredible. Master, what are you laughing at? Minnie asked curiously. Nothing, it's good news. Wu Heng's smile faded. Let's continue cultivating. Cultivation continued until dusk. Lilith, along with Hila Gui and Shiryali, returned from the direction of the volcano, all three carrying a faint smell of sulfur and lingering traces of scorching energy. After they finished washing up, Wu Heng distributed the newly delivered satellite phones to them and patiently began teaching them how to log into online forums and some video software. After demonstrating how to use the software once, he began teaching them the language and writing of this world. Lilith had extremely high attributes and a strong learning ability. One lesson was usually enough, although her tone of voice was a bit strange. With more practice, she should be fine. Hilagui and Shiyoli, being elves, were highly educated and also had extremely strong learning abilities, though slightly less so than Lilith. However, things became tricky when it came to Philippa. It wasn't that she learned slowly, but rather that she lacked patience. While Wu Heng was teaching her, she was furious with herself, unleashing a torrent of curses at the forest. If it weren't for their contractual relationship, everyone would have thought she was cursing at them. Later, Minnie took over teaching Philippa, and Wu Heng continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, the notification sounds in his mind indicating increased experience points rang more and more frequently, and at an increasingly faster pace. Wu Heng needed to concentrate to avoid being disturbed by the sound. Time flew by, and 2 more days passed. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, dappling the temporary campsite. Lilith, Minnie, and the others were sitting together, engrossed in their phones, when they saw Wu Heng walk in. Minnie ran over excitedly. Master, look. Information about Illyria and the Sylvain sisters is on the forum, and it's getting so much attention. Wu Heng took the phone and looked at the content. A post that was highlighted and pinned stood out. A stunningly beautiful elven-blooded ability user has arrived. Close-up footage of crushing the Corpse King. Her combat power is astonishing. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. The title cleverly incorporates several trending keywords. Clicking on it leads to a meticulously edited video. One shot is an overhead view, the image clear and stable, clearly achieved with professional equipment. In the video, the Wood Elf sisters, Illyria and Sylvain, are amidst a desolate battlefield. Their figures swiftly dart among the ruins, engaging in close combat with a beetle-like Corpse King. The sisters' movements are not only efficient, but also possess an indescribable elegance and grace. Illyria's swordsmanship is expansive yet incredibly precise, each strike imbued with immense power. Sylvain, on the other hand, moves with ghostly agility, her long and short swords wielded with exquisite precision, each strike targeting vulnerable spots like the eyes, temples, and mouth. Their seamless teamwork is a feast for the eyes. Finally, amidst a dazzling display of sword light, the sisters' long swords sliced through the zombie king's thick carapace like hot knives cutting through butter. With a grating tearing sound, the zombie king's hideous head was cleanly severed from its shell. The video ends with a stunningly beautiful moment as the sisters simultaneously and elegantly flick off the blood from their swords and sheath them. The scene is incredibly impactful. Wow! If Li Yong arranges some publicity, this is practically going to be made into a movie. They definitely put in the effort. At least, finding a zombie king level being like this isn't easy. Below the video is a detailed text description. Name, Illyria. Ability, melee ability user. Weapon, law sword. Introduction, a core combat member of the Spirit Awakening cult. Obsessed with swordsmanship since childhood, and honed through countless trials, his swordsmanship is now superb. His movements are graceful, his sword strikes fierce. He is currently primarily responsible for clearing high-level zombies and tactical command on the front lines. Name, Sylvie. Ability, Agile ability user. Weapon, long and short swords. Introduction, a core combat member of the Spirit Awakening cult. Lively personality, unpredictable fighting style, especially adept at using extraordinary footwork to find and attack enemy weaknesses, often achieving unexpected victories. The reply section below the post completely exploded, with comments refreshing at a visible rate. Holy crap? Am I seeing things? Those pointed ears, that face? Is this an elf straight out of a movie? Just how many other powerful beings does the Spirit Awakening cult have hidden? This combat power is too heaven-defying. Barehanded, No, they're going to fight the Zombie King head-on with melee weapons? Our squad went in with an armored vehicle last time and couldn't even take down that Zombie King. We almost got wiped out. Oh no, after seeing them, I feel like I never find a girlfriend in my life. These are beings from a completely different dimension. Does the Yama Palace, Lingxi cult, have a secret training base for superhumans? How come powerful people keep popping up? The martial god, and now the elf sisters. Are they even leading any way for other shelters to survive? Am I the only one who noticed that their weapons and fighting style are completely unlike anything from this era? Is it possible they're summoned heroic spirits? Upstairs, have you been watching too many anime? It's definitely some kind of special superpower effect or cosplay, but their strength is truly top-notch. Wu Heng handed the phone back to Minnie. That's great. When you reach level 18, do the same. Minnie smiled. We're still a long way off. Keep it up. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. Lilith elegantly crossed her long legs, watching the rapidly scrolling comments. Will this method of collecting reputation be effective? It should be fine. Cards work, why can't videos? Wu Heng said confidently. At this rate, they should be able to level up in 2 or 3 days at most. Lilith nodded slightly, a hint of feeling in her voice. For you, becoming a hero seems pretty easy. Philippa chimed in. I saw some people here even urging Sylvian to dance. Why don't we just have her film a video? It'd definitely go viral. Wu Heng shook his head, laughing and crying at the same time. No need. In this apocalypse, the ability to kill the Zombie King in close combat is more impactful than just getting close. What's getting close? Philippa pressed. It's selling sex appeal. Wu Heng explained. Philippa smiled. I watched some dance videos. Wearing clothes doesn't mean you're selling your body. After chatting for a while, the group split into 2 teams, just like in the previous days, and headed to their chosen training locations. Before entering training mode, Wu Heng glanced at his attribute panel again. Name, Wu Heng. Level, 7, 15480/34000, already level 7. This speed is truly astonishing. At this rate, it probably wouldn't even take a month to return to hero level. Actually, deep down, he was quite worried, not only about Xiao Xiao and Granda, but also about Winmansa, Brittany, and his young daughter. Even if that deity might disdain these professionals who hadn't even reached the 3rd tier, the Holy See's influence was deeply entrenched. Once the main target was dealt with, it was hard to say they wouldn't turn their attention to Winmansa and her group. We need to be faster. Wu Heng took a deep breath, suppressed his thoughts, and continued cultivating. South Pole, International Joint Research Station, Lighthouse Station. On the endless ice plains, fierce winds whipped up snow that had never melted for millennia, lashing the research station like sharp blades. Thick layers of ice covered every corner of the building, making it look like a frozen graveyard. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, bullets accurately hitting several figures wandering aimlessly in the corridor. These zombies, covered in thick white frost, moved stiffly and slowly, falling straight down after being hit, scattering ice crystals everywhere. The zombies at the entrance to the passage have been cleared. The squad leader's low voice came through the communicator built into his mask. Continue as planned, remain vigilant. The calm command from the command center came through the headset. This was a small team, all clad in heavy winter clothing and sealed isolation gear. The team quickly passed through the entrance, half hidden by ice and snow. The entire base's main gate was open. No authentication or forced entry was required, they simply walked in. The beams of flashlight swept through the darkness, revealing overturned experimental equipment, scattered documents, and splattered, frozen, dark brown stains. We have reached the outer perimeter of the core research area. The captain's voice echoed slightly in the empty corridor. Continue approaching, report any anomalies immediately. The command in the headset was even more stern. Understood. The captain gestured, and a technician stepped forward, connecting a portable power supply to the manual control panel. After a grating scraping sound, the core area's main gate slowly slid open, revealing even deeper darkness beyond. The instant the door opened, everyone seemed to be caught in a flash of light. Ugh! The technician suddenly let out a painful groan, his whole body trembling violently as if electrocuted, his hands frantically tearing at the collar of his isolation suit, as if he couldn't breathe. "Hansen! What's wrong?" the captain exclaimed, rushing forward immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, the technician jerked his head up. Beneath the isolation mask, his eyes rapidly became bloodshot, cloudy, and finally turned a murky milky white. The veins under his skin bulged eerily, and turned bluish-black, and a horror sound came from his throat. He had turned into a zombie. He had become a zombie. Almost simultaneously, the other members of the squad also convulsed one after another, then turned into zombies. Anomaly. Unable to approach. The communication abruptly ended, leaving only the chilling sounds of bones dislocating and the muffled thuds of flesh tearing. Chapter 1097. Dusk. Wu Hung, Lilith, Minnie, Seraphim, and Shia sat together, chatting casually after a simple meal. Just then, the satellite phone rang. Wu Hung picked it up, glanced at it, and answered. The screen lit up and switched to a video call. The phone screen was filled with several faces beaming with excitement. Sanera, Viola, the Wood Elf sisters Aluria and Sylvain, as well as Robe and Annette. It was packed with people. Seeing the video call successfully connected, the smiles on everyone's faces widened even more. "Wu Hung," Sanera called out first. "Is something incredibly good happening? Why are you all so happy?" Wu Hung, infected by their excitement, asked with a smile. Sanera raised an eyebrow, keeping everyone in suspense. "Guess?" Wu Hang's gaze quickly swept across everyone on the screen, finally settling on the Wood Elf sisters, his emerald green eyes gleaming with anticipation. His tone was slightly uncertain as he tentatively asked, "Could it be Aluria and Sylvain? They successfully become heroes?" On the other end of the video, Sanera's expression froze instantly, her eyes widening as she blurted out, "How did you know?" Wu Hung himself was stunned. "Really? So fast?" Lilith, Sylvain, and the others beside him also showed incredulous expressions upon hearing this. "My God, the video was only posted this morning, and they succeeded tonight?" Sylvain couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This speed was simply frightening, even considering the reputation they had accumulated through cards in the other world. The explosive attention this video generated on the forum played a decisive role, propelling them past that crucial hurdle. On the screen, the Wood Elf sisters immediately squeezed to the front of the camera. Suppressing their excitement, they bowed deeply to Wu Hung with the most solemn elven etiquette. "We thank our leader for his guidance. We sisters will be loyal for life and obey your every command." "No need for such formalities," Wu Hung said with a smile. "You have indeed worked hard, and I have seen it all." The sisters' successful ascension to hero status was a huge boost to their side's overall strength. "Yes, my lord. We will continue to work hard, and will never let you down." Aluria raised her head, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Wu Hung nodded and continued, "I will arrange for Viola and you two sisters to officially join the Spirit Awakening cult. You only need to focus on training and improving your strength. I will take care of everything else." The three heroes on the other side of the screen were all intrigued upon hearing this. Judging from their leader's words, being a hero wasn't the end goal, there was still room for improvement. They exchanged glances and solemnly nodded in agreement. Understood. The atmosphere of the subsequent call became even more relaxed and pleasant, filled with laughter. They chatted for a while longer before hanging up. After hanging up, Hillary held her phone. "I saw it. That video has already surpassed 10 million views. Does everyone in your world have one of these phones? If calculated based on this population size and the speed of dissemination, both the promotion of fame and the collection of faith would be very rapid." No wonder Wu Hang's progress at each stage was so rapid. Wu Hung said, "Pretty much. Unless it's a particularly remote or extremely underdeveloped survivor base, cell phones and internet access are quite common." "This really is a shortcut to becoming a hero," Lilith murmured softly. "If it weren't for the presence of the gods, during the previous era when the association was in charge, Treasure Island would definitely be the power with the most heroes, even surpassing the association. This method is effective, and that's the best news for us," Wu Hung said with a smile, feeling very pleased. "It is indeed a great thing," Lilith nodded in agreement. The group chatted about this topic for a while, before dispersing to attend to their own affairs. Wu Heng returned to his room alone and sat cross-legged again. The excitement brought by the good news transformed into even stronger motivation. He focused his mind and devoted himself even more intently to cultivating the creation scripture. Time flew by, and another 5 days passed. Wu Heng sat cross-legged in a forest clearing, his aura swirling around him. The 5 elements of energy from the surrounding area slowly flowed into his body, circulating endlessly. Just then, a system notification appeared. Unlock trait, Creation Divine Breath. The second stage of the creation scripture is complete. The instant the system notification sounded, he clearly felt the previously slowly flowing spiritual energy within his body suddenly accelerate, becoming surging and full of vitality, circulating endlessly, its power several times greater than before. Ancient skills, truly powerful, Wu Heng exclaimed. Then, his gaze fell upon a low-lying patch of grass beside him. He concentrated his energy and gently exhaled onto the patch of grass. The next moment, the tender grass shoot seemed to be infused with life essence, growing wildly at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, they surged from foot height all the way up to above ankle height. This was the divine power unlocked in the second stage creation breath. A single breath could both stimulate the growth of vegetation and heal the injured body. According to the skill description, with further breakthroughs to higher stages, it could even bring withered trees back to life, heal flesh and revive the dead, almost like a legendary elixir. Using it to cultivate rare medicinal herbs, I could definitely make a fortune, Wu Heng calculated in his mind. If Gold and Silver Islands still existed, he could do business in medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back now, and even if he could, he wouldn't be short of money. In any case, the successful completion of the second stage brought tangible benefits. Next is the third stage of the creation scripture, which I recall is called spiritual enlightenment. Cultivating this stage requires highly condensing one's divine sense and the spiritual power of creation until the soul transcends the constraints of the physical body, initially possessing the divine ability to interfere with reality. When discussing this with Granda and the Empress, I felt this realm was very similar to the undying soul characteristic of level 18 professionals. However, the specific effects after learning it are still uncertain. The skill unlocked in the third stage is called spiritual enlightenment, which temporarily imbues inanimate objects with spirituality and greatly enhances the comprehension of intelligent beings. I casually summoned my personal panel to check. Name, Wu Heng. Class, Necromancer. Level, 13, 58554/120000. Attributes, Strength 14, Agility 12, Constitution 15, Intelligence 17, Perception 11, Charisma 14. Traits, Nourished by Earth Spirit, Divine Breath of Creation. Skills, Bone Manipulation, Death Aura, Animated Objects, Lightning Bolt, Mirror Image, Preset Armor, Modern Kin Mansion, Death's Bell. These past few days have passed, and my level has reached 13. In addition, thanks to the nourishment from the creation scripture, he could now use most spells with ease, except for a few extremely high-level ones, like the Modern Kin Mansion spell, the Zayin spell, and the Law Deprivation spell. He also had a means of self-defense. Now he only hoped that his cultivation progress in the creation scripture could keep up with his level increase. After making a brief plan, he got up and left his usual meditation room. Outside in the rest area, Philippa was cooking hot pot with Lilith and a few others on an induction cooker. The red oil bubbled, and the aroma filled the air. Lilith saw him coming and asked, "Why did you finish so early today?" "The second stage of cultivation is complete. I need to adjust a bit and prepare for the third stage," Wu Heng said with a smile as he walked over. "You're so fast," Philippa said, his voice full of surprise and envy as he ate. She and Minnie were also cultivating the creation scripture, having just completed the first stage yesterday. Wu Heng, having restarted his cultivation, was already close to the third stage. Having previous experience makes things easier, Wu Heng explained simply, then added, "By the way, can I borrow that creation scripture copy I gave you before?" "Here you go." Philippa took a handwritten copy from his spatial ring and handed it to him. Wu Heng placed it aside and sat down, beginning to eat. Minnie sat beside him naturally, as if caring for a child, skillfully serving him food and preparing dipping sauces. He ate a few bites. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. The caller ID showed Chi Han Kai. Upon answering, Chi Han Sai's serious voice immediately came through. "Wu Heng. We found some clues about the source of the virus outbreak." Wu Heng narrowed his eyes. "Man-made? If it were a natural outbreak, there wouldn't be any clues." Chi Honkai hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone, then said, according to the latest intelligence, the source is an international joint research station in Antarctica. They discovered something deep within the ice, and that thing is very likely the culprit behind the global virus outbreak. Something? It's hard to define. There's no accurate name yet, Chi Honkai said in a low voice. Wu Hung frowned. How can you be sure it caused the virus? A global outbreak from Antarctica. Isn't that an exaggerated coverage area? This information was provided by the EU, so it's highly reliable. Chi Honkai took a deep breath. According to them, the time when that item was discovered coincides perfectly with the time of the global apocalypse. Even now, any living being that gets within a certain range of it will immediately undergo zombification. Aren't there any protective measures? Wu Hung asked. Research bases all have protective suits to avoid contact with the zombie virus. Chi Honkai continued, they tried various protective measures, but they were completely ineffective. Anyone entering its affected area, regardless of the protective gear they wore, would be instantly infected and transformed. Why did they only say so now? Before, they probably wanted to research it themselves. After all, superpowers and evolution might be new directions for human development, Chi Honkai continued. But now they can't handle it, and they're afraid of triggering a second global outbreak, so they requested the Dawn Alliance's intervention. He paused briefly, then asked, should we intervene? Chi Honkai was undoubtedly afraid of a second outbreak. The population was already small. Another large-scale infection could wipe out the entire planet. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, we still need to intervene. How about this? I go back to the base in South Korea later, and we talk then. Okay, I have Mexico arrange a plane to bring you over. Chi Honkai immediately agreed. After hanging up, Lilith looked at him questioningly. What happened? They might have found the root of the apocalypse over there. I have to go back and deal with it, Wu Hung said in a deep voice. Lilith raised an eyebrow. The appearance of these zombies isn't the work of you necromancers? Of course not. I'm the only necromancer in this world. Wu Hung felt somewhat speechless. How could they blame it on necromancers? She continued, we call this a gene virus, and there's a high chance of a second outbreak. We must investigate. I go back with you. Your level is too low, Lilith said immediately. Wu Hung shook his head and refused. No need. You all stay here and continue cultivating. The environment here is very beneficial to the body refining technique and the creation scripture. Won't there be danger on the way? You're only level 3. Philippa swallowed her food, looking at him worriedly. Wu Hung was currently level 13, but he had leveled up so quickly that he hadn't had time to tell them. Hiragui added, Leader Lilith, please stay and cultivate. Shia and I will accompany you. Don't worry. The pilots are all my skeletons. It's absolutely safe. Just take me to the airport. Wu Hung waved his hand, then, remembering something, looked at Lilith. Oh right, give me a spatial ring. Lilith tossed a spatial ring to Wu Hung, who asked, are you confident you can handle the kind of gene virus you mentioned? The specifics aren't clear yet. I call you when I need you, Wu Hung replied. Lilith pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, then have Viola or the Woodell sisters go protect you. You can bring them along to train here. That works too, Wu Hung said, immediately calling Sanera at the prison base. After a brief consideration, he decided to arrange for the Wood Elf sisters to come. After all, they had appeared on the forum, and their presence at the Dawn Alliance's location confirmed it wasn't just a movie scene. After ending the call, Wu Hung quickly packed his belongings. Then, accompanied by others, he returned to the volcano base by car, boarded a private jet, and headed to the South Korean base. The plane flew smoothly above the clouds. Wu Hung leaned against the window, his brow furrowed, repeatedly pondering the information Chi Honkai had provided regarding the virus's origin. The information was vague, only indicating that the source pointed to something beneath the Antarctic glaciers. This reminded him of a speculation circulating on the forums. The melting of the polar glaciers had released some kind of ancient virus. If it were truly a virus, it wouldn't be described as something, nor would it emphasize the risk of a second outbreak. Unless, that thing itself is still radiating influence, and might even be reactivated. Wu Hung muttered to himself. An even more bizarre thought flashed through his mind. Could it be some ancient artifact? Soon, he dismissed this idea. He had seen many strange artifacts, and even the most prized treasures of various races couldn't possibly have global influence. This thing was far beyond his comprehension. I must go and confirm it with my own eyes, no matter what, Wu Hung resolved. Whether it was to eliminate the risk of a second eruption or to uncover the truth behind this disaster, he had to go and see for himself. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts for the moment, He took out a handwritten copy of the creation scripture from his spatial ring. Now he needed to begin the third stage of cultivation, and he still needed to carefully consider the requirements for the location and the cultivation method. He needed to find a place where all things possess spirits, such as an ancient forest that nurtures souls, or a forest with a well-preserved ecosystem, but he must avoid places where vengeful spirits gather. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. These requirements sounded like they were specifically for necromancers. The forest beneath the volcano was suitable, but there were hardly any living beings left, only the forest itself remained lush. He would see if there were any other locations to choose from later. He calmed his mind and began reading the key points of the third stage's cultivation method and the energy circulation route. Cultivation on an airplane is naturally unsuitable, but understanding it thoroughly beforehand allows for immediate commencement once the Antarctic matter is resolved and a suitable location is found. The following afternoon, the plane landed smoothly at the South Korean base's airport. The cabin door opened, and Wu Heng, still appearing as a child, slowly descended the steps. Behind him, 2 rows of skeleton warriors, all at levels 15 or 16, silently followed, clad in specially designed black combat uniforms, their eyes gleaming with sinister fire. He didn't need Lilith and the others to accompany him. He had arranged for these skeletons to protect him. Chi Honkai, who had been waiting by the runway, immediately approached, a plump white owl perched on his shoulder. Wu Heng even doubted whether he could still fly. Chi Honkai walked over, saw Wu Heng's appearance, and smiled. "You look quite cute." "I've seen you on the phone before," Wu Heng replied irritably, and walked forward. Chi Honkai followed him, and continued, "Representatives from several major bases are already in the conference room. Are you going to attend looking like this? Is there a problem?" Wu Heng asked without turning his head. Chi Honkai smiled. "Of course there's no problem. Rejuvenation, isn't that perfect for your divine status? From your perspective, it's not wrong either." Wu Heng nodded. "Let's go, don't keep them waiting." The group quickly arrived at the base's conference room. 7 representatives from the major bases were already seated on both sides of the long conference table. This kind of matter was only discussed and planned among the major bases. Spreading it out could likely cause more trouble. The base representatives all looked solemn, and were talking in hushed tones. When the conference room door opened and Chi Honkai led Wu Heng in, followed by 2 teams of tall skeletons, all conversation abruptly ceased. Then, their gaze fell upon Wu Heng. The representative of New Eden glanced at Wu Heng, then at Chi Honkai, his tone filled with uncertainty. "Vice Leader Chi, this is your child?" Chapter 1098. All eyes were on Wu Heng. He was said to be Chi Honkai's child, but the closer they looked, the more familiar he seemed. A barely perceptible smile flashed in Chi Honkai's eyes. Then she regained her composure and introduced him clearly. "This is our leader of the Yama Palace, Mr. Wu Heng. Haven't you all met him before? How could you not recognize him?" She paused slightly, then continued, "The leader's current state is due to a special supernatural ability that has restored his body to a more youthful state. In our terms, it's called rejuvenation." Rejuvenation. The pupils of all the representatives present constricted. A supernatural ability that can restore youth? This Pope of the Lingqi cult is truly becoming more and more like a god. The gazes of the others towards Wu Heng became even more complex. Wu Heng waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, "Don't talk about such trivial matters." He then sat down beside him, his finger seemingly casually flicking a teapot to precisely fill his teacup with tea. Wu Heng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and cut to the chase. "Let's talk about the South Pole. I heard it might trigger a second global viral outbreak." All eyes turned to the representative from the EU's Noah's City. The representative coughed lightly, gathered his thoughts, and said, "Leader Wu Heng, the situation is like this. At previous Dawn Alliance meetings, the topic of investigating the origins of the apocalypse was set. Our Noah's City has been undertaking the main investigation work, investing a great deal of resources." Wu Heng interrupted him directly, "Get to the point. Every minute we waste now could increase the risk of an outbreak." A representative from the Chang'an base chimed in, "Just state the discovery of the South Pole, skip the irrelevant details." The Noah's City representative stiffened, then walked to a large screen and inserted an encrypted USB drive. The screen lit up, displaying a series of high-resolution photographs. Each photograph showed the same thing, a perfectly black, seemingly all-absorbing polyhedron. "This is the last image data we received from the Antarctic Lighthouse Station," the Noah's City representative said, pointing to the screen, his tone grave. "It's a perfect dodecahedron. Its surface is absolutely smooth, reflecting no light of any known wavelength, and it's indestructible. Our researchers tried every known physical drilling and cutting method, but couldn't leave even a scratch on its surface. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through his mind. This description did indeed sound like some kind of incomprehensible wonder. Representative Noah continued, according to limited records, after all physical methods failed, researchers at the time employed a new high-frequency resonance scanning technique to analyze its internal structure. However, an accident occurred. The scanning wave frequency seemed to resonate with some unknown internal structure, instantly disrupting its stability, thus triggering this global catastrophe. He paused here, and the conference room fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were once again focused on Wu Heng, awaiting his decision. Wu Heng understood. The dodecahedron was a container. A reckless probe had accidentally opened Pandora's box, releasing its contents. What's inside the container? I don't know. Representative Noah shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. What I'm describing is the last information transmitted back from the lighthouse before the thing was destroyed. After that, all personnel inside the station perished. All electronic equipment was severely damaged by interference, and we lost all signal. Tell me about your subsequent investigation, Wu Heng pressed. We dispatched 3 elite teams, equipped with the most advanced technology, to the Antarctic Research Station to try to recover or at least confirm the object's condition. The representative's tone grew increasingly somber, but none of them succeeded. We used every conceivable protective measure, including the antiviral serum produced by the underworld, but all to no avail. Any living being that gets close to a certain range will undergo zombification mutation in a very short time, without exception. After a brief pause, attempting to salvage some face, he continued, we originally hoped to solve this problem on our own and contribute to humanity, but our capabilities are indeed limited. Therefore, we had no choice but to convene this emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, the representative from the Russian base said gruffly, living people can't get in, and machines malfunction once they do. You have no solution, and I don't think the other bases have any good solutions either. A solution, perhaps there is one. Noah's representative's gaze returned to Wu Heng, finally revealing the ultimate goal. This is also why we insist on waiting for Wu Heng's leader to arrive. We tried all conventional methods, but there's still one possibility that hasn't been verified. Skeleton soldiers. They are creations of supernatural powers, not living beings, and theoretically there is no risk of infection or zombification. Perhaps they can enter that dead zone. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. So this was what they were waiting for. Electronic devices had malfunctioned, life forms had been transformed, and only the lifeless skeleton seemed to be the only hope. Chi Hankai spoke calmly. This matter concerns the fate of survivors worldwide. Our Yama Palace will naturally not stand idly by, but placing all hope and pressure on our side is perhaps too unfair. That's not how it works, the representative from the New Eden base immediately retorted. Leader Wu Heng is the universally recognized leader of humanity, the Pope of the Spirit Revelation cult. It's only right that he bears more responsibility for the survival of all humanity. It's not that we're unwilling to help, but simply that we're unable to. Yes, the capable should do more. We will provide all possible support from the rear. The other representatives echoed, subtly praising Wu Heng, while cleverly deflecting the thorny issue. Wu Heng raised his head, his gaze sweeping across every face present. The underworld will handle this matter in Antarctica. Before the others could show any joy, Wu Heng continued, if successful, this item must be handled entirely by our underworld. You must also fully cooperate if any personnel support is needed subsequently. Everyone frowned. While still weighing the pros and cons, the Middle Eastern representative immediately declared, as long as the threat of a second infection can be eliminated, all our bases are willing to completely follow leader Wu Heng's command and direction in this matter. Good. Wu Heng stood up directly, not waiting for the others' reactions. Then go and prepare. Depart before dusk. As for whether the skeleton will succeed, we have to wait until we arrive on site to verify. Everyone was surprised by Wu Heng's decisive action, but it was undoubtedly the best news at the moment. Representative Noah hurriedly said, I contact the personnel stationed on the outskirts of Antarctica immediately, and have them prepare for the rendezvous. Okay. We discussed the details upon arrival. Wu Heng nodded, said no more, and led the way out of the meeting room. Chi Hankai immediately followed, and the other representatives also rose and left their seats, their hearts filled with mixed emotions, a sense of relief at the weight of their responsibilities, but also trepidation about the unknown mission. If this failed, and another incident occurred, they might be the ones who died. They could only hope for success. In Chi Hankai's office, Wu Heng took the coffee Chi Honkai handed him, and the latter couldn't help but chuckle. The EU is quite concerned about appearances, saying they originally wanted to contribute to humanity alone. I almost couldn't resist. Just polite talk, normal. Wu Heng took a sip of his coffee. Chi Honkai suddenly blinked and teased, "Can a child drink coffee?" Wu Heng glared at her, annoyed. "You want a beating again, don't you?" Chi Honkai deliberately turned around, and Wu Heng chuckled, giving her a light pat on the bottom. Then, Chi Honkai asked seriously, "What do you think that thing is?" "It's still unclear, but it's definitely not simple. We have to go see for ourselves," Wu Heng replied. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry flashed across Chi Honkai's face. It was the first time she heard Wu Heng's tone so uncertain. "Don't worry, I'm confident," Wu Heng added with a smile. Chi Honkai sighed softly. "This world is getting more and more fantastical. I believe it if someone said there were immortals cultivating immortality in ancient times." "Why do you think that?" "That dodecahedron in the photo, buried so deep under ice, modern technology can't recreate it. It must be a product of ancient times. Isn't that magical enough? It might be even more bizarre than you think." Wu Heng put down his coffee, reminding her, "You need to continue your training to be qualified to understand these things." "Train? Like those elf sisters on the forum? Able to fight the Corpse King in close combat?" Chi Honkai's eyes lit up. "Yes, as long as you put in the effort, you can do it too." Chi Honkai pouted, "If you have a gun, why would you use melee weapons? It's too dangerous." The way modern people and people from another world think is indeed different. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "If you train well, you can live to 300 years old, and you become younger and more beautiful." "Really?" Chi Honkai instantly leaned closer, her face serious. "When have I ever lied to you? If you don't work hard, by the time we're both still young, you be an old woman." Thinking of that scene, Chi Honkai's expression immediately turned serious. She was older than Wu Heng and Li Yong, and this was what she feared most. "I will definitely train hard," she solemnly promised. Just then, the office landline rang. Chi Honkai answered and said, "The plane from Shinfu City has arrived." "Let's go." Wu Heng put down his coffee cup. "I called some people to help. Let's go pick them up." As a major global trading center, this place is home to personnel from bases large and small all over the world. At this moment, one side of the airport was completely surrounded by a dense crowd, all eyes focused on two figures in the center of the runway. Tall, agile, with pointed ears and faces that didn't seem human. Those two female warriors from the forum video. My god, they really do have pointy ears. Could they really be elves? I heard it's a type of mutant ability. Their appearance evolved to look like elves. Really? Can they awaken together? Exclamations and whispers rose and fell, many people raising their phones to take pictures. A few people couldn't contain their curiosity and tried to approach them, but when the two sisters gave them a cold look, they were frightened and retreated back into the crowd. Just as the crowd grew larger and larger, almost out of control, the sound of bones grinding came from the outside. A team of tall, pale-skinned skeleton warriors quickly parted the crowd, with base security personnel following closely behind, finally clearing a path. Not far away, Wu Heng stood there, waving towards the crowd. "Eluria, Sylvain. Over here." The two sisters looked up at the sound of his voice, their faces instantly lighting up with smiles. They quickly walked through the crowd and bowed respectfully. "My lord." "Let's go, rest for a bit, then come with me on a long trip," Wu Heng said. "Yes, my lord." The two sisters replied in unison, their expression submissive. This scene caused another uproar among the surrounding crowd. Who is that child? The goddess of war is so respectful to him. Could he be Chief Wu Heng's son? Perhaps another hidden little superhuman. Wu Heng ignored the surrounding discussions, leading the Wood Elf sisters away from the airport and returning to his office for a short rest. As dusk approached, Chi Honkai had the necessary supplies prepared for the trip. Wu Heng, along with Eluria and Sylvain, boarded the plane and soared into the sky. The plane flew smoothly through the stratosphere, with a dazzling starry sky visible outside the window. After the apocalypse, the natural environment was getting better and better. The night sky seemed brighter than ever before. Wu Heng chatted with the Wood Elf sisters about the current situation at the prison base. Under Shanira's management, everything was running smoothly. Everyone trained and studied daily. Although they missed their families in the other world, nothing major had happened. Eluria, however, was more concerned about the previous battle. Her tone was serious yet curious. "My lord, did the gods really descend upon Treasure Island?" "Yes, right after I sent you all here," Wu Heng shrugged. "And then I became like this. Luckily, I was prepared beforehand. Otherwise it would have been really dangerous. If he died, the souls of everyone who had signed slave contracts with him would be damaged. What do gods look like? Sylvain leaned closer, her emerald eyes filled with awe and curiosity. They had never imagined that a god could actually descend, and that Wu Heng had forced them to act personally. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. I could make out a human-shaped outline, but it was more like a pure body of light. I couldn't discern its specific features. Like a light elemental knight? Illyria asked instinctively, referring to the Holy Sea's spell to summon a light elemental knight. No, it was an overwhelming, powerful radiance. Wu Heng shook his head. The two sisters exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised. The god's form was completely different from what they had imagined. Sylvain couldn't help but press, then. Was he very strong? What do you think? Wu Heng smiled bitterly. With just a flick of his finger, I was instantly annihilated. The two sisters gasped simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. It's all right. Wu Heng's tone became firm again. When we become gods in the future, we go back and get revenge on him. As night deepened, the three ate a simple dinner of instant noodles and canned food. After dinner, Wu Heng planned to wash up and rest. After all, they might face unknown objects at the South Pole next, so it was important to get adequate rest, and he didn't plan to cultivate. Besides, the location wasn't suitable. Wu Heng relaxed in the airplane's bathroom. The warm water enveloped his body, dispelling the fatigue from the continuous flights. Knock knock. Suddenly, a soft knock sounded at the door. Before he could respond, the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Sylvie walked in, wrapped only in a white bath towel. Her healthy, wheat-colored skin shimmered delicately in the steam. The towel barely covered her upper legs, outlining her full and alluring curves. Her long green hair was pulled back, revealing her slender neck and flushed pointed ears. A shy blush graced her face, but her eyes held a bold and expectant look. My lord, you're still small, let me help you wash, in case you slip and fall, Sylvie said softly, her voice trembling slightly. Wu Heng looked up, his gaze moving from her long, strong legs upwards, landing on her chest, which rose and fell slightly with nervousness, and her flushed cheeks. Sanera had mentioned more than once that she wanted the two sisters to serve her, but he had been too busy to pay much attention before. Now that they had come in like this, he knew her intentions. Come here, Wu Heng nodded. Sylvie smiled slightly, approaching with a hint of awkwardness. She picked up a bath sponge, squeezed out shower gel, and carefully and gently dried his back, her movements clumsy but full of sincerity. Soon, the rising steam soaked her thin towel, the damp fabric clinging tightly to her undulating curves, revealing glimpses of her skin. Although Wu Heng's body had shrunk, his mind remained that of a mature man. The towel's wet, it's uncomfortable to wear, take it off, Wu Heng said. Sylvain's cheeks flushed instantly. After a moment's hesitation, he obediently untied the towel. A tall, well-proportioned, and vibrant wood elf body was displayed without reservation in the misty steam, her skin glowing with a healthy sheen, her lines smooth and powerful. Stand up, turn around so I can see, Wu Heng commanded, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. Sylvain obediently stood up, her hands instinctively folded in front of her, and shyly turned around slowly, revealing her perfect figure. Very beautiful, Wu Heng praised sincerely, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank you, sir, Sylvain smiled sweetly, her shyness lessening considerably. Come here, continue washing me, Wu Heng beckoned. Sylvain knelt beside the bathtub, gently pressing her body against him, as she continued to meticulously wash him. After washing, Sylvain carefully dried him with a large towel, then gently lifted him, and carried him to the soft bed in the bedroom. Lying on the large bed, Wu Heng stroked Sylvain's firm yet supple waist and the back of his neck, feeling the unique smoothness and warmth of his elven skin. Sylvain responded passionately, lowering his head, his breathing gradually quickening. Where's your sister? Wu Heng suddenly asked, his fingers twirling a strand of her long green hair. Sylvain paused, looked up, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. She's shy outside. Would you like her to come along, sir? Would she be willing? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Sylvain didn't answer directly. Instead, she glided lightly off the bed, walked to the bedroom door, and gently called out through a crack, Sister. Master wants you to come in. Don't put on any clothes. A slight rustling and a suppressed gasp came from outside. A moment later, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Her older sister, Illyria, appeared in the doorway, also wrapped only in a bath towel. Her figure was more voluptuous and powerful than her sister's, with smooth, beautiful muscle lines. At this moment, she was blushing deeply, even her pointed earlobes had turned pink. She dared not look directly at Wu Heng, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. Master. Come here, Wu Heng beckoned gently. From now on, we be an even closer family. Illyria took a deep breath, strode in, and carefully laid down on the other side of the bed. Sylvain chuckled softly and snuggled closer. Under the dim light, two alluring elven bodies embraced Wu Heng in the center. After a long 12-hour flight, the plane finally broke through the clouds and landed in a vast, endless, pure white world. The cabin door opened, and a biting, knife-like wind instantly rushed in, swirling up ice crystals. Wu Heng stepped off the gangway first, followed closely by the Wood Elf sisters on either side, with 20 tall skeletons silently following in formation. The staff, who had been waiting by the runway, immediately approached. They were completely wrapped in heavy winter suits, their voices muffled through their masks. Leader Wu Heng, welcome. Will you proceed directly to your destination, or rest first? Let's go now, Wu Heng said directly. Understood. This is a specially made protective suit. Although the temporary base is some distance from the core area of the research station, please wear it as a precaution. The staff quickly handed over 3 sets of equipment. The 3 quickly changed into bulky protective suits, and boarded a large transport vehicle specifically designed for polar travel. The vehicle's engine roared, and it sped forward. Outside the window, a fierce wind whipped up snowflakes, visibility was extremely low, and only the howling wind and endless white expanse remained. The vehicle continued moving, but Wu Heng was losing a sense of direction. The transport vehicle finally stopped in front of a makeshift base built against a mountainside. The person in charge pointed in a certain direction, outside the window, his voice grave. Go out this way, follow the fluorescent markers we set up, about 5 kilometers away, and you reach the main building of the lighthouse station. Please be careful. Wu Heng nodded. I need a completely quiet room. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Yes, sir, we follow your instructions. The staff member respectfully stepped back. Wu Heng left Illyria and Sylvain in the room. He laid down on a single bed, took a deep breath, and released divine descent. In an instant, his consciousness descended upon a skeleton standing silently in the snowstorm. His vision shifted. Through the skeleton's empty eye sockets, Wu Heng could see farther and more clearly through the snow. Sometimes, not relying on naked eye vision is more useful. Confirming he could fully control the skeleton, he led the remaining 19 skeletons, trudging through the snow towards their target location. Finally, a building covered in thick ice came into view. The entrance was already broken, and the skeleton team silently entered. The passage was deathly silent. After walking a distance, a howl of corpses rose, and several zombies, also wearing heavy protective suits, rushed out. But they were quickly and swiftly killed by the skeletons. The deeper they went, the heavier the invisible pressure became. Even controlling lifeless skeletons, Wu Heng could feel an interference originating from the soul level beginning to appear. Countless subtle whispers tried to penetrate his consciousness. At this moment, Wu Heng was somewhat worried that even though he was only controlling the skeleton, he might be affected. After a moment's thought, he tentatively moved forward, ready to disengage from the skill state immediately if danger arose. Finally, the skeleton reached the core area of the research station. The instant he entered this final room, Wu Heng's divine sense attached to the skeleton suddenly trembled violently, as if struck and torn apart by an indescribable force. His vision began to blur and distort, various bizarre and fantastical fragments of illusions trying to flood his senses. Damn it, what is that? Wu Heng struggled to see clearly the scene in the center of the room. An object hovered in midair. It was a luminous body, a gray luminous body, indescribable in words. The light wasn't dazzling, but it carried a peculiar feeling. This light, he had seen it before. It was strikingly similar to the light emanating from the Holy Sea's deities. Chapter 1099. The entity hovering in midair exuded an aura of supreme power, unapproachable and incomprehensible. Just looking at it involuntarily instilled a nameless fear in one's heart. Wu Heng's shock was beyond measure. He had considered strange objects, ancient viruses, even unknown creatures, but he never imagined that the source of the global catastrophe would be something like this, possibly related to gods. Anything related to gods transcends the realm of common sense. At this moment, it silently hovered before him, continuously emitting incomprehensible fluctuations, distorting and affecting everything around it. Even controlling the lifeless skeleton, Wu Heng's divine sense attached to it was under immense pressure. Dizziness, eerie whispers, and various involuntary emotions crashed against his consciousness like a tidal wave. If he hadn't relied on his skills to control the skeleton, even in his hero form, he probably wouldn't have been able to get close. Beneath the dazzling orb of light, The black dodecahedral container, once seen in photographs, could be seen. Now, its top opened outwards, like blooming metal petals. Indeed, it was a container. The skeleton, enduring pressure that threatened to tear its consciousness apart, struggled to approach. The mental interference intensified. Wu Hang's true form even felt waves of nausea and dizziness, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, carefully searching for a way to close the container. His gaze was fixed on the intricately complex surface of the dodecahedral container. On those perfectly smooth surfaces, he could vaguely discern extremely fine, seemingly naturally formed patterns. These patterns intertwined, subtly forming a runic structure. A daring thought flashed through his mind. He had seen the sarcophagi where vampires sealed exiles. The runes on those sarcophagi were like a code, sealing the exiles within. He manipulated the skeleton, extending bony fingers, and began tentatively touching and manipulating the runes that seemed embedded in the surface of the container, as if solving an intricate three-dimensional Rubik's Cube. Each touch was extremely difficult. The mental interference almost distorted his judgment. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Just as he felt his consciousness was about to reach its limit, click! A faint yet incredibly clear tapping sound rang out. The entire dodecahedral container suddenly shimmered with a flowing light, and the petals at the top abruptly contracted and closed. An invisible suction force instantly arose, violently pulling the ball of light, suspended in midair and radiating terrifying energy and mental pollution, back into the container. Buzz! It was as if the entire world had been muted. All the intense mental interference, the eerie whispers, and the overwhelming dizziness vanished in an instant. The laboratory returned to deathly silence, leaving only dilapidated equipment and cold, dark surroundings. Success? A huge weight lifted from Wu Hang's heart, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately deactivated Divine Descent, his consciousness instantly returning to his main body at the temporary base. Opening his eyes, he saw the Wood Elf's sister sitting beside him, quietly discussing what happened on the plane the previous night. They were both wearing protective suits, their voices somewhat muffled. Seeing him awake, they immediately stopped talking and looked over. The elder sister, Illyria, asked with concern, "My lord, how is the situation? Should we go in and provide backup now? It should be resolved." Wu Hang rubbed his still slightly throbbing temples. "Wait a moment, I need to verify it." He picked up the walkie-talkie left by the temporary base leader. "Can you hear me? Leader Wu Hang, please speak," came the immediate reply. "Find a test animal and send it into the core area of the research station to test it out," Wu Hang ordered. "Roger. Execute immediately." Soon after, a small reconnaissance team drove towards the research station. After estimating that the time was about right, Wu Hang used Divine Descent again, his consciousness re-entering the skeleton that remained behind. Through the skeleton's vision, he saw a sled dog wearing a cotton-padded coat quickly run in. The sled dog barked warily at the skeletons a few times, licked a skeleton's leg bone twice, then turned and ran out. It seemed the seal had indeed taken effect. However, before the skeletons could make a move, rapid footsteps sounded again outside the door. A small team wearing special protective suits led the dog in again. The captain scanned the area, his gaze finally settling on the black dodecahedral container lying silently on the ground. He gave a slight wave of his hand, and two team members behind him immediately lifted a heavy, special metal box, ready to retrieve it. Clang! The skeleton controlled by Wu Hang suddenly waved its hand. All the surrounding skeleton warriors moved in unison, their bone knives drawing half an inch from their sheaths, the grating sound of white bones scraping together jarringly in the deathly silence. The entire squad froze. No further movement. The captain glanced at the skeleton's movements, understanding this was a warning. He quickly reported into the communicator in a low voice. After a brief exchange, he took a few photos of the black container and then ordered, "Mission changed, retreat." However, as they tried to leave, the skeletons moved again, silently blocking the exit. The team members gripped their weapons tightly in a tense moment. At that moment, the skeleton controlled by Wu Hang slowly raised its bony finger, pointing it at the empty metal box they were carrying. The captain frowned. "Leave the box. Everyone, retreat." The team members immediately placed the heavy metal box on the ground and quickly retreated from the suffocating place. Only then did Wu Hang control the skeletons to step forward, carefully lift the black dodecahedron, and place it securely into the specially made metal box, locking it away. The skeletons lifted the box, left the research station, and returned to the temporary base where Wu Hang's main body was located. Shortly after they left, the previous team re-entered the research station to take photos and gather the remaining intelligence. When the skeletons returned to the temporary base carrying the heavy metal box, Wu Hong and the Wood Elf sisters went out to greet them. A biting wind whipped up ice pellets, which crackled and popped against their protective suits. Sylvie, the younger sister, curiously examined the box and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is this little thing the one that caused the global catastrophe?" "It's just a container. The truly dangerous thing is sealed inside," Wu Hong said seriously. "For safety's sake, we won't open it to check." With that, he conjured the entire metal box in an instant, storing it in his spatial ring. After confirming the contents were safely stored, Wu Hong led the two sisters back to the base's warm interior. As soon as they entered, the person in charge from before immediately followed them in. A glint of light flashed across the empty-handed skeleton team, a barely perceptible anxiety crossing his face. He cautiously asked, "Chief Wu Hong, what about that thing?" "I already safely stored it away," Wu Hong said, looking at him. "The Dawn Alliance meeting decided that this item will be handled by the underworld. Leaving it in anyone else's hands could lead to a second, uncontrollable disaster." The person in charge's expression hardened, and he immediately bowed, explaining, "Chief, you misunderstand. I was just worried about something going wrong en route. It's much safer for you to handle it than for us to." Wu Hong nodded. "Prepare the vehicle and take us back to the airport." "Yes. I arrange it immediately." The person in charge visibly relaxed and immediately turned to give the order. Soon, a transport vehicle pulled up at the door. Wu Hong, along with the Wood Elf sisters and the skeleton guard, boarded the vehicle, which once again sped through the snowstorm towards the airport they had come from. On the plane, Wu Hong accepted the hot tea Sylvie offered, took a sip, and the warmth dispelled the lingering chill of Antarctica. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Chi Hansai's number. The call was answered almost instantly, and Chi Hansai's concerned voice came through. "Hello? Is everything alright on your end?" "Everything's fine, the problem has been resolved," Wu Hong replied calmly. "Immediately convene an emergency meeting of the Dawn Alliance to inform everyone that the crisis has been averted." He paused briefly, then added, at the same time, subtly but clearly emphasize one point at the meeting. "If any bases around the world discover anomalous objects with similar characteristics, they are absolutely not allowed to handle them independently. They must be reported immediately, and our underworld will take unified control. Any rash actions could trigger the next disaster." "Understood," Chi Honkai replied immediately, the sound of pen and paper scribbling coming from the other end of the phone. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "So, what exactly is inside?" "It's hard to explain with common sense. From the outside, it looks more like a pure energy-emitting object," Wu Hong described as simply as possible. Chi Honkai was silent for a few seconds, her tone uncertain. "Is it something with strong radiation? Glowing light is harmful to living things." These 2 points made Chi Honkai think of some items with strong radiation. "We can't rule out that possibility, but we can't open it to study it carefully. The risk is too great," Wu Hong said in a deep voice. "Then whatever you want it to be, safety first," Chi Honkai immediately stated, then remembered another problem. "If representatives from other bases ask us how we're going to handle that thing, what should we say?" "Just tell them that I already transferred it to an absolutely safe secret location for permanent storage, so they don't need to worry anymore," Wu Hong instructed. "Okay, I got it. I arranged the meeting right away," Chi Honkai replied crisply, then asked, "By the way, are you coming straight back to me this time?" "No, we're flying directly to the Mexican base. There are still some things to finish up there," Wu Hong said. "Alright, then please be careful." After hanging up the phone, his sister Illyria, sitting opposite him, asked softly, "Sir, aren't we going straight back to the prison base?" Wu Hong didn't answer immediately, but smiled and beckoned to her. Illyria understood, and got up to sit beside him. Wu Hong naturally leaned back, resting his head on her soft, full thighs. "We're going to the volcano base Lilith is stationed at," he said with his eyes closed. "The environment there is conducive to your cultivation of the body refining technique." "Yes, I follow your arrangements, master." A gentle smile bloomed in Illyria's eyes, as her slender fingers lightly brushed the strands of hair from his forehead. Wu Hong opened his eyes, looking at her exquisite face, so close to his, and her concerned gaze. He reached out, his fingertips gently hooking the hem of her close-fitting soft armor, pulling it up slightly. Illyria raised an eyebrow, understanding the meaning in his eyes, and 2 blushes instantly rose on her cheeks. He quickly glanced at his sister, who was engrossed in scrolling through her phone, then took a deep breath, his fingers deftly untying the straps on the side of her armor, and carefully rolling up her soft inner shirt. Carefully lifting one side, she turned slightly, and presented it to Wu Hong. Wu Hong smiled contentedly. Illyria's face flushed even more, like a ripe apple, but her eyes held no resistance, only an overflowing tenderness and indulgence. Across from them, Sylvia, who had been looking down at her phone, heard the slight noise and looked up in surprise. Seeing this scene, her delicate eyebrows rose in surprise, then revealed a look of "I got you too." She picked up her phone and quickly snapped a picture. Before the two could react, she smiled and rose, gracefully kneeling on the carpet on Wu Heng's other side, reaching out to massage his arms and shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. The next day at noon, the plane landed smoothly at the Mexican base airport. Wu Heng, accompanied by the Wood Elf sisters and 20 silent skeleton guards, returned to the temporary camp at the foot of the volcano. Significant changes had occurred during his absence. The once simple camp had been expanded considerably, resembling a secluded forest resort. In the living room, Minnie put down what she was carrying and greeted him joyfully. "Master." "Sister Illyria, Sister Sylvia, you're back." Wu Heng nodded in response. The Wood Elf sisters also smiled and greeted Minnie. Although Minnie's rank was low, merely that of a steward in the Island Lord's mansion, as one of Wu Heng's earliest followers, she enjoyed his deep trust and favor, and her status was actually quite extraordinary. You're back. Where are Lilith and the others?" Wu Heng asked, looking around. Leader Lilith took Steward Seraphim and the others to train near the crater. "Should I call them back now?" Minnie inquired. "No need, we can discuss it when they return tonight." Wu Heng waved his hand, then instructed, "Prepare a suitable room for Illyria and the others as well." "Yes, master," Minnie replied with a smile, gesturing for the Wood Elf sisters to choose a room. The two sisters, being forest elves, felt very comfortable in their surroundings, their faces beaming with smiles. Wu Heng ate something simple to replenish his strength, then returned to his meditation room to begin the third stage of his cultivation of the creation scripture. In the meditation room, Wu Heng first checked his level. Level 15. The experience bar was increasing at a significantly faster pace. It seemed the scattered skeleton armies had already engaged in large-scale battles with the zombies. Once he reached level 18, he could verify whether his accumulated reputation was still usable. Even if it wasn't, as the leader of all humanity and the Pope of the Spirit Awakening cult, it probably wouldn't be a problem. He sat cross-legged, clearing his mind of distractions, and began circulating his cultivation technique according to the third stage, spiritual enlightenment. He slowly released his divine sense, attempting to merge with the surrounding natural environment, feeling the breath of the trees, the pulse of the earth, and listening to the subtle, almost imperceptible whispers of spirituality. The gentle energy around him began to converge and be absorbed. The mental pressure left from sealing the luminous body gradually dissipated and calmed, as if washed away by cool spring water. After circulating the technique twice, he had basically mastered the energy circulation techniques of the third stage and began to enter a deeper state of self-cultivation. Attracting the surrounding energy, it continuously converged towards him. As dusk approached, the living room outside became lively. Wu Heng opened his eyes, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the quiet room. Lilith, Hilary, Xia Li, and the others had already returned and were chatting in the living room. Silvery's eyes lit up when she saw him come out. Hilary asked with concern, "Was everything all right? Did you run into any trouble?" "Everything went smoothly," Wu Heng said with a smile, sitting down among them. "In this world, I'm, after all, the leader of humanity. What danger could I possibly face?" Lilith glanced at him with a hint of inquiry in her beautiful eyes. "So, you finally saw the true form of that thing? What exactly was it?" Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then explained in detail what he had seen, along with his own guesses. When they heard that the object might be related to a deity, the women's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. Before this, gods were mostly legendary figures to them. But since following Wu Heng, news about gods had been pouring in, even linking the world's apocalyptic disaster to gods. "Is it something left behind by a god?" Lilith pressed, her tone grave. Wu Heng shook his head. "It's not certain yet, but the feeling is very similar to when I faced the deities of the Holy Seed last time. It's the same level of oppressive power." "Can we take it out and see it?" Lilith couldn't help but ask curiously. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. "The risk is too great. If it gets out of control, a second eruption might be fatal for everyone. So what do you plan to do with it? Bury it somewhere else deep?" Lilith continued to ask. Hila Gui, Shiryali, and the others listened quietly, without interrupting. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment. "Let's keep it for now. Maybe one day, when we both become gods, we'd be able to figure it out." Everyone was startled by his sudden boast. Lilith glared at him, annoyed. "Your tone is getting increasingly arrogant." Wu Heng laughed, changing the subject at the opportune moment. What are we having for dinner? I'm a little hungry. Philippa's been clamoring for roast meat. It's already being prepared in the backyard, Hillary said with a smile. Okay, roast meat sounds good. After dinner, the women sat in the courtyard, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, chatting about the various interesting things that happened on the otherworldly treasure island. In their busy lives, they rarely gathered like this, sharing shared memories. Wu Heng didn't join the conversation. He returned to his meditation room, making the most of every minute to continue his cultivation of the creation scripture. Time passed, and another 3 days went by. Wu Heng, who was meditating, suddenly trembled. A vast and boundless energy surged from within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, ultimately rushing straight into his sea of consciousness. Unlocked trait, enlightenment of spirit. The system notification sounded like a resounding bell in his mind. The third stage of the creation scripture is complete. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils seemingly shimmering with countless tiny sparks of light, his entire demeanor becoming even more profound and reserved. With a thought, he opened the interface again. Name, Wu Heng. Level, 18, 70589/305000. Reputation, 18, 48,000/48,000. Unlocked traits, nourishing earth spirit, divine breath of creation, enlightenment of spirit. Chapter 1100. Successfully advancing to level 18, Wu Heng breathed a slight sigh of relief. The immense reputation he had painstakingly accumulated hadn't vanished due to his rebirth. Upon reflection, this made sense. His fame now resounded globally, and the followers of the Spirit Awakening cult were everywhere. Even if it were wiped out, it would instantly return. More than enough to support his return to heroism. Next, he turned his attention to the newly unlocked characteristic Spirit Awakening. Spirit Awakening can temporarily imbue inanimate objects with sentience, enabling them to think and perform tasks. It can also be used on intelligent beings, enhancing their intelligence and comprehension. Imbuing them with sentience, enhancing their comprehension. Wu Heng murmured to himself. Even though he knew this beforehand, seeing it now still felt magical. The former could temporarily bring tools to life, while the latter could directly enhance the learning and comprehension abilities of intelligent beings. This is practically a divine ability. From the first stage of nourishing oneself, to the second stage of giving birth to all things, and now to the third stage of enlightening intelligence, the entire creation scripture increasingly felt to him like a process of creation, guiding life step by step towards a higher level. He got up, stretched, and then opened the door and went outside. The living room was empty. Only the plump parrot with its red crest and green feathers was busy pressing a melon seed with its claws, skillfully cracking it open with a click, and then spitting the shell precisely onto the ground. Seeing Wu Heng come out, it immediately raised its head and cheerfully called out, "Leader! Leader!" This parrot, which had followed Philippa since the pirate era, was quite remarkable to have survived to this day and remained so clever. Wu Heng smiled and stroked its fluffy head, then suddenly remembered the ability he had just mastered. He focused his mind and gathered a mysterious energy at his fingertips, gently touching the parrot's forehead with Spirit Awakening. Instantly, the parrot's bean-like eyes seemed to be infused with new light, becoming more lively and spirited, even carrying a hint of inquiry. "Let me test you. See if you become smarter," Wu Heng said, intrigued. "What is 1 + 1? 2. The parrot answered immediately, its voice clear. 5 + 5? Wu Heng increased the difficulty. The parrot's little head tilted noticeably, its eyes darting around rapidly, as if desperately thinking. After a moment, it tentatively asked, somewhat uncertainly, 10? Wu Heng was immediately surprised. "Wow! You really become that smart?" The parrot seemed to understand the praise, immediately shaking its head proudly from side to side, humming a pirate's celebratory tune. "Good heavens, so multi-talented! Undoubtedly, its intelligence has seen a leap forward." Wu Heng continued, "And what about 72 + 85? The parrot, which had been so pleased with itself, suddenly froze, its eyes widening. It didn't react for a long time, then, seemingly a little annoyed, it grabbed a sunflower seed with its claw and eagerly offered it to Wu Heng, trying to change the subject. "Eat! Eat!" Wu Heng couldn't help but chuckle, taking the seed and eating with it. The parrot also buried its head in its shell, refusing to mention math again. Only the parrot kept Wu Heng company in the living room. It seemed Lilith and the others were all busy cultivating. Wu Heng walked to the full-length mirror and examined himself. He had indeed grown quite a bit taller, but his face still carried the immaturity of a young boy, looking about 11 or 12 years old. His physical growth didn't seem to follow the laws of nature or level progression entirely. It was more like an accelerated process of regaining his original state. He casually raised his hand and gently hooked it. Instantly, the moisture in the air rapidly condensed, transforming into glistening water droplets that floated on either side of his body. The water droplets shifted, sometimes merging into fist-sized water spheres, sometimes stretching into slender, flowing lines, as if controlled by his own limbs. He could now wield water manipulation with ease after reaching level 18, greatly enriching his means of survival and counterattacks. It was arguably his strongest crowd control skill, extremely effective against enemies below the hero rank. After testing the water spell, he raised his hand again and waved forward. Magic Duncan's mansion. The space in front of him seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, a deep rift appearing out of thin air, rapidly expanding into a massive stone door carved with intricate patterns. The stone door swung open with a roar, revealing a familiar and luxurious other-dimensional space behind it. It seems his resurrection had no impact on this demiplane. Within the mansion, several level 20 skeleton guards remained faithfully standing in place. Wu Heng's thoughts shifted slightly, and the layout of the space changed layer by layer, finally revealing the ancient bronze key carefully hidden deep within. He wasn't sure if the papal deity had noticed the key's existence when reading his memories. But regardless of whether the deity knew, it seemed there was no other way for it to descend into this world besides this key. Otherwise, given the deity's anger at the time, it would likely have already pursued him. Resealing the key deep within the mansion was far safer than keeping it in a spatial ring. After all, the mansion technique is a skill. Without him, no one can open this place. Confirming the key was safe, Wu Heng waved his hand again to deactivate the mansion technique. He took out the skill book, the creation scripture, again and turned to the fourth stage, creation formation. According to the description, if one could cultivate to this stage, the physical body would completely transcend the shackles of the mortal realm. Without relying on external objects, relying solely on one's own vast creation spiritual power fused with the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, one could directly construct a material framework, endowing it with form and initial activity, even flesh and blood regeneration. This sounds almost no different from the hero level's flawless body, limb regeneration, Wu Heng used. But one thing caught his attention. Upon reaching this stage, the body seemed to be entirely supported by the operation of creation's spiritual power, constructing an independent material framework. Does this mean it's fundamentally different from the star power of heroes? Perhaps. The methods of ordinary heroes will be ineffective on a body that has cultivated this technique. Of course, these are all just speculations. The specific differences still need to be verified, but it's undoubtedly a more promising path. The divine power unlocked in the fourth stage is called flesh and blood shaping, which can use clay or other materials imbued with spiritual energy as a base to create stronger, more durable beings, even those with simple flesh and blood structures, but it cannot endow them with independent souls. It's increasingly reminiscent of the legend of Nuwa creating humans, Wu Heng thought to himself. As for the requirements for the cultivation location, the fourth stage becomes surprisingly simple and direct. Cultivation can be done anywhere in the world. What's needed is no longer a specific environment, but rather drawing upon the most primal and fundamental power permeating the world. Having memorized the key points of the fourth stage, Wu Heng closed the skill book, stood up, and patted the parrot's head, who was still diligently cracking sunflower seeds. I'm going to cultivate. Tell Philippa to wake me for dinner tonight. The parrot seemed to understand, but nodded firmly. Wu Heng turned and went back into the meditation room, closing the door behind him. After a moment's thought, Wu Heng, accompanied by several skeleton guards, left the house and arrived at a relatively energy-rich clearing in the forest. He sat cross-legged, held his breath, and began to try circulating the fourth stage of the creation scripture, the creation transformation technique. As soon as the skill was activated, he immediately felt a completely different experience. Besides the familiar earth elemental power still flowing into his body continuously, a more primal and powerful energy permeated the heavens and earth, surging into his limbs and bones like an invisible tide. This energy was vast yet gentle, carrying a primal aura that nourished all things. Although Wu Heng found it wondrous, he didn't delve into it. Having cultivated his technique to this level, he had already transcended ordinary principles. Following the guidance of his lineage, he immersed himself entirely in it. As dusk fell, Wu Heng finished his cultivation and immediately used teleportation to return to his residence. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Philippa holding a gleaming fruit knife, presumably against the parrot's neck, a wicked grin on his face, demanding, "Speak. What kind of demon are you? Have you possessed my precious parrot?" Tell the truth. The parrot, its feet bound with rope, shook its head violently, its beady eyes filled with terror, uttering pitiful cawing sounds. Wu Hung glanced at Minnie, who was setting the table, and asked helplessly, "What's going on now?" Minnie smiled and explained, "As soon as we got back, we found that this parrot had become incredibly intelligent. Not only can it do math, but it's also talking back. Philippa insists it's possessed by something unclean and is interrogating it." Wu Hung immediately reacted, "Philippa, stop fooling around. I used a spiritual awakening on it, and it gained sentience. It's normal for it to become smarter." Philippa paused in her interrogation, turning back suspiciously. "Really? How did you awaken it? How could it become so smart so quickly?" "Of course it's true. Let it go. If something were truly possessing it, wouldn't Lilith and I have noticed?" Wu Hung assured her. Philippa then hesitantly untied the rope from the parrot's leg. As soon as it was free, the parrot flapped its wings frantically and flew behind Wu Hung, poking its head out and snarling, "Captain! Idiot! Hey! You really are going to rebel." Philippa was furious and tried to catch it again. At this moment, Minnie had already prepared dinner and invited everyone to sit down. The group sat around the table, enjoying their food and chatting. Lilith looked at Wu Hung with a hint of inquiry. "The spirit pointing you mentioned earlier, is that a new ability from the creation scripture?" "Yes, the third stage unlocks spirit pointing enlightenment, which can unlock the wisdom of living beings and enhance their comprehension." Wu Hung nodded in explanation. Lilith raised an eyebrow. "So that parrot suddenly became eloquent and shrewd because of this?" "More or less, now roughly equivalent to the intelligence level of a human child," Wu Hung said. Philippa immediately perked up, his mouth full of food, and asked indistinctly, "Can it be used on people? Give me a taste. Maybe I can become a mage." Minnie, standing nearby, chuckled, "Being a mage isn't just about being smart, you also need patience. Imagine spending all day holed up in a room researching spell models. Can you really sit still?" I better not." Philippa imagined the scenario, immediately shrinking back, and decisively gave up. Lilith then steered the conversation back on track. "I completed the second stage of my body refining technique. The next third stage, wouldn't it involve your previous ability of rebirth from the ashes?" She still vividly remembered Wu Hang's ability to be resurrected from divine obliteration. It was undoubtedly a powerful trump card for survival. "Yes." Wu Hung put down his cutlery and explained earnestly, "The third stage is called the Heavenly Mandate Body. Once mastered, the physical body is indestructible, and all evil cannot invade. The corresponding supernatural power for this stage is rebirth from the ashes, allowing one to be reborn elsewhere after the physical body is destroyed, just like I did last time." He paused briefly, then continued, "However, I was able to master it thanks to Her Majesty personally drawing the auxiliary runes for me. I give you the skill book to study carefully later, and we research together whether those runes can be reproduced. This step is crucial. We can't afford any mistakes." "Okay." Lilith nodded solemnly, keeping this in mind. The group chatted for a while longer, exchanging insights on cultivating the body refining technique. After dinner, they returned to their rooms to rest or continue their cultivation. Kelp Kingdom, northern border. On this cold and barren land stands a mixed-race city called Grey White Town. Humans, the Bowyra, and the orcs live together, maintaining a delicate and fragile balance. The buildings are mostly constructed of gray stone, with a rugged style and low-hanging eaves, as if constantly suffocated by the north wind. On the edge of town, in an inconspicuous stone house, the hinges of the door turn with a dull thud. A Bowyra man pushes open the door and enters. He is tall and thin, with slightly thick earlobes, and his face is mostly obscured by a hood. He bows respectfully to the shadows inside the house, his voice low. "Ladies, madams, intelligence from Treasure Island has arrived." The room is empty, containing only a few simple wooden chairs and a stone table. The air is filled with the scent of herbs and old books. After a moment of silence, a clear, cold female voice came from the inner room. "Speak." The man hesitated for a moment, then replied, "The island has been completely controlled by the Holy See. All the forces and merchants around the Emerald Sea have submitted. They hold daily Holy See ceremonies, and it's said they've been burning skeletons for over half a month, and the black smoke hasn't dissipated." Another voice immediately followed up, "What about the association?" "Several heroes of the association have submitted to the Holy See, and all branches obey its orders," the man added. This was announced. "Is the association here the same?" "Yes. The Holy See has issued a decree to arrest anyone associated with the Spirit Revelation cult." A brief silence fell over the room, as if even the air itself had frozen. Then the first voice rang out again, its tone steady, carrying an unquestionable authority. "What about intelligence on the kingdom of Yeko and the city of Luntum?" The man bowed slightly. "I couldn't find a city called Luntum, but the kingdom of Yeko has indeed been in turmoil recently." "Tell me." "The kingdom of Yeko has changed masters. The second prince has ascended the throne, and the former queen is accused of usurpation and war crimes, and is currently wanted throughout the kingdom." The same voice spoke again, its tone more serious. "You done well. Continue your investigation. If your merchant guild has any problems that are difficult to solve, you can come to us anytime." "Thank you." The man said no more, bowed, and left the room. The door closed, and the room returned to silence. A moment later, a childish voice timidly rang out, "Uncle. He be alright, won't he? Why hasn't he come to pick us up yet?" Followed by a gentle female voice, "Xiao Xiao, don't ask every day. If something happens to him, we won't be safe either. But I'm worried." Xiao Xiao muttered softly, then turned to another person, "Auntie. When will those bad guys leave?" Granda calmly analyzed, "According to the intelligence, they won't leave. First, they haven't found Wu Hung, so they definitely stay there. Second, Treasure Island is a commercial center, and the Holy See will definitely occupy it, for whatever reason." The Empress interjected, "The Holy Church isn't bad either, but it's far less prosperous than Treasure Island. Now that the Holy See has occupied it, they won't easily let go. Treasure Island is exceptionally well built. It might not be comparable to a modern city, but in terms of the world's development, it's an unequal and overwhelming advantage. Therefore, once the Holy See occupies Treasure Island, they won't just leave it there like before." Benny's voice carried a hint of doubt. "By the way, wasn't the second prince of the Yek kingdom already?" Granda chuckled. "Whether he's the real second prince or not is unimportant. The papacy only needs a pretext." "Yes," the queen echoed. "It's never any particular prince who's keeping things under control, but the papacy itself." Granda pondered for a moment, her tone softening slightly. "But this also shows that the gods haven't personally intervened in these trivial matters. Everything has been left to the papacy. Brittany and the others should be safe for now." Benny softly chimed in, "The gods haven't come to arrest us. Their attention is entirely on Wu Hung." The queen scoffed. "If they did everything themselves, what kind of gods would they be?" Little Xiao muttered again softly, "Then when uncle arrives, if we're discovered, how will they pick us up?" The queen's voice suddenly softened. "Don't worry, Wu Hung is more powerful than we think. As long as we hide well and wait for him, that's the best help we can give." "Yes." Little Xiao nodded emphatically, as if encouraging herself. "Uncle will definitely defeat that evil god." Benedict turned to Granda, her tone serious. "What should we do next?" Granda's voice regained its composure. "Keep a low profile. Let the merchant guild handle things for us. We lend a hand occasionally, but we must never reveal our identities. The Holy See has far more spies than we think." Several ghosts nodded in agreement. The last sound in the room faded away, leaving it empty. Treasure Island. The former prosperity and hustle and bustle were long gone. Now, Treasure Island resembled a huge and solemn white temple, all the buildings covered with a layer of cold, hard, pure white paint, reflecting an unsettling, overly clean light under the sun. The streets were no longer bustling with merchants and sailors of all kinds, but with believers dressed in uniform religious attire. They walked hurriedly, heads bowed in silence. Even when acquaintances met, they exchanged only the slightest nod, daring not to engage in further conversation. An eerie silence enveloped the entire island, broken only by the echoing footsteps on the stone slabs. The ships in the harbor all flew the flags of the papacy. The warehouses, once overflowing with goods, had been emptied, all merchandise seized by the papacy. Most horrifying of all were the mountains of stark white skeletons piled on one side of the island, engulfed in flames, black smoke billowing day and night, the stench of burning and ashes permeating the air. The cathedral, once belonging to the Church of Spiritual Revelation, now bore the emblem of the sun and served as a prayer hall for the papacy. The former island lord's mansion had become a dwelling place for the gods. Deep within the mansion, in a spacious yet desolate interior, a figure sat silently in the shadows. His presence thickened the surrounding air, and even the light seemed to distort in fear. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed on a point in the void. The next instant, the light in the room warped, and a man dressed in the robes of a papal priest was dragged in as if by an invisible force. He stumbled, then hastily knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. "Great Father God." The priest's voice trembled slightly with fear. "We found this while inventorying the sea's spatial rings. He held an object high in his hands. A scepter, its surface a dark sandalwood color, topped with a large, slowly rotating gem that resembled a sinister darting eye. A faint yet extremely foul aura emanated from the scepter. According to the information, this should be a strange artifact capable of communicating with evil gods, possibly originating from a sorcerer or necromancer. The priest's voice grew increasingly humble. The god's gaze fell upon the scepter, remaining silent. But he also recalled fragmented scenes from the depths of Wu Heng's memories. Someone had attempted to seize his body using an external object, but failed. Evil god? The god finally spoke, his voice calm and even, yet carrying an indifference and contempt. Does he even deserve to be called a god? The scepter floated from the priest's hand, and gently landed on the desk in front of him. Go. Deal with the matters of Treasure Island. The rest is none of your concern. Yes, Father God. The priest, as if granted a pardon, bowed deeply again, almost prostrating himself as he retreated from the room. Silence returned to the room. The deity raised his hand, and casually tossed the scepter into the center of the room. The scepter didn't fall, instead, defying logic, it hovered vertically. The instant its base touched the ground, an incredibly complex circular magic circle, shimmering with a dark red glow, suddenly expanded from its center, instantly covering an area several meters in radius. Buzz. The air groaned under the immense pressure. Above the magic circle, space was forcibly torn apart, and a gigantic eye, purely composed of thick, blood-red light, suddenly appeared. That blood-red eye was cold, greedy, and filled with endless malice. Its appearance, as if instinctively, transmitted a thought. Little mage, what do you need? Power? Wealth? Or a new body? However, its gaze met the seated figure below. Just a fleeting glance. That malevolent, blood-red eye, which looked down upon all things and regarded all living beings as ants, froze instantly. The crimson light flickered violently, like a startled creature, its arrogance and greed replaced by fear and solemnity in that instant. The god slowly rose, his body radiating no dazzling light, yet an overwhelming pressure that made the entire space tremble, and groan emanated from him. Since you come, his voice remained calm, yet seemed to contain the very laws of the universe. Leave something behind. Before his words even finished, the god's body seemed to transform into the purest primal energy, an invisible yet incredibly powerful force soaring into the sky, directly entangling the crimson giant eye that was trying to retreat. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the most cruel, direct devouring and tearing. The power projected by the evil god, before that higher being, began to melt, disintegrate, and be forcibly stripped away and absorbed, like wax heated to a flame. The blood-red giant eye twisted violently, emitting a silent shriek, before finally shattering with a bang, turning into countless dark red specks of light, which were then completely devoured, leaving not a trace. Inside the room, the eerie magic circle rapidly dimmed and disappeared. Only the sandalwood scepter remained, falling to the ground with a thud. The eye-shaped gem at its tip had completely lost its luster, covered in cracks, like a dead stone. The god glanced at the scepter, and it vanished as if weathered away. He sat down again, staring at the wooden door before him. Chapter 1101. The Zombie World. Time slipped away like quicksand, and another week passed in the blink of an eye. In the dense forest at the foot of the Mexican volcano, Wu Heng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint energy fluctuation. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Level increased to 20. Promoted to hero. Unlocked trait, heroic body. The moment the sound faded, a surge of immense energy rushed from the void, rapidly merging with the magic power within his body. This feeling was all too familiar. It was the resonance of heaven and earth triggered upon reaching the hero rank. Twisted yet bright specks of light detached from the air, like awakened stardust, slowly seeping into his body. Necromantic magic intertwined with the primal energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a vast energy that washed over his limbs and bones. From afar, the entire sky seemed to be cascading down a shower of shimmering starlight, all converging on Wu Heng's location. As the last bit of starlight entered his body, Wu Heng slowly opened his eyes. Just then, 3 figures rapidly approached. Lilith spread her broad bat wings and descended from the sky, landing lightly. Behind her, the Woodell sisters rushed over, their faces filled with concern. Back to hero status? Lilith asked. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, yes. Lilith hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but ask, how did you go so fast? From level 1 to hero, it only took half a month. Even retracing his steps, this speed was almost uncanny. Just lucky, Wu Heng chuckled. I don't believe you. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, but didn't press further, instead saying, "We just came to see if you were alright. Want to come back together? I cultivate a little longer, then go back for dinner tonight." Wu Heng shook his head. It was only noon, and his original cultivation plan had to continue. Besides, becoming a hero was far from his final goal. "Alright, then you cultivate. We talk about it tonight." Lilith didn't try to persuade him further. She glanced at the Wood Elf sisters, and the three of them quietly left as they had come. Wu Heng stood alone for a moment, his mind stirring slightly, and he summoned the system panel. Faith, 45724/50,000, he was still more than 4,000 faith points short. Wu Heng's brows furrowed. Since his rebirth, the rate of faith growth had slowed considerably. This was clearly illogical. He pondered, trying to deduce the possible reasons. Firstly, the spread of faith itself might have encountered a bottleneck. Secondly, it was more likely that the Holy Sea's purge of the Spirit Awakening cult in the other world had an impact. The zombie world had a huge population base, making it unlikely to reach saturation. The problem probably lay on the other side. Could the destruction of churches diminish my original faith? Thinking about it, it wasn't impossible. The Vatican valued churches highly. The campaigns against other religions described the purge of their churches. It was very likely linked to faith. I'm currently powerless to interfere in the other world, but at least here, I can give it another push. Wu Heng made up his mind, sat down cross-legged again, and began circulating the fourth level of the creation scripture. Perhaps because he had returned to the hero rank and stolen a trace of the world's energy, his absorption of primordial energy was significantly faster and more efficient than before. Indeed, cultivation speed is ultimately closely related to one's own realm. As dusk settled, Wu Heng used teleportation to return to the camp's living room. At the dinner table, the family sat down to eat. After a few bites, Wu Heng put down his utensils and said, "I plan to have Sanera and the others come over tomorrow. Staying in the prison isn't good for their cultivation." "What about the others?" Lilith asked, looking up. Besides Sanera and the others, there were also a group of Spirit Revelation cult priests brought from Treasure Island, Philippa's mother, and others closely associated with Wu Heng. He had taken them away initially to guard against divine retribution. "Let Syria manage them. There are plenty of supplies there. Temporary accommodation won't be a problem," Wu Heng replied. Syria was the Archbishop of Treasure Island. The missionary manual was for her use. Lilith nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Wu Heng turned to Minnie. "Call Sanera when you have a moment, and tell her what happened." "Are Robbie and Annette coming too?" Minnie pressed. "The Island Lord's people are all coming." "Yes, master." After dinner, everyone dispersed. Minnie dialed Sanera's number, while Wu Heng contacted Li Yong. On the other end of the line, Li Yong reported on the current situation of the base and the Dawn Alliance. Everything was normal. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then got to the point. "How is the Spirit Revelation cult developing lately?" "Very smoothly. The cult is still rescuing remote shelters in various places, and there are no problems." "Is there any way to quickly increase the number of believers?" "Quickly?" Li Yong's tone was puzzled. "The Spirit Revelation cult already has quite a few believers. Is there some special need?" Wu Heng didn't explain the truth about faith points. Even if he did, she wouldn't understand in her current state. "I have my reasons. Do you have any suggestions?" Li Yong paused for a moment, then said, "I'd discuss it with Sister Zhao later, put together a plan, and then let you know." "Okay, contact me anytime once the plan is finalized." After hanging up, Wu Heng greeted his family and teleported away again to continue his cultivation. The next morning, the convoy stopped outside, and several figures quickly walked in. "Wu Heng!" "My lord!" "Master!" Sanella, Viola, Benedict, and Annette rushed forward, laughing and throwing themselves into his arms. Viola, though slightly reserved, couldn't hide her joy. Wu Heng patted their backs lightly and said with a smile, "All right, you start cultivating tomorrow. Those who practice the body refining technique will go to the volcano with Lilith, while those who practice the creation scripture will stay near the camp, especially Sanera." He paused deliberately, then gently pinched her buttock. "Keep working hard." Shannara's cheeks flushed slightly, and she mumbled in response, "Okay." After letting them familiarize themselves with the surroundings, they dispersed to begin their own cultivation. As dusk settled, the camp lights began to twinkle. Wu Heng finished his day's cultivation and used teleportation to return to the camp. It was quite lively here now. Upon entering the hall, he saw Philippa, Rebecca, Annette, and the Wood Elf Sylvie sitting around a long table, intently staring at a glowing chessboard in the center. Minnie, Viola, and others were also quietly observing. Wu Hung took a few steps closer, his gaze falling on the chessboard, and his eyes narrowed. Jijix's game board, wonderful object. This was the wonderful object that belonged to the former dwarven chieftain. Later, the association awarded it to him as a first-class merit reward. Wu Hung had always felt this object was strange and dangerous, and had never used it, ultimately entrusting it to Viola for safekeeping. After all, the game board's effect was significant. It could pull heroes into the game, forcibly completing it. Based on this alone, it was a high-level control-type wonderful object. Yet, they actually used it as a toy for amusement. At the head of the long table, a semi-transparent male ghost floated and stood, acting as the game's host. Wu Hung stared intently at the ghost, but the ghost showed no reaction, its gaze fixed on the game board, as if it were merely a phantom formed by the rules. But Wu Hung clearly remembered that the last time he used this game board, this ghost host had used the rules to sow discord, causing the religious leader's death. Wu Hung had always suspected that it possessed independent thought. "Why did you decide to play this?" Wu Hung asked Viola in a low voice. "I had nothing to do tonight, and Philippa wanted to play, so I gave it to her," Viola explained softly. "Aren't you afraid of the danger?" Not far away, Lilith, sitting on the sofa, gently swirled her wine glass and calmly replied, "This artifact isn't as sinister as you think. Bruno used it often for games before. With you and me here, even if something unexpected happens, we can handle it." The implication was that even if someone died, they had the ability to resurrect them. Since Lilith had said so, Wu Hung didn't say anything more. He nodded slightly, and turned to look at the chessboard. The ghostly host then spoke slowly, his voice drawn out. The team quickly dressed and boarded the carriage to the ball. The dice of fate began to spin. "This duke is definitely suspicious," Philippa whispered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Give him a chance and just stab him." "The game isn't that free," Robbie said helplessly. "You can't do whatever you want." "Sylvain." Philippa turned to the wood elf. "Your attributes are high. Seize the opportunity and strike." Sylvain's lips curled into a smile. "All right, I don't think he's a good person either." The host continued, his voice calm yet tinged with coldness. "You arrive at the ballroom. It's resplendent, crystal chandeliers burn eternally, and elegantly dressed guests, wearing exquisite masks, dance an endless, graceful waltz. However, their laughter is hollow, their eyes beneath the masks lifeless, like those familiar upright skulls. You are swept up by the music, involuntarily drawn into the dance floor. One by one, men extend invitations to dance, their steps perfect, their fingertips icy. There's definitely something wrong. I read the entire great detective story series. I know this plot like the back of my hand." Philippa continued to analyze, whenever he could find an opening. As the music ended, the Duke suddenly spoke in a low voice, trying to probe the purpose of your trip and the secrets hidden deep within your hearts. "Adventurers, you have been targeted by the lies spying. Charisma 44 points, immune to this damage." The elegant wood elf not only immune to damage, but also wove a lie to counterattack, confusing the Duke. The remaining foolish vassals, though unaware of the deception, escaped unscathed thanks to their companions. Fortunately, the wood elf obtained the kiss of falsehood emblem from the Duke, charisma +2. Note, all temporary attribute bonuses disappear after the game ends. After a short rest, the music starts again. The dice of fate spin once more. The foolish vassals still want to dance, while the wood elf wears the emblem on her body. The Duke stood by the window, admiring the unchanging, false moonlight. He turned around. His face was smooth, devoid of features. All the guests in the hall froze. They were actually elaborately dressed corpses, their limbs and heads suspended by silk threads, moving like marionettes. He noticed the wood elf's terrified expression and the hostility it exuded. He reached out his hand to you, and all the guests in the ballroom turned to you, pale light shining from their empty eye sockets. "Everyone attack you. Adventurers, you are under siege. Strength 35 points, immune to damage." The battle-hardened wood elf once again led her burdensome teammates out of the encirclement. "You are the burden." Philippa finally couldn't help but turn and curse. "You created this plot just to insult us, didn't you?" Catwoman Robbie said, dissatisfied. "Exactly, my strength should be at least 35. Annette chimed in. Wu Hung sat down beside Lilith. "Have you found any clues about that orb of light concerning the gods lately?" Lilith asked softly. "No, there's nowhere to find information about these things." Wu Hung took a sip of tea. "Your world's historical record should be more complete than ours," Lilith pondered. "A god capable of causing a global pandemic shouldn't be completely undocumented." Wu Hung shook his head. "There are many legends, but compared to the goddess Miwa, Those spreading plague viruses are at best monsters, not even worth mentioning. It's been too long, Lilith said, then asked, how much longer until you break through to hero level? Soon. Then, we go pick up Xiao Xiao together. Wu Heng reached out and gently took her hand. Lilith smiled and squeezed his hand back, her tone reassuring, don't worry, Xiao Xiao is so clever, if she wants to hide, even the gods won't be able to find her. Unless a god personally goes to capture her, ordinary heroes simply can't track down a level 20 ghost. I know, Wu Heng nodded. Do you have a picture of her mother? I'd like to see it, Lilith suddenly asked. I have one on my old phone, Wu Heng thought for a moment, and on the forum too. She's the archbishop of this world. The two leaned closer, and Wu Heng took out his phone, swiping the screen to find Zhao Yanshou's picture. Not far away, the board game continued. The ghost host's slowed speech returned to its fluent pace. You have slain the evil duke and obtained a key. Climb to the top floor, and use the key to open the attic door. Inside, a giant spinning wheel is weaving countless glowing threads, spreading along the floor and walls, the source of the threads controlling the puppets. The spinning wheel senses its prey and attacks. Agility 31, immunity to damage. During the battle, the nimble little thief grabbed a torch from outside the corridor and accurately threw it into the spinning wheel's rotating wheel. The flames instantly engulfed the spinning wheel, burning the entire mansion. Congratulations, you have completed this adventure. It's over. I told you the Duke wasn't a good person, Philippa said triumphantly. I think the most twisted one was that old butler from the first chapter. He was human, but to emulate vampires, he insisted on drinking human blood, Annette said with a laugh. They were all pretty twisted, anyway we won, so it was a pretty good resolution, the Wood Elf added. Philippa said, don't let the level difference be so big next time. Sylvain's attributes are too high. Having high attributes is good too, to avoid real danger. While the group was laughing and discussing, the ghostly host's voice continued, after the fire, you began searching for loot in the ruins. You found a piece of parchment that wasn't burned, with a line of small writing on it. Intelligence 37 can solve it. The clever Wood Elf understood the crooked writing and read it aloud softly. I heard you're investigating the legend of the Plague God. He can bring world-ending calamity. Bring your sincerity, and I can tell you some inside information. What will you choose? The four resumed their movements, looking at each other in confusion. What did that mean? Philippa asked, puzzled. Is the story not over yet? Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Heng and Lilith simultaneously raised their heads, their sharp gazes fixed on the chessboard. That last whisper didn't sound like a game line. It was as if it was spoken specifically to them. Chapter 1102. Twilight deepened, but the lights in the hall remained bright. Philippa and the others were still engaged in a heated discussion. Was the parchment that had suddenly appeared in the game a hidden plot point, or had they missed some clue? Wu Heng and Lilith exchanged a silent glance, their brows furrowed. Just moments ago, the two had been discussing global viruses and gods, and then the ghostly figure on the chessboard suddenly uttered this statement, making it seem as if it were speaking directly to them. It can hear us? Lilith's voice held a hint of disbelief. This strange object had never shown anything special in the hands of the dwarf hero, but with Wu Heng, it always seemed to exhibit something different. I'm afraid so. I long suspected this thing is not simple, Wu Heng said in a deep voice. What do we do next? Wu Heng strode towards the dissipating ghostly host, staring at him and saying, Are you speaking to me? What kind of sincerity do you need? Just say it. The ghostly figure did not respond and vanished like smoke. The others looked on with a hint of doubt, while Wu Heng recounted his and Lilith's speculations. Philippa slammed his hand on the table. I knew it was doing it on purpose. I knew something was off when it called us a burden. If this ghost truly possessed independent consciousness, or if the artifact itself had some kind of thought, then everything would make sense. Viola said softly, Then what exactly does it mean by sincerity? Lilith analyzed, It should be what it needs. Sandera looked troubled. But what can an artifact need? We're not as resource-rich here as we were on Treasure Island. Even if we wanted to offer something, there's nowhere to buy it. In another world, one could inquire around or buy things. With Treasure Island's wealth, they could buy all sorts of strange and unusual items. But in the current environment, even if they knew what the rare items needed, there was nowhere to get them, unless they only needed some ordinary, common goods. But how could rare items possibly need ordinary items? A maid brought tea and snacks, and the heroes sat around discussing, a moment of silence falling. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Wu Heng's eyes. I don't quite know what rare items need, but I know all too well what ghosts need. The others looked over. Wu Hung continued, ghosts aren't interested in external things. They usually need to improve themselves, and the way they do that is by devouring other ghosts. Everyone immediately understood. Do you still have ghosts? Lilith asked. No. Wu Hung shook his head, then continued, but I know where to find it. I go out tomorrow, and we play games together tonight to see if it works. Alright. Don't get your hopes up too high. Whether it really work as we expect is still uncertain, Lilith said calmly. It would be better to avoid disappointment if it didn't turn out as expected. Wu Hung smiled. It's just a try, it won't cost us anything. The group chatted until late at night. Then, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Wu Hung was in his bedroom. He was still pondering the strange chessboard. The dwarven hero had handed this strange artifact over to the association, which had awarded it to him as a first-class merit. The dwarven leader must have also tried to verify the artifact after returning, and only handed it over after discovering that there was indeed a problem. It's a pity I can't go back right now, otherwise I could ask the dwarf chieftain. Is this thing even alive? But even if it is, it's clear it's bound by the rules of the artifact, only able to transmit information through games. Having rules is a good thing. Give it a try, it won't hurt. Knock, knock, knock. Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Viola walked in. Her long brown hair was slightly disheveled. She wore a plain long dress, and her expression was slightly uneasy under the lamplight. My lord. Viola hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke softly. I discussed it with Lady Zanella. She asked me to come and keep you company tonight. Her demeanor at this moment was more like that of a shy young woman, instead of the fierce cult which I had seen before. In the Island Lord's mansion, she was the only one who hadn't taken things any further with Wu Hung. Sayonara had also mentioned that her advancement was too rapid, and she was interested in, and willing to try new things from all races. Fearing questions about her sexual orientation, she believed that having many people around and filling her time would prevent her from exploring other orientations. Wu Hang's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then he smiled slightly and beckoned, come on. Viola slowly approached, and Wu Hung gently lifted her skirt. She obediently raised her hand, letting the long skirt slide to the ground. The light outlined her slender figure. Wu Hang's fingertips traced her smooth skin, admiring it for a moment, then he gently patted her waist, gesturing for her to hold onto the edge of the bed. Viola leaned forward to support herself, and Wu Hung tightened his grip on her waist from behind. The next day, Wu Hung rode his motorcycle at breakneck speed. The roar of the motorcycle shattered the deathly silence of the ruined city. After traversing several deserted streets and alleys, the roars of zombies echoed in the distance. Drawn by the engine's roar, a dark horde of corpses surged forward like a tidal wave. Wu Hung braced himself on one leg on the motorcycle. Countless water droplets instantly condensed in the air, then shot out with a flick of his finger. Whoosh! 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 The water droplets rained down, piercing through the horde of zombies. The zombies in the front fell in droves, but those behind remained fearless, charging forward wave after wave. Dust billowed, enveloping the long street. Even some tall, mutated individuals could be seen attempting to break through the horde, only to be shredded to pieces by the sharp threads formed from the water. After several waves of impact, the entire street fell silent, save for the pungent stench of decay and the muffled thuds of collapsing buildings. Battlefield of the Dead was activated. A grayish-white aura rippled outwards, and the corpses throughout the street rose, transforming into stark white skeletons, awaiting orders. Clear the streets, keep them clear. The skeletons immediately sprang into action silently, while Wu Hung entered a large supermarket to the side. The air inside reeked of decay, shelves were overturned, and the floor was a mess. Wu Hung slowly ascended to the second floor. From the shadows, a twisted, faceless ghost shrieked and lunged. Looking for you. Wu Hung chuckled, flicking his finger. The bone cage roared up, trapping the ghost inside. No matter how it howled and thrashed, it couldn't break free. Wu Hung took out the demon soul pot from his spatial ring, opened its spout, and used necromantic power to draw the ghost inside. He waved away the bone cage and strode out of the supermarket. Then, he dialed the base, ordering them to come and clear the supplies. He then mounted his motorcycle and led his skeleton army away. Back at the base at the foot of the volcano, the others were cultivating. Wu Hung continued cultivating his creation scripture, trying to make up for the time wasted during the day. He returned to his residence at dusk. After dinner, they gathered in the living room, where a long, narrow wooden table was moved to the center for a board game. Lilith asked, "How's it going? Did you get the ghost you mentioned?" Wu Hung casually took out the demon soul pot and said, "Here it is." I just don't know if it's the same as what we guessed. Let's try. There's nothing to lose, Lilith said. Wu Hung nodded. Philippa handed the apple with the cord to the parrot on his shoulder and said, let's have the four of us play. Maybe it's a hidden plot point from before. Lilith shook her head. Some plots require a high character level. If it's really related to gods, the plot might be quite difficult. It would be a big loss if we couldn't meet the attribute requirements and had to quit halfway. Should we send a hero? Wu Hung suggested. Lilith nodded. Anyway, we can see how the story unfolds just by watching from the sidelines. Viola, Eluria, Sylvain, and I will all play together. You don't need to participate. If anything unexpected happens in the story, you can revive us. This was in case something unexpected happened. If anyone in the game dies, Wu Hung can use resurrection to bring them back. Okay. Wu Hung continued, then how should we give him the ghost and the demon soul pot? We put it on the table, and see if it can absorb it on its own. Lilith's tone also sounded uncertain. After things were settled, the group sat around the wooden table. Viola then brought out the chessboard. Jijex's game board oddity. Effect. Forces 2 to 5 people to participate in the game. Side effect. Bears the consequences of the game. In the game, there are 2 to 5 people, but 4 wouldn't be a problem. Let's begin, Lilith said. Viola threw the dice, which spun loudly. A semi-transparent ghostly host appeared, expressionless, and said, please confirm the number of players. Viola's gaze swept over the 4 people, and the ghostly host immediately replied, 4. Lilith then said, as per your request yesterday, I prepared a sincere gift for you. See if you like it? As she spoke, Wu Hung opened the demon soul pot, and a hideous ghost roared as it flew out. Just as it was about to attack the others present, it was instantly fixed in the 5th chair, becoming a player in the game as well. The spirit host looked at the 4 humans and 1 spirit and said, welcome to the chessboard of destiny, the poisonous bait of faith. The game begins. The dice of destiny start rolling. As soon as he finished speaking, the dice on the table began to roll. 2 or 3 seconds later, the dice stopped, the number landing on a 3. On the chessboard, 5 small figures resembling the 4 humans, and 1 spirit moved 3 squares forward. Ahead lay a dense, dark jungle, the air thick as syrup. The trees were twisted and grotesque, their branches a sickly purplish black, the ground covered with a slippery fungal carpet, the adventurer's boots stomping and groaning. Suddenly, the howls of low intelligence undead awakened the entire forest, dark branches reaching out like monstrous arms. Robe laughed, look, they're starting to mock the ghosts. Adventurers, you have been attacked by a rotting tree spirit. Strength 31, immune to damage. On the chessboard, miniature statues of several people clashed with the strange tree that had appeared. This is even stranger, it's fighting with the tree trunk, Philippa said. From the description, this forest is abnormal, very strange. Minnie added. It's quite possible, it's related to that plague god. As they spoke, the battle on the chessboard ended. The ghost, struggling ferociously but trapped in the chair by the game rules, suddenly shattered, turning into wisps of smoke that merged into the host's body. The people chatting outside instantly fell silent. They stared wide-eyed at this scene. The ghost had suddenly shattered. That is to say, the ghost hadn't met the strength requirement and was directly killed by the game rules. And after being killed, it seemed that its soul was absorbed by the host in front of him. Yesterday, our attributes didn't meet the requirements, but nothing happened. Annette asked. Philippa stroked his chin, looking like he was reasoning, and said, yesterday, when we played, the ending was different. Every time, it said the wood elf, carrying a burden, survived by sheer luck, meaning we were alright. This one was just killed outright. Whether it lives or dies is just a matter of its word, isn't it? Robe said. Luckily, the 4 of you escaped the tree spirit domain, but you lost a companion forever. It has become nourishment for the forest. Your intelligence is reduced by 2. You picked up a tree spirit vine, charisma +2. Attribute bonus is only in-game. After a short rest, encouraged by the vampire captain, the team embarked on their journey again, and the dice of fate began to spin. Damn it! A dead teammate, and it even reduces intelligence? That's not scientific. Lilith can fly, and Viola can turn into smoke. How could these lousy tree spirits possibly trap them? It's a game. This is. The dice rolled and landed on a 3. The 4 little figures on the board moved forward 3 squares. Passing through the corrupted forest, you encounter several strangely dressed villagers filling in a pit. You approach them to ask for directions, but the villagers scatter in panic upon seeing you. They run away as soon as they see us? Aren't our characters normal? The Wood Elf's sister, Sylvain, suddenly looked up. Viola said, this narrative style is already quite strange. Maybe they were doing something bad, and we just stumbled upon them. Minnie, standing behind, said, you had a ghost as a teammate just now, so it's reasonable that your characters aren't ordinary people. Sylvain nodded, that makes sense. Perception 30, discovered a clue. Adventurers blessed by the gods, you all noticed the difference beneath your feet. You dug through the newly filled soil and rescued a dying boy. Constitution 23, immunity to disease damage. All passed. This was an unusually disheveled boy. He didn't thank you and ran away. Constitution decreased by 3, disease resistance increased. You ignored the uncultured wild child and continued your journey. The dice began to roll again. The dice rolled a 1. The puppet moved 1 space forward. You saw a village. A crooked sign at the village entrance read Green Breath Village, a name symbolizing vitality yet tinged with death. The air was thick with the smell of herbs and burnt herbs. The village was eerily quiet. Pairs of eyes peered through cracks in the windows, from corners, and from shadows. Suddenly, villagers rushed out with pitchforks and sticks, surrounding you. The few who had just escaped were among them. An old man approached, his voice hoarse, asking if anything had happened when you arrived, then pointed in the direction where the child had just been rescued. Charm 35. Seeing through the verbal trap. You vehemently denied it, not wanting trouble, especially since there were indeed quite a few villagers. The old man nodded, led you into the village, and explained that there was a recent outbreak of disease, advising you to stay 1 night and leave quickly. You stayed 1 night and continued your journey the next day. The dice of fate rolled again. The dice rolled again, revealing a 6. The doll moves swiftly for 6 squares. You stand in a vast, bustling, yet equally dilapidated city square. A terrible plague is sweeping through the cities of various kingdoms. Corpses pile up like mountains, and wails echo across the land. The priest's prayers are in vain, and herbs are useless. Only the followers of Amos, the plague god, can miraculously make the plague recede, allowing the sick to breathe again. This is not a cure, but rather the plague meekly submitting to him and being absorbed. The people's initial fear transforms into disbelief, and finally into fanatical worship. Adventurers, a powerful torrent of faith is engulfing you, compelling you, like the surrounding populace, to kneel before the young man who absorbs the plague and brings salvation. Intelligence 40, saving throws successful. You have withstood this mental pressure with difficulty, not kneeling, but clearly feeling a vast, terrifying, twisted consciousness being anchored through the people's faith. Amos has seen you. He ordered the believers to make way and let you leave. A distorted phantom, woven from sickness and the light of prayer, appeared in the sky. The youth's body began to change, no longer having a physical form, but rather resembling an indescribable shape. Below, the believers chanted fervently for their God. You fled this place, and when the light of God could no longer reach you, you discovered that each of you held a yellowed parchment, an exemption scroll +4. Game over. Chapter 1103. The young man who ultimately became a god was definitely the child you rescued before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go, Catwoman Rogue shouted. Then, she continued her speculation. Even as a child, he could release plagues. The villagers buried him, because he infected the entire village with the plague. Philippa gasped. In other words, the subsequent disasters were because you saved this child. If you hadn't saved him, the plague wouldn't have spread to various countries, killing so many people. Everyone involved in analyzing the plot was stunned. In other words, what they thought was a good deed turned out to be the cause of countless deaths. Good intentions yielding evil consequences. Fate is truly ironic. Wu Hung listened to their conversation and then focused his attention back on the chessboard. His agreement with the chessboard had been fulfilled. The chessboard provided information about the plague god through the story, and Wu Hung provided a ghost for it to absorb. Lilith, Viola, and the Wood Elf sisters all looked at Wu Hung in unison, their eyes questioning. Wu Hung pondered for a moment, then looked at the gradually fading ghostly host and said, I'm very satisfied with this storyline. Next time, I prepare even more sincerity, hoping to get more storylines about gods. The ghostly host didn't answer, gradually fading into the air, and the ghostly light on the chessboard completely dimmed. Then, Viola put away the chessboard, the long table was carried away, and the maids brought tea and refreshments. Wu Hung and the others sat down in the living room and continued their discussion. Lilith asked, Do you think this plot is helpful to you? Wu Hung picked up his teacup and took a sip. It is. If the plot in the game is real, it proves that ordinary people have the opportunity to become gods. He paused slightly, then continued, Don't you all feel that the plague mentioned in the plot sweeping across various countries is very similar to the current situation in my world? Especially the lying corpses piled up like mountains, wails echoing everywhere. It's practically a true reflection of this world. Everyone's eyes sharpened. Indeed, the plague god's path to godhood is quite similar to Wu Heng's current predicament. However, the zombie virus wasn't released by Wu Heng. Instead, he became a leader in the hearts of humanity as a savior. The Wood Elf Sylvie said, "Could it be that the story was made up by that ghost based on this world?" "It's possible, but there's no way to verify it," Wu Heng said helplessly. Although the authenticity of this information couldn't be verified, in the current situation, they didn't have a better means of obtaining information from the gods. Lilith pondered for a moment, then continued, "Judging from the timeline of the story, the opponent didn't become a god at a very young age, still appearing as a youth. After becoming a hero, gaining fanatical followers, he ascended to godhood. After becoming a hero, the path to godhood is highly likely." "Yes, that's what I think too," Wu Heng nodded. The two calmly analyzed the situation, while Viola and the Wood Elf sisters opposite them listened with gleaming eyes, as if they had glimpsed a previously unreachable secret. "It sounds like the next step really is godhood. What are your plans next?" Lilith then asked. Wu Heng frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "The next step is to ask the chessboard how to kill another god, or how to improve the god's combat abilities." "Do you still have any ghosts?" Lilith asked. "Not yet, but finding some shouldn't be difficult." Wu Heng continued drinking his tea, then said, "Do you think this ghost chessboard, which hints at absorbing ghosts, might have some other purpose? It must be helpful to it, and it has to be within the rules, otherwise, it wouldn't be so eager to let ghosts absorb from it," Lilith analyzed. "Don't feed it too much, or it cause us more trouble," Philippa said casually, leaning on his arm. "Probably not. The improvement of ghosts isn't something that can be achieved with just one or two, and even if there really is some conspiracy, we have the ability to deal with it," Lilith said. Wu Heng nodded. Lilith is right. The group discussed for a while longer. The women gathered together again, whispering about the events that had just unfolded. Dusk was falling, but the living room remained brightly lit. Wu Heng sat alone on one side, lost in thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Li Yahong's number. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello? Miss me?" The faint sounds of clinking bowls and chopsticks and chewing could be heard. She was apparently having lunch. According to the time difference, it should be noon in Xinfu City. "I've been thinking about it," Wu Heng replied in a low voice. "What's on your mind?" Li Yahong's tone was playful, as if one could almost see her raising an eyebrow and smiling. Wu Heng coughed lightly, glancing discreetly at the others in the room. "There are people around, don't be silly." Li Yang immediately dropped her teasing tone, her voice becoming sharp and efficient. "What are the leader's instructions?" She clearly assumed that Wu Heng's mention of someone referred to other personnel at the base. Wu Heng didn't explain further, asking directly, "How's the discussion going regarding the Lingqi cult's plan to significantly increase its number of followers?" Li Yahong's tone became serious. "We discussed it. The most effective way to quickly attract non-believers to join is to offer tangible benefits." She paused briefly, then continued, "Simply distributing supplies only creates a superficial formality. The real key is to solidify their belief that joining the cult will lead to a better future." She sighed softly. "Zhao Jia and I are currently thinking of offering assistance to devout believers in awakening their special abilities. Special abilities are still very attractive to survivors." Wu Heng thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a better method. "Let's refine this direction first." "Okay." Li Yang agreed. Wu Heng continued, "Are there still ghosts or anything like that in various places?" "Yes, there have been reports. Those haunted areas have been designated as quarantine zones. With the current number of survivors, there's no need to confront those places head-on. Send me a list of detailed locations and information." "Send it shortly." Shortly after the call ended, the phone screen lit up. Li Yang had sent over the compiled coordinates of ghost activity in various countries. Wu Heng glanced at it, and temporarily put away his phone. Beside him, Lilith leaned back on the soft couch, her long legs crossed, and lazily asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Heng naturally placed his hand on her leg, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the fabric's texture, and replied, "It's still about the believers. I want to expand as soon as possible, so I can break through the current stage and go back to pick up Xiao Xiao and the others." Lilith raised an eyebrow. "What difficulties have you encountered? Tell me." Wu Heng briefly recounted the discussion. After listening, Lilith calmly said, "What's so difficult about that? Publicly announcing the existence of the class scrolls, and promising that steadfast believers are qualified to learn them is far more reliable than your supernatural abilities, isn't it? Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she slightly tightened her legs to hold his restless hand, continuing, judging from the reactions on the forums, the people of your world also have a strong desire for cultivation and power. This method will definitely be effective. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a breakthrough. Previously, the class scrolls hadn't been widely promoted, firstly because modern weapons were more practical in the apocalypse. Secondly, his level was low at the time, and he feared the secret of the class scrolls might be leaked, potentially impacting him. But now, the situation had basically stabilized. The video of the Wood Elf sisters slaying the Corpse King a few days ago had generated considerable buzz. Now, using the class system as bait should yield good results. It was alright before, but now we're out of profession scrolls, Wu Heng said. You can't expect all believers to learn them. There are so many people, how can you possibly manage? Lilith took out several profession scrolls from her spatial ring. I have some here. You can give them to some people first, and the rest can be selected through trials or faith tests. Once we get back, we have the profession scrolls again. It's so good to have them. Wu Heng pulled his hand away, picked up the scrolls, and put them back into his ring. As dusk approached, everyone gradually returned to their rooms. Wu Heng didn't go back to rest either. He used teleportation to go to the training grounds to continue his cultivation of the fourth stage of the creation scripture. The next day, at the South Korean airport, the plane landed smoothly on the runway, the steps connecting slowly. Wu Heng disembarked first, followed closely by the Wood Elf sisters on either side. Both wore elven leather armor, weapons at their waists, their emerald eyes like frost, scanning their surroundings. A crowd had already gathered at the airport exit. Seeing the trio from afar, many began taking photos. Chi Han Kai, with several subordinates, quickly approached and said crisply, "The press conference venue is ready. Would you like to rest first, or go straight there?" "Let's start right away," Wu Heng said calmly. "Okay, this way please." Chi Han Kai stepped aside to lead the way, adding in a low voice, "I arranged a makeup artist, and you need to change into an outfit more suitable for the occasion." "Makeup?" Wu Heng was taken aback. After all, this is a live broadcast to everyone. Appearance is very important. Have you ever seen an important person appear on camera without tidying up? Chi Han Kai smiled, but her tone left no room for argument. Wu Heng said no more and nodded in agreement. Soon, he entered a bright dressing room, quickly tidied himself up, and changed into a dark robe embroidered with silver thread before stepping into the studio and sitting down in front of the camera. The huge teleprompter screen lit up, the red light flashed, and recording began. Wu Heng looked up at the camera, a gentle smile on his face, and slowly began, "Fellow believers, fellow countrymen. Today, as I stand here, what I see is the once prosperous steel jungle reduced to ruins, the fertile land that once nourished life now covered in scorch marks, mutated zombies roam the wilderness, and perhaps even more unknown dangers lie ahead. Survival requires the power to cleave through despair. To live requires a physique to withstand calamity. Today, in the name of the leader of the Spirit Revelation cult, I declare to the world that we have mastered an ancient technology capable of creating career scrolls that grant ordinary people extraordinary powers. It will bestow upon you a stronger physique, allowing you to shatter beast armor with a punch and cut through thorns with a blade. It will also make you as swift as the wind, possessing speed beyond that of ordinary people. Even if you were once penniless, the scroll will open a unique path for you, allowing you to find your place in the apocalypse and possess the confidence to survive. All sincere believers who join my Spirit Revelation cult have the opportunity to receive this gift." At this moment, the forum's live stream interface was already flooded with a massive amount of comments. Holy crap! The era of universal job change has really arrived? Online novels are becoming reality? Those elf sisters are definitely scroll users. Confirmed. Believers can receive it? Is it too late for me to join the cult now? Who's stronger, a superhuman or a psychic? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a superhuman solo kill a corpse king in melee combat? I want to change jobs. I want to contract a succubus. The number of viewers in the live stream climbed at an astonishing rate, the comments completely blocking the screen, a scene of utter chaos. In the studio, Wu Heng's voice remained steady. This scroll is for everyone, regardless of gender, age, or background. You can choose a profession related to your past skills, or follow the path your heart desires. Perhaps some will ask, can this power truly be trusted? I solemnly promise that all scrolls have undergone repeated verification to ensure there is absolutely no danger or side effects. The Lingxi sect and the Yama Palace endorse this, please rest assured. He took a deep breath, his gaze piercing. Fellow believers, the end times show no mercy to the weak, but spiritual revelation will surely protect everyone who is willing to rise up and fight. The church will send instructors to provide systematic guidance to believers according to their different professions and stages of advancement. As he spoke, he gestured to the side. Wood Elf sisters, dressed in silver-patterned robes of the Church of Spiritual Revelation, stepped into the frame, simultaneously executing a sharp and graceful sword flourish. The sword light shifted and changed, their movements elegant and picturesque. Those with exceptional talent will even receive personal guidance from our Spirit Revelation Cult's Goddess of War. Starting tomorrow, the Spirit Revelation Cult will officially begin counting believers and arranging class transfers for those who meet the requirements. As long as even one person is struggling and suffering, the Spirit Revelation Cult will not cease making scrolls. As long as there is even an inch of land worth protecting, we will not abandon our belief in saving the world. At this moment, I invite more people to join the Spirit Revelation Cult, cast aside their confusion about the future, and grasp the power. The light of Spirit Revelation will never be extinguished. Having finished speaking, he looked at the cameraman, who nodded in acknowledgement, and the recording ended. Chi Honkai walked over, holding a tablet, and said, "The effect is excellent." The video's popularity seems to have returned to pre-disaster levels. Wu Hung took it and glanced at it, while the two sisters behind him also peeked out. "Yes, as long as the effect is good, that's fine. We select a group of people first for class transfer and training," Wu Hung said directly. "Okay." Chi Honkai nodded, then asked, "Should I arrange accommodations for you next?" "I have a schedule. I need to go there to exorcise ghosts." "Maybe next time," Wu Hung said with a smile. Chi Honkai sighed and nodded as well. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Chi Honkai's secretary quickly entered. She first bowed to Wu Hung, then said to Chi Honkai, "Deputy Leader, representatives from various bases have arrived and want to see you." "What is it?" Chi Honkai had a guess, but still asked. The secretary said, "It's probably about the live stream of the professional scrolls. All the bases are asking about it, seemingly wanting to get the first batch of usage rights. They're quite good at seizing opportunities." Chi Honkai left with her secretary. Wu Hung used teleportation magic, bringing the Wood Elf sisters into the airplane cabin. They took off immediately, heading towards the nearest location where the ghosts were recorded. Chapter 1104. One day later. The plane returned to Mexico. Wu Hung, accompanied by the Wood Elf sisters, entered the room, looking travel-worn. Minnie immediately greeted him, skillfully taking his coat and hanging it aside. "Master, was the journey smooth?" Wu Hung smiled, his tone calm. "It went fairly smoothly. We caught 3 ghosts. That should be enough for us to question them thoroughly." Philippa, hearing the commotion outside, also came out of the bedroom, her eyes shining. "Who wrote your speech at the forum?" "It was excellent. I never heard you speak so well on Treasure Island. Everyone on the forum is talking about it now." "A prepared script?" Wu Hung went over and ruffled her hair, then ruffled the parrot's head, before asking, "Where are Lilith and the others?" Minnie glanced at the wall clock. "Leader Lilith hasn't returned yet, but it's about time. It was almost dinner time." "Then let's wait for them together. We try the board game after dinner," Wu Hung said. The family members nodded in agreement, and busied themselves. Minnie turned and headed to the kitchen, while Robbie helped set the table. The atmosphere in the house was filled with the warmth of daily life. Wu Hung sat down in a corner of the sofa, took out his phone, and opened the forum. Only 2 days had passed since his lecture on the professional scroll, but the buzz hadn't died down at all. The pinned post was still his live stream video from that day, along with the announcement of the Lingchi cult's first batch of professional selection progress. Countless posts below were still discussing the matter heatedly. Regardless of age or gender, everyone seemed to show an astonishing desire to become stronger, especially after experiencing the apocalypse. More and more people realized that only power could ensure survival in the next crisis. Wu Hung continued browsing the official recruitment posts for the Lingchi cult. The daily page views and application numbers were still rapidly increasing. The enthusiasm of the remaining survivors had been stirred up. With a slight thought, he brought up the system panel. Faith, 46187/50,000, only a little over 3,000 short. At this rate, once the new believer's faith was fully converted, breaking through to the hero stage shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was pondering this, familiar footsteps sounded outside the door. Lilith, Viola, and Hillary walked in one after another, their trench coats still covered in fallen leaves and dust. "You're back?" Wu Hung looked up. "We should be asking you that." Lilith took off her trench coat and asked, Did you catch the ghost? Yes, Wu Heng replied. Let's eat first, then we use the chessboard. Okay. The group quickly washed up, and then sat down at the table to eat. They ate and chatted, discussing the foreign presentations and the professional scrolls. Night fell, and the living room was brightly lit. The group sat around, a silent tension hanging in the air. Lilith tapped the table lightly, breaking the silence. The four of us will participate again, plus a ghost. All right. Wu Heng nodded, his gaze calm. Viola took out the chessboard, its surface glowing with an eerie light, and the dice rolled. The ghostly host reappeared in the main seat, his face blurred, his voice flat. Please confirm the number of players. Viola glanced at the four present, and the ghost immediately replied, 4. Wu Heng took out the demon soul pot and said solemnly, this time, we need to know more about whether gods can be killed, and how. The spout opened, and a hideous ghostly shriek shot out, only to be instantly imprisoned by an invisible force in the fifth seat, becoming yet another player. The ghostly host announced indifferently, welcome to the Fate chessboard, the Lost Temple. The game begins, the Fate dice roll. The dice rolled, finally settling on 5. The 5 figures on the chessboard moved forward 5 spaces. The adventurer party traversed the desert, finding an ancient sanctuary half buried beneath the yellow sand. The statue at the entrance had its face chiseled flat, its body broken, and the surrounding inscriptions scraped away, replaced by inscriptions of unknown meaning. As you examined it, several guardians made of shadows and withered branches surged out from behind the statue, attacking all living things. Adventurers, you are engaged in battle with the Twisted Guardians. Strength 38, immune to damage. You repelled the enemy, but you also lost a companion forever, left behind in this desolate desert. Before the words were finished, the ghost on the 5th seat suddenly shattered, turning into wisps of gray smoke, which were absorbed by the ghost master. Wu Heng glanced over imperceptibly. After absorbing the soul, the ghost's outline seemed clearer, and a barely perceptible glint of intelligence flashed in its eyes. Sure enough, it was growing stronger by absorbing ghosts. Intelligence -2. After a short rest, you set off again. The dice of fate began to roll. The dice rolled 2. Following the enemy's retreat, you discovered a cleverly hidden staircase leading underground. Entering the underground sanctuary, the air was cold, filled with the smell of musty spices and rust, and the walls were covered with ancient murals. A powerful mental surge suddenly swept through the entire team. Intelligence 47, immune to damage. The reckless Wood Elf sisters had their memories distorted. In your new memories, your teammates are no longer trustworthy. Some thirst for blood, some study forbidden arts to kill. Suspicion and fear erupt instantly. Internal strife is inevitable. Verbal conflicts quickly escalate into a death match. Swords clash, magic splashes. The spectators outside the arena held their breath, Wu Heng's face darkening. Internal strife has erupted in the game storyline. If someone dies, it means a hero has killed another hero. People really do die. The infighting has subsided, but 3 teammates have tragically perished. As the host finished speaking, the 3 puppets on the chessboard crumbled like sand. At the table, Lilith and the 3 Wood Elf sisters collapsed, their foreheads hitting the tabletop, and fell silent. Ah! Many cried out in alarm, rushing to help them up. But she was blocked by an invisible barrier. Calm down, Wu Heng said in a deep voice, it's alright, I can revive them. The game isn't over yet. Now, only Viola remains, still sitting at the wooden table. Her eyes are filled with confusion, looking to Wu Heng for help. Continue with the procedure, it's alright, Wu Heng reassured her softly. The poor survivor is now all alone. Intelligence reduced by 5. You suppress your grief as you examine the mural. Perception 37, insight successful. You discover the truth hidden beneath the radiant scene. The supreme god on the throne was assassinated by his follower, his divine power completely devoured, and he himself sat on the throne. Everyone was shocked again. A god was assassinated? Before they could think it through, the host's voice suddenly rose. The instant you realized this horrifying truth, the entire secret hall trembled violently. The image of the god-slaying follower in the mural came to life, breaking free from the wall. He was not a wholly divine form, but a monster composed of black thorns, twisted metal, and broken forest remains, overflowing with stolen, restless life force and pure pain. You recognize him in his sinister grin. He is the employer who commissioned you to find this place. Battle begins. You are wounded, attributes reduced. Constitution 55, damage immunity. You are dead. Game over. Viola collapsed onto the table with a thud. But soon, Viola sat up again, rubbing her forehead. Those killed by the game storyline could still be resurrected by the hero's constitution. It wasn't a case of a player hero killing another hero. Minnie, Philippa, and the others rushed forward to help, lifting Lilith and the Wood Elf sisters onto a soft couch nearby. Wu Hung and Viola exchanged a glance. Once the ghostly host had completely dissipated, he quickly retrieved the chessboard into his spatial ring. Everyone's expression was extremely grave. Although they knew this artifact was dangerous, they hadn't expected it to reach this level. Of the 4 heroes participating in the game, 3 were dead. This included a veteran hero like Lilith. If Wu Hung hadn't mastered resurrection, this artifact really couldn't have been used recklessly. "It's all right," Wu Hung reassured them, casting resurrection on each of the fallen bodies. Lilith was the first to awaken. Opening her eyes, her gaze swept around, her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she ultimately remained silent and walked to the sofa behind her to sit down. Then, the Wood Elf sisters also revived, a trace of disorientation still lingering in their eyes. After confirming that everyone was unharmed, Lilith took a deep breath and asked, "What happened to the story after we died?" Wu Hung briefly recounted the subsequent developments. The truth of the god slaying depicted in the mural, the appearance of the monster that was the incarnation of the god, and Viola's solo fight that ultimately ended in death. Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this plot implies that gods are betrayed and killed by their servants, and that the God-Slayer can devour the god's power and usurp the throne? That's what the narrator says. Wu Hung nodded, then added, "The narrator says from the god, this servant must also be a god, not an ordinary servant." Silence fell over the living room once more. Seeing no one speak, Wu Hung continued his analysis. There are 2 key points to this plot. First, gods can be killed. Second, divine power can be absorbed and inherited. Mentioning this, he couldn't help but recall the characteristic he had awakened himself. It allowed him to absorb the traits of various races, preserving the advantages of his own race. He wondered if absorbing gods was the same, or if it was merely an accumulation of power. "At least I gained something," Lilith said, taking a sip of her tea, her tone grave. "If the divine realm is truly a dog-eat-dog world, where the strong devour each other, then the world after becoming a god would probably be far more cruel than ours." Wu Hung paused, then understood her meaning. Mortal professionals could steadily improve through cultivation, but for gods, each was the other's sustenance, truly a god-eating god world. "That sounds terrifying," Wu Hung shrugged and smiled. "Are there still ghosts available?" Lilith pressed. "Yes, but you've just been resurrected, and your magic is still there. If you encounter danger again, the resurrection spell won't work," Wu Hung said. Halagwi then softly suggested, "How about we try? The game's plot isn't heavily dependent on the participants' strength. Even if we die, they can save us." Lilith pondered for a moment, then looked at the group. "Halagwi, Shiali, Philippa, and Sanera, the 4 of you go." The 4 nodded in understanding. Viola then asked, "What information do we need this time?" Wu Hung pondered, the hierarchy of gods, specific methods for killing gods, or directly asking how to kill the god of the Holy Sea. Lilith shook her head. "Just tell us everything. We listen to whichever they provide." "All right." Haragwi and the other 3 sat down at the table, and a new round of the game began. In the first round, they played the role of adventurers making a deal with the gods, witnessing a deity devouring its own kind. In the second round, they became servants at a divine banquet, overhearing conversations between the gods. All the ghosts were used up, the game board was put away, and they gathered again to gather information. They chatted amongst themselves. Finally, Wu Hung summarized, when mortals become gods, they ignite a divine fire. At the same time, the divine fire determines their divine office based on their abilities, and the path to godhood. Continuing to speculate along the lines of divine office, it determines the breadth of one's domain after becoming a god. A domain is like a container. The wider it is, the more energy it stores, and the stronger its combat power. The distinction between strong and weak gods also partly comes from their divine offices. For example, a god who controls harvest or assassination is not as strong as a god who controls macroscopic aspects like life or time. Each other's divine office is devoured, partly to expand their own domain. So, if that's the case, Lilith frowned, the divine offices of the church's gods are generally related to the sun or light, belonging to high-level divine offices. Wu Hung thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so. Based on the clues we gathered, the church only rose to power after the ancient gods, like Nuwa, encountered trouble. Its divine office might not be that high. Even when Nuwa was still the great fox maiden of the celestial fox clan, she had never heard of the church." They only considered it to be the rise of an insignificant little church, clearly not some particularly powerful clergy. That makes sense, Lilith nodded. Wu Hung summarized, in other words, the direction you specialize in before becoming a god is crucial. The more core your focus, the greater your potential after becoming a god. Seeing the somewhat confused looks on Philippa, Minnie, and the others' faces, Wu Hung explained, right now, besides your own professions, you must learn the creation scripture and the body refining technique before becoming gods. Sainera smiled, you make it sound so easy. Philippa, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly blurted out, don't worry. We definitely won't ambush you after we become gods. Wu Hung lightly patted her bottom, you're so reckless. Unity is the only right thing to do. The environment in the god realm is probably even more treacherous. Why fight amongst yourselves? Philippa rubbed her bottom and muttered, I was just saying. The group chatted for a while longer. Today's gains were indeed considerable. They learned more about the gods. As evening approached, they returned to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Wu Hung sat quietly by the bed. He mentally processed all the information he had just acquired. Firstly, the path one cultivates before becoming a god directly determines the rank of their divine office. The more core the divine office, the greater their power after ascension. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through her mind. The profession and skill system in this other world is extremely detailed. Even Lilith herself didn't know about universal cultivation techniques before the appearance of the body refining technique. Does this mean that some force deliberately restricts each path of advancement to an extremely narrow level? Even if someone is fortunate enough to become a god, their divine office will hardly reach a high position, and the Holy See, while suppressing heroes from ascending to godhood, is simultaneously strengthening the barriers between professions. If this is true, then it makes sense. Secondly, gods can devour each other. Once you become a god, it's like entering an endless hunting ground. You might be the hunter, but you're also more likely to be prey in the eyes of others. However, judging from the murals left by the goddess Nuwa, gods can also form their own pantheon alliances. If Lilith, Seraphim, and the others become gods in the future, they will be my most reliable allies. Looking at it this way, I can't rush to become a god right now, otherwise, with a low divine rank and a weak foundation, becoming a god will be even more dangerous. It seems that before becoming a god, I must successfully cultivate both the creation scripture and the body refining technique. After making this decision, he directly released teleportation. The next moment, he appeared deep in the wilderness. Wu Hung began to continue his cross-legged cultivation. South Korean base, conference room. Representatives from various bases sat on both sides of the long table, the air filled with the aroma of smoke and coffee. The New Eden representative tapped his knuckles on the table, breaking the silence first. Vice Chief Chi, how did your communication with Chief Wu Hung go? Logically and morally, shouldn't each of our bases receive a copy of this first batch of professional scrolls? After all, we're allies, having coexisted for so long, we can't be abandoned at this crucial moment. Before he finished speaking, a well-dressed woman, with a smoldering cigarette between her fingers chimed in with a smile, her tone both gentle and firm. Yes, our chief specifically instructed me to express our sincerity in person. You know, morale is low right now. Whoever gets the scrolls first will stabilize the situation, and might even advance further. We will never forget this favor. And our Vulcan furnace. The Russian representative added in a deep voice, our chief also mentioned this, demanding that I negotiate a settlement. Vice Chief Chi, please don't make things difficult for me. More and more people join in, the voices growing louder, and the urgency more palpable. Deputy Leader Chi, please give us a straight answer. Even if the quantity is limited, we're willing to exchange it for supplies. Which base isn't lacking combat power right now? This is something that could change the course of events. Chi Honkai sat calmly in the main seat, listening to all the demands with a composed expression, her fingertips lightly tapping the thin list in front of her. She raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the anxious faces, and finally spoke slowly, I understand what you all mean. Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy conference room. The significance of the scroll is clear to both the leader of Wu Hung and myself, but precisely because of this, the first batch of users and the distribution method must be handled with care. This concerns not only the improvement of combat power, but also the future direction of all humanity. She paused briefly, meeting the intense gazes of the crowd. The Lingqi Church will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on the current contribution and stability of each base. And most importantly, they must be believers of the Church. If they are not believers, let's wait until there are no more requests. When will that be? The New Eden representative couldn't help but press. Chi Honkai looked at him, maintaining her smile. There's no other way. Our leader said that priority will be given to steadfast believers. Go back and consider it. If you're willing to become believers, perhaps I can help push things forward. She closed the folder, smiled at everyone, and said, go back and discuss it. Give me your answer tomorrow. The crowd narrowed their eyes slightly, and gradually got up to leave, going to their respective bases to discuss the matter. Chapter 1105. The night was as dark as ink, utterly silent. Wu Heng sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the depths of a sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he felt that the previously unstable sea of spiritual energy within his body was no longer a rootless duckweed, but had quietly taken root in a vast and solid earth. Deep within his spiritual platform, a tender green seedling broke through the soil, brimming with vitality. The seedling grew rapidly at a visible speed, its roots spreading, its branches stretching, connecting and merging with his meridians, as if reconstructing a completely new life framework within him. In the blink of an eye, the seedling had grown into a towering tree, its boundless energy surging like a river, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, every strand of his soul. He could clearly feel that even if his body suffered severe injuries, it could be reborn like an ancient tree in spring. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Unlock trait, flesh and blood reshaping. Wu Heng slowly opened his eyes, the light in him still lingering. He had successfully cultivated the fourth stage of the creation scripture. Now that he had reached the fourth stage, the initial excitement had subsided. He stood up, brushed the fallen leaves and twigs off his clothes, and unleashed his newly acquired supernatural power. In the open space ahead, the 5 elements converged in response, the soil churning and shaping, gradually solidifying into the body of a human woman. Once the body was fully formed, the earthy color faded, revealing smooth skin, and her hair gradually turned brownish red, making her look much like a normal person. The woman's appearance was that of Benny. The way she looked as a maid when he first met her in Blackrock Town. Wu Heng approached and gently stroked her. Her hair was smooth, her skin soft and supple, and apart from lacking a soul and having empty, cloudy eyes, she was indistinguishable from a real person. I wonder if it's possible for a ghost to possess it. Wu Heng murmured. If this body could be possessed by a ghost, then it would be practically a resurrection. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Xiao Xiao and Benny again. Please don't be reckless, and Xiao Xiao, I hope she stays with Granda and the others, and doesn't run off. He took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts, and his gaze returned to the body standing there. The effects of the creation scripture were gradually becoming apparent, not just in strengthening himself, but also in terms of supernatural powers. It seemed to point towards creating life. If divine office truly was determined by the direction of cultivation, then successfully cultivating the creation scripture would definitely lead to a high-level divine office. At least more powerful than fire, or ordinary professionals after becoming gods. Only one last stage left, Wu Heng said softly. Then, he tried to dispel the body in Benny's image before him. However, he discovered that once created, it couldn't be returned to dust by dispelling the magic. Wu Heng frowned slightly. This was difficult to handle. He couldn't just burn it, after all, it was Benedict's appearance. He couldn't bear to do that. After thinking for a moment, he activated the mansion spell, having the skeleton move the body inside. He planned to bring Benedict back later, and have her try to possess it. If it couldn't possess her, he'd figure out another way to deal with it. Or perhaps, he could try to transform it into a skeleton. Thinking this, he paused again. If this succeeded, the creation scripture and the bone manipulation technique would complete a perfect closed loop. After the body was moved inside, he deactivated the mansion spell. Wu Heng used teleportation to return to his residence, turned on the light, sat at the table, and took out the creation scripture to continue studying the final chapter. 5th level, mending the heavenly gate. Besides the cultivation method, only 4 words remained as an explanation. Body unites with heaven and earth. Wu Heng focused intently on the text, recording all the methods. He would use it tomorrow to cultivate the final level. South Korean base, Lingchi Church. Beneath the towering dome, stained glass windows filtered the dim sunlight. Zhao Yin stood on the high platform, her silver-patterned robe flowing solemnly, a scepter in her hand radiating calm authority. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead. Several cameras operated silently, red dots flashing, broadcasting the scene live. Below the platform stood believers from various places. Their skin tones and hair colors differed, but their eyes burned with the same fervent light. These were the first batch of chosen believers, undergoing their professional initiation again. Zhao Yinqiu stood on the stage, still delivering her church sermon, with a resounding voice. Finally, she raised her scepter high, proclaiming, "God is with you." The crowd echoed her words. "All right. Come up one by one to receive your initiation," Xiao Yanqiu continued. After a brief moment of confusion among the believers, the first young man stepped forward quickly, his hands trembling as he received the scroll, his eyes red-rimmed. Following the instructions, he gritted his teeth and unfurled it. A gentle yet powerful energy enveloped him. Xiao Yanqiu smiled and said, "All right, someone will guide you on how to cultivate later." Next, the young man excitedly stepped down and waited to the side. The believers, one after another, stepped forward. Some were in tears yet smiled brightly, some clenched their fists trying to remain calm, and an elder even bent down to kiss the scroll before using it. With each ray of light, a person's life changed. Meanwhile, the live stream screen was completely overwhelmed by a tsunami of comments. "Ah, why wasn't I included? I prayed every single day without fail. I know that guy in the blue shirt. He's from the district next to mine. He actually got selected. Church, look at me. I can do anything. Cleaning, cooking, killing zombies. When is the next one? Do you have inside information?" The comments piled up, almost completely obscuring the screen. And every comment was filled with envy and longing. Mexico, Volcano Camp. In the living room, Lilith reclined on the soft sofa, Philippa sat cross-legged beside her, and Robbie, Hillary, Sanella, and others sat in different places, scrolling through the overwhelming live stream posts and discussions on the forum. These past few days, the news of the Spirit Revelation cult's first public selection of converts had practically swept across the entire internet. While they were familiar with professions, they were also curious about this world and the way professions were chosen. Besides, the archbishop of this world is also a young mother. She needs to see what he looks like. These new believers. They're behaving so unseriously. Robe frowned slightly, looking at some of the believers' comments on the screen. Indeed, different from the Vatican style. Hillary nodded in agreement. The Vatican's believers were always restrained, devout, even bordering on fanatical. But the believers from the Spirit Revelation cult always exuded a indescribable eccentricity in their words and actions. The comments and posts on the screen were filled with "ha ha ha, so envious I'm crying, and I dance for my brothers at 3 a.m. Seeing their slightly confused expressions, Shawnera chuckled softly, "Don't you guys think this style is actually quite similar to Wu Heng and Xiao Zhao's usual mannerisms?" The group paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. They continued studying for a while, and seeing that it was almost time, they went their separate ways to cultivate. Another World Association headquarters. The flags that once represented different factions had all been removed, and the holy light banner of the church hung high on the walls, silently proclaiming the change of power. Claudio sat alone at the head of the long table, his heavy religious robes making him appear somber. His fingertips traced the documents in his hands, his movements mechanical, his gaze indifferent. Since the association completely submitted to the church, all heroes and high-ranking professionals had sworn allegiance before the idols. The past was now a settled matter. However, when his gaze fell upon the next urgent battle report, his usually placid expression instantly turned to horror. His pupils contracted sharply, his knuckles gripping the edge of the paper so tightly they almost crumpled it. The report, written clearly in black and white, stated that the Holy See, along with 5 important cities under the papist's control, had been reduced to ruins overnight. City walls collapsed, all life was annihilated, not a single survivor. The news had been sent half a month ago, around the time the gods appeared. How is this possible? A gasp escaped his throat uncontrollably. Wu Heng. Hatterai was dead, Bruno was dead, both killed with a mere flick of the god's finger. But not only was he alive, he even had the ability to retaliate. He had even destroyed the Holy See and several core cities right before the eyes of the gods. Wu Heng didn't die, but lost Treasure Island. The papacy, however, lost the Holy See and these cities. It sounds like the papacy is the one who suffered a loss. A strange emotion suddenly crept up Claudio's spine. Perhaps he really could change something. He stared intently at every word of the report, as if trying to deduce the future from it. After a long while, he stiffly raised his head and looked out the window. In the distance, the newly erected statue of the papacy reflected a cold and enormous halo in the setting sun. Could that man who had defied all reason once again create a miracle? Another world, a bordered human city-state. The wooden courtyard gate was smashed open with a loud bang, splinters flying everywhere. Several knights in papacy armor rushed into the courtyard, their long swords drawn, their cold light gleaming. Behind them, A dwarf clad in a holy robe slowly entered. Though short in stature, his eyes were sharp as a hawk's, quickly scanning the empty courtyard before finally settling on the doorway directly ahead. "Charge in," the dwarf commanded coldly. Crack! Before the knights could advance, the door and window frame shattered. Two enormous black shadows pounced out like lightning. Two high-ranking skeletons with insect-like wings and grotesque appearances, draped in black cloaks. They moved with terrifying speed. The knights at the front were sent flying like bowling pins, their armor dented, their screams abruptly cut short. "Humph!" the dwarf sneered. Without any visible movement, two dazzling golden chains appeared out of thin air, coiling around the charging skeletons like serpents, halting them in midair. The next instant, the dwarf's figure blurred, vanishing like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was behind a skeleton, his short blade gleaming with a poisonous light, aimed straight for the dwarf's neck. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing the dwarf's afterimage before hitting the ground. The dwarf teleported away again, but two more skeletal guards pounced from inside the house, their blades flashing like a net, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. The dwarf was clearly a rogue, his movements were unpredictable, and his short blade cunning and ruthless, each flash accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. However, the skeletons felt no pain, were fearless of death, and were all level 20 skeletons. Their attacks were relentless, coupled with the occasional stray shots fired from inside the house, and the dwarf gradually began to falter. Finally, a skeleton seized the moment when he dodged the bullets, its fist shattering his skull like a cannonball. The dwarf's body slowly fell to the ground. At this moment, several figures cautiously emerged from inside the house. Leading the group was Necromancer, the lord of Rentam City, carrying a machine gun, flanked by the fox spirit Andre and the butler Hartle, carrying a child. Following them were Slater, the deacon of Blackrock Town, Yuri, the druid girl, Natalia, the second queen, and Costas, the ghoul mechanic. Each person was armed, ready for battle. Finally, was Queen Britannia of the Kingdom of Yeko, her belly already quite large, supported by a young maid. The group glanced at the corpses on the ground. When Mansa said in a low voice, "We can't stop here. Let's leave now." Yuri hurriedly said, "Let's go to our tribe. Nobody there believes in the church." "No," Slater glared at her, "they must have used a tracking artifact. Going back will only bring trouble to our people." Yuri glanced at Mansa and Brittany, muttering, "Aunt, why are we running? Wu Hung isn't that kind of person to us." Slater glared at her, "Shut up. Would I harm you?" When Mansa pondered, "Continue north." Before she finished speaking, the dwarf's corpse suddenly began to convulse violently, its flesh writhing like a living thing, its bones cracking, and its shattered head healing at a visible speed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. "A hero! He's a hero!" Brittany's voice trembled. The dwarf suddenly sprang to his feet, his head not yet fully grown back, and charged towards them, his figure moving so fast it was just a blur. The skeletons protecting him immediately stepped between the two sides. The dwarf's figure was forced into shadow, and several skeletons swarmed forward, killing the dwarf again. However, the corpse continued to heal. Bang! 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 Andre stepped forward and fired several shots at the corpse. "We can't kill him. What do we do?" The ghoul mechanic Costas suddenly spoke up, "Strip him of his equipment and artifacts. Without his tracking artifacts, it'd be difficult for him to find us." When Mancha immediately gave the order. The skeleton stripped the gnome of all his equipment and rings, leaving only a tattered cloth to cover his vital areas. Soon, the gnome's injuries healed again, and before he could make a move, he was forcibly suppressed by the level 20 skeletons. Wu Hung assigned 2 level 20 skeletons to Brittany, 2 level 20 skeletons to Mancha, and the rest were all level 18 or higher skeleton servants. Although they couldn't kill the hero, their attributes were still enough to suppress him. When Mancha turned around and said, "Let's pack our things first," the others quickly retreated back into the room. The dwarf spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, "Escape? Where can you run to? Come back with me obediently, and maybe you still have a way out." When Mancha looked down at him and suddenly laughed, "You, a hero, coercing a group of women like us here? Don't you think it's beneath your dignity? Enough nonsense. Surrendering is your only way to survive." When Mancha's smile turned cold. "Break off his arms." A flash of sword light, and both arms fell to the ground. The dwarf screamed, veins bulging on his forehead. When Mancha was still smiling, but her eyes were like icy blades. "Hero, I'm a gangster. My talent may not be as good as yours, but when it comes to ruthlessness, I might not lose. You're asking for death. I ask you a few questions. Answer them well, and we let you go. Answer them poorly. She paused. We be chopping off your head and arms the whole way. The dwarf's eyes flickered. What? What's the situation on Treasure Island now? It's become the territory of the Holy See, the dwarf replied. It sounds like he has no intention of hiding anything. Slater asked urgently, any news about Wu Hung and the others? No. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Mancha continued, what exactly happened? The dwarf was silent for a moment, then finally said in a hoarse voice, the god of the Holy See has descended. As soon as he finished speaking, the dwarf's expression turned grave, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They thought so. Treasure Island and Wu Hung had developed to this point. How could something suddenly happen to them? It turned out that the gods had descended to deal with Wu Hung. At this moment, Slater suddenly awoke. You were the previous leader of the association. How could you? She stopped herself from speaking. The association had already submitted to the Holy See. The answer was obvious. Andre and the others hurried back. Everything's ready. When Manson nodded. Slater, it's up to you. Slater took a deep breath and looked at the dwarf. Chief, you understand this is merely a matter of grudges between us and the Holy See. We can't kill you, and we only ask that after your resurrection, you slowed down your pursuit. If Wu Hung ultimately triumphs, we will never forget your mercy today. With that, she raised her hand and waved. Bang! The skeleton completely shattered his head and torso. Bury all the bodies on the spot, Slater ordered. The skeletons quickly dragged the remains into the pit and filled it in. The group tore up their tickets, boarded the ghost train that had appeared, and sped away. Soon, the soil at the burial site churned, and the dwarf's figure emerged again. He stared grimly in the direction the train had gone, his shadow writhing around him, before vanishing without a trace. The zombie world. Wu Hung sat cross-legged in the mountains, his energy flowing around him, as if it were tangible, resonating with the earth beneath his feet and the sky above. Unlock trait. Divine Fire. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Wu Hung abruptly opened his eyes, then opened the panel to check his faith value. Faith, 50,000/50,000. Enough faith. Divine Fire, using body, abilities, and emotions as fuel, and drawing upon ultimate faith, ignite the Divine Fire, and ascend to the Divine Realm. Successful. Chapter 1106. In the desolate depths of a zombie world, Wu Hung sat cross-legged amidst jagged rocks, his aura subtly harmonizing with the heavens and earth. The descendant of a hero, indeed a god, however, unlike what he had previously imagined, achieving his goal through faith did not directly lead to godhood. Instead, he needed to ignite the Divine Fire to ascend to the Divine Realm. In other words, before becoming a god, he needed to make some preparations. To fulfill the requirements for igniting the Divine Fire, and the ignition of the Divine Fire mentioned burning emotions. This suddenly reminded him of the several papal artifacts he had previously acquired, all of which had the side effect of abandoning humanity. Does this mean, after becoming a god, a part of humanity will ultimately be replaced by divinity? Humanity. In Wu Heng's understanding, the two were still very different. Human emotions were relatively short-sighted and focused on the present. Emotions were vibrant, complex, and uncontrollable. Love, hate, sorrow, and joy were the core of life, capable of deep empathy. Divinity, on the other hand, is more eternal and macrocosmic, like a superior being looking down upon all living beings. It may remember what love is, but no longer truly feel it. The capacity for empathy is lost, and it turns to pursuing some higher goal or balance. It's like a human observing ants in an anthill. They can understand the division of labor among worker ants, but cannot understand the emotions of the ant colony. He didn't know if his thinking was correct, but in his mind, divinity also had flaws. Therefore, for a god who has abandoned humanity, the line between them and humans has long been drawn. Humans are merely tools they keep to collect faith. Divinity, it seems, isn't such a good thing. Wu Hung felt that divinity was somewhat like his own skeleton. Emotionless, only the planned tasks needed to be completed. Must humanity be burned away? Or, if the body is strong enough to burn, emotions can be preserved? It's not impossible. In that case, before becoming a god, one should bring the body to a sufficient strength, so that it can burn longer. Having made up his mind, he pondered again, and continued cultivating the creation scripture. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged violently, and the power of laws rushed towards him like a tide. The scene was similar to when he ascended to hero status. Heavenly light gathered, elements flowed, enveloping him. Wu Hung felt himself gradually merging with this world, able to clearly perceive the changes in all things around him, even the invisible yet orderly trajectory of the laws. Not only was the power provided by his hero physique, but the entire world was nourishing him. Unlocked trait, Life Weaving. Life Weaving. Touching the source of life, it can repair innate doubt injuries and reshape a damaged divine soul. Life weaves, creating life? With a slight thought, the soil before him surged, transforming into a snow-white rabbit. Immediately afterward, the white rabbit came to life, glancing at him in alarm before turning and darting into the weeds. True life. Wu Heng's eyes widened. This meant that the final stage of the creation scripture as supernatural power was the creation of real life. It truly matched the mythical account of Miwa creating humans. After attempting to create 2 more creatures, he slowly rose, released a teleportation spell, and returned to the camp. In the living room, Lilith, Sanera, Philippa, and the others were discussing their progress in cultivation over the past few days. Those cultivating the creation scripture remained at the 2nd or 3rd stage, while Lilith and the Wood Elf sisters, cultivating the body refining technique, had both entered the 3rd stage. Wu Heng's figure silently appeared, walked to Lilith's side, sat down, and put his arm around her shoulder. Tomorrow, I cultivate the body refining technique with you. Lilith raised an eyebrow. Finished cultivating the creation scripture? Finished. Wu Heng smiled. Everyone looked surprised, and Lilith pressed, how was the effect? Wu Heng smiled mysteriously, raised his hand, and 2 butterflies fluttered from his palm, taking flight. They circled frantically twice in the hall, before finally flying away through the window. Spells? Sanera asked curiously. Creation. Wu Heng snapped his fingers lightly, and rabbits and sparrows were created, darting about lively. Everyone immediately understood, this was not an illusion. It was genuine creation of life. This is something only gods could do. No. The records of the Holy Sea's gods don't mention the ability to create life. Can you create humans? Philippa suddenly asked. Wu Heng shook his head. Theoretically possible, but it goes against morality, so let's not try. It's really scary, scarier than a skeleton. Philippa shrank his neck. Lilith picked up the conversation. So, you plan to practice the body refining technique again? Yes. I do plan to. Lilith nodded. Then let's eat first, and then we go. After lunch, Wu Heng and Lilith left the camp and headed towards the volcano. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. Wu Heng completed the 3rd stage of the body refining technique training, and had Chi Honkai find another volcano to properly place the fire egg that had been formed. Meanwhile, he was also continuously consuming corpse core potions. However, in the zombie world, there were only a few level 15 skeleton alchemists responsible for researching zombie evolution. The highest level they could create potions from corpse cores was only level 2. Wu Heng had been taking potions for a while, and later chose to directly devour level 3 and 4 corpse cores, relying on his own physique to resist the virus. He forcefully pushed his attributes back to a new level. On this day, in the wilderness, Wu Heng stood in an open area, with Lilith and the other women behind him. The outline of a volcano was faintly visible in the distance, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur and dust. Is it starting? Lilith stepped forward, her voice a few decibels lower than usual. Wu Heng nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on her face. Everything's ready. We can't delay any longer. Is there any danger? Lilith asked directly, her fingers unconsciously clenching. Don't worry. Wu Heng was nervous inside, but his tone remained calm to avoid worrying them. We have to take this step eventually. Once I figure out the pattern, it'd be simpler for you. Lilith hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then, suddenly, he stepped forward and hugged her tightly in front of everyone. Wu Heng cupped her face and kissed her lips. Next, he called to the women of the household, Sanera, Philippa, Minnie, Andre, to come forward one by one, instructing them on what to do next, and then kissing them goodbye. Until the last person left, Wu Heng gestured for them to move away from the center. After everyone had left, Wu Heng stood there alone, beginning to concentrate his mind, performing the final breath control before igniting the divine fire. Wu Heng sat cross-legged, glancing at his faith points and divine fire trait, which had reached their maximum. Without hesitation, he ignited the divine fire. There was no magnificent celestial phenomenon like the inverted Milky Way during a hero's ascension, no thunder and radiant light, no resonance of all things. Everything was eerily silent, as if the entire world had held its breath. However, within his body, a silent upheaval was taking place. His body gradually became translucent, like the purest crystal, or like charcoal burning to incandescence. Beneath his skin, his bones, blood vessels, and internal organs were no longer flesh and blood, but transformed into brilliant veins of pure energy flowing through him, constantly releasing shimmering light. Wu Heng clearly sensed every inch of himself, flesh and blood, power, magic, even memories and emotions, all serving as fuel to ignite the divine fire. This was the most crucial, and also the most dangerous step. If his body, power, and magic were insufficient to sustain it, and his memories and emotions were burned away, only an empty shell would remain. Even if he ultimately ascends to the throne of godhood, he might not be himself anymore. He didn't know how long he had been burning. At the center of his brow, a tiny but infinitely weighty spot of light began to pulsate, each pulsation drawing forth a surge of energy from his surroundings. Suddenly, a pillar of divine power, indescribably majestic and pure, violently tore through the heavens, crashing down and utterly engulfing him. The sky seemed to have been ripped open with a massive gash, revealing the turbulent, indescribably colorful universe beyond. The sky lost its color, energy churning and trembling. Within the pillar of light, Wu Heng's physical form was completely disintegrated and reconstructed. In the end, only a humanoid silhouette outlined by the purest radiance remained, vaguely resembling an abstract form symbolizing his future divine office. The next moment, the towering pillar of light vanished abruptly. The open space was empty. Wu Heng had also disappeared. At this moment, Lilith and the others quickly approached, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness as they looked at the scorched earth, devoid of anything. South Korean base, top floor of the command center. Chi Honkai and a group of base officials stood before a huge glass window, outside which the plaza was already teeming with people. Representatives from various allied bases, local staff, and even ordinary survivors who had rushed to the scene all looked up, their faces etched with the same astonishment and fear. The sky was no longer what they were used to. An indescribable, dark light enveloped the entire sky, neither clouds nor night, but more like a ghostly glow. It was as if the entire world had been dragged to the edge of another dimension. Deputy Chief, this can't be another apocalypse, can it? A young official's voice trembled as he instinctively reached for his sidearm, seeking a fleeting sense of security. Chi Honkai didn't answer immediately. She glanced down at her phone, which had no signal and kept displaying connection failures. She gripped the phone tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. When she looked up again, her face had regained its usual composure. Don't scare yourself. The root of the apocalypse has been resolved. It won't happen again. Chi Hansai's voice was steady, carrying an undeniable force. Have the research station immediately analyze the celestial data, provide a preliminary assessment as soon as possible, and issue a reassurance notice to all allied bases. Yes. The official nodded and quickly left. Chi Honkai turned her gaze back to the eerie sky, her brow still furrowed. Unable to contact her man, she felt truly uneasy. New Fusher base. Dim light streamed through the windows, casting a strange, surreal glow down the corridor. Li Yang practically ran down the corridor, forcefully pushing open the door to Zhao Yanqiu's office. Sister Zhao. I can't get through to Wu Heng on the phone. This is... Li Yaheng's voice was urgent, filled with anxiety. Her words trailed off. Contrary to her expectations, Zhao Yanqiu wasn't panicked. Instead, she knelt quietly on the floor, her hands clasped over her chest, praying. Her expression was strangely calm. Hearing the noise, Zhao Yanqiu slowly opened her eyes. Surprisingly, there was little panic in them. Instead, a glimmer of understanding shone through. Don't worry. Zhao Yanqiu's voice was unusually calm. I can sense. Wu Heng is doing something crucial. Sister Zhao. What time is it? You're still thinking about him? Li Yang was speechless for a moment, wondering if the other woman's faith had taken over her mind. Get up and take charge. The church mustn't be in chaos. Zhao Yanqiu smiled slightly, a smile filled with unspeakable conviction. Believe me, everything will be alright. He sent us news soon. Meanwhile, in every corner of the world, in all the survivor outposts, whether in massive underground bunkers or makeshift rooftop camps, people spontaneously stopped what they were doing, stepped out of their shelters, and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The ordinary survivors were pale, not daring to utter a single cry. The wounds left by the apocalypse had not yet healed, and this anomaly in the sky chilled them to the bone. However, among the followers of the Spirit Revelation cult, a completely different emotion permeated the air. They were equally shocked, but more so, they felt an indescribable tremor and awe. Some knelt in worship, some murmured to themselves. A vague yet powerful intuition began to grow within them, related to their Spirit Revelation cult, and not some calamity. Wu Heng felt his mortal body burning away inch by inch in the divine fire, every inch of flesh and every bone transforming into the purest energy. As the blazing flames began to touch the depths of his memories and emotions, his second body, located deep within the volcano and imbued with the body refining technique, transformed into new fuel, throwing itself into the divine fire to protect his most precious self. In an instant, his perspective was infinitely elevated and stretched, as if he had been lifted from the earth by an invisible giant hand, soaring towards the heavens at a speed exceeding the speed of light. He could see the worried faces of Lilith and the others rapidly shrinking beneath his feet. He saw the base transform into a model on a sand table. He saw the entire planet slowly rotating before his eyes, displaying a magnificent and complete arc. His consciousness hovered high above space-time, as if he had become a star in the vast universe, or perhaps merged into the boundless background of the universe itself. Ubiquitous, yet without a concrete form. However, the next second, a powerful repulsive force suddenly struck. His consciousness was violently compressed, dragged, and plunged into a strange gray space. This place was shrouded in endless mist, without heaven or earth, without boundaries, as if it were a crack in all space-time, a nascent domain unique to him. Wu Heng's thoughts stirred slightly, and his figure quickly solidified, restoring his original appearance. He looked down at his hands, feeling the unprecedented power they contained. This is my divine realm. With this thought, the surrounding gray mist surged violently. Pure white light dispelled the chaos, solid and warm earth emerged beneath his feet, and a refreshing scent filled the air. Plants sprouted from nothing, stretching their branches and leaves, and the sky unfolded overhead, with the sun and moon simultaneously hanging in the heavens. In the distance, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Wu Heng walked slowly forward. Wherever he passed, smooth floors automatically paved, ornate pillars rose one after another, and stars began to circulate above the dome. Upon reaching the center of the hall, a colossal golden throne awaited him. He slowly sat down, feeling the incredibly close connection between himself and his divine realm. Name, Wu Heng. Divine role, death, creation, magic. Divine rank, chief god. Divine authority, immortality, perception, incarnation, granting divine arts, controlling divine roles. The panel remained, even displaying the godhood stage. It seemed the panel that accompanied him had a far deeper origin than he had imagined. Is this what it means to become a god? Wu Heng clenched his fist lightly, feeling the surging power within him, a power capable of rewriting reality. It's utterly unreal. He rested his chin on his hand, a new and very real question arising. So how do I get back? Wu Heng sat quietly on his divine throne, closing his eyes and concentrating. In an instant, countless tiny, bright points of light lit up in his consciousness, like a vast starry sea. Each ray of light was a believer's devout faith, an anchor point intimately connected to him. These anchor points clearly marked the coordinates of two worlds for him. Earth and another world. So that's how it is. Faith is not only the foundation of the existence of gods, but also a coordinate. Wu Heng suddenly realized, no wonder the god of the Holy Sea, even after seeing his own memories, couldn't come to Earth. He had no coordinates. With a slight thought, his consciousness, like a light feather, quietly drifted towards one of the brightest anchor points, the one most deeply connected to him, as if piercing through a warm, watery mirror. The scene before him suddenly opened up. This was Zhao Yanqiu's room. She wore a plain-colored nightgown, kneeling on a cushion by the window, the soft light of the lamp casting a warm glow on her profile. Her hands were clasped together, and she softly recited the prayers of the Spirit Revelation Church, her voice gentle yet firm. After finishing, she prayed for Wu Heng's safety, for her daughter Xiao Zhao's safety and happiness, and for the world to finally achieve peace. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Praying to himself for safety? How strange, praying for world peace. Such a grand wish. Wu Heng didn't disturb her, simply quietly sensing this pure and unwavering belief, like a warm current flowing into his heart. After a moment, he collected his thoughts, his consciousness quietly withdrawing. He randomly drifted towards a point of light in another world. The scene abruptly changed. A cold, damp wind howled in from one end of the bridge arch, bringing rust, sewage, and the sour smell of something slowly decaying. A young woman huddled in the shadows of a corner, lying beneath only a few stained rags. Each of her breaths was broken and difficult, accompanied by a festering, hissing sound from deep within her chest. Merciful Island Lord Wu Heng. Spiritual awakening. God. Her voice was so hoarse, it was almost unrecognizable. The once melodious voice of a singer at the Gemflower Opera House was now nothing but a harsh, scratching sound. Her consciousness swirled violently between a burning fever and an icy chill. Fragmented memories flooded Wu Heng's senses uncontrollably. She had once been a resident of Treasure Island. Her father had gone to sea as a pirate and never been heard from again, and her mother was a tavern maid. She grew up to be a maid herself, earning a living by pleasing men. Until Wu Heng took over Treasure Island, a ray of light seemed to shine into her life. She no longer had to sell her body. The island lord's mansion purchased a career advancement scroll for her, allowing her to join the opera house and earn respect through her singing. She practiced diligently, genuinely wanting to become a devout follower of the Spirit Revelation Church and embrace that hard-won dignity. However, the return of the Holy See shattered everything. Being of low rank, she wasn't immediately executed, but instead plunged into a deeper mire than before. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed up a mouthful of foul-smelling mucus, her body contorting more violently with spasms. The high fever blurred her vision. The gray sky outside the bridge arch seemed like a dark, deep sea. With her last ounce of strength, she uttered a dreamlike plea. I only ask that when my soul returns to your kingdom, it may be clean, like a human being. That faint, desperate prayer, like the finest thread, clearly reached the throne of the gods. Chapter 1107. So it was you, Hetty. Wu Heng remembered her. She was one of the participants in the Treasure Island's maid rescue plan. She had acted in stage plays and sang beautifully. Unexpectedly, she had also been implicated because of the relationship between Treasure Island and the Holy See. Wu Heng began to examine the divine authority he wielded: creation, death, magic. He should at least be able to help her. It seems my humanity hasn't been swallowed by divinity, Wu Heng murmured. However, just as he was about to do something, the anchor of faith representing Hetty rapidly dimmed, teetering on the verge of dissipation. The flame of life in the bridge arch had burned to its end in pain and hunger, and its connection with him was about to be completely severed. Wu Heng's brows furrowed sharply, and he leaned slightly forward on his divine throne. To die in front of me, isn't that a huge disrespect to me? The moment the words left her lips, divine power transformed into an invisible warm current, surging down along the fading, thin line of life, deep within the cold, damp bridge arch. Ugh! Ah! A violent, heart-wrenching cough suddenly erupted from the girl's throat. Her previously unfocused pupils snapped back to focus, and she greedily inhaled the foul air like a drowning person, coughing up all the phlegm stuck in her throat. An indescribable warm current flowed into her body, forcefully yet gently dispelling the chill and pain, soothing her festering wounds. Her paper-white face quickly regained its rosy hue, her heavy body became light, and even her consciousness had never been so clear. I'm healed. She touched her arm in disbelief, tears instantly welling up and mingling with her tears as they streamed down her face. Island Lord, was that you? Did you hear my call? It wasn't a voice, but a gentle yet undeniable thought that resonated deep within her mind. Enjoy life, you're still young. Hetty trembled, then a smile bloomed on her face as she repeatedly kowtowed to the gray sky outside the bridge arch. So the Island Lord hadn't abandoned them. He had been watching all along. Wu Heng didn't linger. This was his first attempt to intervene in the mortal realm, and he needed to be cautious. His perception quietly withdrew from Hetty's anchor point, continuing its journey through the vast sea of faith. He quickly discovered that not all anchor points allowed him to clearly perceive and imbue them with his will. Only those anchor points with unwavering faith and dazzling light could become his extended eyes and ears. The fainter lights could only mark the locations of believers. He connected with several of the brightest anchor points in turn. Different scenes appeared one after another. There were former Spirit Revelation priests huddled in cellars, trembling yet still praying. There were believers hiding in the northern forests, relying on orc tribes for protection, and even members of local guilds serving in small teams. Countless fragments of information converged, gradually piecing together intelligence after his departure. Treasure Island had completely become the core location of the Holy See. The guild existed in name only, and all heroes were forced to swear allegiance to the Holy See. The Serpent Emblem Consortium had completely collapsed, and the so-called strongest dragon in the world had appeared on the guild's wanted list. Furthermore, there were indications that the Holy See's most important stronghold was now located on Treasure Island. It seems that deity is keeping a close eye on the boundary gate, Wu Heng sneered inwardly. Too bad. I don't need to go through the gate anymore. You can just watch the main gate. His consciousness once again searched the sea of faith, this time with exceptional clarity. Searching for Granda, Little, Winmansa, Andre. You're still over there. I wonder how you are now. The anchor point reconnected, and the scene suddenly became clear. It was a roughly furnished wooden hut, the roof 3 or 4 meters high, the tables, chairs, and beds all enormous and heavy, clearly an Orcish dwelling. The room was dimly lit, with only the light emanating from the light illuminating stone. On the large bed covered with animal hides, Britannia, her belly noticeably protruding, knelt carefully. She gently stroked her round belly with both hands, her voice extremely low, as if talking to herself. "My lord, God of revelation, you must be safe." Her prayer was cautious, as if it could be heard by someone outside. Then, fragments of her memories, uncontrollably, surged into Wu Heng's senses along the connection of faith. They had learned that Treasure Island had been occupied. After contacting each other by phone, they banded together and began their escape. Initially, things went relatively smoothly. The association issued a warrant for their arrest, but no one pursued them. Then, the Holy See dispatched heroes to hunt them down. Fortunately, the skeleton guards Wu Heng had left them were strong enough to repel powerful enemies time and time again, and so far, they had escaped unscathed. Britannia gently stroked her belly, a tender smile on her face. "My lord, our child is almost born. Have you thought of a name yet? You are a great detective and a god, it certainly won't be difficult for you." That faint yet unwavering prayer clearly reached the throne. Wu Heng's heart stirred slightly. It seemed their escape had been truly arduous, but thankfully, they had supported each other and avoided any major mishaps. What surprised him even more was Brittany's unwavering faith, making her one of the brightest stars in his constellation of anchors. Recalling her initial fascination with his published detective stories, when she first arrived on the island, perhaps the seed had been planted then. Without further hesitation, he attempted to transmit a concentrated thought along the thread of faith. "Brittany, it's me, Wu Heng." The woman on the bed jolted, startled like a frightened deer, and looked around warily, her voice filled with surprise and doubt. "Who? What is that?" She reached out and pulled out a pistol. "It's me, Wu Heng. I'm using this method to find you," the thought echoed again. "My lord." Brittany's wariness instantly transformed into unbelievable ecstasy, tears welling in her eyes. You're all right? Where are you now?" "I become a god, I'm safe for now," Wu Heng's thoughts responded directly. "But I just become a god, and I'm still figuring out some rules. I can't come to pick you up right now, for fear of attracting the attention of the Holy See, which would put you in danger." He didn't hide anything. Although he had become a god, he still needed to explore how to use his divine power and how to fight. Now that he was sure they were safe, and their living conditions seemed good, he wasn't in a hurry to descend directly, lest he be noticed by the Holy See's deities. Become a god?" Brittany gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide. "You really?" Seeing you all safe and sound puts my mind at ease." Wu Heng's thoughts carried a hint of reassurance. "Don't worry, my lord, we're all safe and well behaved," Brittany quickly assured him, her tone unconsciously softening with a touch of grievance. "My lord, when will you come to pick us up? I miss you so much." Soon, Wu Heng's promise came through his thoughts. "Once I'm familiar with this power, I come to pick you up and help you improve." "Okay, I understand." Brittany nodded emphatically. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, then transmitted his thoughts again. "Tell Necromancer and the others about becoming gods. Remember, you absolutely mustn't tell anyone else, lest danger arise." "I understand, my lord." After giving a few more careful instructions, Wu Heng's thoughts slowly receded like the tide, the invisible connection gradually fading. Inside the room, Brittany sat blankly on the edge of the bed. Feeling the disappearance of that mysterious connection, a slight sense of loss lingered in her heart, but more so, joy and hope. An uncontrollable smile curved her lips, and even her eyes shone brightly. "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. The personal maid pushed open the door and peeked in. She immediately saw her queen's face, so different from her usual worried expression, almost glowing, and was taken aback. "Your Majesty? Why are you so happy?" Brittany took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart, and said softly, "Go and invite Sister Necromancer and Andre over. Tell them I have something very important to discuss with them." The maid, though confused, immediately nodded upon seeing the queen's expression. "Oh yes." She turned and walked away quickly, her footsteps light and quick. Brittany placed her hand on her pregnant belly again, gazing at the deep night outside the window, her eyes shining. A short while later, the door opened. Several women, along with the ghoul mechanic, entered. "What's wrong?" Necromancer asked softly. Brittany smiled and said, "Sister Necromancer, in a little while, we won't have to run away anymore. Time has no place in the divine realm." Wu Heng sat upright on his divine throne, slowly opening his eyes, ending his survey of all the anchor points of faith. Although he hadn't found Xiao Xiao, Granda, and the others' precise locations, a faint but persistent sense of connection lingered deep within his divine perception. As long as this connection remained, it meant they were safe and sound. With his ghostly level and abilities, as long as he wasn't captured by that god, neither heroes nor professionals were a match for them. He wasn't so worried anymore. Wu Heng slowly inhaled, carefully reflecting on the experiment he had just conducted. As long as the anchor point is bright enough and the faith is firm enough, I can use it to sense the other person's situation, even transmit their thoughts. In that case, every devout believer can be considered an extension of the divine eye into the world. Then, could he actively search for specific targets? With a slight thought, the vast, star-like cluster of anchor point light before him began to shift. As he silently recited a few important names, several brighter stars immediately twinkled, flying to the front of his thoughts as if summoned, exceptionally clear. I see, that's convenient. After testing the use of the anchor point, he checked his divine authority on his panel again. Divine authority, immortality, perception, incarnation, granting divine arts, controlling divine duties. Immortality. The divine body is eternal, not aging or perishing with the passage of time. Perception. Can instantly perceive the past entanglements of any believer. Whenever a living being in the world recites a complete name or divine duty, their voice will reach the god's ears. Incarnation. Can condense divine power and project a physical form to the mortal realm. The destruction of an incarnation only temporarily weakens the god, not truly kills them. Granting divine arts. Can grant priests the power to perform spells appropriate to their divine duties. Controlling divine duties. Within the scope of their assigned divine duties, possesses near absolute dominion. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. The god's abilities are truly powerful. Immortality goes without saying, mortal bodies serve as fuel to ignite the divine fire, so naturally there is no concept of aging or lifespan. The perception ability revealed 2 points. First, the ability to see the past of believers, as just verified with Hattie and Brittany. Second, the ability to sense any mention of a complete divine name or divine office. Wait a minute. Wu Heng suddenly wondered that papacy deity seems to be able to freely access other people's memories, and can easily probe my memories, so why is mine limited to believers? After thinking for a moment, the only explanation was that it was related to the authority he held. The third ability, Avatar, allows him to project a physical form into the mortal realm to act. Isn't that papacy deity also an avatar? He shouldn't be descending in his true form. Wu Heng clicked his tongue in amazement. Damn! A mere avatar killed me? Once I'm ready, I test him with an avatar too. It's not like I really die. As for granting divine arts and manipulating divine authority, one grants priests corresponding skills, much like priests in the papacy. The other is one's own function, a corresponding domain, granting near absolute control. One's own divine authority is creation, death, and magic, absolute control. He have to test how to use it properly then. After carefully reviewing his powers, Wu Heng had a general idea. Let's try using my clone in the zombie world. Also, let Lilith and the others know I'm alright. With that thought, the light within his divine realm flowed, guiding him to the most familiar coordinates. Inside the Archbishop's room, light streamed through the stained glass windows, casting patches of light. Zhao Yanqiu sat at her desk, reviewing documents in her hands. Suddenly, she sensed something and abruptly turned to look at the corner of the room. There, on the open ground not far away, rolled up yellowish-brown mud without warning. Its mud seemed to come alive, gathering and shaping, quickly outlining a blurry human figure. Zhao Yanqiu's pupils contracted sharply. She instinctively took a half-step back, ready to rush to the door and call for the skeleton attendant at the entrance. However, the mud figure's face became clearer, fixed, and transformed into Wu Heng's likeness with astonishing speed. His features were distinct, even his usual small movements were identical. Wu Heng! Zhao Yanqiu exclaimed in surprise, her tense body instantly relaxing. Wu Heng looked down at the body temporarily constructed of mud, also finding it quite novel. At this moment, he felt no different from someone with a normal body. Hearing Zhao Yanqiu's cry, he immediately spread his arms. Come, let me admire our Archbishop. Zhao Yanqiu rushed forward and buried her face in his chest. But then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly looked around, lowering her voice. Xiao Xiao isn't here, is she? Don't worry. Wu Heng smiled. She didn't come with me today. She's playing outside with my other ghosts. Confirming her daughter was safe, Zhao Yanqiu's last worry vanished, and she completely relaxed, burying her face in his chest again, taking a deep breath, and then looking up. Something's wrong with your smell? What smell? A man's smell, Zhao Yanqiu said. Wu Heng said speechlessly, this is an avatar I created. Although it looks the same as my real body, it's a new body. Oh! Zhao Yanqiu responded, then asked, a few days ago. The whole world went dark. Was it related to you? What exactly happened? Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulder, sat down beside her, carefully choosing his words, and finally decided to say directly, I become a god. What do you mean? Zhao Yanqiu didn't react for a moment, staring blankly at him. It means, Wu Heng tried to explain more directly, that I am no longer just the leader of the spirit revelation cult or a powerful professional. I am now a true god. Like those in mythology, beings with divine authority and power. Zhao Yanqiu blinked her beautiful eyes repeatedly. The amount of information was too overwhelming, almost causing her brain to crash. Huh? This? Wu Heng didn't say anything more, smiled slightly, and casually pointed to the empty space in the room. In an instant, the soil gathered again, shaped, and came to life. A magnificent stag with forked antlers appeared out of nowhere. It shook its head, its glassy eyes curiously surveying the unfamiliar room. Its hooves lightly tapped the ground, making a soft sound. Even the faint whisper of its breath could be heard. Zhao Yanqiu abruptly covered her mouth. I understand. You really became a god. Wu Heng nodded, his expression slightly serious. Yes, over the next 2 days, I give you detailed information about the other new gods in the church. You organize it and incorporate it into our church system, then begin spreading it to the believers. Okay. I understand. Zhao Yanqiu nodded immediately. Wu Heng had indeed mentioned this before, but it hadn't been implemented. Now that he had become a god, adding Lilith and the others wouldn't be a problem. The two chatted tenderly for a while longer. Wu Heng continued, I have some things that need immediate attention. Contact Li Yong and Chi Han Kai for me, and tell them I'm alright. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yanqiu nodded. Wu Heng continued, when you're looking for me, just pray, and I know you're looking for me. Lilith's eyes widened even more. Okay, I try. Wu Heng nodded and leaned down to plant a warm kiss on her lips. Then, this clay avatar vanished silently, like sand scattered by the wind, leaving no trace. Zhao Yanqiu stood alone, subconsciously licking the corner of her lips, where the lingering touch and warmth proved it was all real. She looked down at her hands, then at the spot where Wu Heng had disappeared, a complex yet proud smile slowly blooming on her face. Xiao Xiao seemed to have found an incredible backer for herself and her daughter. With a slight smile, she picked up her phone and dialed Li Yong and Chi Han Sai's numbers. At the camp at the foot of the volcano. In the center of the living room, the earth silently churned, and Wu Heng's figure reappeared. Just then Minnie, Sayonara, and the others returned from outside. Master! Wu Heng! The women were initially stunned, then their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly surrounded him. Behind them, the door opened again, and Lilith, Viola, the Wood Elf sisters, and others followed. Seeing him, their eyes lit up with delight. Wu Heng! You succeeded? Lilith asked curiously. Wu Heng nodded. Sit down and tell me. Everyone sat down, and Wu Heng recounted his journey to godhood to them. This was the first time anyone had heard of the things that happened after becoming a god, and they were filled with astonishment and surprise. When Mancha, Brittany, and the others are all fine, and Xiao Xiao and the others are alright too. I picked them up after I'd gotten more familiar with the area, Wu Heng said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded, somewhat relieved. After chatting for a while, Lilith asked, What are your plans next? Wu Heng replied, I still familiarize myself with the combat methods. We still be fighting the Holy See. Okay. The group chatted for a while. Minnie went to prepare dinner to celebrate, while Wu Heng went outside the camp to test his abilities. Chapter 1108. The Wilderness. Wu Heng took a deep breath, intending to test the effectiveness of his divine authority in the mortal realm. First was his divine authority of creation, which undoubtedly originated from the creation scripture of the goddess Niwa. Its core concepts are birth, construction, growth, hope sprouting from desolation, order established from chaos, and inspiration from the source of all things. With a slight thought, the earth before him responded instantly. Grass and trees sprouted wildly, towering trees stood tall, flowers bloomed profusely, and rare medicinal herbs he could remember appeared in abundance, their fragrance filling the air. With another thought, the soil churned and shaped, birds and beasts materialized out of thin air, deer cried and birds sang, teeming with life. Immediately, the landscape began to change dramatically. On the distant horizon, majestic mountains rose with a rumble, and a stream flowed beside him. In a short while, what lay before him was no longer a wasteland, but a self-contained miniature world. This is the top-tier version of mansion technique, Wu Heng remarked. The effect of mansion technique is to conjure various objects within one's own open space. However, it cannot conjure real-life forms, nor can it take objects out of the space. But the current situation is that it can construct these things in the real world, including living beings. It's terrifying. Creator? Then, a thought naturally arose. If I could create an infinite number of humans, and then have them worship me, wouldn't I be able to farm faith myself? However, this idea was immediately rejected by a deeper understanding stemming from the very nature of the divine profession. Creation can construct all known things in the world, but the intelligence it can bestow upon living beings has its limits, at most reaching the level of low-intelligence beasts. Even if human form were created, it would merely be a beast in form. For modern humans to develop sophisticated thought and intelligence, a long evolutionary process would be necessary. In comparison, managing the existing world and guiding existing believers to multiply is undoubtedly a more efficient choice. The power of this divine office, to shape a world in a single thought, is truly beyond imagination. Having completed the experiment, Wu Heng turned his attention to the second divine office, death. The core concept of this office is termination, decay, oblivion, recycling, and the final command of the dead. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the creatures he had just created, and he lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the rotting animals fell silently to the ground, their life force drained away, the lush plants withered and died rapidly, turning to dust. No pain, no struggle, only absolute, instantaneous end. Simple and direct, Wu Heng murmured to himself. He moved his mind again, and the power of creation began to operate. The earth churned beneath his feet, and skeletons burst forth. Their bones weren't pale, but rather a metallic, iron-gray hue, and enormous insect wings sprouted from their backs. Each skeleton's eye sockets burned with the ghostly blue flame of the soul. Scatter, Wu Heng commanded directly. The newly formed skeleton army immediately moved silently and efficiently to both sides, forming a chilling array. After much maneuvering, these loyal skeletons proved to be the most effective. Finally, there was the magic cleric. This stemmed from his own background as a mage, and perhaps also from the diverse schools of magic he had studied. This versatility required no experimentation. It was inherently more intuitive. Standing here, Wu Heng could clearly sense all the magical elements permeating the surrounding void. They were like docile servants, awaiting his every thought. With a thought, thunderclouds surged across the sky, thick silver serpents tore through the heavens, and with a shift of thought, the roaring lightning instantly transformed into raging flames. Any known or unknown spell could be cast instantly with a thought, requiring no incantations, no formation, and consuming no magical power. Having mastered the use of the three divine roles, Wu Heng didn't linger. He waved his hand, dispersing the restless skeletons ahead, and his figure vanished from the spot. Everyone pack up, prepare to return to Xinfu City, Wu Heng said to the group upon returning to the living room. Philippa was the first to jump up from the sofa, her eyes lighting up. "Ah? We don't have to cultivate in this awful place anymore? Does that mean you can make us gods directly?" Wu Heng rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. "Dream on. The living conditions here are terrible, and supplies are a hassle. We have to continue cultivating back in Xinfu City." "Damn it! You're already a god, and you can't even handle this little thing? That's so unfair." Philippa immediately leaned over, putting her arm around his shoulder, giving him an exaggerated "you made it big, and you don't care about your brothers anymore" look. Wu Heng patted her arm helplessly. The foundation for becoming a god must be solid. The more stable the foundation, the safer it will be when you ignite the divine fire. Lilith interrupted Philippa's grumbling, more concerned with practical matters. "Will there be suitable cultivation grounds when we get back?" "Don't worry, I already made arrangements," Wu Heng said confidently. "Go pack your things." Seeing this, everyone sprang into action and quickly finished packing their belongings. Wu Heng raised his hand and cast the luxury mansion technique, a portal of light quietly appearing. "Go inside first, I call you when we get there." After everyone went inside, the mansion spell closed. Wu Heng's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. Almost simultaneously, Wu Heng's figure reformed in the empty square of Xinfu City Prison. It was early morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and the air was chilly. With a rustling sound, the skeletons patrolling with guns passed by, their skulls turning in unison to glance at him, before turning back in unison. Wu Heng reopened the mansion spell, and the people inside were still standing at the doorway. Annette blinked, asking in confusion, "Master? Is there anything else?" "We're here, come out," Wu Heng said with a smile. Holy crap! I haven't even sat down yet. Philippa stared wide-eyed at the familiar prison scenery around him. We're back already? The others were equally incredulous. From the volcano camp to Xinfu City prison, back in the blink of an eye? The power of a god is truly unimaginable. As they looked around in surprise, the commotion drew the attention of those living in the dormitory, who all peered out. Then, the wood elf priests and fox nuns, who had been roaming freely throughout the prison, were also alerted, their gazes turning to the suddenly appearing Wu Heng and his group. The quiet morning was instantly shattered, becoming lively. Wu Heng entrusted the task of settling everyone to Viola, while he led Lilith to a large, open wasteland behind the prison. It was winter, and the landscape was filled with withered, yellow grass, rustling in the cold wind. What do you plan to do? Lilith asked curiously, gathering her wind-blown hair. I will build the most suitable training ground for you right here, Wu Heng explained. From now on, you can all train here. There's no need to look for a suitable location anymore, and the living conditions are much better here. Lilith nodded, seemingly understanding. You go ahead and do it, I take a look. Wu Heng said no more, his mind stirring slightly. The vast open space ahead began to undergo a dramatic transformation. One side of the land rose, and lush trees grew at a visible rate, instantly forming a vibrant forest. Spiritual energy swirled within the forest, vaguely delineating areas suitable for different stages of the creation scripture cultivation. Further away, the ground rumbled, and a brand new volcano rose from the earth, radiating a warm aura. Near its base appeared rows of independent stone chambers, clearly intended for body refining technique cultivation. And in the clearing between the volcano and the forest, powerful elemental fluctuations suddenly surged forth. The ground transformed into a molten lava field, blazing fire elements leaped and danced, thunderclouds gathered above, and thick silver lightning bolts, like giant pythons, rolled and writhed within the clouds, emitting deafening roars, forming a natural lightning array. This was a suitable training ground for the third stage, the heavenly mandate body. Lilith was utterly stunned. She could understand building a training ground. To actually create a volcano, this was simply too exaggerated. After a long while, she murmured, this is too amazing. Wu Heng turned around, gently pulled her into his arms, and stroked her hair. Cultivate well. The Spirit Awakening sect has already started promoting you. I hope you can become a god soon. Lilith buried her face in his warm chest, her voice slightly muffled. You're already a god, you can have anything you want. Are we still that important to you? Of course. Wu Heng's tone was firm. He gently lifted her chin, looking into her eyes. Through so many difficult times, you were all there for me. In my heart, nothing is more important than you. Lilith's cheeks flushed slightly. She pulled away from his hand, burying her burning cheeks in his chest again, muttering softly, now that you're a god, your words are getting more and more eloquent. Let's go back. From now on, this cultivation ground will be yours to manage. Wu Heng smiled, taking her hand. Their figures vanished from the spot, returning to the prison courtyard in the next moment. Afterwards, Wu Heng announced to the assembled priests that he had become a god, promising to bestow upon them corresponding divine power. Upon learning that they had become among the first priests to follow a true god, the priests' faces showed excitement. After arranging everything, Wu Heng's avatar on Earth, as if having completed its mission, slowly dissipated into the air. Within the divine realm, time stood still, with only boundless silence and flowing glimmers of light. Wu Heng sat on his throne, his hand supporting his chin. His gaze swept over the vast, empty, magnificent temple. It did match his imagination of the divine realm, splendid and majestic. It just felt somewhat too empty. Even the sudden silence gave off an indescribable sense of loneliness. It seems that human nature is ultimately deeply rooted, unable to overcome loneliness, Wu Heng murmured. From a purely divine perspective, this boundless solitude should be an eternal, unchanging state. There shouldn't be any fragile emotion like loneliness. He rose from his throne, his footsteps echoing clearly on the polished, mirror-like ground. He walked to the empty platform outside the temple and looked out. A thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, the scene before the temple began to change dramatically. A vast courtyard paved with white jade appeared out of thin air. In the center of the courtyard, clear water gurgled, and exotic flowers bloomed along its banks, releasing a tranquil and rich fragrance. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful courtyard appeared before him. Although still deserted, it had at least gained some beauty. Just as he was examining his impromptu creation, at the edge of his divine perception, an anchor of faith suddenly lit up. Meanwhile, deep within the orc village, the setting sun, like blood, cast long shadows of simple thatched huts and fences. When Mancha stood behind several tall skeletons, her face grim, but her back still straight, and said coldly, "Hero, why do you relentlessly pursue us women? Neither the Holy See nor you pose any threat." At the courtyard entrance, the dwarf hero's lips curled into a mocking smile. Beside him stood a Holy See hero clad in silver armor, his eyes icy, hand on his sword hilt. Behind him stood several Holy See knights, ready to pounce this time. A threat? The Holy See hero scoffed. Your very existence is a blasphemy against divine will. He slowly stepped forward, sunlight reflecting off the holy emblem on his chest, creating a blinding glow. Yuri, standing behind him, suddenly put her hands on her hips and shouted fearlessly, "Get lost now. We pretend we didn't see you." A fierce glint flashed in the dwarf hero's eyes, as he once again scanned the surroundings with his senses. After confirming there were no ambushes, he sneered, "You managed to escape a few times before. Did you really think you could keep running forever?" The papal hero was even more direct, "Slay the heretics." The high-level professionals charged forward with their swords drawn, and the skeletons opposite them met them head-on. Yuri shouted behind her. They made their move. "Did you pray? Pray?" Both heroes were stunned. Pray to whom? The next second, the ground suddenly trembled, the soil churning like boiling water. A figure abruptly rose into the air. The leading professionals stopped abruptly, their faces changing drastically. "Wu Hung!" someone exclaimed in shock. The papal hero's pupils contracted, and he shouted sharply, "Wu Hung! You really did." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Hung flicked his finger, and with a series of muffled thuds, the men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. No ghosts rose, and even the papal hero couldn't be resurrected, as if he had been completely wiped from the world. The dwarf hero's face turned deathly pale, and he instinctively took a step back. The next moment, he too collapsed silently, his eyes still frozen in disbelief and terror. Wu Hung waved his hand, and all the corpses turned into yellow sand, scattering with the wind. Silence returned to the courtyard, broken only by the rustling of the wind through the grass. "Master!" When Mancha's voice trembled. She was about to step forward when Yuri rushed forward like a gust of wind, throwing herself into his arms. When Mancha and the others turned around in unison, looking at Slater behind them, whose face remained expressionless. Then, the group, along with Brittany from the room, came over. "We talk later. I take you to a safe place," Wu Hung said softly, activating mansion spell. A force propelled the group quickly into the mansion spell. Then the mansion closed, and Wu Hang's figure vanished. Just moments after he left, a blazing, sun-like light condensed in midair, enveloping the figure within it as he slowly landed. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the lingering magical aftershocks, and coldly said, "Let's see how long you can escape." Inside a courtyard, a well-dressed middle-aged man stood bowing in the hall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice extremely low, "Ladies and misses. The association's inspections have become increasingly strict lately, and I am truly worried about implicating you." The room fell silent, as if no one was there. After a long silence, a cold female voice echoed from the void, tinged with mockery, "How heartless. We done so much for your merchant guild, and now you find us an eyesore?" The man knelt down with a thud, almost pressing his face to the cold floor tiles. "Absolutely not. It's just that the Holy See's methods are ruthless. A slight misstep could lead to annihilation. I'm truly afraid I can't protect you all, and might even endanger the ladies." "Heh." The voice chuckled lightly, "You certainly know how to talk. Unfortunately, we are high-level ghosts. Even if a hero were to arrive in person, he might not detect a thing." The man remained prostrate, his voice trembling. "I know you are all incredibly powerful, but the situation is too tense now. The Merchant Guild can no longer withstand the slightest suspicion. I beg you ladies to understand my predicament and lay low for now." Another long silence followed. Finally, the woman's voice spoke again, her tone slightly indifferent. "All right. It's a collaboration after all. Since you're in a difficult position, we won't make things difficult for you. Is there anything I need to prepare? I have it prepared for you immediately." The man was overjoyed. "No need. This place will be empty by this time tomorrow. You can leave." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your understanding, madam." The man felt as if he had been granted a pardon, hurriedly rising and leaving, his footsteps fading into the distance. Silence returned to the hall. "I'm so angry. I'm going to kill him," Benny said angrily. "What's the use of killing him?" Granda's voice was much calmer. "Whether we leave or not, it's not up to him." "Then what do we do next?" Little asked softly. The Empress pondered for a moment and said, Let's find our way to Rentam City, and see if we can find Winmancha and the others. Granda agreed, that works too. Before she finished speaking, the four ghosts simultaneously fell silent, and turned in a certain direction. They exchanged glances, passed through the wall, and sped out of the city. Upon reaching the wilderness, they saw a familiar figure walking slowly. Wu Hung! Uncle! You come to pick us up! Wu Hung smiled. I thought you were lost. You're the one who's lost, Xiao Xiao said, disgruntled. Granda chimed in, yeah. The four of us were together, but you were missing. Who's lost? Having said that, she moved closer, just like Xiao Xiao, and opened her arms to embrace him. The goddess floated before him, scrutinizing him closely, her voice tinged with surprise and doubt. You become a god? You're completely different from when we left. Wu Hung smiled slightly. We talk about it when we get back. The four ghostly figures entered his body, and Wu Hang's figure vanished, leaving the other world. Wu Hung first went to the zombie world's prison and released Winmancha and the others from the mansion technique. Minnie and the others were delighted to see them. After settling Winmancha and the others in, he returned to the divine realm. With a thought, for ghosts separated from their true forms. It seemed that bringing the ghosts back to the divine realm was simpler than he had imagined. Wow! Is this where the gods live? Little exclaimed dramatically, her eyes wide. Granda floated forward, trying to touch the pale golden light swirling in the air. The light points danced around her fingers like living things. It looks like an unfinished dream. The queen said, I can create this effect even in dreams. The four ghosts scattered, looking around. Wu Hung smiled, activated the mansion technique, and took out a lifelike body hidden behind the wall. The body stood still with eyes closed, its face clear. It was the body of Benny that he had created earlier. Benny! Wu Hung called softly, take a look at this body. Can you possess it? Benny floated closer to examine it closely. This is me? Why did you create a body for me in secret? Her eyes scrutinized him. Wu Hung scratched his face and explained, when I first learned the ability to create bodies, I tried it out briefly and created this. Didn't do anything bad? Benny floated even closer, staring into his eyes. Not yet. Still? Benny muttered, seeing the other ghosts flying over, you're such a pervert. Wow. It's Sister Benny. Xiao Xiao recognized her at a glance. Granda said, Wu Hung can create bodies now. Benny, quickly see if you can possess it. Benny no longer hesitated, her shadow spun lightly, and she possessed the body before her. In an instant, the body, which had been as still as a puppet, trembled slightly. Then, her eyelashes fluttered, and a pair of bright eyes snapped open. She stiffly raised a hand, her gaze filled with disbelief. Her fingertips trembled as she gently touched her cheek, a warm, real touch. How is it? Granda asked impatiently. Benny didn't answer immediately. She took a deep breath. The air carried the unique, crisp scent of the divine realm, like the scent of freshly fallen snow. She abruptly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, then smiled and said, I can feel it, and I can smell the wind. Chapter 1109. Wu Hung stood to the side, watching Benedict Cumberbatch stroke her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. This joy was understandable. A ghost, though already dead once, and no longer troubled by disease and death, had lost its physical body. Although it was always said that being a ghost was good, it seemed that having a body was still a relief. Before Benedict Cumberbatch could no longer contain herself, and Xiao Xiao floated forward excitedly, me too. Me too. Uncle, make one for me too. Wu Hung smiled and snapped his fingers stylishly. The soil in front of her surged and coalesced as if it had come alive, quickly outlining the silhouette of a little girl. The colors of the soil gradually faded, revealing fair and delicate skin, with exquisite and lively features. It was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao cheered, and the ghost possessed her. Then, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened a pair of bright eyes. I'm alive! Yay! Xiao Xiao cheered, pulling Benny's hand and spinning around, her laughter echoing in the silent divine realm. Then, she pulled Benny along to walk outside the hall to smell the fragrance of the flowers. Wu Hung looked at Granda and the queen. Tell me, what kind of body do you want? Once it's done this time, you be the real you, and it'd be hard to change later. Granda floated forward slightly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Younger than before and a better figure. As she spoke, she gave Wu Hung a meaningful glance. Wu Hung understood, concentrated his mind, and his divine power flowed again. He restored Granda's original beautiful face according to her memories, but added a certain size to her figure, making her more voluptuous and graceful, with captivating curves. The earthy hue faded, revealing a graceful female form. Granda nodded in satisfaction. Eagerly bending down into her new body, she took a few elegant steps, feeling the long-lost weight and balance. An uncontainable joy spread across her face as she hurried towards the still playful Xiao Xiao and Benny. Finally, Wu Heng turned his gaze to the queen, who had remained silent to the side, and teased, "So, madam, do you have any special requests?" The queen's tone remained calm. "Just my appearance is fine. I don't need those features to please men." "Do you still want the tail?" Wu Heng continued. The queen paused for a moment, then answered decisively yes. Wu Heng nodded, a thought flashing through his mind. A woman of exquisite beauty and mature, elegant bearing slowly materialized. Immediately afterward, a pair of fluffy white fox ears materialized on her head, and 9 large, soft, bushy fox tails unfurled behind her. The goddess glanced at him, her tone still indifferent. "Not bad." Then, she possessed the spirit and slowly walked towards the courtyard. Little Xiao ran over, hugging her coiled fox tail, giggling. Wu Heng stood not far away, smiling as he watched them. It seemed his spirits were all very happy. The 4 spirits sensed the outside world for a moment, then little Xiao ran back. "Uncle, when are we going back? I want Sister Benny, Aunt, and Annie to all try my mom's cooking." "Sure. Let's go now." "Can we take these bodies with us?" Granda asked. "Put them in my mansion spell first, then give them to you when we get there." Wu Heng activated the mansion spell. The 4 spirits walked inside, then detached and flew back, entering Wu Heng's body. Wu Heng then searched for an anchor point and headed to Earth. New Fu City, prison base. In a cozy room, Wu Heng was holding his daughter, Wu Qin. The baby girl giggled as he played with her, her clear laughter filling the room. When Mansha sat beside her, gently folding the child's clothes. After the father and daughter played for a while, when Mansha smiled and gently took the child. "All right, if you keep playing, Qiner will get really tired. Let her sleep for a while." At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. When Mancha's butler, Hartel, entered. She was still dressed in a sharp business suit, her long hair neatly tied back, her gaze behind her black-rimmed glasses calm and professional. "Master," Hartel bowed slightly. Wu Heng smiled. "It's been a while, Hartel." "Thank you for your concern, sir." "I'm doing well," Hartel replied politely, a faint smile playing on her lips. When Mansha handed the sleeping child to her and softly instructed, "Put the child to sleep first. Later, you help me serve the master." "Yes, madam," Hartel respectfully replied, quietly withdrawing with the child in her arms. Wu Heng then went to the living room with Mansha. In the living room, all the women of the household were already present, along with Lidali from the Serpent Emblem Consortium. Previously, because the people of the Island Lord's mansion were unaware of her relationship with Wu Heng, they hadn't taken her with them when they went to the volcano camp. Now, it was finally a true reunion. Wu Heng sat down in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over every face present, and spoke directly. "From today onwards, Lilith will be responsible for formulating your training plans. Everyone must aim to become a god." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement and unprecedented solemnity. Central area, conference room. Li Yong, Zhao Yanqiu, and others sat around the table, discussing base affairs. Knock knock. After 2 light knocks, the conference room door was pushed open a crack. Immediately, a small head peeked in from under the door, its large, bright eyes scanning the room before finally settling on Zhao Yanqiu. A radiant smile immediately bloomed on its face. "Mommy, if you're not too busy, could you give me some money? I want to buy something delicious." Zhao Yanqiu looked up at the sound, and when she saw that incredibly familiar face, a face that should never have appeared in this way, the pen in her hand clattered to the table. Her eyes widened suddenly, her pupils filled with disbelief and shock. She stared intently at her daughter, who had come back to life, in the doorway. Wu Heng returned to the divine realm alone, without bringing the ghosts back. Now that he had become a god, the ghosts no longer needed to constantly follow him to gather intelligence. Besides, with a new body, enjoying a long-lost life wasn't bad. Wu Heng sat on his throne, his thoughts deep, beginning to plan his next move. Immediately, he took out the 12-sided perfect cube he had obtained from the Antarctic research site. This item was also the culprit behind the global viral outbreak. And this 12-sided object served more like a vessel for the organs of a god. Of course, a god's body had long since been energized, so calling it internal organs was somewhat inaccurate. It could also be said to have sealed away a portion of the core energy of a fallen god. His fingertips traced the cold, strange geometric surface, and an indescribable tremor, a mixture of decay and immense power, transmitted through the touch. Without hesitation, he channeled his divine power and pressed it directly onto the surface. Buzz, the dodecahedron suddenly emitted a deep hum, its tightly sealed structure unfolding layer by layer like a Rubik's Cube manipulated by an invisible hand. In an instant, the sealed energy core within was exposed, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread out like a tangible shockwave. If released on Earth, it might truly trigger a second global infection, Wu Heng muttered to himself, his eyes grave. The next moment, his figure vanished, transforming into a pure and radiant ball of light energy, actively meeting the gray-black, decaying core. The two energies, of diametrically opposed nature, collided violently, tearing and eroding each other. Although the gray-black energy lacked independent consciousness, it retained the original owner's intense destructive instincts, frantically resisting and even attempting to devour the approaching ball of light. Like a drop of thick ink falling into clear water, it stubbornly resisted being purified and diluted, instead trying to blacken the entire pool of water. The divine power emanating from Wu Heng remained as steady as a rock, advancing step by step, relentlessly eroding and transforming with absolute advantage. The decaying energy struggled violently, but ultimately could not shake Wu Heng's power. Soon, the last trace of gray-black was completely absorbed. Unlocked divine role, Plague. Indeed, just as the chessboard of fate hinted, this originated from the legacy of a fallen plague god. Wu Heng's figure reformed, feeling the vast concepts brought by his new divine role flooding his consciousness. Corruption, spread, pain, imbalance, radiation, all sorts of related powers and knowledge surged forth like a tide. From this moment on, with just a thought, he could cause the plague to spread across the land, bringing a prolonged and terrifying disaster. At the same time, he clearly sensed that the instant he inherited this divine office, dozens of faint yet steadfast anchor points appeared in the void. These were faith channels created by the original followers of the plague god. Although few in number, and seemingly originating from distant planes beyond Earth and the other world, they remained bright, perpetuating this faith in him, the new god. The plague god has been dead for so long, and people still believe in him? Quite auspicious. Wu Heng slightly beckoned, and the faith anchor points converged like starlight. After a brief investigation, he suppressed the urge to contact those other planet followers immediately. The threat from the Holy See hasn't been resolved yet. It's best not to create trouble for himself. Wu Heng sat back on his throne, and began quietly processing his newly acquired power and information. An unknown amount of time passed. He activated one anchor point, and headed to the other world. Within the dwarven territory Deep Forge. This once bustling city, brimming with the aroma of wine and the clang of hammers, is now shrouded in a somber, oppressive silence. Most of the dwarven residents hurry about, their faces grave, while the patrols are manned by squads of papal knights in gleaming silver armor, their steps perfectly synchronized. Wu Heng, transformed into a dwarf, with a receding hairline and a fiery red beard, slowly makes his way through the crowd. The exotic street in the western district has been shut down, and the path leading to the heart of the volcano, the molten core, is heavily guarded by the papal forces. It seems the papals have seized control of the molten core. With a thought, Wu Heng vanishes from the street, appearing in the depths of a scorching, flickering cave. Inside the cave, two papal priests, their backs to him, intently cast various exotic objects into the lava. The leaping flames cast long, distorted shadows onto the rock face. Suddenly, a third shadow, which shouldn't have been there, silently joined them. The two seemed to sense something, turning sharply to find a strange dwarf standing silently behind them. Before they could speak, their bodies went limp, life extinguished instantly. Wu Heng stepped over the corpse, and approached the molten core. Molten core artifact. Effect, melting, 7.8%. Side effect, irreversible damage. Description, a natural creation born from the Earth's core lava, capable of exceeding conventional forging limits. Several other artifacts lay piled nearby, clearly indicating that the Holy See was using this natural gas to create even more effective artifacts. Wu Heng reached out and grasped, and the molten core rose up, detaching from the magma, the scorching heat distorting the air slightly. He casually activated the mansion's spatial spell, storing everything, including the pile of strange items on the ground, inside. Then, he crouched down and deftly removed the spatial rings of the two priests. Probing them with his divine sense, he quickly scanned them, and found several secret letters, in addition to some high-quality strange materials. After rapidly reading them, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. One letter ordered them to occupy the area and focus all their efforts on smelting strange items. The other was a series of instructions issued to the local association in the name of Claudio, the association's ruling leader. Claudio has taken over? He's already issuing orders directly? Wu Heng muttered to himself. Looks like I have to go check out the association headquarters. After looting everything of value, he casually waved his hand, and the two corpses on the ground disintegrated and vanished like dust. The next second, the figure vanished again. At the association headquarters, the leader's study was silent. Claudio, dressed in a white robe with silver trim in the style of the papacy, was intently reviewing the documents piled on his desk. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and his movements froze. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared in the chair beside him, which should have been empty. The person was casually flipping through another stack of confidential letters on the desk, his demeanor as composed as if he were the master of the room. Claudio shuddered and abruptly looked up. Upon seeing the other's face, his pupils contracted sharply, and he almost cried out in shock, Wu Heng? Chief Claudio. Wu Heng raised his head, a smile on his face. Congratulations on your promotion. Claudio's Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed the shock in his heart, his eyes remaining sharp and wary. You dare come here, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Wu Heng interrupted with a light laugh, his tone as casual as if chatting. If the gods come, I naturally turn and leave. If they don't come, the other heroes will only be throwing their lives away if they see me. Claudio took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his wildly beating heart. He pointed to his papal robes, his voice hoarse. So, you're here to kill me? That's too formal. Wu Heng shook his head, his gaze frank. We're old friends. You wore these clothes simply to protect yourself, I understand, and naturally I won't hold it against you. Claudio's tense shoulders relaxed imperceptibly, but the seriousness in his eyes remained. Wu Heng continued, How's the association doing? A while ago, a dwarf hero was chasing my maid, which I dealt with easily. I heard he was also from the association. He died at your hands? Claudio's face showed astonishment, then turned into a complex sigh. He was indeed one of the association's heroes, but now we all obey the Pope's orders. So now the Pope controls everything big and small? Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. The Pope has full authority over all political affairs, Claudio said in a low voice. And that God? Wu Heng pressed. Claudio's body trembled violently. He glanced around warily and lowered his voice, saying, You're not afraid of death, but I want to live. The elven race can't be without heroes. Relax. As long as you don't call him by his full name, he won't sense it. Wu Heng's tone remained relaxed. Claudio then spoke with difficulty. He is still stationed on Treasure Island. Wu Heng nodded. Sure enough, that god was still guarding the gate, waiting for his prey. What about Hatterai and Bruno? Wu Heng's voice deepened. Were they also sent to hunt me down? Claudio's face darkened instantly, and the air in the study seemed to freeze. After a long silence, he finally managed to squeeze out the words, They are dead. Because you didn't clearly express your support for the Holy See, they were personally executed by that. Both are dead? Both are dead. Claudio's voice was hoarse. He raised his head, his eyes filled with the last glimmer of hope. And Lilith? Is she still? She's fine. She's with me, safe. Wu Heng replied. That's good, that's good. Claudio murmured, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Of the original 5, only the 2 of them remained. Wu Heng rose, pressing his hand heavily on Claudio's shoulder. I will avenge them. Just live well. With that, his figure vanished like smoke. Claudio was left alone in the study, staring blankly at the empty chair, tears streaming down his face. The new cathedral. The construction site was a hive of activity, a cacophony of voices, and the clanging of metal. The towering stone walls were beginning to take shape, pointing straight to the sky, as if to build faith and authority into the clouds. Countless craftsmen and laborers moved about like ants, massive stones being slowly lifted by ropes and levers. Sunlight poured down, gilding the bustling scene with a dazzling golden glow, further highlighting the papacy's zenith. The Pope, clad in a magnificent robe embroidered with golden holy symbols, sat languidly on the white jade viewing platform. He toyed with a crystal goblet filled with crimson wine. His gaze drifted leisurely over the bustling construction below, a hint of undisguised satisfaction playing on his lips. During his time in power, the papist's prestige and power had reached unprecedented heights. Dissidents were purged, faith was unified, and even the once arrogant association had bowed in submission. This new cathedral, rising from the ground, was the most magnificent symbol of his achievements, poised to replace all old temples and become the world's sole center of faith. He sipped his wine, its sweetness spreading across his tongue, as intoxicating as the taste of power itself. He could almost picture the Father God's praise upon the cathedral's completion, the prostrations of the people, and the resounding bells echoing throughout the world. However, at this moment of triumph, a figure, without warning, abruptly appeared beside him. Chapter 11:10. Looks like you're living quite comfortably. A calm, indifferent voice suddenly rang out, jolting the Pope from his smug dream. He turned his head sharply, his pupils contracting rapidly. A figure had silently appeared beside him. Black hair, black eyes, a tall and imposing figure. Wu Hung. The Pope felt his heart skip a beat, his blood seemingly freezing instantly. Since he ascended the papacy, the name Wu Hung had been a nightmare, haunting his mind day and night, fearing that this harbinger of doom would one day strike. And now, the other had actually come, appearing like a ghost on the balcony, just inches away from him, even as the Father God pursued him. Protect His Majesty. The guards behind him cried out belatedly. However, it was only that one cry. In the next instant, all the papal knights and priests, who had tried to rush forward, were as if harvested by an invisible scythe, falling stiffly to the ground, their breaths extinguished. The Pope's face was deathly pale. Almost instinctively, holy light surged around him, instantly coalescing into a dazzling holy shield. He stared intently at Wu Hung, his lips trembling, but no sound came out. Wu Hung merely looked at him calmly, his eyes serene. Then, under the Pope's gaze, he slowly raised his hand, gently bending his fingers towards the seemingly indestructible shield. The Pope's eyes widened, recalling the actions of the Father God when he killed Hatterai. He had come to avenge Hatterai. You dare! At the critical moment, a furious roar imbued with divine might echoed from the sky. Brilliant holy light descended like the rising sun, and a figure completely enveloped in its intense light rapidly solidified, its oppressive aura sweeping across the heavens and earth. Wu Ji didn't look up at the descending deity. He flicked his finger lightly. Snap! A soft sound, like shattering glass. The Pope's solid holy shield, along with his eyes filled with horror and disbelief, and his magnificent body, instantly crumbled, disintegrated, and dissipated into the finest specks of light in that flick of his finger. Like sandcastles scattered by the wind, they vanished completely from the world. Wu Hung reached out and caught the Pope's dropped spatial ring. The next moment, his body collapsed and dissipated like a phantom, disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same instant he vanished, the figure shrouded in divine light crashed onto the balcony. The holy light gradually receded, revealing a blurred yet majestic outline. He looked down at the corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, and the empty space where the Pope had disappeared. Although the divine light blurred his face, the rage emanating from him, almost distorting space itself, was clearly conveyed. Silence lasted for several breaths, then a whisper came from the spot where Wu Hung had disappeared. You have indeed become a god. Very well, you can become my best nourishment. He dispersed his clone. Wu Hang's true form remained seated on his divine throne. He casually snapped his fingers, and a cup of tea appeared in midair. He took a sip, his mind drifting back to his experiences in the other world. The Sword of Justice, Hatterai, and the dwarf Bruno, these two leaders of the association had actually died at the hands of a god. The reason was somewhat absurd. In his power struggle with the Holy See, they hadn't shown sufficient favoritism. In his view, the association's past decisions had already shown considerable concessions to the papacy, yet under God's judgment, they were still insufficient. Hatterai, according to Lilith, was a respectable, just-minded hero. Only such a person could inherit the title of Sword of Justice. Bruno, though he had only met him twice, left him with the impression of being reckless, straightforward, and even somewhat crude, yet he shouldn't have met such an end. Actually, upon closer reflection, some things became clear. The papist's intention was likely to reduce the number of heroes from each race. Judging from the current situation, only one hero was allowed to remain from each race. Sigh. Wu Hung sighed softly. Fortunately, I didn't take any chances, and brought Lilith and the others here. Wu Hung said softly, a lingering fear still lingering in his heart. The papist's spirit could access memories, and its divinity far outweighed humanity. If it knew the relationship between Lilith, Hilary, and the others and him, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Obliterated by the gods themselves, even with his divine duty of creation, he couldn't bring them back to life. If Lilith knew Hatterai's fate, she'd probably be heartbroken. Wu Hung murmured, suppressing his thoughts for the moment. He rose from his throne, stepped out of the majestic, empty temple, and arrived at the border of the divine realm. His gaze fell upon the distant, empty void. A thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, the earth roared. A towering volcano rose from the ground, its molten lava flowing beneath it. At the base of the mountain, The rocks cracked and sculpted themselves, rapidly forming a deep cave. Wu Heng entered. The cave walls changed as he moved, the interior layout rapidly evolving, ultimately forming the same layout as the cave in Deep Forge that he remembered. At the end of the cave, a massive pool of magma churned and boiled, scorching bubbles constantly bursting, and waves of heat distorting the air. Wu Heng retrieved the heart of molten fire, now charred black, resembling a black basketball. He glanced down. The artifact's panel was still intact, so it shouldn't be damaged. He casually tossed it into the magma pool. Swoosh! The magma instantly engulfed it. Under the scorching current, the charred sphere's hard outer shell gradually softened and peeled away, revealing its core, which began to glow faintly again. It slowly rotated, pulsating like a heart, beginning to assimilate the surrounding magma, establishing a mysterious connection. Wu Heng piled the remaining artifacts he had plundered to one side of the cave, intending to begin smelting them once the heart of molten fire had recovered. Having dealt with the heart of molten fire, Wu Heng's gaze fell upon the spatial ring he had obtained from the Pope. He probed it with his divine sense, and his brow furrowed. A carving knife, a bronze spear, a faceless mask, all his own artifacts were inside. Besides these, there were many unique items clearly from Treasure Island. He still values this Pope, Wu Heng muttered to himself. On second thought, these items were of little use to the god himself. Bestowing them upon his heroes to enhance their strength was reasonable. Now that they were back in his hands, they were essentially useless to him. His divine sense continued to scan, discovering the Holy See's Ark, a magnificent scepter, and numerous holy artifacts symbolizing the papacy's authority. He instinctively wanted to take them out for a closer look, but his movement abruptly stopped. Could this be a trap? If that god had guessed he would seek revenge against the Pope and had hidden some kind of coordinates of faith inside, wouldn't taking them out instantly reveal the location of the divine realm? Given the unpredictable nature of the gods, this possibility is quite high. Neither the zombie world nor this divine realm can be exposed at this stage. Wu Heng composed himself. Taking it out is useless. Let's not take the risk. He put away the spatial ring. Wu Heng considered his subsequent arrangements, connected to the anchor point of the zombie world, and entered. Another world, the new sanctuary. The Pope's seat, where he had disappeared, had now been reversed, facing the reception area. The figure shrouded in divine light sat upright in the seat. The light was intense, making it difficult to discern his exact features. Below, more than 10 people dressed in the robes of the highest-ranking priests knelt with their heads bowed, even their breathing cautious, like prisoners awaiting final judgment. A long silence ensued. Finally, the god seemed to notice the people beneath his feet. Without bowing his head, an invisible gaze fell upon them. Then, with a casual gesture, he said, "You succeed to the Pope." His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. The priest pointed it trembled violently, raising his head in disbelief. His face drained of color instantly, then was overwhelmed by immense joy and terror. Before he could react, a vast and boundless divine power surged into his body. Then, the Milky Way seemed to reverse, elevating him to the rank of hero. Upon becoming a hero, he pressed his forehead firmly to the ground with even greater humility. "I obey the Father's decree. Your will is the meaning of my existence." The divine voice remained flat, manage the affairs of the newly built sanctuary well, and oversee all matters of the papacy. "Yes." The new pope's voice was filled with resolute determination and piety. The divine light flickered slightly, as if in deep thought. After a moment, the cold voice rang out again, echoing in the empty hall. "All captured Lingchi cult followers and priests from various locations are to be escorted to Treasure Island. I will personally preside over the judgment." The new pope did not hesitate for a moment, immediately replying, "Yes. I will issue the divine decree immediately, ensuring no one is missed." Zombie world, Yantong City, military factory. Dust billowed as Wu Heng's figure appeared in the center of the plaza. Without stopping, he walked straight towards the main building's conference room. As he passed the door, a female staff member descending the stairs nearly bumped into him. She looked up in surprise, saw Wu Heng's face, and froze on the spot. Wu Heng continued walking, speaking calmly, "I am Wu Heng. Notify Gao Rong to bring the head of the technical department to the conference room to see me." The woman snapped back to reality, her heart pounding. Wu Heng, the leader of this base. After confirming everything was correct, she immediately bowed, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Leader. I informed them right away. Go ahead, I wait in the conference room." Wu Heng went straight upstairs. "Yes." The woman didn't dare delay, and turned to run quickly towards the office area. In the conference room, Wu Heng sat quietly in the main seat. A short while later, There was a knock on the door. Gao Rong, dressed in a sharp suit and looking capable, led several heads of technical departments in quickly. Upon seeing Wu Heng, everyone bowed respectfully. Leader. Sit. Wu Heng gestured. Gao Rong took the first seat on the left, and the others sat down in turn, the atmosphere serious yet efficient. After a brief opening, the heads of each department began to report on their recent progress. Gao Rong's presentation was well organized, and the data presented was detailed. Two items particularly interested Wu Heng. First, the application expansion of the perpetual motion machine of the flaming furnace. This technology has already been successfully applied to large ships, heavy vehicles, and aircraft. The next research direction is miniaturization and weight reduction. Second, the upgrade of the Crow's Cry infrasonic aluminothermic missile. This project has been deeply integrated with precision guidance technology preserved from before the apocalypse. The new generation of missiles is smaller, but its range and accuracy have been greatly improved, making it more destructive. After listening to all the reports, Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, "Everyone else go back first. The person in charge of the Crow's Cry project, please stay." Everyone stood up, bowed, and left in an orderly manner. Only Wu Heng, Gao Rong, and the sharp-looking missile manager remained in the room. How many aluminothermic missiles are currently in stock? Wu Heng asked directly. Reporting to the leader, we have 12 aluminothermic warheads in stock, adapted for long-range launch platforms, and 6 infrasonic warheads. The person in charge answered quickly. I memorized all the data. Take me there later. I take them with me first, Wu Heng said. Understood, Gao Rong replied. Wu Heng continued, how's the nuclear warhead recovery situation? Gao Rong's expression turned serious. Since the Dawn Alliance passed the Massive Weapons of Destruction Recovery Control Bill, our base has recovered and properly stored over 50 nuclear warheads of various types. They are currently dispersed and stored in several top-secret bases under maximum alert. The exact number was clearly classified, and he seemed unsure himself. Wu Heng nodded. Don't stop the thermite bomb production line. Continue manufacturing. Yes, Chief. The person in charge replied solemnly. Having finished discussing the important matters, Wu Heng stood up and said, let's go. We head to the Crow's Cry missile area first. The three of them got up, and Wu Heng, guided by Gao Rong, headed towards the missile vehicle warehouse. Wu Heng activated the mansion technique and drove all the missile vehicles inside. After becoming a god, the mansion technique had even more space, enough to accommodate all the vehicles. New Fu City, hot spring bath. The hot spring was steaming. Xiao Xiao was soaking in the warm water with Granda, Binny, and the Empress. The Empress's 9 enormous fox tails, like luxurious velvet carpets, were half submerged in the water, and half draped lazily over the edge of the pool. A tray on the shore held chilled juice and sake. You guys really know how to enjoy life here, Granda sighed contentedly, leaning against the smooth pool wall. Previously, following Wu Heng, they were either clearing zombies or dealing with various crises. They never had such a relaxing time. This time, Xiao Xiao dragged them along to experience life, eating, drinking, and playing all the way. Now, soaking in the hot spring, they felt completely refreshed. Xiao Xiao sipped her juice, her face flushed from the steam, but she muttered, actually, I think soaking in hot springs is so boring. It's so hot, I'd rather go home and play games. She was purely there to give them a taste of life. She herself felt it was no different from taking a bath. No one responded to her comment. Binny felt the water enveloping her skin and softly sighed, being alive again. It feels so good. It's really great like this now. Granda stretched her arms and leaned back. Wu Heng became a god, so we can have new bodies anytime, and we don't have to worry about getting sick or aging. It's perfect. Yes, that's wonderful, Binny nodded in agreement. Although the Empress didn't speak, her languid and relaxed posture showed that she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Just then, the cell phone on the low table beside her rang crisply. Little Xiao splashed out of the water and ran to answer it. Hello? Uncle. We're soaking in the hot spring. Ah? Oh, okay. Little Xiao covered the receiver and looked back at the pool. Uncle's over in the central area, asking if anyone wants to go back to the divine realm with him. Binny tossed her hair and asked, what does he want? He didn't say, it seems like he was just asking, Little Xiao replied. Then I stay here for a few days. Binny clearly hadn't had enough of enjoying herself yet. The Empress spoke softly, I stay here for now. I need to return tomorrow to arrange the Heavenly Fox clan's cultivation. Granda stood up from the water droplets sliding down her graceful curves. Then I go back with him. It's rather lonely for him to be alone in the divine realm. The Empress nodded slightly. Alright, we go back in the next couple of days too. Okay. Granda stepped out of the hot spring, dried herself, changed her clothes, and quickly boarded a special car to head to the central area. A moment later, she met up with Wu Heng, and together they returned to the Divine Realm. Inside the Divine Realm, the light was soft and constant. Wu Heng leaned back in the softly crafted sofa. The entire space was quiet and still. Granda slowly approached, naturally sitting down beside him. Then, her body softened, and she lazily lay back, resting her head on his lap. She felt somewhat different than before. What have you been busy with these past 2 days while we were gone? Granda asked casually, tilting her head back, her fingers unconsciously twirling the soft velvet of the sofa. Wu Heng looked down at her, his fingertips gently stroking her chestnut hair. I dealt with some backlog matters, brought molten core back from Deep Forge, and Hatterai and Bruno are dead. Granda frowned. They're dead? What happened? The first day that deity from the papacy appeared, he was executed because he didn't explicitly support the papacy in my conflict with them. Granda was silent for a moment. This outcome was indeed unexpected. She hadn't expected that the 2 leaders of the association would disappear completely for such a reason. Lilith, does she know? She asked softly. Wu Heng shook his head. I haven't told her yet. Don't tell her yet, Granda sighed, especially about Hatterai. She respects him so much. We need to find a suitable opportunity. Then, Wu Heng recounted in detail how he killed the Pope and his conversation with the elven leader Claudio. Granda listened quietly, and only after he finished speaking did she ask, what are your plans for the future? Wu Heng's hand slid from her hair to her cheek, gently caressing it. Continue preparing to deal with that deity from the papacy. The biggest problem right now is still not being able to determine the level of power he can display, or what the consequences of a direct confrontation would be. There are too many variables. Granda pondered, her eyes flashing with her usual calmness and shrewdness. There's indeed no need for a direct confrontation. But you could consider destroying churches in various places first, eliminating the heroes under his command. From the moment she joined Wu Heng's side, she had played the role of a strategist, so it was natural for her to offer suggestions. Just as I thought. Wu Heng nodded. The satellite system over there is still working. He probably doesn't know what it's for, but it can pinpoint the locations of various churches. Sigh. Granda sighed softly. It just means a lot of people will die. Try to target the Vatican's core objectives precisely, avoiding areas frequented by ordinary people, Wu Heng said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. This is war. Casualties are unavoidable. That's all we can do, Granda nodded. The 2 chatted casually for a while longer. Wu Heng asked what they had been doing in the zombie world these past few days. Granda smiled and told them about some places Xiao Xiao had taken them. As she spoke, Wu Heng's hand naturally slipped inside the seam of her collar, his warm palm covering one of her soft breasts. Granda raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on her lips. What? You're even targeting ghosts? Can you feel anything? Wu Heng asked, looking at her. Of course I can. Granda didn't stop him. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Want to try it together? Granda chuckled, suddenly sitting up and straddling his lap, her arms around his neck, her breath sweet as orchids. What? So interested in the body you created? It's because of you, Wu Heng said with a smile, pulling her closer by the waist. It has nothing to do with the body itself. Granda rolled her eyes at him, but her eyes softened. It's good that you don't mind that this body is fake. With that, she said nothing more and lowered her head. Her clothes had been removed at some point and were scattered to the side. Breathing heavily, Granda still reminded him, You better be gentle. This body was hard won. Don't ruin it. Treasure Island, Central Plaza. The once bustling and vibrant central area is now eerily terrifying. Massive wooden stakes are driven deep into the ground, each bound to a ragged, wounded person. They are priests of the Church of Spiritual Revelation, and some local residents deemed devout believers. Blood seeps from some wounds, dripping slowly down the stakes, staining the dry ground with dark grime. Many hang their heads, their breaths weak, only occasional painful twitches proving they are still alive. Others struggle to raise their heads, their lips cracked and moving silently in prayer, or glaring with their last breath, their eyes filled with hatred. The plaza is surrounded by the Holy Sea's knights, their cold armor and weapons gleaming in the sunlight. Further out, those forced to witness the ceremony sat pale-faced, their eyes filled with terror. They bowed their heads, afraid to look directly at the horrific scene before them, and dared not utter a sound for fear of incurring their wrath. On the high platform facing this cruel spectacle, a figure shrouded in divine light sat serenely. To him, the lives of these people were unimportant. He was conducting an experiment, a patient fishing game. He knew Wu Heng had become a god, and was deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. But he would force Wu Heng to emerge. He refused to believe Wu Heng would remain indifferent. Chapter 11:11. On the high platform, the figure amidst divine light sat silently. What drove him to relentlessly pursue Wu Heng was far more than simple hatred. A deeper, indescribable worry and apprehension lay within him. Wu Heng was far too enigmatic. Not only had he escaped his grasp time and again, but even more unbelievably, he had attained divine status in such a short time. This rate of growth exceeded all his understanding. If he were allowed to continue his development indefinitely, Wu Heng would undoubtedly become a major threat, perhaps even overturning everything. Therefore, he had to force him to reveal himself, and right now. Based on Wu Heng's past actions, he was certain that faced with the believer's desperate pleas, Wu Heng would most likely appear. This was not a bad thing. If he could seize this opportunity to completely devour and absorb this newly ascended deity, the gains would far outweigh all previous losses. Moreover, he could learn the coordinates of that new plane from him, a completely new world, an irresistible temptation for any deity. The ceremony continued below the platform. Bundles of firewood were piled higher and higher. Then someone began to cast oil spells on them, the pungent smell filling the entire square, intertwined with fear and despair. Thump, thump, thump! A high-ranking priest strode to the foot of the platform, bowed, and reported, "Father, everything is ready." A gaze from the light swept over him, hesitated for a moment, and then a cold voice rang out, "Give them enough time to pray, let their despair travel further and further." "Yes, sir." The priest respectfully withdrew. Time passed slowly in agonizing agony. On the square, the prayers, sobs, and curses grew louder and more chaotic, converging into a chilling cacophony. About an hour later, the being on the throne lost its last shred of patience. "Light the fire." The god's voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded throughout the square. Let them see with their own eyes how cowardly and incompetent their god is. The order was given. The papal knights, torches in hand, stepped forward in perfect unison and hurled them without hesitation at the pyre soaked in grease. Boom! The flames met the grease, instantly igniting. Roaring, billowing tongues of fire formed a massive wall of fire, spreading at an alarming speed towards the central wooden stake area. The onlookers closed their eyes in unbearable pain, or turned their heads away, unable to watch the impending tragedy. The raging fire was like a roaring beast. Just as the flames were about to lick the hem of the first victim's clothing, a sudden change occurred. All the surging flames were as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, then completely collapsed and dissipated. Only countless tiny sparks remained, slowly drifting away and extinguishing. What happened? The fire's out? The entire arena erupted in uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could such a thing happen during a ceremony presided over by a deity? You got some nerve. Just then, the cold voice from the throne rang out again, this time carrying a barely perceptible hint of gravity. His gaze, almost tangible, shot towards the balcony of a building on one side of the plaza. Everyone's eyes instinctively followed. On the previously empty balcony, a tall chair had appeared out of nowhere. A figure reclined lazily on it, black hair and black eyes, a calm expression on his face, detachedly surveying everything in the plaza. "It's the Lord of Wu Heng Island!" An incredulous exclamation erupted from the crowd. "What island lord? Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to get yourself into trouble? The Holy See made such a big fuss just to force him out and walk right into their trap. How foolish. Even if he comes, what good will it do? Can he save someone from the hands of the gods? Yes, he'd just get himself involved. Why bother? Wu Heng was too famous in this world, almost everyone knew him. Especially those near the Emerald Sea, everyone had seen his portrait or even met him in person. Seeing him actually appear, the people were shocked, but even more so, they felt regret and bewilderment. Before the supreme deity, what could his appearance change besides adding another soul to the list? Wu Heng leaned back in his stone chair, his gaze piercing the plaza, landing on the blazing light on the opposite platform. You wanted to see me that badly? If you hadn't been so secretive and lacked the dignity and responsibility befitting a god, why would I have gone to such lengths? The deity's voice slowly echoed, like rolling thunder across the sky. Wu Heng scratched his ear, his tone tinged with mockery. Want to see me? It's simple. Just pray sincerely before my statue. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I might even respond. You dare to spout such nonsense when you're about to die. The being in the light sneered, its killing intent suddenly surging. Since that's the case, Then leave this clone to me. Before the words were finished, the blazing light on the platform suddenly expanded, transforming into a golden streak that tore through the sky, like a spear of judgment, shooting straight at the balcony where Wu Heng stood with unparalleled force. Almost simultaneously, Wu Heng's figure blurred, a profound and boundless energy surging around him, transforming into a streak of light that fiercely met the attack. Boom! The two divine powers collided violently above the golden and silver island. No fancy techniques, no complicated incantations, only the most fundamental, savage clash of energy and rules. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart. One side was a dazzling, holy golden light, within which countless angelic phantoms seemed to chant, holy halls rising and falling, attempting to purify all things with supreme authority. The other side was a dazzling, ever-changing purple light, like flowing crystal, frantically eroding the golden domain. The two were like two living nebulae, tightly intertwined, tearing, stretching, and devouring each other. Each collision unleashed shockwaves that distorted and trembled space, causing the eardrums of those in the plaza below to ring and their minds to shatter. Scattered energy fragments fell like a rain of meteors, smashing craters into the surrounding buildings. Two diametrically opposed divine powers clashed fiercely in this sky, seemingly reshaping the very fabric of the heavens. In the eyes of those below, the sky changed color. Two vast, boundless energy bodies blotted out the sun, transforming the entire sky into an arena for divine warfare. Brilliant golden light, like countless sharp swords, relentlessly cleaved through the clouds, shredding even space itself in its wake. Infernos spontaneously ignited, forming terrifying seas of fire that scorched the heavens and boiled the earth. Thick, dragon-like serpents of lightning erupted wildly at the points where the energy clashed, emitting roars that shook the very earth. Gales, sharp as knives, whipped up rubble and broken wood, creating a scene of impending doom. Continue the execution. Now! A high-ranking priest, clutching his hat askew in the wind, roared hoarsely, attempting to maintain the trial amidst the lingering effects of the divine war. Several papal knights tried several times to light torches, but each was instantly extinguished by the chaotic energy currents. They simply removed their gloves, revealing flint rings engraved with flame runes on their knuckles. A faint magical glow appeared, and they hurried towards the grease-splattered pile of dry wood, intending to ignite it directly. However, just as they were about to reach the pile, a sudden, violent tremor shook the earth. The stone slabs of the plaza cracked inch by inch, and from the churning mud, pale skeletons burst forth. The skeletons were robust and grotesque, each skull sprouting translucent, insect-like wings from its back. A ghostly blue soul fire burned within its empty eye sockets. In the blink of an eye, these towering, winged skeleton warriors filled every inch of the plaza. They slowly turned their heads, their eerie blue eye sockets sweeping over all the papal personnel attempting to approach the execution pillars. They're undead? Kill them all! A roar of alarm and rage erupted from the papal ranks. The well-trained papal knights immediately suppressed their shock, drawing their long swords and charging forward in formation. The priests behind them chanted rapidly, and golden holy spells began to coalesce, transforming into various offensive spells that slammed into the skeletons. The transparent wings on the skeleton warriors' backs began to vibrate rapidly, emitting a sickening buzzing sound. Some began to rescue those bound to the wooden pillars. The rest transformed into streaks of light, crashing into the papal knights' formation with astonishing speed. The sounds of bones clashing against armor, sword-shattering bones, and holy spells exploding filled the air. The crowd forced to witness the ceremony panicked, pushing and trampling as they desperately tried to escape. In the sky, two energy entities imbued with supreme divine power clashed more fiercely. It wasn't just a clash and devouring of their own energy, each entity also condensed countless energy bodies within itself, charging towards the other. Within the dazzling golden divine light, it seemed as if billions of forces of faith were boiling. Countless light-forged knights, clad in golden armor and wielding holy spears, materialized, forming an endless legion that charged from the golden light. Meanwhile, the opposite purple energy mass suddenly surged, spreading a mist of death and magic, and countless undead swordsmen with ghostly flames burning in their eye sockets charged forward. This was only the beginning. The golden energy surged once more, unleashing a torrent of solidified holy light swords, like a sudden downpour. Then, a colossal elephant, its form as imposing as a mountain and clad in golden armor, emerged from the sky. Wu Heng's purple energy boiled even more violently, instantly forming a raging storm of composite magic, frost, flames, and arcane energy intertwining and exploding. Furthermore, a towering mountain composed entirely of energy materialized out of thin air, carrying the heavy weight of laws suppressing all things, and slammed down upon the golden elephant, shattering it into a shower of golden light. Several holy light lions coalesced once more, their jaws wide enough to devour stars, lunging forth from the golden energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, a purple, skeletal giant ape appeared, wielding a massive club, charging forward to meet the holy light lions. Both sides relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, their energy clusters tearing and devouring each other, absorbing the fragments of the other's energy into their own. The sky flickered and dimmed under their fierce battle, the sun and moon obscured. The subtle ripples of energy emanating from them were catastrophic for the mortal realm. Swathes of buildings began to collapse. The papal knights and priests, who had been locked in combat, ceased their fighting and fled in panic, while fearless skeletons began to hunt them down. The fighting style of these two deities transcended mortal comprehension. They clashed and eroded each other, with the most primal laws, and the power of faith. The golden energy shifted and changed in countless ways, its attacks overwhelming, seemingly containing the accumulation of thousands of years, and the wisdom of countless planes. While the purple energy was somewhat slow, it displayed astonishing adaptability and learning ability, often quickly analyzing and mimicking similar, or even countering, attacks based on certain laws. After a violent collision, the two entangled energies abruptly separated, reforming in midair into two towering figures, facing each other across the void. The face of the papal deity was shrouded in radiance, yet his undisguised shock was palpable. He seemed utterly astonished that a newly ascended god could contend with him to such an extent. Wu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew the strength of one's divine office was crucial. His own three divine offices, creation, death, and magic, were all top-tier, powerful high-level divine offices. Yet he still felt pressured in direct combat. This made him realize that while divine office was a manifestation of potential, the power of faith provided by believers was like a professional's mana. Only with high mana can one unleash more powerful magic at will. The opposing side has managed the Holy See for thousands of years. Their foundation of faith is far stronger than my own. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you stole a high divine office. The voice of the papal deity was icy, piercing the heavens. In your world, you indeed obtained quite a few good things. Wu Heng calmly replied, so why don't you consider surrendering? I can spare your life. Ha ha! The deity let out a deafening laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You are truly naive, somewhat adorable. The laughter abruptly stopped, his voice becoming incredibly sinister. Once I crush this avatar of yours, I will follow the threads of your faith and uproot all your believers. I will make you hide in your divine realm, watching them die one by one in despair, until your divine fire is extinguished completely due to the depletion of faith. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, interrupting him. Now that you mention it, it reminds me, but no need for such trouble. He casually grabbed a button and pressed it. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Less than 5 seconds later, a sharp whooshing sound tore through the air, shattering the roar of the divine war. Several enormous, elongated black shadows, trailing incomparably scorching flames, suddenly swept across the highest heavens. They flew towards several crucial directions on the continent at supersonic speeds. The Holy See's deity looked over sharply, his divine light trembling. He instantly recognized these things. The last time, when he killed Wu Heng, he had launched such things, leveling the holy temple to the ground, and this time, the number was far greater, filling the entire sky. Chapter 11:12. You think I came so late just to avoid you? Wu Heng's cold laughter pierced through the hissing energy, clearly reaching the other's consciousness. You're courting death. The papal deity's roar was like a thunderclap, shaking the surrounding space. Dozens of golden divine spears instantly condensed, about to tear through the sky and pursue the terrifying machine's trailing fiery tails. Since Wu Heng dared to attack right in front of him, how could he let him intercept them midway? Almost at the same instant the golden divine spears appeared. Profound purple divine power arrived first, precisely intercepting the golden light, exploding into clusters of dazzling but fleeting energy fireworks. It seems, Wu Heng's voice carried undisguised sarcasm, you're not so indifferent to the lives of believers after all, are you? This furious state is quite different from your usual self. The papal deity's divine light fluctuated violently, revealing his inner shock and anger. He tried to do something, but Wu Heng gave him no chance. The raging purple energy had transformed into a colossal wave, carrying a mixed aura of death, magic, and decay, launching an even more ferocious attack. It tightly bound him, each strike precisely thwarting his attempts to distract himself and intercept. The two orbs of divine power, representing completely different laws, clashed, tore, and devoured each other relentlessly, like two living stars locked in a life-or-death struggle. In the following moments, the Holy See's deity repeatedly attempted to divert a portion of his power, even just a wisp of divine thought, to intercept the passing missiles. But each attempt was ruthlessly extinguished by Wu Heng's anticipated purple energy, and each moment of distraction allowed Wu Heng to seize the opportunity to tear off a piece of his golden energy, devouring it completely. He could only watch helplessly as the missiles vanished completely into the sky. You deserve to die. A suppressed roar echoed from the holy light. From Wu Heng's energy orb, however, came playful fluctuations of thought. Look, you're in such a hurry again. You're a god now. You lived for countless years. How can you still be so impatient? You despicable thief of godhood. Blasphemer. The golden holy light surged wildly, its roar shaking the heavens. At this moment, anyone could see that the once brilliant and dazzling golden energy orb had visibly shrunk. The golden armored knight figures that had materialized within it had become thin and blurred, and the charging holy light behemoths showed signs of fatigue, their radiance no longer as dazzling as before. Didn't you choose divinity? Why are you so agitated? You need to broaden your horizons. Wu Heng continued to provoke his opponent verbally, his attacks relentless. What are you angry about? Or, is this going to shake your foundation? He paused deliberately, then slowly said, the time is almost up. Judging by the distance, we should have reached one of your holy sea's most important holy cities by now, right? Before he finished speaking, the golden energy opposite him suddenly flickered, as if something inside had abruptly collapsed. This unstable collapse began to occur repeatedly, the light flickering erratically, and its aura visibly weakening. Wu Heng knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. His purple energy ball instantly shone brightly, no longer engaging in the previous maneuvering and fighting, but displaying an extremely violent and aggressive devouring nature. It expanded like a gaping maw of an abyss, suddenly engulfing the unstable golden energy ball. As energy surged, countless towering skeletal generals materialized, wielding colossal weapons forged from the laws of death, launching a final assault on the core of the golden energy. The rate of absorption accelerated dramatically, the golden energy retreated steadily, rapidly being devoured and assimilated by the purple. Just before the already dim and thin mass was completely consumed and annihilated, a chilling, emotionless voice of a papal deity emanated from within. This is merely an avatar of a god. You think you won? How many more times can you use such a gimmick relying on external aids? The next time we meet will be the moment your divine fire is extinguished. The voice became extremely calm, filled with inhuman divinity, as if the previous rage had never existed. So Wu Heng spoke, you're still afraid? Afraid? Would I fear an ignorant new god who stole his divine position by chance? The other's tone was filled with disdain. Wu Heng's tone remained calm and unhurried. If you weren't afraid, why would you be in such a hurry to explain that this is just an avatar? Rest assured, everything you worry about will come true one by one. The energy ball began its final, futile struggle. In the last instant before its consciousness was completely devoured and annihilated, words filled with hatred and curses pierced through the energy barrier, clearly echoing, I will find your divine realm. I will completely heal you. Wu Heng didn't respond with any more nonsense. He simply manipulated his vast purple divine power, slowly closing it like a millstone, completely swallowing, purifying, and absorbing the last wisp of struggling golden energy. The sky temporarily returned to calm, leaving only the distorted space and pervasive aura of destruction left after the energy collision. The grayish-purple energy receded like the tide, reforming into Wu Heng's figure. Standing in place, he carefully savored the newfound power within his body. After waiting a while, he received no system notification. It seemed absorbing the clone couldn't unlock the other's divine authority. Within his body, only energy increased, and he felt he possessed even greater divine power than before. At this moment, the central plaza of Treasure Island was reduced to ruins. Houses collapsed, beams and pillars broke, and rubble mixed with the dry firewood originally used for executions, scattered everywhere. As the suffocating pressure in the sky gradually dissipated, some bolder individuals cautiously peeked out from behind the surrounding ruins. A figure staggered out from behind a pile of rubble. Island Lord? Did you win? Wu Heng turned to look at him, smiling, and said, Yes, I won. The person who asked the question gleamed with wild joy. My lord, you really won. We can live a good life again. Wu Heng smiled, saying nothing more. Then, his gaze swept over the surrounding ruins, and he lightly snapped his fingers. The next moment, the surroundings began to change. All the collapsed bricks and broken timbers seemed to rewind rapidly like a video. In the blink of an eye, the destroyed houses rose from the ground one by one, restored to their original neat appearance. Even the mottled marks on the walls disappeared. More and more figures emerged from their hiding places. Most of them were Lingchi cult followers and priests, dressed in tattered clothes, but with burning eyes. Witnessing this scene, they had no more doubts. They all knelt down in the direction of Wu Heng, overwhelmed with emotion, their voices choked with sobs, and devoutly cried out, "Praise be to you, great Pope of the Spirit Revelation Church. Thank you, Lord, for saving us." The shouts gradually gathered, echoing across the restored plaza. Further away, the dignitaries from various merchant guilds and prominent figures from the surrounding area, forcibly invited by the Holy See to witness the ceremony, were completely engulfed in a different kind of shock and fear. They huddled together, dumbfounded, staring at the restored building, at the fervent believers kneeling on the ground, at the black-haired youth standing calmly in the center of the square. Holy God above, what did I just see? Wu Heng won. He defeated a true god? One person's voice trembled, almost unable to form words. This is impossible. How could a god be defeated? Another person rubbed their eyes hard. Could it be that the Lord of Wu Heng Island, he has also become a god? This conjecture exploded in everyone's hearts, like a thunderclap, bringing unparalleled horror. Gods, aren't they just legends? Could it be that the realm above heroes is godhood? Someone murmured to themselves, their worldview shaken like never before. They whispered among themselves, exchanging horrified and incredulous glances. The reality before them told them that, from this day forward, the structure of the world was likely to be completely altered. Wu Heng ignored the commotion in the distance. At his signal, the remaining skeleton warriors began efficiently clearing the battlefield and searching for any remaining clergy on the island. Believers and priests also spontaneously mobilized to assist in tidying up the island. After handing over the tasks here, Wu Heng returned to the island lord's mansion. The once luxurious and exquisite decor had been completely replaced, exuding the rigidity and coldness characteristic of the Vatican. The vault door in the basement was wide open, its contents long since looted. The layout of each room was completely altered, bearing no trace of its former self. Wu Heng went up to the top floor and pushed open the door to the alchemy laboratory. This place, however, had been preserved. Various glasswares, tubing, and crucibles were arranged haphazardly yet intact, covered in dust, clearly having been used as a useless storage room by later occupants. His gaze swept across a corner, and a carelessly placed object caught his eye, moonlight crystal. This rare item was mixed in with a pile of ordinary alchemical materials, covered in a thick layer of dust. These guys don't know its value. Moonlight crystal was a natural wonder, an important ingredient for crafting high-grade corpse core potions. Wu Heng chuckled, brushed the dust off the crystal, and put it away. The potions were useless to him now, but crafting high-grade potions for the women in his household would significantly boost their attributes. As he surveyed the laboratory, filled with memories, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A wood elf woman dressed in the robes of a priestess of the Church of Spiritual Enlightenment entered, her expression still showing some weariness, but her eyes were bright. Upon seeing Wu Heng, she immediately placed her right hand on her chest and bowed deeply. Great God of spiritual enlightenment, may your radiance shine forever. No need for formalities. Please be at ease in private. Wu Heng smiled gently, gesturing to a chair beside him for her to sit down. He recognized her. She was one of the first core priests trained and promoted by Sanera. Thank you, Your Excellency, the wood elf priestess said, carefully sitting down as instructed, her posture still respectful, but her tone much smoother. Reporting to Your Excellency, the remaining clergy of the church on the island have all been cleared. The skeleton warriors are assisting the residents with restoration work, and order has been largely restored. Wu Heng nodded and asked, is the association still on the island? No. The previous association building was occupied by the Vatican, and became their base for handling local affairs. It's now vacant, the priest replied clearly. Wu Heng indicated understanding. The priest hesitated slightly, then continued to inquire, Sir, most of the dignitaries, who were forcibly invited by the Vatican to witness the ceremony, are terrified and want to leave the island. Should we allow them to leave? Open the port, those who wish to leave can go. There's no need to stop them, Wu Heng said without hesitation. These people leaving wouldn't be a bad thing. They would become the best messengers, quickly spreading the news that the God of Revelation had defeated the Vatican's deities on Gold and Silver Island. When people know that deities are not invincible, the Vatican's millennial prestige will plummet, while the reputation of the Revelation Church will soar to unprecedented heights. Yes, I arrange it immediately, the priest said, rising to leave. Wait, Wu Hung called after her, "You be in charge of the island's daily management for now. Don't worry, I be here to oversee things. Nothing like what happened before will repeat itself. As the divine decree will be obeyed." The Wood Elf priest's eyes flashed with excitement as she bowed solemnly and turned to leave. The alchemy chamber returned to silence. Wu Hung sat down in his chair and began to ponder. The significance of this battle was still considerable. It not only proved that he possessed the strength to confront an old-fashioned deity head-on, but more importantly, it shattered the myth of the opponent's invincibility. If the opponent hadn't forced him, he really wouldn't have planned to come out now and engage in direct combat. While he still lags behind in the application of divine magic and the accumulation of faith power, this gap is not insurmountable. The on-site learning and imitation of the opponent's methods during this battle have proven unexpectedly effective. His own advantages are equally evident. Creation, death, and magic are all top-tier divine arts, allowing him to wield higher-level and more unpredictable laws. This is something the opponent will find difficult to match in the short term. The next strategic move is clear: strike while the iron is hot. During the window of opportunity when the opponent's god is weakened by the destruction of their avatars, he will sweep away churches across the land with overwhelming force. The destruction of places of faith and the scattering of believers are the most direct weakening for any god. In numerical terms, this means a precipitous drop in faith value. The Holy See is good at destroying gods and cults. I can wage a holy war against them too, Wu Hung murmured to himself. Then, destroying gods and cults requires more than just skeletons. Someone needs to lead the charge, not just indiscriminate killing. Bringing Lilith and the others back is still somewhat dangerous. Wu Hung pondered. It was impossible to bring Lilith and the others back. After all, it was unknown when the Holy See's deities would recover and reappear. If he killed them, he wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. Besides, Wu Hung wanted them to focus more on cultivation. These matters could be left to others. The ordinary priests of the Spirit Awakening cult were mostly bards and scholars, some of whom weren't well suited for warfare. He needed a group of people familiar with the local area who could stand on his side. Instantly, an ally flashed into his mind. Wood Elves, he murmured. He had long cooperated with the Wood Elves, their interests deeply intertwined. He wondered if they had been implicated in this matter. For both public and private reasons, it was necessary to visit them and discuss the situation. After making his decision, Wu Hang's figure slowly vanished. Dawn Du Royal Court, Royal Palace Hall. This hall, symbolizing the highest power of the Wood Elves, was now filled with a repressive silence. The dome was constructed of intertwined living branches, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, and ancient forest epics were carved into the walls. Everything should have been imbued with an aura of nature and holiness. On the high platform of the throne, Queen Garenhill, draped in a long emerald green dress embroidered with golden vines and moonlight, and wearing a magnificent crown, sat gracefully on her throne. But what was striking was that, at the same height beside her, sat another ornate chair of a completely different style, inlaid with the emblem of the Holy See. A papal archbishop in a red robe sat languidly atop the throne, as if he were the true master of the place. "How is the reconstruction of the churches within the territory progressing?" the archbishop suddenly asked. His voice carried an interrogative tone. The queen beside him took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. Reports from various regions indicate that the construction of the new churches is generally progressing smoothly. Please give us another month. We will definitely be able to complete the construction of churches in all the major towns throughout the territory. Previously, due to cooperation with Wu Hung, the original papacy within the Wood Elf territory had been completely expelled. Now, the papacy has returned with renewed power, demanding not only reconstruction, but also a far greater scale and extravagance than before, intending to firmly nail the churches to the Wood Elf lands as a symbol of papal authority. The papacy has already shown extraordinary leniency and tolerance towards the Wood Elves, the archbishop said, glancing sideways at the queen with a warning in his voice. I give you at most another half-month. This is the final deadline. The queen's fingers tightened slightly on the armrest of her throne, but she finally gritted her teeth and replied, "Very well, I will order the speed to be increased at all costs." "What about those stubborn old fogies in the Elder Council?" The archbishop changed the subject. "They have been imprisoned in the death row," the queen's voice lowered, "and subjected to the most severe punishment. They must have deeply reflected on their actions, and dare not disobey the papacy's wishes again." She then suddenly looked up, her eyes pleading, "Please, papacy, could you give them another chance? Let them reform." "The papacy has no need for traitors with wavering faith," the archbishop coldly interrupted her, his voice trembling. "Tomorrow at noon, a public execution in the square, as a warning to others." This, There are bound to be disagreements in policy-making, The Queen tried to plead. The Archbishop abruptly turned, his voice sharp. Or do you think the affairs of the Wood Elves should be entirely managed by the papacy? The Queen's body trembled slightly. She met those emotionless eyes for a moment, then weakly closed them, managing to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth. Understood. Very good. The Archbishop leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. Tomorrow I will personally oversee the execution. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the center of the hall, where no one had been, a figure appeared without warning. Black hair, black eyes, dressed plainly. Both men stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The elven guards inside the hall also instantly noticed the anomaly, shouting sharply, "Guards! Intruders!" Before they could finish, a bizarre scene unfolded. All the elven guards attempting to rush forward froze instantly. Starting from their feet, grayish-white stone spots rapidly spread upwards, covering their entire bodies in the blink of an eye, turning them into stone statues frozen in place, their forward-moving postures obscured. "Who are you?" the Archbishop demanded, forcing himself to remain calm, his heart churning with dread. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. How dare the person being hunted by the Father God, who should have been hiding, appear here so openly? Wu Hung didn't even look at him directly, merely flicking his hand away, as if brushing away dust. Thud. The Archbishop was struck as if by an invisible hammer, his entire body jerking backward, the light in his pupils instantly extinguished, his body limp beneath his red robes. He fell directly from the high seat to the ground with a dull thud, lifeless. Wu Hung then turned his gaze to the Wood Elf Queen beside him. She was dressed in magnificent robes, wearing a crown, her figure elegant, her face beautiful. Though not as voluptuous as Shannara, she possessed a cool and noble air. At this moment, she stared in disbelief at the corpse at her feet, the one who had just been so arrogant. Her red lips parted slightly, and she swallowed unconsciously. Wu Hung naturally sat down in the empty bishop's seat. The Queen seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly rising and lifting her skirt to give a solemn bow. "Island Lord Wu Hung." Wu Hung responded casually, his gaze sweeping over the side-by-side throne arrangement. "It seems you haven't had a very comfortable time while I was away." The Queen's gaze involuntarily drifted back to the corpse. A level 19 Archbishop of the Holy See, killed so casually. With a flick of the wrist, what level of power did this possess? Indeed, it is so. The Queen's voice trembled slightly, her heart churning with turmoil. She quickly calculated the future of the Wood Elves. Caught between 2 colossal powers, regardless of who won, it seemed they would be the first to be crushed. The brief hope brought by Shannara seemed to have truly dragged her people into an even deeper abyss. Wu Hung, seeing the fear and unease flashing in her eyes, directly stated, "Don't worry, I just killed that deity of the Holy See. Although his physical form isn't dead, he won't dare show his face again anytime soon." This news should spread throughout the continent in a few days. The Queen abruptly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock and disbelief, almost thinking she had misheard. Wu Hung smiled, his tone calm yet carrying undeniable power. "I have become a god. Shannara knows this. Given your current rank and situation, do you think I would need to lie to you?" After a brief silence, an incredulous light flashed in the Queen's eyes. She bowed deeply again, this time with even greater humility and excitement. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your ascension to godhood. The Wood Elves are honored by you." Wu Hung nodded, accepting her bow, and asked, "I came to see the Grand Elder and the others. Where are they?" "They were convicted of a serious crime by the Holy See for insisting on cooperating with Treasure Island and are imprisoned in the death row. It is precisely because of this close surveillance that they have barely survived," the Queen replied solemnly. "Take me to see this. Then, I have something to discuss with you." Wu Hung rose. "My personal guards." The Queen looked at the petrified guards. Wu Hung casually waved his hand, and magical light flowed. The ashen white on the guards' bodies quickly faded, restoring their flesh and blood. They staggered, looking around in horror, instinctively drawing their weapons, and pointing them warily at Wu Hung. "All of you, step back. No rudeness," the Queen immediately commanded sharply. The guards were hesitant, but still obeyed, sheathing their swords and retreating to the edge of the hall. The Queen took a deep breath and gestured to Wu Hung. "My lord, please follow me." With that, she led Wu Hung towards the gloomy death cell deep within the palace. The political system of the Wood Elves differs from that of human kingdoms. The Queen is not merely a secular monarch, but a being chosen by the forest itself, her bloodline connected to the sacred oak, a living symbol of the harmonious coexistence of her race and the forest. They possess extremely high religious and spiritual authority. Their duties and powers include supreme command of their armed forces, guardianship of the natural balance, and judicial decision-making and veto power. The Council of Elders is different. The Council of Elders consists of several highly authoritative figures in their respective fields within Wood Elf society. They can be understood as experts, masters, or family representatives in their respective fields. Their duties include legislative decision-making, diplomacy and trade, and administrative management. They also possess the power to oversee the throne. The Queen's veto power limits the Council of Elders' decisions, while the Council's power to oversee the throne oversees the Queen's actions. This creates a system of checks and balances, a joint governance of the race. Although it's said that the Council of Elders and Treasure Island are cooperating, in reality, the Council's opinions must be approved by the Queen before they can be implemented. Entering the death row, a damp, musty smell mixed with a faint stench of blood hits you. The Queen herself carries a magic lamp, leading the way, proceeding deeper and deeper, finally stopping before a sturdy iron gate. Inside the cage, a figure huddled on a patch of dry straw in the corner, his clothes tattered and covered in wounds. "Your Majesty." Hearing the movement, the man raised his head, revealing the pale and haggard face of the Grand Elder. He struggled to rise and bow. However, the next second, his gaze passed over the Queen and abruptly fixed on the figure behind her. Instantly, the Grand Elder's weariness and respect vanished, replaced by a long-suppressed, almost desperate rage. He lunged at the iron bars, his eyes bloodshot, and roared hoarsely. "Wu Hung! You killed us! Do you know you almost wiped out our entire race?" The Queen, standing beside him, turned deathly pale, looking at Wu Hung in terror. Chapter 11:13. The Grand Elder's furious roar exploded like thunder in the death row. However, the first to be terrified was not Wu Hung, the one being accused, but rather the Wood Elf Queen, Garenhill, who was accompanying him. Her heart leaped into her throat, and her face turned deathly pale. This man before her had personally admitted to defeating the Holy Sea's deity. The majesty of God was unfathomable, and brooked no desecration. Boniface's reckless roar could very well provoke his wrath. Especially since Wu Hung had just killed the Archbishop, he had undoubtedly bound the Wood Elves back to his cause, leaving them no way back. Enraging him now would only push their people into an even more dangerous position. In fact, upon reflection, on the surface, the Wood Elves had indeed suffered the Holy Sea's wrath, and paid a heavy price for Wu Hang's earlier departure. But the Queen knew deep down that from the moment they chose to cooperate with Wu Hung, the Wood Elves were undertaking a high-stakes gamble. They were betting that Wu Hung could lead their people to a stronger future. Since it was a gamble, they naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. There's no such thing as a sure thing. If there were no risks, how could this tremendous opportunity have fallen to the Wood Elves? Before Wu Hung could speak, the Queen preemptively rebuked him sharply. "Boniface, watch your manners and words. Lord Wu Hung, with a compassionate heart, has come here personally, precisely because he is concerned about our people's situation and your safety. How can you treat our benefactor with such an attitude? How can you, in such a state, still hold the position of Grand Elder?" Her voice was filled with unprecedented severity and urgency. Boniface was stunned by the Queen's harsh reprimand, his cloudy eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. For a moment, he couldn't understand why the Queen reacted so strongly, even with such obvious protectiveness and fear. Before he could ponder it further, the Queen took a deep breath, her tone softening slightly, and clearly reminded him, word by word, "Lord Wu Hung has broken through the mortal barrier and ascended to godhood. His return is to help my Wood Elves overcome their difficulties. You must not act disrespectfully again." He's become a god? Boniface's pupils suddenly contracted, his anger instantly replaced by shock and disbelief. Standing frozen in place, as if stunned by the news, it took several seconds for him to snap back to his senses. When his gaze returned to Wu Hung, he knelt down with a thud, his voice trembling as he said, "It was my ignorance and defiance that offended divine power. Please forgive me, your Majesty, for my recklessness and rudeness." This Grand Elder is truly pragmatic. Knowing he's become a god, he immediately changed his attitude. Wu Hung glanced at him indifferently, not intending to argue, and casually waved his hand, saying, "Release him first." Hearing this, the Queen felt a weight lifted from her heart, and immediately stepped forward, taking out a key and opening the dungeon. Then she took out several bottles of high-grade healing potions, which the Grand Elder took, and his condition improved considerably. "Let's go, we talk outside." Wu Hung turned first, and walked towards the outside of the cell. Boniface's injuries had healed, and his mind was sharpening. He hurriedly asked, your Majesty, the other elders are also imprisoned here, should we release them all?" Wu Heng didn't turn his head, his tone indifferent. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Boniface's spirits lifted, and he immediately sprang into action, finding the corresponding keys in a bunch of keys, and quickly opening the doors of the remaining cells, rescuing the other elders, who were also badly injured and looked bewildered. After the elders emerged, seeing the queen present and noticing Boniface's meaningful glance, they sensed something was amiss, though they didn't understand the situation. They dared not speak, silently following behind, the group walking out of the prison with complex emotions. In the royal palace meeting room, the heavy wooden door quietly closed, isolating them from the outside world's turmoil. The room was filled with the delicate aroma of ancient wood and fine tea. Wu Heng, Queen Garenhill of the Wood Elves, and Elder Boniface, whose appearance, though freshened and changed, still betrayed his weariness, sat around a round conference table. Attendants silently served tea and refreshments before bowing and withdrawing. After a brief silence, the queen placed her hands clasped before the table, her emerald eyes looking at Wu Heng. "My lord," she said, "what can the Wood Elves do for you now?" Her posture was humble, but her understanding was clear. The fate of the Wood Elves was once again inextricably linked to Wu Heng's. Their fortunes were intertwined, their fates intertwined. If this fails again, she and the elders will surely perish, and the Wood Elves will likely be annexed by the Holy See, losing all independence and heritage. Wu Heng appreciated her directness and similarly cut to the chase. The Spirit Revelation Church will launch a holy war, targeting the new sanctuary, to completely eradicate the Holy See's foundation in this realm. My main force is the undead army, unafraid of casualties, but we need personnel familiar with the routes and some support staff. This requires the full cooperation of you Wood Elves. A holy war. Target the new sanctuary. The Queen and the Grand Elder gasped almost simultaneously, their expressions instantly turning incredibly grave. They had anticipated a difficult task from Wu Heng, but they hadn't expected a plan aimed directly at the very foundations of the gods. A long silence fell over the meeting room. After a long while, Elder Boniface finally spoke with difficulty, that, the deity of the Holy See. His avatar was killed by me. Wu Heng picked up his teacup and took a sip. He can't directly interfere here for the time being, which is our best opportunity. As long as we remove his anchor of faith in this plane, it will be difficult for him to descend again. Of course, this was only one explanation. Given the Holy See's thousands of years of development, removing the desired anchor of faith was clearly impossible, unless every possible believer was wiped out. In that case, the Spirit Revelation cult would become a cult, further enhancing the Holy See's standing in people's hearts. Therefore, Wu Heng's target was the new sanctuary and churches in various places. The elder was stunned. Killing a deity's avatar, this was the first time he had heard such a thing. The queen spoke again, her tone more decisive. "Your Majesty, please provide the specific arrangements. The Wood Elves need to know how to cooperate to ensure the holy war proceeds smoothly." Wu Heng nodded, setting down his teacup. "Do you have a map?" The Grand Elder immediately rose, quickly leaving the meeting room. He returned shortly with two attendants carrying a large parchment map, which he unfolded on the table. The map meticulously depicted the Wood Elf territory, surrounding races and powers, important towns, roads, and mountains. The Wood Elf territory was located south of Treasure Island, bordering several races including elves and dwarves, making its geographical location indeed strategically valuable. Only after crossing the dwarves would one enter the papacy's sphere of influence. Wu Heng's gaze swept across the map, then he said, "You will determine the route. My skeleton army will be responsible for the main attack. You will be responsible for guiding the way and providing logistical supplies, and utilize your diplomatic channels to minimize interference from surrounding powers. The pretext for sending troops is to protest the papacy's unjustified massacre of our Spirit Revelation cult's believers and priests. The entire Wood Elf race has joined the Spirit Revelation cult in anger to jointly destroy this evil cult." The Queen and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance. Grand Elder Boniface took a deep breath, rose again, and bowed deeply to Wu Heng, asking with extreme caution, "My lord, please forgive my impertinence, but if an unforeseen major accident occurs along the way, and the situation reverses, what will become of the Wood Elves? Is there any way out for us?" Wu Heng glanced at him. "Grand Elder, at this point, hesitation is a taboo. Do you still think you have a second choice? If it weren't for the Wood Elves' help during their most difficult time on Treasure Island, and the bond between Sanera and the two Wood Elf sisters, his stance would have been much firmer. According to the papist's style, such wavering attitude would be considered treason." Wu Heng softened his tone, saying, "Don't worry, even if something unexpected happens, I can take you to a safe place. Sanera is over there. The Grand Elder's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something more. Queen Garenhill abruptly stood up, interrupting him. Bonifa. No need to ask any more. She turned to Wu Heng, placed her right hand on her chest, and performed a solemn elven salute, saying resolutely, the divine being is right. Since the Wood Elves have chosen to follow you, we should devote all our strength and act without hesitation. I swear in the name of the Queen that the entire Wood Elf race is willing to join the Spirit Revelation cult, and from this moment forward, mobilize all our forces to cooperate with you in accomplishing the great task of destroying the god and the cult. Her sharp gaze swept over the Grand Elder. From this day forward, the Elders' Council will be fully responsible for the stability and logistical support of the tribe. All troop movements and diplomatic matters will be personally discussed and decided by me and the Divine Lord. The Grand Elder was stunned by the Queen's sudden display of power and decisiveness. After a moment of hesitation, he finally lowered his head and obediently replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I will obey your orders. The Queen took a deep breath, as if shedding all the burdens of hesitation, and looked intently at Wu Heng. My lord, by tomorrow evening at the latest, the first batch of guides and logistical personnel will be assembled. When will the skeleton army you mentioned arrive? They will appear then, don't worry, Wu Heng replied affirmatively. The Queen nodded, a sharp glint in her eyes. Very well. Then I will sign the royal decree today, announcing to the entire realm the expulsion of the papacy, and all churches to immediately change to the emblem of the Spirit Revelation Church. All papacy personnel within the territory who refuse to convert will be expelled. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, reevaluating the seemingly elegant and beautiful Queen. She was far more decisive than the Grand Elder. Agreed, Wu Heng nodded in agreement. The Queen smiled faintly. Then please rest in the palace for the night, Your Majesty. Tomorrow, you will witness the Wood Elves' determination and efficiency. Very well. After finalizing some specific details, the three dispersed. Wu Heng, led by an elven maid, went to the room prepared for him to rest. Inside the bedroom. This was clearly a residence reserved for royalty, furnished in the luxurious style favored by the Wood Elves. Wu Heng glanced at it casually, then sat down at the large desk and laid out the map that the Queen had given him. He carefully compared the routes and the locations of the churches. Clearing out all the churches scattered across the world in a short time was clearly impossible, unless precision strikes with missiles were used. Turning cities and their churches to ashes would also prevent the Lingchi cult from spreading its teachings. Moreover, Wu Heng wasn't insane, he couldn't do that. Therefore, this holy war was planned, and its core was never the ordinary churches scattered throughout the land. Those were merely branches, even if pruned, as long as the roots remained, they would quickly sprout and spread again. After thousands of years of development, the papacy had long since formed a religious kingdom with the churches at its core, possessing areas of actual control. Its true heart lay in the heavily guarded holy cities, cardinal locations, and areas where the most fanatical believers and core priests gathered. The precision missile strikes previously used targeted these heartland areas. Occupying them would be enough to inflict the most direct and devastating blow on the papacy's foundation of rule, and the faith in that deity. The objectives of the upcoming war would be even clearer. Once the sanctuary is destroyed, it will be much easier for him to descend as a true god and pressure the various nations and races of the continent to clean up the remaining church forces within their borders. Pushing others down is an age-old principle. After reviewing the entire plan, he put the map away again. He sat down in his chair, thought for a moment, and then disappeared again. Association Headquarters, Leader's Study. Claudio hurried back from outside, but stopped abruptly as soon as he pushed open the wooden door to the study. Inside the study, behind a large desk, a figure leaned back leisurely in his chair, casually flipping through the documents on the table. Claudio closed the door behind him, and said respectfully, Wu Heng, Lord, what have you been busy with? I'd be waiting for you for a while. Wu Heng didn't even look up, tossing the document back onto the table. Claudio walked to the table and cautiously replied, the papacy representative said that the new cathedral and several core holy cities in the surrounding area have suddenly lost all contact, and asked me to investigate using a magical artifact. Oh! What did you find? Wu Heng finally looked up. I used a tracking artifact. The target disappeared, Claudio answered directly. Wu Heng chuckled, leaning back in his chair. No need to bother, I blew that up, there's nothing left. Claudio raised an eyebrow, his gaze first sharpening, then shifting to one of knowing satisfaction. Is this revenge against the Holy See? No, I fought with a deity of the Holy See. He wanted to kill the followers of the Spirit Revelation cult, so I had no choice but to retaliate, just in a different way," Wu Heng said casually. Claudio's pupils dilated sharply, his voice rising several decibels. "You fought him? You want to know the result?" Wu Heng smiled at him. "I'm sitting right here, can't you see the result? You won?" Claudio's tone was still full of disbelief. Although the answer seemed obvious, the conclusion itself was somewhat hard to accept. "Of course, but I didn't completely kill him, only prevent him from descending again for a short time," Wu Heng said. Claudio froze, his mind seemingly blank. Wu Heng didn't give him much time to process it, cutting straight to the point. "I'm here to formally inform you that I launched a holy war against the core area of the Holy See. My army will soon be on its way, completely destroying it. All personnel from your association still stationed in that area must be evacuated." "A holy war?" Claudio frowned. "How many people will die?" Wu Heng's gaze was calm. "At this point, you don't still naively believe there's any room for negotiation between me and the Holy See, do you?" Claudio met his gaze for a moment, then finally nodded heavily. "I understand. I issue the order immediately, but that will definitely alert the Holy See first." "It's all right." Wu Heng waved his hand. "This can't be hidden anyway, and there's no need to. Just issue the order normally." "Okay." Claudio didn't hesitate any longer, immediately picking up the pen and paper on the table, quickly drafting an order, and handing it to his deputy outside. After he returned to his study and sat down, Wu Heng continued, "Any special intelligence lately?" Claudio pondered for a moment, then said, "Not much important news. However, a few days ago, there was a secret report from the border stating that Dragon, the leader of the Serpent Emblem Consortium, was suspected of appearing in a remote city on the border of the dwarf race." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his expression. "Dragon? I thought he was killed by the Holy See." "No," Claudio smiled wryly, "Dragon's alertness and ability to hide far surpasses that of any of us." His tone even carried a hint of barely perceptible envy. Envy that the other had managed to escape so quickly, unlike himself and his group, where only Lilith had escaped. Wu Heng nodded. "Do you have a map? Point me to the last place he appeared." "Yes." Claudio took a map from a drawer under his desk and pointed to a small town. "It's here. The intelligence said he was found here, but whether he's still alive is unknown." Wu Heng nodded. "Okay. I understand." With that, his figure vanished. Leaving Claudio stunned, it took him a while to recover before he got up and sat back down at his desk. Blade Gorge City. This city, true to its name, was nestled within a narrow, treacherous canyon. The city itself was a miracle. Houses were built layer upon layer against the rock walls, connected by countless suspended walkways and thick iron chains. This place belonged to no nation or mainstream race, a chaotic and independent lawless land of its own. The ruler of this place is a level 18 dwarf warlock renowned for his cunning and strength. Inside the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the dwarf city lord rubbed his hands together, a smooth yet cautious smile plastered on his face, and said to the tall figure seated opposite him, "Hero, your presence is an honor for Blade Gorge City. Please rest assured and make yourself at home. Whatever you need, just ask, and I will take care of it for you." The figure opposite him, even seated, exuded an astonishingly robust physique, draped in a dark, light-absorbing animal hide. The deep voice replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll only be staying for 3 days to replenish my supplies before leaving. You don't need to worry about me causing you trouble." "Oh, what are you saying?" The dwarf city lord quickly waved his hand, his smile widening. "A hero like you, it's a blessing for our small town to stay as long as you like. Of course, since you already have plans, I naturally wouldn't dare to force you to stay. Give me a list of what supplies you need, and I immediately send my most trusted confidant to prepare them, guaranteeing both speed and secrecy." The burly man nodded and casually handed over a list. The latter glanced at it, then handed it to his subordinates to prepare. Then came the casual conversation. The dwarf city lord, seemingly trying to find something to talk about to build rapport, lowered his voice. "My lord, you've been traveling so much, you probably haven't heard about the big events that's been making headlines on the continent lately, have you? I heard the Holy Sea's deities have intervened and seized Gold and Silver Island." The burly figure raised his head slightly. "I heard about it. It's him who caused the trouble. Do you think that Wu Heng Island Lord will ever return? Like before, bringing back some explosive news?" The dwarf city lord's tone held a hint of anticipation. The burly man shook his head. "He has some luck, but challenging a god is impossible. It's just a matter of how long he can hide. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later." Chapter 1114. Blade Gorge City, City Lord's Hall. In the burly man's previous assessment, Wu Hung had indeed brought many surprises, but more importantly, he had demonstrated a subtle balancing act within the existing order, using the association to counterbalance the Holy See, while simultaneously creating space for his own growth. However, times have changed. Before absolute divine might, any scheme seems pale and powerless. The Dwarf City Lord nodded repeatedly, flatteringly agreeing, yes, 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 Your Excellency, your insight is profound. Your analysis is absolutely correct. I only heard it described in great detail by passing merchants, but you see things clearly. How can mortals like us possibly shake the might of the gods? The burly man sighed softly, about to say something, when suddenly all the light illuminating stones in the hall went dark without warning. The next instant, the light returned, but a figure had appeared in the center of the hall, silent and still, as if he had always been there. The burly man's reaction was faster than anyone could have imagined. Almost the instant the figure appeared, his body suddenly sprang up. His thick arms grew even larger, instantly covered in dark, tough dragon scales, his 5 fingers twisting and deforming into ferocious, terrifying claws. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, he lunged straight for the head of the suddenly appearing figure. However, when the claws were still some distance from their target, they seemed to have struck an invisible wall. Bang! A tremendous force rebounded violently, sending the man flying backward, crashing through several pieces of furniture before slamming heavily against the wall behind him with a deafening roar. Only then did the Dwarf City Lord and the surrounding guards react, about to cry out and draw their swords. Their movements froze instantly, their skin turning ashen, and in the blink of an eye, they became stiff stone statues, frozen in their terrified, precarious postures. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. "Dragon! Don't get agitated, I just came to see you." A calm voice rang out, reaching the ears of the burly man. The strength that had prepared Dragon for a desperate fight froze. He abruptly looked up, his sharp, piercing gaze fixed on the other man's face. "Wu Hung! You're not dead?" Dragon's voice held a hint of surprise. "Judging from your tone, you're quite disappointed." Wu Hung walked to the Dwarf City Lord, now a stone statue, pulled over a perfectly good chair, and gestured to Dragon for the seat opposite him. "Sit down and let's talk." Dragon's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him closely, trying to find any flaw or pretense. After a good 10 seconds, he slowly rose, dusted off the animal hide, and sat down opposite him, his body still tense, as if ready to explode or flee at any moment. How exactly did you survive?" Dragon finally couldn't help but ask, his gaze still fixed on Wu Hung. Wu Hung didn't answer directly, but instead smiled. "How can you be so certain I lose?" Long countered, "You came all this way specifically to see me? The association tracked you down in this area, so I stopped by to visit an old friend," Wu Hung said casually. "The association?" Long's eyes showed doubt. "The association is nothing but a lackey of the Holy See. You and the Holy See are sworn enemies. How could you possibly get information about me from them? Was it through Lilith?" Wu Hung shook his head slightly. The association was also coerced by that god, but that's not important. He changed the subject. "What are your plans now?" "Plans?" Long's eyes narrowed again, revealing a deep wariness. "There aren't any concrete plans yet." This clearly indicated he wasn't going to reveal his true thoughts. Wu Hung understood his concerns, and didn't beat around the bush, saying directly, "I repel the Holy See's deity on Treasure Island. For the time being, he can no longer directly interfere in this world." "What?" Long's brows furrowed instantly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Wu Hung continued, "So, the Spirit Revelation cult is about to launch a full-scale attack on the Holy Temple. Want to join us? It's better than you hiding like this. What nonsense are you spouting?" Long's voice suddenly turned cold. "Do you think I would need to fabricate something like this to deceive you?" Wu Hang's tone remained calm, carrying an undeniable authority. "The news will spread quickly, and you'll be able to verify it soon enough." Long fell silent instantly. Although he didn't believe it 1,000 times over, reason told him that Wu Hung wouldn't fabricate easily verifiable information to deceive him. Which side is real? The opponent just effortlessly repelled him. That's definitely beyond the realm of a hero. Even if they can't kill a god, their strength has reached an inconceivable level. You want me to draw the god's attention head-on, as bait? The dragon's eyes sharpened. "I deal with the gods," Wu Hung replied decisively. "Your main task is to eliminate any potential hero-level powerhouses the Holy See might appear." The dragon didn't answer immediately, he simply stared intently at Wu Hung, as if trying to see if he was lying. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice low and deep. "What if I refuse? Are you planning to eliminate me right now? Wu Hung chuckled lightly. What do you take me for? Back when we were running Treasure Island, we were partners, after all. I'm inviting you now only because we have a common enemy, and you happen to have the strength. If you don't dare, then forget it, I won't force you. This kind of low-level provocation is meaningless, Long replied coldly, pausing before continuing. I don't want to get involved in your battle. Wu Heng's smile remained unchanged, but his words turned serious. I can easily find your whereabouts. Do you think the Holy See won't? With such a clear lead, if that deity really wants to find you, how long do you think you can hide? Are you threatening me? Long's expression turned completely grim, his aura becoming dangerous. I'm simply stating a fact. Wu Hung calmly met his gaze. You should also understand that in the current situation, all heroes must make a choice. Stand with the Holy See, or stand with the Spirit Revelation cult. The Association Sword of Justice, Hatterai, and the Hunter's leader, Bruno, were all personally executed by that god. Do you think you, the strongest hero, can remain unscathed for long? Long paused for a moment, then replied curtly, I can hide even deeper. How you choose to fight is your business. These words sounded somewhat lacking in confidence, even inconsistent with his usual assertive personality, but the harsh reality forced him to consider retreating. Unable to withstand even a single blow from Wu Hung, he truly had no better option than concealment. The current situation leaves you no room to hide safely. Wu Hung leaned forward slightly, his tone more sincere. Dragon. We're old acquaintances, practically friends. I can promise you, after this battle, I will help you rebuild the Serpent Emblem Consortium. Dragon's eyes flickered intensely. He stared at Wu Hung for a long time before slowly exhaling. How about this? If I receive definite news confirming that you truly defeated the Holy Sea's deity, I will come to help you. If I don't receive any news, let's just drop the matter, how about that? Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. This sounded more like a polite refusal. Whether he would even listen to this news after they parted ways was another matter entirely. Sure. Wu Hung agreed readily. Then you can go directly to the Wood Elf capital to find their queen. She will arrange for you to meet me. For him, it would indeed be better if Dragon joined. His absence wouldn't affect the overall situation. Good. I also hope what you say is true. Dragon's voice remained low, but the wariness within seemed to have lessened slightly. Then it settled. Wu Hung finished speaking, and his figure vanished silently, like ink being wiped away. With his departure, the tense atmosphere in the hall suddenly relaxed. The stone-gray coating on the Dwarf City Lord's body and the surrounding guards quickly faded, revealing their flesh and blood again. With a clatter, the guards frantically drew their weapons, nervously glancing around. The Dwarf City Lord jumped up abruptly, his face deathly pale, looking at longing and terror hero. Just now, wasn't that? Long took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within him, and slowly spoke, It's all right. He's gone, and he won't bother you again. Don't worry. The Dwarf City Lord opened his mouth, his eyes filled with lingering fear and confusion, but seeing Long's somber expression, he ultimately dared not ask any further questions. Prepare a quiet room for me, I need to rest, Long ordered, his tone carrying a barely perceptible weariness. Yes, yes. Prepare it for you immediately. The Dwarf City Lord immediately instructed his servants to arrange the best room for Long. Divine Realm, inside the main hall. Having finished his dimensional descent, Wu Hung rose from his seat and descended the platform. Passing through the hall's pillars, which shimmered with starlight, he walked towards the living area on one side. Pushing open a large door, the scene before him was completely different from the magnificent temple outside. The air was filled with the aroma of cream and caramel, warm and full of life. Granda, dressed in a comfortable cotton dress and wearing a floral apron, carefully removed a tray of golden, tempting egg tarts from the oven. She looked like a Western housewife engrossed in baking, her expression focused, a far cry from the ghostly figure she had been earlier. Hearing footsteps, Granda looked up and saw Wu Hung. Her face immediately lit up with a bright smile. You're back after all that? Come see. I made these egg tarts following a recipe. They're fresh out of the oven. Try them, and see how they taste. She carefully picked up a still-warm tart with her fingertips, blew on it gently like presenting a treasure, and then offered it to Wu Heng's lips. Wu Hung took a bite from her hand and smiled, commenting, delicious. You learn these things pretty quickly. Receiving affirmation, Granda smiled even more broadly, picking up a piece herself and munching on it in small bites, her eyes crinkling with satisfaction. Since acquiring this vibrant body, she seemed brimming with enthusiasm for experiencing modern life. She hardly ever left this physical form. It seemed that the Queen, Benedict, and Little One were still in the modern world, showing no intention of returning. With Granda by her side, she could at least keep quiet and avoid feeling lonely. Wu Hung sat down on the chair beside her, naturally placing his hand between her slender waist and full hips, feeling the texture beneath the fabric, and casually remarked, "The Wood Elves have already begun mobilization. The first batch of personnel and guides will be assembled tomorrow." He then recounted in detail his meeting with the Wood Elf Queen and the Elder Council, as well as his subsequent search for the dragon and the other party's reaction. Granda listened attentively, finished her egg tart, licked her fingertips, and then pondered, whether the dragon is willing to come or not is actually irrelevant. One more or one less won't make a difference. It won't affect the overall situation. She then changed the subject. "But you reminded me that we can include some sufficiently devout spirit revelation priests in the expeditionary force. If the army encounters a hero-level powerhouse they can't defeat on the march or on the battlefield, these priests can pray to you on the spot, and you can intervene through faith anchors or even descend directly. This is faster than anything else." Wu Heng's eyes lit up, and he agreed, "That's a good time-saving and labor-saving method." Granda smiled. "Just send a group of reliable priests from Treasure Island. They're all veterans carefully trained by Sanera. Their faith is steadfast enough." "All right, I arrange it right away." Wu Hung nodded. After the conversation, Wu Heng's divine sense instantly traversed planes, contacting the person in charge of priestly affairs on Gold and Silver Island through the faith anchor point, clearly issuing the order to select devout priests to prepare for the military campaign. Having done all this, he reopened his eyes, meeting Granda's smiling gaze. "Come lend a hand, let's make a cake." The next day, on the border of the Holy Temple, in the desolate wilderness, a temporary camp rose from the ground, the banners of the Wood Elves fluttering in the morning breeze. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the air, the clamor of troop movements and the transport of supplies filling the air. The curtain of the largest tent in the center was lifted by someone wearing metal gauntlets. The Wood Elf Queen, Garenhill, stepped inside. Clad in flowing, elegant golden armor, with a green cloak behind her, she appeared heroic and valiant. A long slender elven sword hung at her waist. She walked to Wu Hung, placed her right hand on her chest in a salute, and said in a clear and steady voice, "My lord, all troops have been reorganized. Guides, spiritual priests, and logistical support teams have all been assigned to their respective combat units, and are ready to depart at any time." She paused slightly, her eyes filled with a questioning look. "But, when will your undead army arrive and assemble?" Early that morning, Wu Hung had used the mansion spell to bring the vanguard of the Wood Elves directly to this forward position within the Holy Sea's territory. This would become their starting point for the attack. From here, the main army would advance in segments, wiping out the towns and cities of the Holy See. Wu Hung nodded and stood up from his simple cot. Let's go out together." A flicker of doubt crossed the Queen's eyes, but she asked no further questions, simply following respectfully behind Wu Hung. Stepping out of the tent, a group of Wood Elf guards followed beside them, leading them to a vast open space ahead. The wilderness was open, the wind stirring up fine dust. All the elves who had followed held their breath, their gazes fixed on Wu Hung. Wu Heng's gaze swept across the open space, and the next moment, rumble. Mounds of earth rose as if boiling, soil and gravel tumbling and sliding down. To everyone's horrified gaze, pale, gigantic skeletons, far exceeding the height of ordinary people, gradually took shape. Each skeleton was exceptionally robust, with translucent, insect-like wings attached to their backs. As these winged skeletons fully stood, suits of armor and sharp long swords materialized on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, a well-armed and vast army of skeletons had formed. Queen Garenhill's red lips parted slightly, completely stunned. The elven generals behind her stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with horror. They had discussed in private where the skeleton army was hidden, but they never imagined that the undead army Wu Hung spoke of would be created out of thin air in such a godlike way. This meant that, if he so desired, his forces were virtually limitless. Wu Hung looked at the speechless, shocked queen beside him, and said, "All right, this is the army. Distribute them." The queen snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing her horror. "Oh yes, my lord." She immediately turned, displaying exceptional military skill, and quickly worked with the Wood Elf generals, counting the number of skeletons, and distributing these silent and terrifying warriors to the various vanguard legions according to the predetermined attack route. The efficient allocation was completed quickly. The queen strode back to Wu Hung, bowed, and reported confidently, "My lord, all the skeleton armies have been assigned to their respective battle units, and are ready to depart at any time." "Depart?" Wu Heng's gaze swept into the depths of the sanctuary, his voice low and resolute. We must act quickly, and completely wipe out the sanctuary before his next descent. Yes, my lord. The queen turned swiftly, and loudly issued the order to advance. In an instant, the massive army, like a sophisticated and terrifying war machine, began to operate. A dense, teeth-grinding sound of bones grinding against each other echoed through the sky. Centered on this camp, several massive legions, like separated torrents of white bones, surged forward in different directions. A short while later, the queen returned, escorted by her guards, dust clinging to her gleaming armor. My lady, all the legions have departed as planned. Wu Heng nodded. Well done, thank you for your hard work. Let's return to the royal city first. The military commander's tasks lay ahead. As the highest symbol and spiritual leader of the Wood Elves, the queen naturally couldn't personally go to such a dangerous place. He waved his hand, opening the portal to the mansion's magical space. The queen and her guards entered naturally. Wu Heng took one last look at the departing undead. His figure vanished, but the camp remained guarded, serving as a stronghold. Returning to the Wood Elf Royal Palace. Inside the council chamber, sunlight streamed through the stained-glass windows, casting dappled shadows. Wu Heng and Queen Garanhill sat on either side of a long table. The army will launch its offensive directly from the border of the Holy Temple. Although this shortens the distance of the attack, the subsequent logistical supply line will be of paramount importance. You need to pay attention to this, Wu Heng said first. Queen Garanhill sat upright, her tone clear. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. After finalizing the plan yesterday, I wrote a letter and delivered it to the races and cities along the route. I will do my best to coordinate this matter. Well done. Wu Heng nodded approvingly, taking a sip of the elven-style floral tea beside him. The queen also took a sip of tea, then asked with a perfectly timed inquiry, I have another question. If there is urgent military intelligence at the front, or if I have important matters to report to you immediately, how should I contact you? After all, you cannot stay here all the time. Wu Heng put down his teacup and said, It's simple. Just have the priests of the Spirit Revelation cult in your capital pray to me. I can sense the messages conveyed by their prayers. Just prayer is enough? The queen's eyes widened slightly, a captivating smile curving her lips as she softly said, It seems I should work even harder to become an even more devout follower of Your Majesty. Wu Heng was taken aback by her words. Looking at the queen before him, usually so noble and aloof, now revealing a hint of girlishness, he found the contrast somewhat amusing. He chuckled, half jokingly, half promising, saying, All right, if you're truly interested, I reserve a high-ranking position for you in my Spirit Revelation Church. The queen's smile deepened, and she readily agreed, Then it's a deal. I hope you won't find my slowness foolish. Yes, it's a promise, Wu Heng nodded with a smile. Blade Gorge City, inside a bedroom. The room was dimly lit, with only the embers in the fireplace casting a faint, flickering red glow. Suddenly, a small, unremarkable white conch shell, no bigger than a palm, on the table glowed with a moonlit light without warning. Long, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, picked it up, and held it to his ear. After a rustling sound, as if carried by a distant wind, a voice, seemingly transmitted through the wind, emanated from the conch shell, Leader. Gold and Silver Island has indeed experienced a divine war. The news has spread far and wide. Those who escaped the island all say in unison that the Holy See personally descended in an avatar, using the lives of the Spirit Revelation cult followers as bait to force Wu Heng to appear, and Wu Heng actually appeared. And it is said that he defeated the god in a direct confrontation. Now the entire Gold and Silver Island has been regained by the Spirit Revelation cult, and the Holy See's power has been completely eradicated. The news is absolutely true, confirmed through multiple channels. Even though Long had been somewhat prepared, he was still shocked upon hearing this news. In other words, Wu Heng had become a god, possessing the power to kill a god. The fluorescence on the conch shell quickly dimmed, eventually returning it to its ordinary white color. The dragon put the conch shell away again, his massive body settling into the shadows, remaining silent for several minutes. His eyes shifted dramatically, a mixture of shock, doubt, and deliberation culminating in a complex, indescribable emotion. Finally, he abruptly stood up, striding out of the bedroom to find the Dwarf City Lord, who was anxiously handling official business. I have urgent business to attend to, so I be leaving now, the dragon said in a deep voice. The dwarf instinctively replied, Oh, okay. Long nodded, walked directly to the window, and leaped out. In midair, a colossal dragon with massive, menacing scales soared into the sky and disappeared from sight. On the border of the Holy See, in a papal city. On the distant horizon, a suffocatingly dark cloud was spreading at an alarming speed, accompanied by the buzzing sound of countless wings vibrating at high frequencies. A torrent of undead warriors, countless with transparent bone wings on their backs. Like a swarm of deathly locusts sweeping across everything, they blotted out the sky, casting shadows that enveloped the entire city. Enemy attack. It's the undead. Prepare holy light. Archers, volley fire. The papal defenders on the city wall shouted hoarsely, their voices distorted with fear. Whoosh! A thick pillar of holy light shot into the sky from the city's central cathedral, then transformed into countless thinner beams, sweeping down, like a torrential rain upon the approaching skeleton army. Skeletons struck directly by the holy light instantly emitted smoke and plummeted from the sky. But after hitting the ground, they staggered to their feet and continued their charge. The archers on the city walls, suppressing their fear, unleashed a swarm of enchanted arrows into the sky like locusts. The arrows clattered against the skeleton's armor, the energy released by the magical arrows exploding in the air, creating waves of magical energy. However, all this resistance seemed utterly futile against sheer numbers. The vanguard of the skeleton army, like a fearless suicide squad, withstood the scorching holy light and the rain of arrows, and after reaching a certain distance, they swooped down. They poured into the city like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The fighting began, the entire city echoing with the sounds of clashing swords and chaotic melee. Creak! It didn't take long for the city gate to be breached, and the gates opened. More troops began to rush into the city. Street fighting began, and the skeleton army fought their way to the church, smashing into the towering statue. Heavy warhammers slammed into the statue's base, cracks instantly spreading upwards. After several heavy blows, the towering statue collapsed with a roar, shattering into pieces. Chapter 11:15. Divine Realm. Within the hall, Wu Heng sat serenely on his throne, listening to prayers coming from all directions. Before him, a massive map of the Holy Temple's territory floated in the air, its surface shimmering with light and shadow, displaying the skeletal army's marching routes and the cities already conquered, following the progress reports from various priests. The Undead Legion, like a devastating plague of death, swept across the Holy Temple's territory with unstoppable force. For 1,000 years, the Holy See seemed to have poured all its energy and fanaticism into controlling the minds of its believers and ensuring the purity of their faith, to the point that the defenses of these cities were less robust than those of some ordinary nations. Without direct divine intervention, they appeared exceptionally vulnerable. The flying skeletal army required no traditional sieges or assaults. They swept across the city walls like a death cloud, descending from the sky and instantly bringing the battlefield into the city. The formidable city walls were rendered meaningless, local church icons were brutally toppled and smashed, and the papacy's banners were torn down. The entire process was efficient and relentless. The army, like a tireless machine, destroyed one target and immediately, without pause, moved along its predetermined route to the next city, embodying the essence of Blitzkrieg to its fullest extent. In contrast, the Wood Elf logistics teams and the Spirit Revelation priests had to travel light, day and night, just to barely keep up with the main force's advance. Wu Heng, examining the map, issued orders to the priests accompanying the various units through faith anchors. He coordinated the progress of the several armies, ensuring they could coordinate with each other. Having issued today's orders, he waved his hand, and the floating map vanished into streaks of light. Just then Granda, dressed in a comfortable velvet dress, walked in from a side hall, carrying a plate of freshly baked berry cookies. She placed the cookies on a nearby table, walked to Wu Heng's side, and naturally placed her hand on his shoulder. Xiao Xiao and the others have been gone for so many days. Do you want to go see them? Wu Heng took her hand and smiled. What, missing them? Granda gave him a slight glare, but a smile played on her lips. It's just the two of us all day. It's definitely a bit boring. Wu Heng nodded and stood up. I need to check on Lilith and the others' progress, and then ask if Xiao Xiao and the others are coming back. Sure. Granda nodded, then detached from her physical body and entered his body as a ghost. Wu Heng then chose an anchor point and appeared in the zombie world. Zombie world, prison base monitoring room. The space rippled slightly, and Wu Heng's figure silently appeared. The monitoring room had changed quite a bit since his last visit. The lighting was brighter and softer, and all the instruments and equipment were spotless and neatly arranged. The once bare walls were now adorned with several landscape paintings, adding a touch of life to this technologically advanced room. Besides several skeleton operators, a Wood Elf priest and a celestial fox nun sat in front of the monitors, seemingly also responsible for monitoring the system. The two immediately sensed something amiss, their faces filled with wariness as they turned sharply. But upon recognizing Wu Heng, their expressions instantly transformed into utmost respect, hastily rising to their feet and bowing, "My lord." No need for formalities. Wu Heng waved his hand, casually asking, "Where are Minnie and the others?" The Wood Elf priest respectfully replied, "Your Excellency, Miss Minnie should be resting in the dormitory area at the back." "All right, you two go about your business, I go check on her," Wu Heng said. The two bowed again. Wu Heng left the monitoring room and released Granda. Walking down the clean and tidy corridor, looking at the paintings and potted plants on both sides, Granda clicked her tongue in amazement. "Look, I told you, with women managing it, this place immediately becomes clean and beautiful, much better than when you lived here alone." Wu Heng retorted stubbornly, "If I lived here long term, I could keep it this tidy too." "Come on, I know you well enough," Granda chuckled. Amidst their banter, the two arrived at the dormitory building where the core members lived. Pushing open the door to the living room, Minnie and Annette, who were curled up on the sofa watching a tablet, instantly looked up, their beautiful eyes lighting up simultaneously. Master, you're back." The two girls cheered with delight, jumping up from the sofa and throwing themselves into Wu Heng's arms, hugging him tightly. Wu Heng smiled and caught them, patting each of them on the back, and asked, "Where are the others? Why are only the two of you here?" Minnie looked up and explained with a smile, "They all gone to cultivate. Annette and I have staggered cultivation times, so if anything happens at the base, someone can handle it." Wu Heng cupped their faces, kissed each of them on the forehead, and then led them to sit down on the sofa. The two girls immediately snuggled up to him like kittens. "How's your cultivation going lately? Have you been slacking off?" Wu Heng asked. Minnie thought for a moment, then reported, as if giving a report, "Sister Lilith and Sister Viola are progressing the fastest. They already completed the body refining technique, and like you did back then, successfully condensed a fire egg, which they placed inside the volcano. Now they begun cultivating the creation scripture. Illyria, Sylvia, and Steward Seraphim are in the final sprint of the third stage of the body refining technique. They should be able to successfully condense a fire egg soon too." Hearing Seraphim's name, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Seraphim's talent is actually quite good, her progress is comparable to that of a hero, but she's only level 15 after all. The third stage of the body refining technique is dangerous, he couldn't let anything go wrong. He reminded her then, and if necessary, she could learn the creation scripture first. "As for the rest of us," Minnie continued, "the rest of us are at the third and fourth stages, but Sister Winmantia, Sister Slater, and the newcomer Sister Letty are still at the first stage, having started later. Sister Brittany hasn't started cultivating because she's about to give birth, afraid of upsetting the baby. Judging by the days, the baby will be born in about a month." Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. While cultivating, daily training can't be neglected. Becoming a hero is all about level. "I know, Master," Minnie chewed. Then, Annette beside her added excitedly, Master, there's something else." An announcement was posted on the forum that Sister Lilith, Sister Viola, and Illyria and Sylvain have been officially added to the cult's divine ranks. The forum is buzzing about it. It's incredibly popular. "Oh, really?" Wu Heng casually picked up the tablet computer on the coffee table and opened the forum app. Sure enough, at the very top of the app's homepage was a pinned post, marked with official and hot tags. "The Light of Revelation, protecting all beings. Introduction to the 4 new guardian spirits of the Revelation cult." Wu Heng clicked on the post, which contained exquisite photos of Lilith, Viola, and the Wood Elf sisters Illyria and Sylvain. Each photo captured their most divine aspect. Lilith hovered with outstretched wings under the moonlight, Viola was surrounded by mysterious runes, and the Wood Elf sisters stood with blades in hand amidst the shadows of the forest. Below the photos were detailed descriptions. Lilith, an ancient being who governs life and night, possessing immortal life and the power of protection, wherever her wings reach, there is refuge. Viola, a learned master of arcane arts, controlling elements and contracts, using ever-changing magic to cleanse evil. Illyria and Sylvain, warrior gods from the ancient forest, embodiments of skill in nature, their blades wielded for their beliefs. Wu Heng glanced at the description, then immediately looked at the comments section below. Holy crap! Isn't the Spirit Revelation cult supposed to be Eastern in origin? How come there are suddenly so many Western fantasy-style gods? The style has completely changed. The person upstairs clearly didn't read the previous doctrines carefully. The Spirit Revelation God is an all-encompassing true God. Is it strange that he has messengers from various factions under his command? Lady Lilith. That beauty, that aura. My faith has been elevated. Am I the only one who thinks the two wood elf Valkyries are even cooler? Those muscle lines, that fighting stance. They give me an overwhelming sense of security. Long live the queens. The Spirit Revelation cult is awesome. The initial discussion was relatively serious, but it gradually veered off course. Comments started coming in, like calling someone mommy or goddess, step on me. Various humorous comments began to appear. The Spirit Revelation cult style was vastly different from the Holy See's. Such remarks would be considered treasonous within the Holy See. Wu Heng smiled and exited the thread, noticing that several other highly popular posts below were also related to the Spirit Revelation cult. Post 2. Battle video. Lady Lilith clears the field. Blood wings descend, saving Hope base. Clicking on the video, one could see Lilith's enormous bat wings blotting out the sun high in the sky. With an elegant wave of her hand, countless blood-red blades made of pure energy rain down like a storm, instantly clearing a large vacuum zone from the thousands of zombies besieging a small survivor base below. The scene was extremely impactful. The comments below were even more lively. Holy crap! That AoE damage! She's practically a walking, talking purifier. Just wondering, isn't this goddess really not the legendary progenitor of vampires? That look, that ability. She's amazing. Insolence. That's called a high-ranking vampire. She's a god. Mind your own business. Mommy! I can have her. Drink my blood. Post 3. Lady Viola's summoning spell. Miss Beast Tide, an eye for an eye. In the video, the witch Viola stands atop ruins, surrounded by thick, inky smoke. The smoke quickly condenses into various grotesque and terrifying monster forms, densely covering the surroundings, then fiercely charging towards the surging horde of corpses, engaging in a frenzied battle, a grand and eerie scene. Comments, summoning. Timeless. Viola is awesome. One person, one army. This is the ultimate romance of a summoner. These smoke monsters look scarier than zombies. But why do I think they're so cool? Are there summoners in the class scrolls? Even summoning a little mist cat would be fine. Post 4. Swift as the wind. Eluria, Sylvain, the twin Valkyries' decapitation tactics. This video was clearly captured by a high-speed camera. In the footage, the Wood Elf sisters, like two green lightning bolts, traversed the dense sea of corpses at an astonishing speed. The camera finally focused on their simultaneous attack. Two long swords clashed, severing the head of a gigantic zombie king. Comments. That teamwork. That agility. It's so cool it makes my legs weak. That's true skill. From today onwards, I am the most loyal follower of the twin goddesses. Please take me in. Wu Heng browsed the foreign discussions, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Lilith and the others integrated into this world with ease. The survivors naturally accepted these foreign races using concepts they could understand. That's good. Wu Heng put down his tablet and said to Minnie and Annette beside him, have Li Yong and the others put in more effort to spread the word, gather more faith, and try to get Lilith and the others to ignite their divine fire as soon as possible. The two girls nodded in agreement. After chatting with the two for a while, Wu Heng took out his phone, found Xiao Xiao's number, and dialed it. The phone rang only twice before being answered, and a little girl's clear voice came from the other end. Hello? Uncle? Yes, it's me. Wu Heng's voice softened unconsciously. Xiao Xiao, where are you playing? At Mommy's house. Xiao Xiao's voice could be heard in the background, along with the sound of a television program. Where are Benny and your aunt? Aren't they with you? Wu Heng continued to ask. They're both there. Auntie and Sister Benny are helping my mom cook. Uncle, do you want to talk to them? Xiao Xiao asked. Wu Heng smiled and said, no need. Your Aunt Granda misses you, saying you guys went out and had a blast, and didn't even come back. Xiao Xiao immediately displayed her high emotional intelligence, responding crisply, I miss Aunt Granda too. And Uncle. Then, she changed the subject, like a little adult, and he said, we go back after dinner, and come back to Mommy's in a couple of days. Okay, you can arrange it yourselves. Wu Heng said a few words, and then hung up the phone. Minnie, hearing that Wu Heng wasn't in a hurry to leave, immediately went to prepare dinner. As dusk fell, Lilith, Seraphim, and the others returned from their cultivation trip and sat down at the dining table for dinner. Wu Heng recounted the latest developments in the other world to them. In particular, his victory over the papal deity left everyone speechless with astonishment. After dinner, they chatted in the living room. As evening approached, the door opened, and Xiao Xiao burst in, followed by Benny and the Empress. Uncle! Xiao Xiao cheered, rushing towards them like a little cannonball. Wu Heng grinned, caught her, spun her around, and pinched her nose. You've been playing all day, and you didn't even call me. Xiao Xiao muttered defiantly, Uncle, you're in the divine realm? The signal's down, how can I call you? Am I supposed to appear in your dreams? You always have so many excuses, Wu Heng said affectionately, putting her down. Then he looked up at Benny and the Empress. You two are running around like that too. Benny and the Empress sat down in their seats, not intending to reply. Xiao Xiao pulled him back down, then, like a proud child showing off a treasure, pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from her bosom. It was covered with all sorts of crooked circles, squares, and lines. Uncle, look at this. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled. Wu Heng took the drawing, pretending to examine it seriously for a moment, and praised, it's really well drawn. The colors are very vibrant. This is, an abstract castle? What? Xiao Xiao pointed to the key parts of the drawing with her little finger, explaining earnestly, this is the blueprint for a super amusement park. Look, this is the Ferris wheel, this is the roller coaster track, this is the carousel, and that's the bumper car park. Wu Heng looked at the crayon drawing, full of the style of a soulful artist, suppressed a laugh, and raised an eyebrow, asking, a blueprint for construction. Drawn with crayons? Oh, as long as the idea is there. Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively, then hugged his arm, and shook it, Uncle. Let's build a big amusement park in your divine realm. Then all the older sisters can go and play, how fun! Wu Heng glanced at Lilith and the others beside him, who were unable to suppress their laughter. Lilith and the others were still focused on cultivating in the main world. Building an amusement park was definitely something Xiao Xiao wanted to do herself. Lilith, intrigued, asked with a smile, can we go inside and take a look at your divine realm now? Her question drew curious glances from the others. Sure, Wu Heng replied. Is it convenient? Show us what it's like. Lilith asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. We're really curious about what the divine realm is like. Yes, it's been kept hidden away. Show us. Philippa chimed in, joining the commotion. Looking at the expectant eyes, Wu Heng thought for a moment and smiled, all right. Since Xiao Xiao has already produced the blueprints, tonight we go to the divine realm and broaden your horizons. With that, he activated the mansion spell. The women chatted and laughed as they entered. Wu Heng deactivated the mansion spell and vanished. The divine realm. Wu Heng activated the mansion spell again, releasing everyone. Everyone stared at the indescribable scene before them, speechless for a moment. The sky swirled, the distant horizon blurred and dreamlike. It was a sight never before imagined. Then, Wu Heng, leading Xiao Xiao and the crayon drawing, arrived at a nascent, undeveloped area. While listening to Xiao Zhao's explanation, they began to construct the prototype of an amusement park. A towering Ferris wheel reaching into the clouds, a winding roller coaster, a magnificent carousel, bumper cars, balloon houses, a candy fountain, a grand, fantastical, and even Xiao Zhao's imagination had created. With their discussion, it rose from the ground. Once it was all completed, Xiao Xiao excitedly called out to the women behind her, Sisters, come quick. Welcome to my Rainbow Bubble City amusement park. The women, having never seen anything like it in this other world, had their eyes light up. Following Xiao Zhao's call, they entered the amusement park. Wu Heng stood a short distance away, smiling as he watched, his gaze falling on the pregnant figure. Brittany, you can just watch from the side, you can't play now. Huh? Why? You can play after you give birth, Wu Heng said. Brittany looked at the others with some envy, and could only purse her lips, okay. The second day in the zombie world. Wu Heng sent Lilith and the others back to the zombie world to continue their training, while Xiao Xiao, Benny, and the Empress chose to stay behind, making pastries in the kitchen with Granda. Although the divine realm seemed vast, Wu Heng could instantly materialize any ingredients or tools with a thought, which was quite convenient. Just then, a bright and urgent anchor of faith swiftly touched Wu Heng's consciousness. Wu Heng's mind stirred slightly, and his consciousness gently touched it. The anchor instantly shone brightly, and his vision traversed space, landing in a magnificent bedroom filled with the style of wood elves. There, the wood elf Queen Garanhel knelt on a soft futon, her hands clasped before her chest, her eyes closed, her expression utterly devout, performing a prayer ritual. After reciting a lengthy prayer, she paused slightly, then spoke even more softly and reverently, Great God of Revelation, I pray to you, and I have important matters to report to you. Wu Heng was slightly surprised. The wood elf queen had become his devout follower so quickly. Establishing such a clear anchor of faith through prayer was actually quite difficult. It required not only absolute piety, but also a deep-seated conviction that the object of prayer was a deity. But then he thought, the queen had witnessed him create an army of the undead and defeat the papal deities. Having witnessed such power, becoming a devout follower seemed reasonable. What is it? Wu Heng's thoughts flowed into the queen's mind like a gentle, warm current. It wasn't a real voice, yet it conveyed his question with unparalleled clarity, allowing the queen to immediately understand who it came from. The queen's delicate body trembled slightly, but far from being afraid, her attitude grew even more respectful. She said, "Great God, as you instructed, we sent official documents to the dwarves along the route, hoping they would open the passage and allow our supply convoy to pass. However, we just received a reply. The dwarves are adamant in their refusal to cooperate, even reinforcing their troops at the border, adopting a posture of obstruction. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford leisurely negotiations. I humbly request your guidance, your majesty, on how we should proceed." The implication was clear. The dwarves did not wish to grant this favor, and even intended to obstruct the Wood Elf army's supply lines. Just as the queen finished speaking, Wu Heng's figure appeared directly in the bedroom. "Prepare yourself," Wu Heng said calmly, glancing at the purple underwear draped over the chair. He continued, "I personally accompany you to the dwarf tribe later." The queen felt reassured and immediately bowed, replying, "Yes, your majesty. I do it right away." Knock, knock, knock. Before the queen could finish speaking, a rapid knocking came from the door, followed by the voice of her personal maid. "Your majesty, a strange man is requesting an audience. He claims to be the leader of the Serpent Emblem Consortium." Dragon. Chapter 11:16. The queen, who had been wearing a composed smile, visibly darkened her expression. The Serpent Emblem Corporation. This name held no sway on the continent. Although it called itself a small association, many of its businesses were shady, and numerous countries and races had even explicitly prohibited them from establishing bases within their borders. Back when Wu Heng was still a necromancer, he also used the Serpent Emblem Corporation to purchase various items he needed that were unavailable through legitimate channels. And Dragon, hailed as the strongest hero of the era, was a near-invincible force in the mortal realm. Why was he here? And at such a delicate moment? The queen's heart tightened, and she instinctively clenched her sleeves. But then, her gaze shifted, landing on Wu Heng, who stood silently beside her, and her tense nerves relaxed slightly. With Wu Heng here, what was there to worry about? He had even killed the deities of the Holy See. What trouble could a hero, no matter how strong, possibly cause? Thinking this, she felt reassured, and her expression regained its usual calm and majesty. She was about to speak. But Wu Heng spoke first in a low voice. "It's all right, I sent him. I gave him a choice beforehand, whether he wanted to join us. He seems to have come to his senses now." The queen raised an eyebrow, a knowing glint in her eyes. She nodded gently, then raised her voice, and instructed the doorway. "Please have His Excellency Long wait in the reception room. I will be there shortly." "Yes, your majesty," the lady-in-waiting replied, her footsteps fading into the distance. The queen turned to Wu Heng, her tone respectful. "My lord, shall we go now?" Wu Heng glanced again at the purple undergarment on the chair beside him, and said, "You go first. I go directly to the reception hall later. It wouldn't be good for your reputation if I left the palace with you." The queen then realized they were in her private palace. "Thank you for your consideration, your majesty. I take my leave then." With that, she straightened her robes and gracefully departed. Wu Heng's figure vanished silently into the air. Inside the reception hall, the queen, accompanied by her personal guards and ladies-in-waiting, entered the hall and saw an extremely burly man sitting on a guest chair, the large seat appearing somewhat cramped beneath him. He leisurely sipped his tea, as if he were in his own courtyard. The queen took her seat at the head of the table. Their eyes met, but neither spoke first. On one side was the queen who ruled a nation. On the other, the strongest hero renowned throughout the continent. An invisible contest seemed to hang in the air, each waiting for the other to make the first move in terms of goodwill or courtesy. An eerie silence lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, until Wu Heng's figure silently appeared in the center of the reception hall. The two men's eyes sharpened simultaneously, and they rose in unison, bowing respectfully. "Your Excellency, God." "Island Lord Wu Heng." Wu Heng nodded slightly, his tone calm. "Please sit." The three sat down again, and the female official quickly served Wu Heng hot tea, then led all her guards out of the room, gently closing the door behind them. Only the three of them remained in the room. Wu Heng looked at Long and cut to the chase. "Long, have you made up your mind?" "I have." Long's voice was deep and powerful, Now that you have ascended to the divine position, I am naturally willing to serve you. A very wise choice. Wu Heng nodded approvingly. The queen listened quietly, a knowing glint in her eyes. Sure enough, Wu Heng had already recruited him, and the dragon's arrival signified his agreement to fight against the Holy See together. The dragon's gaze swept over the queen, finally settling on Wu Heng, and continued, I am willing to work for you, but in the event of unforeseen circumstances, I reserve the right to leave. I hope you understand. Furthermore, you previously promised to allow me to rebuild the Serpent Emblem Consortium. I agree to both, Wu Heng readily agreed. The dragon visibly relaxed, then asked, when will your army assemble? I can personally lead the attack on the Holy See. Upon hearing this, the queen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, which she quickly suppressed. Clearing his throat lightly, as if finding his place, he spoke calmly, Your Excellency, the Wood Elves, in coordination with the Divine Army, have launched an attack on the sanctuary. Recent battle reports indicate that we have already captured several cities. The war has already begun. Dragon was somewhat surprised. He had expected to be a key part of the plan. Wu Heng explained, the war has been going on for some time. I can go to the front lines now, and lead the army into battle, Dragon continued. The queen also looked up at Wu Heng, awaiting his instructions. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and said, Before that, I have another matter for you. Please speak. The Wood Elf army's route to the front lines requires passing through the territory of the dwarves, but they seem uncooperative. Wu Heng looked at the queen. You will go with His Majesty Garen Hill and talk to the dwarves, making them face reality. The queen's expression hardened, and she cautiously reminded him, My lord, the dwarves have a hero, and given that this is their territory, isn't it a bit risky? The dragon also looked up, waiting for her to return. Wu Heng was taken aback, frowned in thought, and asked, The dwarven hero, was he a thief hero? Did he serve as the leader of the association? Yes. The queen nodded. Wu Heng smiled easily upon hearing this. I killed him before, quite discreetly, so it's normal that you haven't heard from him. Both fell silent. Goodness, the world order changes so quickly, this one's dead too. Seeing that the two had no further objections, Wu Heng looked at them. Is everything alright? The dragon will handle security, and the queen will handle negotiations. I keep an eye on things for you. We obey the divine decree, and are willing to go on this journey for you, my lord. The queen rose and bowed solemnly. Long also stood up. I'm willing too. Go and prepare. I escort you there later. You don't need to bring your guards, Wu Heng said decisively. The queen nodded in agreement, and turned to change. Wu Heng and Long chatted for a few more minutes in the hall about the current situation. Shortly afterward, the queen returned to the reception room. She had changed into a magnificent silver-white armor inlaid with gold, a slender sword at her waist, exuding an imposing aura. She approached Wu Heng, smiled slightly, and bowed, saying, My lord, I'm ready. Wu Heng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a portal quietly opened. Let's go, I escort you there. The queen went in first. Seeing the queen go in, Long followed her in. The portal closed, and Wu Heng's figure disappeared as well. Dwarf Clan Royal Palace. King Soldan, the dwarf, sat on his heavy stone throne, his fingers gripping the armrests, scrutinizing the two uninvited visitors before him with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. When the guards announced that the elf queen and the dragon had appeared outside the palace simultaneously, he had thought it was a mistake. But now, these two were right before him. One was the queen who ruled the Forest Kingdom, the other the leader of the renowned Serpent Emblem Consortium, the strongest hero. Both were of equal or greater status than him, yet they had arrived here without warning. The elf queen stepped forward, her voice clear and steady. King Soldan, we have come to request passage. Lord Wu Heng has ascended to godhood. This divine war cannot be delayed. We implore your esteemed kingdom to grant us passage and open your borders. Soldan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. The dwarves do not wish to be involved in your divine war. If I grant you this favor, it would be tantamount to indirectly aiding you in your fight against the papacy. I cannot agree to this. His words were polite, but his tone was exceptionally resolute. Several dwarf ministers behind him nodded in agreement. The dwarf territory was close to the papacy's sphere of influence, and many within the tribe were followers of the papacy. Even if forced to choose sides, they leaned towards the papacy. So, you are determined to obstruct the Spirit Revelation cult's actions? The queen's voice remained calm, but her gaze grew cold. That's not how it works, Soldan replied impeccably. I respect the god of martial balance, and have no prejudice against the Spirit Enlightenment cult. It's just that the dwarf clan is currently facing its own difficulties, and cannot allow foreign troops to cross the border. Just then, the dragon, who had been standing beside the queen like a statue, slowly raised its eyes. A pair of eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, radiating a violent aura as they stared at the dwarf king. "That's not up to you." The dragon's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like heavy iron slamming onto stone. "The gods have issued a decree. Any who obstruct will be eliminated. Then the dwarf race will be replaced by a new ruler, and the price. You can't afford it. Are you threatening me?" Soldan straightened up abruptly, his eyes flashing with anger. "I give you two choices." The dragon took a step forward, and the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. "First, agree to the queen's proposal. You don't need to participate in the war, just clear a path for our army to pass through." He paused briefly, then continued. "Second, I kill everyone here. When you're in internal chaos and have no time to spare, your army can still pass through. But by then, you won't have the right to negotiate." "Arrogant! Do you really think our race has no heroes? You're nothing but a dwarf official couldn't help but curse. Before he finished speaking, Long casually crushed a stone pillar beside him and flicked his finger. A shard shot out like lightning, instantly piercing the official's throat. Blood spurted, and cries of alarm erupted. Clang! The surrounding guards drew their swords simultaneously, but were deterred by Long's icy gaze. "I don't have the queen's patience," Long said calmly, yet every word was piercing. "Whoever moves dies. You should know that I dare to do what I say. Take him away for treatment. Quickly!" Soldan suppressed his rage, waiting for his men to carry the wounded away, his gaze returning to the two men. "We also have heroes here. Your insolence today, aren't you afraid of making a deadly enemy in the future? We received word that the deity of the sanctuary executed several guild heroes. Your heroes must not have sent back any news for quite some time." The queen interjected, her tone softening slightly, offering a way out. "Soldan, let's compromise. Our army will only proceed along the border, never entering the city or stopping. What do you say?" Soldan stared intently at the two, veins throbbing on his forehead. The tribe's heroes had indeed vanished, and they understood even more clearly that the dragon truly dared to act, slaughtering everyone here. They pondered the outcome, but every decision presented a difficult choice for the dwarves. After a long silence, he finally managed to squeeze out a reply through clenched teeth. "I will notify the border to allow passage, but remember, the dwarves never permitted you to cross the border, you trespassed." "Understood. Is an agreement necessary?" the queen pressed. "No need." Soldan almost roared. "Follow the route, the faster the better." "Fine. Neither of us wants to create any more trouble at this time." The queen nodded slightly, turned to leave, then seemed to remember something. "The transport convoy departs tomorrow. Should I deliver a message?" "The dwarves have their own methods of communication. No need for your trouble," Soldan replied curtly. The queen said no more, walking side by side with the dragon out of the hall. The dwarf soldiers on either side gripped their weapons tightly, but none dared to stop them, only watching their figures disappear at the end of the corridor. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Soldan slammed his fist on the throne, sending stone chips flying. "Order the border to let them pass." He practically forced the words from the depths of his throat. He should have known he would receive this order. He should have done the Wood Elves and Wu Hung a favor beforehand. Now, he was forced to agree. The dwarves have offended both sides. Wood Elf capital city. The queen and the dragon emerged from the mansion spell. "The dwarves have agreed to let us pass," the queen reported, "but they demand that we be declared to have forced our way through, which they refuse to acknowledge." "It's all right," Wu Hung nodded. Through his mental anchor, he had also seen the conversation in the dwarf's palace. The details of the conversation weren't important. The important thing was that they had reached an agreement. "What should we do next?" the queen asked. "Follow me." Wu Hung turned and walked away. The three quickly arrived at a wide training ground on the outskirts of the city. The mansion spell opened again, and from another space, skeleton drivers slowly drove out one after another of rugged, sturdy trucks, armored vehicles, and various military vehicles. These vehicles all utilized the flame perpetual motion machine technology, providing a powerful and inexhaustible power source. "These are new transport vehicles, entrusted to you for transport," Wu Hung explained. "They will greatly improve the efficiency of supply transport, ensuring the frontline resupply." He then looked at Long. "Long, you will depart with the first transport team, responsible for escorting and ensuring the safe arrival of these supplies at the papacy's front lines." Long examined the trucks that appeared, then nodded. "Understood, leave it to me." After the mission was given, Wu Hang's figure disappeared. The queen immediately sprang into action, beginning preparations for the transported supplies. At dawn the next day, before the morning mist had fully dissipated, dozens of trucks, ready and waiting, stretched like a long steel dragon, heading towards the battlefield. Outside the walls of the new cathedral, the world lost its color. Like a black tide, the skeletal army surged across the mountains, silent, orderly, and endless, the clatter of bones grinding against each other echoing throughout the area. Suddenly, a low rumble came from behind the skeletal ranks. Rows of armored vehicles appeared in sight, their cannons adjusted and pointed forward. Boom! 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 With deafening roars, shells trailing flame slammed into the temple's walls, inscribed with countless holy runes. Boom! 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 Boulders shattered, and the holy light barrier flickered violently before crumbling like fragile glass. The defensive spells attached to the walls proved utterly powerless under the relentless bombardment. Bricks and stones mixed with the severed limbs of the defenders soared into the sky, thick smoke and dust engulfing the walls. On the city walls, the defenders chanted hoarsely, unleashing a barrage of holy light magic upon the sea of skeletons. The power of light was effective against the undead. But the gaps were immediately filled by the surging undead from behind, seemingly without end. Amidst the clash of various spells and modern weapons, the skeletons in the air were the first to swoop down, crashing down upon the defenders on the walls. In the command room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Your Majesty, the eastern wall has completely collapsed. We confirm that not only is a dragon from the Serpent's Emblem Consortium in command among the undead army, but several special skeletons have also appeared. They possess the power to kill the Holy See. We can't hold out much longer. A knight covered in blood knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. The new pope's face was deathly pale, his fingers gripping his scepter tightly, his knuckles white. He forced a calm demeanor and issued a series of orders, dispatching the remaining reserves in the city to provide support. But each new battle report only worsened the situation. Outside the window, in the central square, the massive, towering papal sun totem shattered in a violent explosion, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. In despair, the Pope dismissed everyone, staggered to the inner sanctuary, and knelt heavily before the colossal statue of the deity. Supreme Lord, your devout people are suffering blasphemy and slaughter at the hands of the dead. The sanctuary is in imminent danger. I beg you to send a miracle and save us from the brink of destruction. The Pope's forehead pressed against the cold ground, his prayer piercing and desperate. The statue seemed to respond to his plea, beginning to tremble slightly, radiating a boundless, ocean-like power of faith, its light illuminating the dim inner sanctuary as if it were daytime. Pure beams of light shot from the top of the statue, pouring down upon several high-ranking bishops outside the sanctuary. Ah! The bishops enveloped in the light roared, a mixture of pain and power coursing through them. The starry sky seemed to hang upside down, its aura surging, forcibly stepping into the hero stage. A surge of joy filled the group. They transformed into golden light and rushed towards the battlefield, attempting to turn the tide. However, they had barely taken to the sky when they were enveloped by a massive shadow. The shadow materialized into a burly figure, its arms transforming into dragon claws, instantly crushing the head of a newly made hero, who hadn't even had a chance to join the battle as a bishop. Chapter 11:17. Before the temple plaza, smoke filled the air, and rubble and broken blades littered the once sacred stone slabs. With the deafening roar of the collapsing city walls, an army of skeletons surged into the city like a tidal wave, the sound of bones grinding against each other echoing throughout the city. The resistance within the city was pitifully weak. Although holy magic suppressed necromancy in close-quarters combat, the Holy See was still being pushed back step by step. Those few eerie skeletons, whose strength rivaled that of heroes, unleashed various spells, tearing through the defensive lines and being the first to enter the central area. Above the temple, two divine auras silently confronted each other. One emanated from the remaining statues within the temple, its radiance gradually dimming, the other rose from the skeleton army, confronting the radiance within the city. A dragon descended from midair, its black robes billowing like wings, casually tossing its corpse onto the ruins. His figure landed on the temple steps, behind him an endless, silent sea of skeletons. He looked up towards the temple entrance, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. The Pope, surrounded by several high-ranking priests, emerged from the temple, his face deathly pale, his eyes a mixture of despair and rage. He stared intently at the dragon, his voice hoarse. Dragon, you gone mad? You're helping a necromancer. He's an outsider, we should be on the same side. The dragon's lips curled into a cold smile, its tone indifferent. I don't understand what you're saying. We only just met, don't act so familiar. Even if we destroy the temple, so what? The Pope shouted, when the Father God descends, the first one he kill will be you. The dragon said no more, its figure suddenly transforming into a streak of black light and charging forward. Before anyone could even see clearly, the Pope was sent flying, crashing into the temple doors with a dull thud. Meanwhile, the sea of skeletons began to move. Like an iron gray tide, it swept across the square, engulfing the last resisting priests and knights. Inside the temple, kneeling believers continued their desperate prayers, but the statues offered no response. Only the shattering sound of skeletal weapons breaking the altar, the cries, and the grinding of bones mingled together. The Pope struggled to his feet, but a dragon's foot pinned him to the chest. Your God will not even look at you again. With those words, a cold glint flashed in the dragon's fingertips, instantly crushing the Pope's head. The corpse was thrown into the horde of skeletons, instantly submerged. The cries within the temple subsided. Statues were toppled, holy symbols trampled. All traces of the papacy were swiftly erased. The skeleton army, after a brief rest, silently and methodically marched towards the next city. Only the logistics troops remained to handle the follow-up work. Association headquarters. The radio room was dimly lit, with only the indicator lights on the equipment flashing anxiously. Claudio sat before the radio, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. After a sharp crackle of static, a low, trembling voice finally came through the radio chief. Can you hear me? Yes. How's the situation on your end? Claudio leaned forward, his voice involuntarily tense. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if someone was organizing their thoughts, before a strained report came through. The new sanctuary has fallen. The undead army has breached the city. I saw the skeleton army regroup and set off again, presumably continuing towards the remaining strongholds of the Holy See. The room fell into a deathly silence. Claudio's pupils constricted, and he froze in his chair. The Holy See has fallen. The center of papal power, a legacy spanning millennia, has fallen. 1 month, just 1 month. He had initially thought the so-called Holy War would be nothing more than a border conflict or symbolic retaliation, never imagining it would end with the fall of a holy city. Suppressing the dryness in his throat, he asked in a hoarse voice, No intervention from a higher level? We were far from the battlefield, observing from a distance, using our beasts. 2 terrifying pressures did indeed clash in the sky above the battlefield, one from the temple, the other from the skeleton army. But in the end, neither side made any further moves. Claudio took a deep breath. Good, unless there are special circumstances, evacuate to a safe area immediately. Don't engage in conflict with either side. Understood, we evacuate now. Communication was cut off, leaving only the low hum of the equipment in the room. Claudio leaned back in his chair, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling. He still clearly remembered his initial skepticism when Wu Heng proposed the Holy War, believing it to be nothing more than a limited act of retaliation. But now, the Holy See has actually fallen. Even the usually powerful papal deity couldn't stop it. Truly, a miracle after a miracle, Claudio muttered to himself, a bitter smile playing on his lips. If the association had been more resolute in supporting Wu Heng, instead of wavering under pressure from the papacy, Hatterai and the others might not have died. The entire continent's structure wouldn't have veered into this state. Then, he weighed the 2 deities in his mind. The Holy See, with its imposing and ruthless demeanor, viewed all beings as pawns. Wu Heng, on the other hand, was more like a friend with whom he could converse and discuss matters, and occasionally even sit down for tea. Emotionally, he leaned towards the latter, but in terms of fear, he feared the former more. After a long silence, Claudio finally rose slowly, and pushed open the door to the radio room. The corridor outside was brightly lit. Now, we can only wait for the final outcome, Claudio murmured, and strode away. Inside the main hall of the Wood Elf Royal Palace, the light from the crystal chandeliers illuminated the tense faces of everyone present. For days, the royal city seemed to be gripped by a silent anxiety. Even the slightest sound could trigger a tremor. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached, breaking the silence of the hall. An official, travel-worn and weary, rushed into the hall, bowed, and announced, Your Majesty. Urgent dispatch from the front. The Lingchi cult's army has breached the Holy Temple, and achieved a resounding victory. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to freeze for a moment upon hearing this. Then, like a frozen river suddenly thawing, the oppressive atmosphere vanished. The queen on her throne, her tightly pursed lips parted slightly, revealing a delighted smile. Good. It's all over. she repeated softly, as if experiencing the joy of surviving a calamity. Below, the Grand Elder bowed deeply, his voice booming, "Your Majesty. It is precisely under your perseverance and leadership that the Wood Elves have been able to bet on the light and usher in a new life. The elven race will surely usher in unprecedented prosperity." Upon hearing this, the other officials seemed to react as well, rushing forward to express their respect and admiration. Previous worries and doubts vanished, replaced by admiration for the Queen's decision. The Wood Elves had directly participated in this battle. Defeat would have meant endless retaliation from the Holy See. But now, the news of victory meant they had won their gamble. The Queen rose, radiant, her clear voice echoing throughout the hall, "Issue my order. Construct the Church of the Spirit Revelation in the center of the royal city. The construction of churches in all towns must also be accelerated at full speed. Let the land of the elves be filled with gratitude and faith in the divine. We obey your Majesty's decree." The officials responded in unison, their reply decisive. Treasure Island, Central Square. Sunlight streamed onto the stone pavement, the sea breeze carrying a salty, damp scent. During the time the Spirit Revelation Church had taken over, it felt like the old days had returned, the bustling market, teeming with people. However, today's atmosphere was somewhat unusual. At each intersection, a bard stood atop a wooden crate, not strumming his harp, but holding aloft a newly posted notice. He took a deep breath and, in a booming voice that pierced the clamor of the marketplace, proclaimed, "Victory! The Lingchi Church's allied forces successfully captured the Holy See's sanctuary yesterday. That sacred city has changed hands. The Pope and his heroes have all been slain. From this day forward, the light of Lingchi shines upon the continent, replacing the old order of the Holy See." The crowd waiting below fell silent. After a brief silence, a deafening roar erupted. "They really took it? Heaven has eyes. Those Holy See bastards have finally met their match. Long live the Lingchi Church. Long live Lord Wuheng. I knew it. Lord Wuheng Island is a true god descended to earth." The crowd erupted in cheers and exclamations. Meanwhile, in the bustling port of Treasure Island, one after another, metal cargo ships were ready to depart. Sailors were chanting work songs as they loaded crates of newspapers onto the ships. Some crew members held newly purchased newspapers, their eyes fixed on the most prominent headline: "The Spirit Revelation Cult Invades the Holy Temple, the End of the Old Era." These newspapers would be transported by ship to various places, announcing the Holy Temple's occupation. Divine Realm. Wuheng slowly regained his composure, returning from the anchorage where he had descended, a faint trace of lingering killing intent still emanating from him. The Empress and Granda, who had been waiting quietly by his side, looked up. Seeing him open his eyes, the Queen asked softly, "How is the situation?" "The Holy See has been captured," Wuheng said calmly, as if stating a common occurrence. "The threat from the papacy doesn't seem as serious as when we faced the zombie horde." Granda followed up, "That papacy deity didn't directly intervene?" "He did," Wuheng smiled. "While we were attacking, he used his faith power to continuously summon heroes to the battlefield. When the city was about to fall, he even attempted to descend in his true form, but after sensing my will locking onto him, he gave up." The Queen pondered. This is very much in line with the characteristics of divine deities. They are like chess players behind the scenes, weighing input and output. To them, the papacy is an important pawn. Losing it is regrettable, but to risk dying again for it seems not worth it. Wuheng nodded. He shared the same sentiment. From an adversarial standpoint, the papacy was naturally the enemy, but their faith in their own deity was unquestionable, even to the point of being willing to die for it. This piety, however, became a bargaining chip in the eyes of their god, and when deemed unprofitable, they chose to abandon it. "Soon, the newspapers of Treasure Island will spread the news to every country and race," Wuheng said. "Then everyone will know that the Holy Temple has been destroyed, and the prestige of the papacy will be severely damaged." Granda pondered for a moment, then reminded him, "He can abandon even the Holy Temple and the Pope. He won't interfere much in the subsequent resistance of other cities. What you need to be wary of now is protecting some important targets, such as the Queen of the Wood Elves. He can't afford to offend you, so killing her shouldn't be a problem." "Understood," Wuheng nodded. "I will keep a close eye on her and inform her to go directly to Treasure Island. I will focus on protecting Treasure Island." The three chatted for a while about the subsequent spread of faith and the consolidation of power. Wuheng's expression suddenly changed. An anchor point was flashing violently, transmitting an urgent message. His consciousness drew closer, and he heard Brittany's prayer. "My lord, bless our child to be born safely and healthily." Wuheng raised an eyebrow. Brittany was about to give birth. Inside the delivery room, the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Brittany lay on the bed, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Several doctors and nurses were methodically making final preparations for the delivery. Suddenly, the space seemed to ripple almost imperceptibly, and Wu Heng's figure silently appeared in the center of the room. Ah! A young nurse was startled. Upon seeing Wu Heng, she and the other medical staff bowed respectfully. Chief. Wu Heng nodded, casually waving his hand. A flash of light appeared, and a perfectly fitting sterile surgical gown materialized on him. I stay here with her. His voice came through his mask. The medical staff instantly understood. This foreign woman seemed to have a special relationship with the chief. But they didn't dwell on it, quickly regaining their composure and returning to their work. Wu Heng walked to the bedside. Brittany was somewhat drowsy due to the anesthesia, but her professional strength kept her conscious. She sensed the familiar presence, focused her gaze, and when she saw Wu Heng, her eyes instantly filled with reassurance and reliance. She softly asked, "You heard my prayer?" "Yes." Wu Heng held her slightly cold hand. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Everything will be all right. With you here, I'm not afraid." Brittany gave a weak smile, then a hint of worry crossed her face. "But will it hurt a lot?" "Don't worry, I'm here. You won't feel any pain," Wu Heng reassured her softly. At the same time, his fingertips twitched, and an invisible magical energy quietly enveloped Brittany, temporarily blocking the transmission of pain signals. The delivery went exceptionally smoothly. Under Wu Heng's silent divine protection, Brittany's condition stabilized, putting the medical staff at ease. Soon, a loud cry shattered the tense atmosphere in the delivery room. "Chief, it's a healthy boy." The experienced doctor carefully held the clean baby, a joyful smile on his face. Wu Heng took the tiny, swaddled life and presented it to Brittany. "Look, our son." Brittany's pale face instantly glowed with maternal warmth as she gently touched the baby's cheek. So good." She examined him closely. "His eyes are just like yours, clear and bright. His nose and mouth are like yours, very delicate." Wu Heng leaned down, his gaze lingering tenderly on the mother and child. Then, he snapped his fingers, and a vibrant restoration light merged into Brittany's body. Her exhaustion and weakness from childbirth vanished instantly, even the anesthesia wore off, and she was restored to her best condition, even more radiant than before. She sat up in surprise, easily taking the child from Wu Heng's arms, looking at him carefully with a smile. The medical staff witnessed this miraculous scene, both astonished and filled with admiration. Seeing that mother and child were safe, the leader, clearly needing more privacy, discreetly left the ward. The door had barely closed when it was gently pushed open. Lilith, Minnie, Philippa, and a group of other women rushed in eagerly. "Boy or girl?" Philippa's voice rang out first. The women gathered around the bed, gazing down at the baby. After a while of questioning, Wu Heng smiled and said, "All right. Let's go back and talk about it. I also want to tell you about the sanctuary being occupied." "Ah? The sanctuary was occupied?" Lilith was the first to react, her face showing surprise. Wu Heng nodded. "Yes. Let's talk about it back home. The hospital isn't the place to chat." The maids helped Brittany change her clothes, and then they all left the hospital, getting into a car and returning to their residence. Chapter 11:18. Returning to their residence. Brittany held her newborn son, her face radiating the tenderness and slight bewilderment of a new mother. When Mancha gently guided him, carefully soothing the baby to sleep before they went together to the nursery, learning the various details of infant care. In the living room, Wu Heng sat down on the soft sofa, surrounded by Lilith, Minnie, Sanella, the wood elf, and others. The atmosphere still carried a hint of joy from the victory. Lilith picked up her teacup and took a sip, then said, "Now we have time. Tell us in detail about the Holy Temple War." Wu Heng also took a sip of tea, pondered briefly, and then began to recount. From reaching an agreement with the Wood Elves to conquering the Holy Temple, and how the Holy Temple deity attempted to intervene, and how it ultimately gave up under his intimidation, he recounted everything in detail. Although he had already learned about this at the hospital, listening to Wu Heng's account now, surprise and astonishment still filled everyone's hearts. It wasn't just that they had captured the papacy's city, more importantly, Wu Heng was now able to intimidate the papacy's deities. The papacy had even abandoned its followers and city, which it had cultivated for so long, and dared not even engage in battle. Among them, Sanella and the Wood Elf sisters couldn't hide their pride and joy. The Wood Elf race had played a crucial role in this battle. It had also bound the race, the Spirit Awakening cult, and Wu Heng even closer together. This was a future they were happy to see. Lilith, after hearing this, was shocked, but her face remained as cold as ever. She asked, "What are your plans now?" Wu Heng put down his teacup, his expression turning serious. "That deity might not openly wage war against me, but his covert retaliation will be plentiful. Therefore, you cannot return yet. To be precise, it's best to stay here until you become gods." "Ah? Become a god? I doubt I ever achieved that in my lifetime." Philippa immediately scratched his head dramatically, looking at her with a "you overestimate me" expression. The Catwoman rode beside her gave her a light punch. "Don't talk such discouraging things." Lilith nodded, signaling Wu Heng to continue. "I will first stabilize the situation in that world." Wu Heng's gaze swept over everyone present. "Your most important task right now is to increase your strength as quickly as possible and ignite your divine fire. Only when you all become gods will our power be strong enough. Then, we will find a way to completely eliminate that threat." His meaning was clear. The ultimate goal was to use the sheer number of gods to destroy the church's deity. Only when we all become gods? Lilith frowned slightly. This goal sounded distant and daunting. "Yes." Wu Heng nodded firmly, his tone encouraging. "The speed at which things spread in this world is beyond your imagination. Those who haven't become heroes should become heroes as soon as possible, and those who have become heroes should quickly complete the 2 cultivation techniques. Don't worry about the power of faith." Lilith and Wu Heng exchanged glances for a moment, finally suppressing their doubts and nodding. "Okay, we will try our best." Wu Heng then looked at Minnie and the other girls, whose strength was still relatively shallow, his tone gentle yet equally earnest. "You should also work hard. Once you become gods, you can go back freely." "Yes, master." Minnie and the others replied in unison. As night deepened, the dormitory building returned to tranquility after the banquet. In the dimly lit and cozy bedroom, Brittany gently patted her sleeping son, Wu Ruyan, nestled tenderly in Wu Heng's arms. The name was chosen by the two of them, meaning auspiciousness and peace. "Master," Brittany whispered, "Sister Wenmancha said she would let Qin become a mage like you in the future. So what profession should our Ruyan choose?" Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulder, his fingertips brushing through her hair, and smiled. "It's too early to think about these things now. When Ruyan grows up, let him choose for himself. Only by doing what he truly loves can he go further in the future." "You're right," Brittany smiled gently, looking up at him. "You're not leaving tonight, are you? Let me help you rest." "Yes, I stay with you tonight." Wu Heng lowered his head and kissed her forehead. After carefully placing the child in the crib beside them, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Treasure Island. This port, once renowned for its trade and freedom, is now experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Since the news of the Spirit Revelation cult's attack on the Holy Temple, and Wu Heng's ascension to godhood spread throughout the continent, the island's significance has subtly changed. It is no longer merely a trading hub of the Emerald Sea, but has become the center of a new faith, a place favored by a real deity. Within just a few days, the port has become busier than ever before. On the sea, the once endless stream of merchant ships seems to have quietly given way, replaced by magnificent and ornately decorated official warships. They sailed into their berths in an orderly fashion, flying banners and emblems representing different races and kingdoms. On the dock, envoys and tribal representatives from various countries, dressed in their most formal attire and carrying carefully selected gifts, stepped onto the island. Their goal was the same: the headquarters church of the Spirit Revelation Church, located in the center of the island. Inside the church, Your Excellency the Archbishop, a human ambassador in a brocade robe, bowed deeply, his tone utterly respectful. "On behalf of the Kingdom of Kelt and His Majesty the King, I extend my highest respect to the great God of martial balance. I humbly offer the Star Heart Gem, a treasured heirloom of our nation, as a token of our sentiments, wishing that the light of Spirit Revelation may forever illuminate the world." Behind him, on a velvet tray carried by his attendants, a sapphire the size of a pigeon's egg, containing a shimmering starlight, gleamed brilliantly. Immediately afterward, an ethereal elven messenger stepped forward, his voice clear and melodious. "The elven race wishes to forge an eternal friendship with the Church of Spiritual Revelation. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to open all our sacred forest sites for your esteemed church to preach and practice." As he spoke, he presented a pearl, a vibrant green, a natural wonder. Following him, messengers from various factions continued to vie for his goodwill and allegiance, their words earnest, their gifts increasingly precious. They were unaware of the struggle between the gods. They did not know the fate of the church's deity, whether he was truly dead. But at this crucial moment of the collapse of the old order and the establishment of the new, all races, and kingdoms understood that whoever could first gain the approval and friendship of this new god would occupy a favorable position in the future landscape of the continent. Of course, if the church had won, or even still existed, they would not dare to do so. The Archbishop of the Spirit Revelation Church, responsible for receiving them, smiled and nodded, his face serene. I deeply appreciate the sincerity of all the envoys and their respective factions. I will truthfully convey your intentions and gifts to His Majesty the Divine. Please settle in comfortably on the island. His Majesty will summon you when he has the time. The group responded with smiles. Then, high-ranking priests led them to their rooms in the entertainment complex for temporary accommodation. Deep in the endless desert, the scorching sun baked the vast expanse of yellow sand. Underground, an ancient tomb, buried deep within the earth, was comparable in scale to an imperial palace. Tall stone pillars supported the expansive space, its walls carved with various patterns and symbols. A ghostly green brazier provided the sole light source, casting flickering shadows onto the cold stone walls. Corpses and skeletons moved silently and orderly within, performing their respective duties. Occasionally, translucent ghosts drifted by like smoke, surveying this desolate territory. Suddenly, the earth in the center of the hall rippled silently like water, and Wu Heng's figure appeared without stirring up a speck of dust. With a whoosh, all the surrounding undead creatures froze, their empty eye sockets turning towards the uninvited guest. They drew their weapons, fixing their gazes on this direction. However, in the next instant, all hostility and movement froze. An absolute pressure originating from the very core of their being, like invisible shackles, gripped the very core of each of them. Even the thought of raising a weapon was impossible. The divine authority of death transcends all the dead. All undead in the world, whether wild or transformed by mages, ultimately belong to the deity who wields the divine authority of death. Go about your own business. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, like a master instructing a servant. The restraints were lifted, and the soul fire in the eyes of the undead flickered violently. They then obediently lowered their heads and silently dispersed to continue their previous work. Wu Heng strolled towards the most magnificent main hall. He had just stepped through the massive stone gate, carved with intricate runes. Thump! Crash! In the center of the hall, the lid of the enormous bronze coffin suddenly flew off and landed on the floor. Countless chains made of white bones, like serpentine snakes, shot out from all directions. Wu Heng casually flicked his wrist, and all the chains shattered instantly. You're courting death, daring to trespass here. On the bronze coffin, a figure in a magnificent royal robe suddenly stood up, holding a white bone scepter as tall as a person. Black light flashed on the scepter, and necromantic magic rapidly gathered. Wu Heng glanced at him and said softly, "Kneel." Thump! The immortal emperor's knees buckled, and he stiffly knelt down, his knees striking the bronze coffin with a loud thud. The immortal emperor, the undead ruler who governed the entire desert, spoke in a voice like sandpaper scraping, mixed with undisguised terror and horror. What did you do?" Wu Heng smiled slightly and pointed to the seat opposite him. "Sit down. No need for formalities." "Wu Heng, this is my underground palace." The immortal emperor tried to maintain his dignity, growling angrily, but his body defied his will, obediently rising and then sitting down to the side. Wu Heng ignored his protest and cut to the chase. "Hiding here, are you afraid that the Holy See will come knocking?" "So what?" the immortal emperor admitted, "but let me tell you, this is my territory. If you want to find a hiding place, I can arrange other tombs for you, but not here." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. The other party thought he was there to steal his tomb. He hadn't even undergone the transformation ritual yet. He glanced at him speechlessly and said, "I become a god. I publicly defeated the Holy Sea's deities on Treasure Island, and the Spirit Revelation cult's army has also captured the Holy Temple. Now, the old Holy See is history. Have you lost your mind?" The immortal emperor subconsciously interrupted, his withered face twitching with disbelief. Wu Heng calmly observed him. "You've been hiding for too long, you're out of touch. These things have already spread throughout the continent. Just send one of your subordinates out to inquire, and you know the truth." He paused slightly, then continued, "You also noticed that I possess power far exceeding that of a hero. I could kill you with ease." The immortal emperor fell silent. Although his ghoul-like face couldn't display much expression, his frequently glancing eyes revealed his inner doubt, frantically weighing the veracity of this news. After a long silence, the hoarse voice finally rang out again. "So, what brings you here today?" "I give you two choices," Wu Heng said calmly. "First, submit to the Spirit Revelation Church. The endless desert will then be incorporated into the church's territory, and you may retain some autonomy. Second, you should understand the consequences. Are you threatening me? The immortal emperor's eyes narrowed. Back when the church was powerful and wanted to eliminate you, I even sent someone to Treasure Island to protect you. Is this how you repay me? This was only partly true. The two sides didn't have a deep relationship before. The Endless Desert's initial recruitment was based on Wu Heng's combat prowess, and the conditions offered were far from enough to make Wu Heng submit. Mentioning it now was merely a verbal contest. Upon hearing this, Wu Heng smiled. That's why we have the first option. Of the other heroes outside, I killed no fewer than 10. You can keep you sitting here calmly negotiating. Where would so many heroes come from? The immortal emperor instinctively retorted, his tone weakening. The Holy See can mass-produce them with the power of faith. I have no reason to lie to you. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the watch on his wrist. I give you 5 minutes to consider. If you haven't decided by then, I assume you've chosen the second option. A deathly silence fell over the hall, the ticking of the watch gradually becoming clearer. Just as the time was about to expire, the immortal emperor finally spoke slowly, his voice filled with utter exhaustion and helplessness. What will I get? The chance to live. And the right for these undead under your command to continue existing. Wu Heng's answer was direct and cold. The immortal emperor stood frozen for a moment, then finally lowered his proud head, as if all his strength had been drained away. Now that things have come to this, do I still have a choice? I choose the first option. The Endless Desert. I submit to the Spirit Revelation cult. A wise move. Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction, casually taking out a portable solar-powered radio. Here, take this. If anything happens in the future, I contact you through it. It works when placed in sunlight. Okay. The immortal emperor accepted the radio. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, and an invisible pressure suddenly increased. The immortal emperor trembled, immediately changing his tone to one of utmost respect. Yes? Your Majesty? With that, Wu Heng's figure vanished instantly. Only the immortal emperor remained standing alone in the empty, gloomy hall, clutching the radio that clashed with its surroundings, gazing in the direction Wu Heng had disappeared, motionless for a long time. Golden Island, inside the council hall of the Lingqi cult headquarters church. Wu Heng sat upright in the main seat. Although he didn't deliberately exude any pressure, the calm and profound presence befitting a god enveloped the entire hall in a solemn atmosphere. He had just received representatives from various races and kingdoms across the continent. During the conversation, Wu Heng casually mentioned the matter of establishing Lingqi cult churches in various locations. Apart from the Wood Elf representative, with whom he was already bound, who immediately expressed his full cooperation, the other representatives, while verbally agreeing, kept their heads bowed, each stating that the specific details needed to be discussed with their tribal leaders or kings. Wu Heng knew this was just a delaying tactic. They feared arriving too late and offending their newly ascended deity, yet also feared acting too quickly and making their stance too conspicuous, inviting the furious retaliation of the old god, who had just lost his sanctuary, and was now eyeing them with predatory intent. This cautious and difficult struggle for survival was almost written on the faces of every representative. Wu Heng gave them time to go back and discuss. He didn't want to push too hard and damage the image he had built up. As the audience drew to a close, Wu Heng nodded slightly, indicating that everyone could leave. The representatives of each race bowed respectfully, and left the hall in an orderly fashion. However, when the crowd had almost completely dispersed and the hall was empty again, an elderly man dressed in the distinctive brocade robes of the Yak kingdom remained standing in the same spot. Seemingly having made a tremendous decision, after the last messenger's figure disappeared into the portico, he took a few steps forward and knelt heavily in the center of the hall. Heinrich Frederick, Minister of the Interior of the Kingdom of Yeko, pays homage to the great divine being. The Kingdom of Yeko? Wu Heng's gaze fell upon him. This country, under the arrangement of the papacy, had usurped the throne of Britannia. Did your current king send you? Wu Heng's voice was flat and emotionless, revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, yes, your majesty. Heinrich dared not raise his head, his voice growing even more humble. His Majesty the King, he is willing to unconditionally return the throne, only begging your Majesty the divine being for mercy, to spare his Majesty's life. Chapter 11:19. Wu Heng didn't directly answer the request, but instead asked a crucial question: is he truly the old king's second prince? The one currently sitting on the throne is publicly known as the second prince, but the second prince died long ago at Wu Heng's hands. However, most people outside don't know this. Heinrich trembled, remained silent for a moment, then prostrated himself on the ground, choking back tears. No, no. Your Majesty's true identity is my illegitimate son. He has no royal blood whatsoever. Before a true deity, mortal lies and pretense are meaningless. He chose complete honesty, hoping to gain a sliver of hope. Wu Heng listened, his face remaining expressionless, but he turned his gaze to the Archbishop of Treasure Island standing to the side. The Archbishop immediately understood, gently beckoning, and 2 guards in the uniforms of the Spirit Revelation Church silently and quickly entered the hall. "Take him away, and keep him under temporary custody," Wu Heng ordered. "Yes, sir." The guards acknowledged the order, one on each side lifting the slumped Heinrich and leading him out of the hall. This matter still needed to be discussed with Brittany, to see who would be best suited for the throne. Given the current circumstances, the throne was no longer so important. Wu Heng also didn't intend to let Brittany return to manage the kingdom. A trusted person could be appointed to continue. Having dealt with this unexpected interlude, Wu Heng briefed the Archbishop on some matters concerning the daily operations of the church and dealing with various factions. With secular administration entrusted to this loyal and capable Archbishop, he no longer needed to be distracted by these trivial matters. Once everything was arranged, Wu Heng's figure slowly faded and disappeared from the main seat of the hall. Within the divine realm, for over half a month, they had been on high alert, dealing with frequent harassment from the Holy See's deities. Now, finally, nothing much was happening, allowing his tense mind to relax slightly. After withdrawing his divine sense from the numerous anchor points scattered throughout the temple, Wu Heng rose and walked out of the magnificent main hall, arriving at a spacious terrace on the side. As soon as he entered, he saw the Empress and Granda sitting opposite each other at a jade chessboard, playing chess. While Xiao Xiao and Binny were staying with Zhao Yanqiu these past few days, the Empress and Granda had stayed to keep him company. Seeing Wu Heng approach, Granda raised her eyes, her tone tinged with concern. "No movement from over there today?" "Yes." Wu Heng nodded, walking closer. "That person has quieted down for now, and I also taken some time to handle some personal matters." Hearing this, Granda's gaze swept over her precarious game on the chessboard, and she casually swept the pieces aside with a clatter, standing up and saying, "I'm done playing, I'm done. It's good that Wu Heng is free, let's chat." The Empress glanced at her. A loss is a loss. No need for such excuses. A chess game is ever-changing, until the very last moment. Who dares to say I have no chance of turning the tables? Granda retorted stubbornly. The Queen smiled. If you still had a chance, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to back out. Seeing the two were about to start bickering, Wu Heng changed the subject, saying, "I'm planning to go check out Molten Core. Do you want to come along? We got nothing else to do now. Let's go take a look." The Queen stood up, gently smoothing her bushy fox tails. "Let's go!" "Let's go together," Granda echoed. Wu Heng nodded, and the space around him rippled slightly as he carried the two across the distance of the divine realm, appearing at the scorching volcanic cave entrance. As soon as they approached, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards them, distorting the air due to the intense temperature. Wu Heng slightly raised his hand, and a shield enveloped Granda and the Queen, protecting them from the heat, before they entered the depths of the cave together. In the center of the enormous cavern, the molten heart had returned to its original state. It was dark red, with red liquid flames flowing and surging within. "The molten heart has recovered quite well during this time," the Queen said after glancing at it. When Wu Heng brought it back before, it had turned into a black lump. Now it has returned to its original form. "You already become a god. Is something you forged still useful to you?" Granda asked, somewhat puzzled. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the molten heart. "I don't know either. I'm just curious what kind of wondrous object could be produced if it could achieve the most perfect effect. I don't think it'd be very meaningful." Granda still wasn't optimistic. Wu Heng said no more, and with a casual wave of his hand, a small mountain of strange objects instantly appeared on the open ground beside him. These were mostly low-level or ineffective strange objects collected from various secret warehouses after the acquisition of the Serpent Emblem Consortium, perfect for use as smelting materials. With everything ready, Wu Heng focused his gaze on the heart of the molten core, and the panel appeared. Heart of the molten core, strange object. Effect: smelting, for 0.2%. Side effect: irreversible damage. Then, Wu Heng began to throw in the strange objects one by one. Smelting, 5.7%. Smelting, 6.9%. Smelting, 98.5%. When the progress reached this critical point, Wu Heng raised an eyebrow and stopped adding materials. The light of the molten core gradually stabilized, its surface glowing even brighter. The smelting process concluded, and the artifact emerged from the bottom of the lava pool. Soul-capturing mirror artifact. Effect: soul capture. Looking directly into the mirror allows direct capture of the target's soul, and control over their physical body. Side effect: mental confusion. A mirror-like artifact with rather bizarre effects. I remember obtaining a mirror with a similar effect when I killed the leader of the 12 heavenly saints. But that mirror could only immobilize a person, it couldn't control the target's body. Wu Hung flicked his wrist, and the mirror flew out, landing on a nearby stone platform. Continue. Then, the second smelting process began. In a strange plain filled with jagged mountains and deep caves. The sky was shrouded in a thick gray fog, the light dim and unclear. Countless creatures, half a person's height, and resembling giant insects, vibrated their transparent or bony membranous wings, nimbly weaving through the honeycomb-like caverns. Their carapaces shimmered with an eerie light. They communicated using a unique, clicking language, wore clothing made from minerals and plant fibers, and used tools suited to their size and physiology, forming a distinctive insectoid society. Suddenly, a blinding golden light tore through the gray sky, piercing down like a sword. The light receded, transforming into a humanoid silhouette, its face indistinct, radiating a pure and majestic aura of light. Almost simultaneously with its appearance, another immense pressure descended. An even taller, more closely resembling insectoid beings, a divine avatar formed from condensed energy, appeared opposite it. The Zerg deity's compound eyes, imbued with divine power, coldly locked onto the uninvited guest. Light. The Zerg deity's voice, like countless scales scraping together, carried obvious impatience and wariness. What are you doing trespassing into my territory again? Don't mess with me. The papal deity's gaze casually swept over the bustling Zerg swarm, his tone remaining calm. I come to discuss a deal with you. I wonder if you're interested in devouring a newly born deity and seizing his divine office. The Zerg deity's compound eyes flickered slightly, clearly intrigued by the suggestion, but immediately let out a sharp, cold laugh. You want me to be your henchman? Why put it so harshly? If there were benefits, you'd be the first person I think of. If that new god were easy to deal with, you would have devoured him yourself long ago. Why would you come to me? Share. It must be a tough nut to crack for you to come to me for help. The Zerg god cut to the chase. Since you need my help, show some sincerity, and tell me about the other party. The papal god's tone remained calm, as if being exposed didn't bother him. You're still as shrewd as ever. He praised him and continued, the other party is a human who became a god, but not through the orthodox path of godhood. Instead, he stole an ancient god's relic, and ascended to godhood by chance. He caused me considerable trouble, and I admit, I wasn't entirely confident in dealing with him alone, hence my seeking your cooperation. The Zerg god stared intently at him, as if analyzing every energy fluctuation in his words, trying to discern truth from falsehood. A long silence followed, like two chess players silently playing a game. Just became a god? It finally spoke again, its voice lower. According to mortal time, less than half a year, the papal deity replied. What divine office? He seemed to be a necromancer in life, and the power he displayed was mostly related to death. A death deity. That's a principal divine office. No wonder you're having trouble dealing with him. The Zerg deity's tone carried a hint of understanding, even a touch of schadenfreude. The papal deity glanced at it silently, not responding to the question. How many deities does the other side have? The Zerg deity pressed. Just him. He's been a god for less than half a year. How many could he have? The papal deity's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of annoyance. The Zerg deity posed its most pressing question. Can you locate his divine realm? Killing just some insignificant avatars is meaningless. I will find a way to find it. As long as you agree to cooperate, I will find a way to inform you of the exact location. The papal deity promised. Agreed. The Zerg god finally nodded. I accept this deal. We divide the spoils according to our abilities. Deal. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figure of the papal god vanished like grains of sand scattered by the wind, instantly turning into specks of golden light. Leaving only the Zerg god hovering alone in the air, its compound eyes gleaming eerily. Inside the molten core cave, heat waves rose, the air thick with the unique smell of sulfur and molten metal. Wu Heng's gaze was fixed on the progress bar on the panel above the molten core. Melting, 97.3%. Just one more point. He took a deep breath, as if with a sense of ritual, picked up the last ancient-looking bell-shaped artifact beside him, engraved with runes, and threw it into the surging, scorching lava. The next second, the molten core erupted with unprecedented light, like a miniature sun rising from the earth, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The magma on the surface churned and spewed violently, energy fluctuations sweeping out like a storm. Melting, 100%. Seeing this number, Wu Heng's eyes lit up. He had finally achieved the result he wanted. Granda and the Queen, who were nearby, were also attracted by this sudden phenomenon, stopping their conversation to look over curiously. This commotion is bigger than ever before. Granda squinted, shielding her eyes from the blinding light, her tone filled with surprise. Yes. Wu Heng smiled, this is the limit it can currently achieve. The Queen elegantly shielded her eyes from the intense light with her sleeve, and asked, how can you be so sure this is the best effect? A feeling. She hadn't mentioned at all that she could see the item's information. Alright. The Empress didn't say much more. Let's see what good stuff we got this time. Wu Heng nodded, walked to the side of the cave wall, and pulled the lever. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical roar, a sluice gate opened at the bottom of the magma pool, and scorching magma poured into the deeper laid lines like a waterfall. After the magma had flowed away, in the center of the pool, lay a seemingly irregular object, yet containing a soft halo. Wu Heng stood by the pool, watching, and with a flick of his wrist, the object flew up. Mortal Fire Seed, rare item. Effect: human will conquers nature. Side effect: heat. Description: a naturally born miracle. The power of the Mortal Fire Seed is not direct destruction, but rather empowerment and inspiration. Human will conquer nature, can greatly stimulate and enhance the inner potential of mortal life forms, such as inspiration, courage, wisdom, and will, significantly raising them to the limits of the mortal body, creating the possibility of miracles. Heat. After fusing with the fire seed, the life form's basal body temperature will remain at a relatively high level. Looking at the description, Wu Heng's brows furrowed slightly. His obsession with smelting stemmed from a deep-seated desire for a weapon capable of directly threatening the divine realm. For example, something like the immortal slaying sword or Thor's hammer from movies and novels. However, currently, the highest limit for smelting products remains limited to mortal items. Even with further smelting, it's unlikely to produce anything capable of killing a god. Having figured this out, his gaze returned to the gentle halo. Mortal Fire Seed. This name is somewhat unusual. The fire seed is ignited upon becoming a god, but this is a fire seed for the mortal stage. The effect man will conquer heaven is to stimulate the potential of mortal life forms, elevating them to the limits of mortal bodies. This limit. It makes one very curious about what effects it can bring. Since it's a 100% product, it must be a very powerful artifact, naturally found in the mortal realm. As for the side effect heatiness, it's just an increase in body temperature, not a big problem for professionals. What did you refine this time? Granda's voice interrupted his thoughts. She and the Empress curiously leaned closer to observe. It's called the Mortal Fire Seed, Wu Heng explained. It can greatly enhance the potential and limits of mortals. He casually put the ball of light away. The Empress raised an eyebrow. It sounds like it won't be very useful to you. It has limited help in directly increasing combat power, but for those who haven't yet become gods, it might be priceless, Wu Heng objectively assessed. The two women nodded, agreeing with this assessment. The remaining rare materials were scarce, insufficient for the next smelting. Wu Heng didn't linger, turning to walk out of the cave. What's next? Granda asked as they walked. Wu Heng replied, let's go check on Lilith and the others. I've been busy dealing with the Holy Sea's deities lately, and have neglected them. Let's see how they're doing. Let's go together. We can also see where Xiao Xiao has been playing, the Empress said with a smile. Wu Heng nodded, prepared, and led them to the zombie world. Zombie world, dormitory area. Wu Heng's figure appeared silently, just in time for dinner. You're here? Sanera was the first to see him, a gentle smile on her face. Sit down quickly, dinner's ready. Wu Heng nodded, casually opening the spatial portal of the mansion technique, releasing the two bodies Granda and the Empress needed to possess. Two illusory figures quickly merged into the bodies, emerging from the mansion technique. The family sat around the table to eat, while Wu Heng casually chatted about things in the other world. The others listened attentively. After dinner, Wu Heng called Lilith, and they went to a pavilion outside. The two sat down side by side. The night was slightly cool, but it didn't bother them much. What's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious, and calling me out alone? Lilith turned her head, looking at him curiously. Of course, it's something important. Wu Heng smiled, gently placing his hand on her outer thigh, feeling the warmth beneath the fabric. How's the creation scripture coming along? Hearing this, Lilith sighed softly, leaning slightly closer to him. Still in the second stage. I feel like I'm still a bit short of breaking through. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and self-reproach. She knew the pressure Wu Heng was under, desperately needing a god-level ally to fight alongside him. The cultivation of the creation scripture seemed somewhat incompatible with her race or physique. While others found it easier to cultivate, it was becoming increasingly slow for her. She couldn't say for sure how much longer it would take to break through to the second stage. In fact, the later stages would be even more difficult. How about the spread of faith? I haven't been paying much attention lately. How's the effect? Wu Heng changed the subject, his finger unconsciously tapping lightly on her leg. Lilith's expression was somewhat incredulous. The effect is surprisingly good. People in your world seem to be more receptive to new things after experiencing the despair of the apocalypse. She paused, glancing at Wu Heng with a slightly mocking look. And I feel like our appearances are particularly popular here? Are we getting a bit of an advantage? Why do you say that? Judging from the comments, they seem to value appearance quite a bit. Lilith then frowned, saying, some even call us mom, which is quite strange. Wu Heng was taken aback at first, then laughed and said, if this were in the peaceful past, beauties like you with exotic charm and otherworldly looks would probably cause an even bigger sensation. Lilith was also amused, and said seriously, in short, the speed of faith accumulation is faster than expected. Condensing the divine fire shouldn't be the biggest bottleneck. The key is still the comprehension of the creation scripture. I don't want to become a god just to become a god, like you said, abandoning humanity, becoming cold and ruthless, completely dominated by divinity. I was just about to tell you this. Wu Heng nodded, taking out the mortal fire seed, its glow hovering on the stone table. What's this? Lilith asked curiously, leaning closer, sensing the strange power contained within the light. This is a wondrous item I crafted using the heart of molten fire, called the mortal fire seed, Wu Heng explained. Its effect is that, after fusion, it can elevate the user's potential to its limit. It's arguably the most powerful auxiliary artifact I can create so far, and it should be helpful for your cultivation. Lilith's eyes lit up, giving him a meaningful look. You called me out alone, so you're giving me special treatment? So you're being biased, aren't you afraid they get jealous? As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the dormitory building. Wu Heng lightly patted her leg, annoyed. Nonsense, of course I love you the most. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Smooth talker. Then, her gaze refocused on the ball of light. How do I use it? Just like any other artifact, simply try to fuse with it. I checked it, it's a naturally formed artifact with minimal side effects, only a slight increase in body temperature, Wu Heng said. Lilith nodded, took a deep breath, and extended her slender fingers to gently touch the halo. The instant her fingertips touched it, the halo seemed to come alive, rapidly flowing upwards and silently merging into her body. The next moment, Lilith's fair cheeks flushed visibly, her exposed skin became warm, and one could even feel the slightly distorted heat emanating from the air around her. How do you feel? Wu Heng asked with concern, taking her hand. It was indeed very hot. It's like soaking in a hot spring, all warm and cozy, but it's definitely a bit hot. Lilith fanned her cheeks with her palms, her breath warm. Feeling hot is normal, you get used to it. Come on, let's go to the training ground and try it out. Wu Heng took her hand. Concentrate and try guiding this power to enhance your comprehension, or accelerate your absorption of the surrounding energy, and see if there are any changes. Okay. A look of anticipation flashed in Lilith's eyes, and she gripped Wu Heng's hand tightly. The two figures blurred and disappeared instantly in the pavilion. Back of the prison. Inside the training ground that Wu Heng had created solely with his divine power, the space was stable and the energy abundant. Lilith sat cross-legged on a futon in the center of the ground, holding her breath and concentrating, beginning to try guiding the newly integrated mortal fire seed within her. At first, she only felt a warmth throughout her body, as if she were in a dry, scorching desert. But when she deliberately channeled the energy of the fire into her comprehension of the creation scripture and the absorption of the 5 elements, a sudden change occurred. It no longer merely emitted warmth, but transformed into countless tiny energy tendrils, penetrating her meridians, her sea of consciousness, and even her perception of the rules of heaven and earth. Lilith clearly felt her thinking speed suddenly increase, and her perception of the 5 elements' energy become sharper than ever before. The 5 elements' energy floating in the air was no longer a vague concept, but transformed into visible, colorful specks of light, rushing towards her eagerly. This effect is astonishing. Lilith was overjoyed, daring not to be negligent, and immediately began to fully circulate her cultivation technique. Outside the training grounds, Wu Heng stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lilith. In his perception, the energy of the entire training ground was being stirred up, centered on Lilith. A vast amount of 5 elements power was forcibly drawn from the void, converging into a visible, brilliantly colored energy vortex, which poured into Lilith's body like a funnel. The force was even greater than the tornado effect he had experienced during his own cultivation. Good heavens, a 100% perfectly forged artifact, truly extraordinary. A look of surprise flashed in Wu Heng's eyes. This mortal fire seed, maximizing the activation of potential, was practically a divine artifact for mortals. About an hour later, the massive energy vortex gradually subsided and dissipated. Lilith slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gleaming, her aura noticeably more refined. Her bat wings unfurled lightly, and she gracefully landed before Wu Heng, her face radiating uncontrollable excitement and joy. The effect is amazing. Lilith exclaimed excitedly, the efficiency of energy absorption has increased several times over. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, happy for her. At this rate, you break through to the second stage in the next couple of days. I feel like I can do it tomorrow, Lilith said confidently, pulling Wu Heng's hand and trying to walk back. Let's go back first, I need to digest what I just realized. However, Wu Heng stood still. Lilith turned to look at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something else? Wu Heng's gaze lingered on her still flushed cheeks and arms, which felt slightly hot to the touch. He lowered his voice and said, I'm just a little curious. With this side effect of your current heatiness, could you let me try it out? Try what? Lilith was taken aback at first, then realized the implication in his words. Her cheeks flushed even more. Are you crazy? Just try it. Lilith glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed. Let's go back. There's no one here. I widen my senses a bit, no one will come. Wu Heng took her hand, their fingers intertwined. Lilith glared at him reproachfully, but couldn't resist his words. Then she said, only once? We can experience the rest when we get back. Okay. Chapter 1120. Time has flown by, and a considerable amount of time has passed since the fall of the Holy See. The skeleton army, with overwhelming force, completely occupied all the cities within the former papacy's territory. That land, once shrouded in holy light, has now changed hands, becoming the territory of the Spirit Revelation cult, and is beginning its reconstruction. And after a brief period of turmoil, the continent's order is slowly returning to a new balance. Wu Heng's avatar resides on Gold and Silver Island, witnessing and protecting the island's rebirth. The buildings and streets, once forcibly painted white by the papacy, have regained their vibrant colors. Shops, inns, and various businesses along the streets have reopened, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and conversations filling the alleys once more, brimming with the lively atmosphere of everyday life. In the central square, a new statue of the Spirit Revelation cult's deity has been erected, and every day, residents of the island and visitors from beyond come to worship and pray. The expansion of the new residential area continued, while the construction of power systems and drainage facilities began in the ordinary residential areas. All development plans that had been halted by the Vatican were now resuming. Divine Realm, Side Hall Hot Spring Area. Hydrating steam filled the air, carrying a faint fragrance of flowers and minerals. In a natural hot spring pool carved into the mountainside, the Empress was languidly soaking in the water, only her beautifully sculpted shoulders, neck, and collarbone visible. A wooden tray floated beside her, laden with fruit and milk tea. With her eyes closed, she leaned against the smooth pool wall, her fluffy, soft foxtail floating like a blanket on the surface, swaying gently with the ripples. Wu Heng walked from the main hall, and saw the Empress leisurely soaking in the pool. His brow furrowed slightly. Since becoming a god, he'd been preoccupied with the other world and the cultivation of his female relatives, while the Empress and Granda seemed to have retired. Their lives were incredibly relaxed. Young madam, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit? Wu Heng stood by the pool, his gaze sweeping over her fair skin and voluptuous figure, made even more apparent by the steam, his tone slightly teasing. The Empress didn't even lift her eyelids, replying lazily, what else? We don't have anything serious to do, unlike you, always busy. Cultivating a hobby will keep you occupied, won't it? Wu Heng said, glancing at another side hall. That was Granda's private kitchen, where she recently become engrossed in researching pastries and dishes from various dimensions, thoroughly enjoying herself. I'm still thinking about it, haven't decided on anything specific yet, the Empress replied casually, her foxtail unconsciously slapping the water's surface. Just then, Granda's clear voice came from next door. The freshly baked starry berry tart and moonlight panna cotta are ready. Come and try them. Hearing the call, the queen opened her eyes. She sprang up from the hot spring with a splash, water droplets sliding down her smooth skin and tight swimsuit. She deliberately twirled lightly in front of Wu Heng, her wet fox tail, glistening with water droplets, accidentally brushing against his chest. Her tone was coquettish. "What are you looking at? Are you trying to eat me? Don't forget, according to your human legends, I'm your ancestor." Wu Heng said irritably. "Why are you swearing? Isn't that right? Isn't that how it's written in all your records?" The queen smiled slyly, stopped teasing him, wrapped herself in a thin veil, and gracefully walked towards the kitchen. "I'm in a good mood today. I won't hold it against you." Wu Heng followed. In the kitchen, Granda was arranging freshly baked pastries on delicate porcelain plates. The three sat around a small jade table, enjoying a moment of peace and delicious food. They discussed something in hushed tones. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, sensing a specific faith anchor point emitting rapid fluctuations. It was Britannia's prayer. His divine sense connected instantly, and the information he received invigorated him. He immediately put down the half-eaten pastry in his hand and stood up. "Lilith is about to become a god, I go see, you guys continue." The queen and Granda exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. "Okay, go quickly." Wu Heng found a quiet room and communicated with the anchor point. Dormitory area, first floor lobby. Wu Heng's figure appeared in the center of the lobby. At this moment, all the family members were gathered here, their eyes fixed on Lilith. Wu Heng nodded to the others and walked up to Lilith. "Can you ignite the divine fire now?" "Yes." Lilith forced a reassuring smile. "You mastered the creation scripture to perfection, and I can clearly sense the emergence of the divine fire seed. It's time to ignite it." Wu Heng reached out and gently grasped her slightly cool hand, transmitting a warm and stable divine power. "You completed 2 cultivation techniques. Your foundation is solid. Don't worry. With you, my senior, paving the way, what do I have to fear?" Lilith gripped his hand in return, her smile genuine, tinged with dependence and courage. "When do you plan to begin? Since you're here, let's begin now." Lilith's tone hardened, her gaze sweeping over the concerned faces around her. "Whether it's a moment sooner or later, this step will eventually have to be taken. After becoming a god, life will remain the same, only the way we exist will change." "All right." Wu Heng nodded, glancing around at everyone. "Let's go to the open space behind." The group left the dormitory building and arrived at the open area behind the prison. Lilith kept a distance from the others, standing alone in the center of the open space. She closed her eyes and began to guide the vast energy accumulated within her body. There were no unexpected changes in the heavens and earth, no sudden storms. The entire process was as restrained and silent as when Wu Heng ignited the divine fire years ago. However, in everyone's sight, a tremendous change was taking place where Lilith stood. Her body began to become translucent, as if sculpted from the purest crystal. Beneath her skin, her bones, blood vessels, and internal organs were no longer flesh and blood, but transformed into brilliant veins of pure energy flowing through them, constantly releasing shimmering light. After an unknown amount of time, Lilith's body finally transformed into an incomparably pure and dazzling ball of energy. Then the light rapidly contracted inward until it completely disappeared from the spot. The open space was empty. Wu Heng led the group forward. Where Lilith had been sitting, only a soft, warm glow remained, the mortal fire seed. It had fulfilled its purpose, naturally falling away after Lilith became a god. Wu Heng picked up the glowing orb, his gaze turning to Viola beside him. "This is a natural wonder, the mortal fire seed. It can greatly accelerate cultivation. You should use it and become a god sooner." Viola nodded solemnly, accepting the orb with both hands. "Yes, my lord." The orb merged into her body after she received it. Everyone held their breath, waiting silently. The next second, the light in the open space seemed to be instantly sucked away, and a deep, dark night suddenly descended. In the heart of the night, energy swirled and converged, solidifying Lilith's figure. She looked no different than before, still stunningly beautiful, but a unique, serene divine pressure, similar to Wu Heng's yet possessing its own distinct allure, emanated from her. "Did you succeed?" Wu Heng asked with a smile. "Of course, otherwise, would I be standing here talking to you?" Lilith smiled sweetly. She then stepped forward and embraced Wu Heng, feeling the warmth of their bodies. "Have you sensed the specific divine authority?" Wu Heng gently patted her back. "I just got back, haven't fully grasped it yet." Lilith released him, sensing the changes within herself, "But my initial senses suggest it's related to the creation of night. I need to explore the rest gradually." Night and creation should both fall under the category of major divine authority. Very good. "Yes." Lilith nodded happily. Behind them, Philippa and the others were already excitedly discussing. 2 gods. We have 2 gods now. Let's see who dares to mess with us. Can we go back to Treasure Island now? That guy from the Holy See can't even beat Wu Hung, and now with leader Lilith added, he have to run away. Lilith looked at Wu Hung expectantly. Yes, can we go back? I also want to see how the vampires are doing. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, here's what we do. You study the divine realm first, then deal with some matters concerning the spirit revelation cult. I go check over there. If everything's alright, then you can go back. Having just become a god, there are indeed many things he still needs to figure out. Lilith nodded. Okay, it's fine if I don't go back. I prefer being with you all. Philippa rushed up and gave her a hug. Oh, we love you too. Lilith patted her back. Go be affectionate with your dad. Philippa glanced at Wu Hung out of the corner of his eye, released Philippa, and then patted his chest. We're all brothers. With 2 gods in the household, everyone was quite happy, chatting together as they returned to their dormitory. Wu Hung then explained to Lilith the construction of the divine realm, and some matters concerning its location that needed to be kept secret. The others listened attentively. If Lilith could become a god, they could too. The next day, in the main hall of Treasure Island, Wu Hung sat in the main seat, while the Wood Elf Queen sat to the side below. To prevent retaliation from the papal gods, Wu Hung arranged for the Queen to reside temporarily on Treasure Island. The Queen's royal upbringing from childhood made her speech and manners elegant and proper, and coupled with her beautiful appearance, conversation was never boring. As the two were exchanging details about the joint development of the Wood Elf race and Treasure Island, the local archbishop hurried into the hall. After bowing respectfully, he reported, Your Majesty, the Queen, an envoy from the dwarf race has come again, claiming to have brought you a gift personally crafted by a master dwarf artisan, hoping to present it to you in person. Dwarves? Wu Heng's eyebrows twitched slightly. The last time, the dwarf envoy had already expressed the tribe's allegiance. This time, he had come specifically to present a gift, quite obsequious. Seeing this, the Queen gracefully rose and said softly, Your Majesty, may I excuse myself for a moment? No need. Wu Hung waved his hand. The dwarves are here to deliver a gift. It's nothing important. Let them in. Yes, Your Majesty. The Archbishop acknowledged the order and withdrew. The Wood Elf Queen smiled upon hearing this. Wu Heng's attitude made her feel trusted by the Wood Elves and by her personally. Soon, guards led the envoy who had visited before into the hall. The dwarf envoy entered the hall, his gaze initially drawn to the Wood Elf Queen. He paused for a moment, then remembered her identity, composed himself, and respectfully bowed to the throne and the side seats. Greetings to the great divine being, greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen smiled and nodded. Wu Hung asked directly, What brings you here this time? The dwarven envoy immediately straightened his back, his voice booming with the characteristic dwarven pride and generosity, reporting to the divine being. Our race has stumbled upon a treasure of heaven and earth, and with the combined strength of our entire race, we have forged a crown for you. We present it to you to express our highest respect and most devout faith. Wu Hung raised an eyebrow. You come all this way for something like this? For the dwarven race, this is the highest honor, no small matter, the dwarven envoy said solemnly. He solemnly took out an exquisite wooden box from his spatial ring. He carefully opened the box. Instantly, the entire hall seemed to be bathed in light. A dazzling platinum crown rested on a velvet cushion, its design resembling an interwoven olive and laurel branch, its lines fluid and full of life. At the very center of the crown was a large gemstone. The gemstone was not static. Within it seemed to be a miniature universe, with countless stars slowly rotating and emitting halos of light. The appearance of this crown instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Even the air seemed to clear and brighten, shimmering with light. The dwarven envoy took in the expressions of everyone present, his pride deepening, his voice rising an octave. This was forged by my people with all their might to celebrate your ascension to the supreme divine throne. May it be worthy of your glory. Even the well-traveled Wood Elf Queen's eyes flashed with amazement, and she smiled. The dwarven forging craftsmanship has reached such a level? Truly admirable. Forging a congratulatory gift for a divine being, naturally we must do our utmost, daring not to slacken in the slightest. The dwarven envoy's tone was resolute. Wu Heng's gaze lingered on the magnificent crown for a moment, truly captivated by its exquisite craftsmanship and the extraordinary energy it contained. With a slight thought, the wooden box containing the crown smoothly flew up and landed in his hand. Looking intently, the information on the panel appeared. Eye of all wishes, rare item. Effect, all wishes. Side effect, stellar resonance. Description, It is one of the most precious gifts offered by mortals to deities, symbolizing the authority of hearing and insight possessed by the gods. All wishes. Any deity wearing it will have their perception greatly enhanced, hearing the prayers of believers more clearly, perceiving the situation in the mortal world more accurately, and even slightly glimpsing the threads of fate. Stellar resonance. After wearing it, it will continuously record the resonance frequency between the deity's divine power and the fluctuations of the astral background, and use this as a marker to expose the specific coordinates of the divine realm. Upon seeing the side effect, Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Exposing the specific target of the divine realm. This isn't a gift, it's practically a locator. Chapter 1121. His gaze swept down, and the dwarf chieftain continued his eloquent speech, his face beaming with glory, as he spoke to the queen about the dwarf race's good intentions. Judging from his undisguised excitement and pride, the dwarves were most likely being used. They had obtained this treasure, intending to use them as a means to deliver it. In truth, it was obvious who would do such a thing. Ordinary professionals probably didn't even know anything about the divine realm. Wu Heng raised his head, his face displaying just the right amount of appreciation, his gaze landing on the dwarf envoy. The envoy, sensing the gaze, immediately stood at attention, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I love this gift," Wu Heng said with a smile, placing the crown and wooden box on a side table. "I see the dwarf's thoughtfulness." The dwarven envoy, overjoyed, bowed deeply. "To receive your favor is a great honor for our people." Wu Heng continued, "The Spirit Enlightenment Church is currently building a power plant and public lighting system for the Wood Elf Kingdom. If the dwarves are interested, you will be given priority consideration for our next collaborative project." "Interested?" "Of course interested." The dwarven envoy nearly jumped for joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Your Excellency." The dwarves are also planning the construction of more Spirit Enlightenment churches within their territory. Once the blueprints are completed, they will be submitted to Treasure Island for review as soon as possible. "Very good. Go and rest now. If you have any questions, you can speak directly to the Archbishop," Wu Heng said gently. "Yes, Your Excellency." The dwarven envoy bowed respectfully again, then left the hall satisfied. Only Wu Heng and the Wood Elf Queen remained in the hall. The Queen hesitated for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of competition. "My lady, if you prefer a crown, the Wood Elf craftsman can also forge one for you. With the elves' aesthetic sense, it will certainly not be inferior to that of the dwarves." Wu Heng chuckled upon hearing this. "It's good that you have the intention. I'm not used to wearing these things. What the dwarves can do, the Wood Elves will never lag behind," the Queen added firmly. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. After chatting with her for a few more minutes, the Queen rose and returned to her quarters to rest. In the empty hall, Wu Heng sat alone on his throne, his expression gradually calming. He took out the Eye of All Wishes again, his fingertips brushing against the magnificent metal, and the gem containing the starry sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. No wonder he hasn't caused any trouble lately. He's been holding back something big. Wu Heng thought to himself. The side effect is revealing his coordinates. If he didn't have the interface, he'd probably been tricked into revealing the coordinates of the divine realm. That old asterisk is really cunning. After thinking it over, he put the crown back into the drawer of the side table, and his figure disappeared. Lilith's divine realm. Wu Heng's figure silently appeared, his gaze curiously surveying his surroundings. It was dimly lit, not pure black, but more like the pre-dawn hour, where the first light of day hadn't yet appeared, yet a faint glow already seeped through. Under his feet was an ancient stone path that stretched towards a towering Gothic castle in the distance. The castle's spires pierced the hazy sky. On one side was a courtyard filled with flowers and greenery, on the other, surprisingly, was a modern, spacious racetrack. Several sleek, stylish motorcycles sat quietly there, creating a strange and eclectic contrast with the ancient castle. "How is it? My divine realm isn't bad, is it?" Lilith's figure appeared, her voice tinged with pride. "Very much your style, just a bit dim. Aren't you afraid of tripping?" Wu Heng commented with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lilith snapped her fingers. Instantly, elegantly designed streetlights emitting a soft white glow illuminated the area along both sides of the stone path, creating a clear and atmospheric ambience. "Is this all right?" "Almost." Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. Lilith naturally took his arm. "Come on, let me show you inside the castle." The castle's interior continued the dark-toned classical style, with high domes and stained-glass windows. The walls were covered with paintings of various styles, from classical oil paintings to abstract art, some modern, some otherworldly. Wu Heng followed her through corridors, halls, and libraries, finally settling down in the luxurious living room of the main castle. Living alone in such a vast divine realm, don't you feel lonely? Wu Heng asked casually, leaning back in his comfortable chair. Lilith looked up at him, a slight smile playing on her lips. That depends. If I really feel lonely, I come stay in your divine realm. Wu Heng grinned triumphantly. Great. I already reserved a room for you. Lilith rolled her eyes at him. You're planning to put all the others together after they become gods? You certainly know how to enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. Then her expression turned serious. Let's get down to business. I originally planned to go back through the vampire's anchor point to completely integrate the Grey Saint Church into the Spirit Revelation Church system. Mentioning this, Wu Heng's eyes instantly became serious. Don't rush. There might be some problems over there now. Lilith frowned. They agreed that they could return safely after becoming gods, so why are there problems now? What's wrong? Lilith pressed, her tone filled with concern. Wu Heng took a deep breath and said, Today, a dwarven envoy brought a congratulatory gift to celebrate my ascension to godhood. He raised his hand as he spoke. In the center of the hall, particles of clay and various elements rapidly converged, forming the Eye of Wish's crown, but it was merely a model, lacking any special effects. Lilith examined it carefully and nodded. The craftsmanship is indeed exquisite and magnificent, but this doesn't seem like the dwarves' usual style. You'd be more likely an elf. As the leader of the association, she was very familiar with the characteristics of various races' craftsmanship. Wu Heng nodded approvingly. I agree with you. I suspect this wasn't forged by them, but rather obtained from somewhere and presented as a gift. But is there something wrong with the crown itself? Lilith keenly grasped the key point. Wu Heng said in a deep voice, There's a big problem. This artifact has a hidden side effect. It can continuously record and expose the wearer's exact coordinates of their divine realm. Lilith's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately realized, You mean? This is a trap set by the Holy See? That's right. Wu Heng's tone was certain. The dwarves may not even have a clear concept of divine realm, and the heart of molten core is in my hands. They have absolutely no way of creating such an artifact specifically designed to target gods. It must be the work of the Holy See. Lilith's expression became serious. She pondered for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Now that we are both gods, we should have a chance to kill him if we join forces, right? Wu Heng thought for a moment, and shook his head. There's still a risk. He's been a god for thousands of years. His understanding and use of divine power is far more skillful than ours. He didn't gain the upper hand in the previous battle with his clones, but in the final battle with his true form, he might display abilities we don't expect. He paused, then emphasized, more importantly, since he meticulously planned this scheme, he must have some confidence, or perhaps he has accomplices. Lilith nodded, agreeing with Wu Heng's analysis, and added a crucial point. The location of the divine realm is the god's greatest secret. He might not just want to deal with you, but more likely, he wants to reveal the coordinates of your divine realm to lure other gods to attack you. That's possible. Wu Heng's expression was grave. It wouldn't be surprising if the other side used such a tactic of using someone else to do his dirty work. So what are your plans now? Lilith asked with concern. Wu Heng rubbed his temples. There's no foolproof plan yet. But the most important thing right now is to keep your ascension to godhood a secret. Once the other side knows our strength has increased exponentially, his retaliatory actions might change. I understand, don't worry. Lilith nodded solemnly. He no longer had any intention of going back to check on things. Dealing with the gods couldn't be ruined by something like this. The two discussed countermeasures for various possible scenarios. Afterwards, they left Lilith's divine realm together and returned to the zombie world. In the zombie world, Lilith told the others about the divine realm, while Wu Heng went to see his daughter Qin Qin and his newborn son Ryan. In the bedroom, Xiao Xiao carefully held Ryan, gently rocking him and telling stories with exaggerated surprises. The baby stared at her with wide eyes, seemingly not understanding but finding it quite amusing. Back to the divine realm. Wu Heng soaked in the hot spring, mentally rehearsing the next steps. The Holy See had meticulously set up the crown trap, its core objective being to locate their divine realm. If the enemy discovers their conspiracy has been exposed, they will inevitably resort to more covert and drastic follow-up measures, putting him back in a passive position. I must create a false impression. Wu Heng thought to himself, I must make them believe that I value this crown highly, but simply haven't had time to wear it yet, rather than that I discovered the conspiracy. His thoughts gradually became clearer, and a plan emerged in his mind. Perhaps, I can entrust this to the Wood Elf Queen. Thinking of that dignified and capable queen, Wu Hung felt she was the right person to carry it out. With a thought, his consciousness descended through the anchor of faith to the queen's residence on Treasure Island. It was late at night, and only a bedside lamp was lit in the bedroom. However, the scene before him startled Wu Hung. The Wood Elf Queen, Hill, was still awake, wearing a purple lace nightgown that was completely different from her usual dignified demeanor, tossing and turning in bed. She sat down on the edge of the bed, took out her phone, found a photo of herself, and Wu Hung rested her chin on her hand and stared at it adoringly. "My lord, you're so perfect. I wonder if I meet your requirements." Wu Hung silently observed all of this through the anchor point, inwardly astonished. This queen, always calm, composed, noble, and elegant in public, actually likes me so much in private? Do I have that much charm now? After a while, the queen went to wash her hands, then slumped weakly onto the bed, muttering to herself, Really? My lord is Shannara, how could I be like this? Embarrassed and annoyed, she tidied the room, put away the soundproofing pot, and lay down again. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, Wu Hung, sensing it was about time, transmitted a calm voice through the anchor point. Hill. The queen awoke abruptly, recognizing the source of the voice. She hurriedly rose, not even bothering to straighten her disheveled nightgown, and knelt on the ground. My lord. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Wu Hang's voice remained steady. No. What are your instructions? The queen's voice trembled slightly, her eyes scanning her surroundings warily, fearing her recent private actions had been witnessed. I have a task for you. Wu Hung cut to the chase. Please give your orders. The queen replied respectfully. Wu Hung slowly said, I am very satisfied with the crown presented by the dwarves. I have decided to hold an exhibition on Treasure Island soon, using this crown as the central exhibit for believers to admire. In the past, such events were usually co-organized by the Wood Elves, but this time I entrust you with full responsibility, and you must send invitations to all the major kingdoms and races. An exhibition? The crown? The queen quickly composed herself, getting into work mode. Yes, my lord. Besides the crown, are there any other exhibits? The archbishop has already prepared other items. You are mainly responsible for the crown's publicity. Make sure to create a grand spectacle, Wu Hung emphasized. The queen seemed to connect the dots, her tone carrying a subtle hint of competition. If given some time, the Wood Elves could also forge you robes or scepters that are no less magnificent. Wu Hung knew she had misunderstood, thinking he genuinely admired the dwarven craftsmanship. Following her lead, he said, then have someone design some blueprints. I take a look later. But the most important thing right now is this exhibition. It must be grand in scale, and the invited powers must be wide-ranging. Yes, my lord. I will not fail you, the queen solemnly promised. The conversation seemed to be ending, but after a moment of silence, the queen cautiously asked softly, My lord, are you still there? Still there, Wu Hung replied. When? Did you contact me? The queen's question carried obvious probing and nervousness. I contacted you as soon as I thought of the mission. Is there a problem? Wu Hung feigned ignorance. No. Absolutely not. The queen quickly denied, her tone almost a vow. If my lord needs anything, please summon me at any time. I am ready to serve you. Well, get some rest. Preparations will begin tomorrow, and the newspapers will publish the news extensively, Wu Hung instructed. Yes, my lord, the queen responded. After a long while, the queen called out softly twice more. After confirming there was no further response, she finally let out a long sigh, lay down again, and this time, quickly fell into a deep sleep amidst her complex emotions. In the divine realm, Wu Hung withdrew his divine sense. The exhibition should be a reason for delay. Also, the queen's figure is indeed good, but she doesn't seem as voluptuous as Shannara. Treasure Island. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight shone on the notice board in the central square, a newly posted announcement instantly ignited the entire island. The announcement not only declared the upcoming grand exhibition, listing a dazzling array of goods such as improved fire machinery, imaging equipment, and various artifacts, but also stated in bold, at that time, the supreme crown, presented by the dwarves to the great god Wu Hung, will be solemnly displayed to demonstrate divine power. This news quickly spread throughout the island. A crown of the gods? Made by the dwarves? The dwarves have really stolen the show this time. I heard it was crafted by the best master craftsmen, using the combined efforts of the entire race. We must go see it. Whatever the gods like, maybe we can make it, and present it to them someday. In the streets and alleys, in taverns and tea houses, everyone was discussing this. The atmosphere on the island became as festive as ever, anticipation growing stronger. The dwarf representative, who remained on the island, became the focus of everyone's attention. This sturdy envoy now walked with his chest puffed out, his beard meticulously combed, and he proclaimed with a radiant smile, "That's the culmination of 1,000 years of dwarven craftsmanship, a crown made with painstaking effort, worthy of the glory of our great gods." The envoys of other races watched, their eyes revealing complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and a sense of urgency. The dwarves' actions undoubtedly earned them a significant advantage in the eyes of the new god. The exhibition preparation area was under construction day and night, with the Wood Elf Queen personally overseeing the process. A strange atmosphere permeated the air, a mixture of commercial enthusiasm, religious piety, and political considerations. The time that followed. This trend quickly swept across the continent. As if suddenly inspired, kingdoms and races alike sprang into action. Representatives already stationed on Treasure Island intensified their efforts to relay messages back to their homelands, while more envoys, guild leaders, and even curious nobles began flocking to Treasure Island from all directions. The port became congested once more, with all sorts of ships vying to enter. The exhibition proceeded as scheduled. The streets teemed with people of different attire and accents, hotels were packed, and taverns were bustling. They weren't just there for the novel goods on display, but also to witness the legendary crown of the gods. The zombie world. A training ground shrouded in divine power behind the prison. While Treasure Island was hosting a grand exhibition, things were proceeding according to plan on Earth. During this time, several heroes, empowered by the mortal fire seed, completed the cultivation of 2 techniques. Simultaneously, they continuously spread their faith through forums and online channels. Moreover, Viola and the Wood Elf sisters became even more proactive, frequently appearing in the public eye at various bases, leading armies to kill zombies and rescue survivors, or performing miracles to gather faith. At this moment, Wu Heng and Lilith stood side by side, their gazes fixed on Viola, who sat cross-legged before them. At this moment, Viola's body began to become translucent, her blood vessels, bones, and internal organs clearly visible beneath her skin. What flowed within her was no longer blood, but dazzling divine energy. This was the sign that the divine fire had been ignited. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the hum of energy at its most restrained. Viola's body, as the initial fuel, gradually dissolved into nothingness and vanished in the pure, incandescent light. The divine fire had been ignited. The crowd did not leave, but stood still and waited quietly for a while. More than 20 minutes later, ripples appeared in the space at the center of the training ground. A faint mist appeared out of thin air, quickly gathering, shaping, and finally solidifying into Viola's slender figure. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze gleaming with inner light, her face radiating uncontainable joy. She bowed respectfully to Wu Heng and Lilith. "My lords, Chief Lilith. I succeeded." "How do you feel?" Lilith asked with a smile. "It's wonderful, as if life has entered another level." Viola felt the surging power within her, her voice gentle yet full of strength. "The divine realm is still in chaos. I hadn't had time to set things up, so I returned to report my safety." Wu Heng nodded with satisfaction, his voice gentle. "Very good. Go and properly construct your divine realm. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always ask Lilith and me. Becoming a god is just a change in the way we exist. We are still family." "Yes, my lord." Viola smiled, then transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating from the spot and heading towards her own mysterious space. At this moment, the Wood Elf sisters, Eluria and Sylvain, gracefully approached. Eluria, the elder sister, spoke softly. "My lord, Chief Lilith, my sister and I have also completed the cultivation of 2 techniques, and can now attempt to ignite the divine fire." Wu Heng nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry, we watch over you." "Thank you, my lord and chief." The 2 sisters bowed in unison, walked to the center of the open space, and sat down cross-legged facing each other. Soon, 2 energies brimming with natural vitality and sharpness erupted simultaneously. Their figures gradually became transparent as the divine fire burned, eventually disappearing together. A moment later, the energy converged again, and the sisters' figures almost simultaneously reformed. However, the younger sister, Sylvain, appeared and exclaimed with some confusion, "Strange, how come we're in the same divine realm? Aren't you each in your own?" Upon hearing this, Wu Heng also showed a surprised expression. "You too share a divine realm?" The elder sister, Eluria, remained relatively calm, and after careful contemplation, said, "Yes, my lady. The divine realm is still quite vast, but we are indeed in the same space, and our divine powers seem to be interconnected, even capable of limited fusion. Lilith pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. This might be related to the source of faith. The power of a god originates from the collective understanding of its believers. Your believers may have always regarded you as inseparable war goddess sisters. This strong consensus of faith influenced the formation of the divine realm, creating a symbiotic connection between your divine powers. Ah? Then we're at a disadvantage. Everyone else has their own private courtyard, and we're crammed together. Sylvain pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Illyria patted her sister's hand, comforting her. What's wrong? Isn't it good that we live together? It's not that. It just feels like we're missing one of us. Of course, I love my sister more. Sylvain hugged her sister affectionately. Nothing different from before. At this moment, Minnie, Philippa, and the others ran over joyfully, surrounding the Wood Elf sisters to congratulate them. Everyone was happy, jumping and skipping around, especially Sylvain, who showed no change from before. Wu Heng handed the mortal fire seed to the elf Hilary. Hilary, it's your turn now. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just take it slow. Hilary solemnly accepted the ball of light, merging it into her body, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at him. Because there were many people around, she only smiled and didn't say anything more. Let's go back first, Wu Heng said, and everyone left together. Inside the restaurant, a long table was covered with a white tablecloth and filled with various delicacies, celebrating that in a short period of time, Lilith, Viola, and the Wood Elf sisters had successively ignited their divine fire and ascended to godhood. Beyond the joy of achieving godhood, this series of successes greatly encouraged Minnie, Philippa, Hilary, and others who had not yet attained godhood. This proved that Wu Heng's planned path to godhood was feasible. As long as they worked hard, they would eventually reach their goals. The restaurant was filled with laughter and joy, brimming with a sense of accomplishment and boundless anticipation for the future. The banquet ended. Everyone sat down in the living room to chat. Wu Heng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Now, including myself, we have 5 gods. 5 gods." Before, it was unimaginable. No one spoke, waiting for him to continue. Wu Heng paused slightly, then continued, "I plan to take the initiative, set a trap, lure out that person from the Holy See, and eliminate him completely." Upon hearing this, the living room fell silent instantly. Chapter 11:22. The next 2 weeks. The Treasure Island exhibition was a resounding success, attracting a constant stream of visitors from all corners of the continent, making the island more crowded than ever before. The streets were packed with people, faces of all races mingling, a cacophony of noise and activity. Unlike the previous bustle, Treasure Island maintained a peculiar order. Whether proud elves, fiery dwarves, or shrewd human merchants, in the core holy ground of the Spirit Revelation cult, under the watchful eyes of the newly ascended deity, they all restrained their usual sharpness, engaging in friendly negotiations even when friction occurred. Only pure excitement and orderly visits prevailed. Inside the main hall, the noise was kept at bay. The Wood Elf Queen and the local archbishop, surrounded by several skeleton attendants, solemnly entered the hall. The queen carried a dark velvet tray upon which rested the magnificent Eye of Wishes crown, imbued with the starry sky within. "Great God," the queen's voice was clear and respectful, "the crown has been displayed as you wished. Countless believers have been able to behold the majesty of God, and all have been filled with awe and admiration. Now, we return this sacred object to you." Wu Heng's gaze swept over the shimmering crown, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "You have done a very good job at this exhibition. In the coming days, you can begin the orderly sale of the island's specialty goods. The affairs of commerce and trade will continue to be handled entirely by the Wood Elves. We obey your divine decree." "Yes, your majesty." The queen and the archbishop responded in unison, bowing again. The group then had a brief report and discussion on some specific administrative matters concerning the island. After everything was agreed upon, the queen and the bishop quietly withdrew, and the heavy hall doors slowly closed. Inside the empty hall, only Wu Heng remained, along with a skeletal attendant standing in the shadows of a corner. Silence filled the air, a stark contrast to the bustling activity outside. Wu Heng's gaze returned to the crown on the tray. It still exuded an alluring charm, as if inviting him to wear it. The exhibition was over. There was no longer any reason to deliberately delay. After this exhibition, there was no excuse to continue delaying. If he continued to delay, the other side might very well notice something. They would change their plans and take a more subtle approach to retaliate. Now that he knew the other side's plan, playing along was the best approach. If time allowed, it would be more secure to wait until Minnie and the others became gods, but unfortunately, The other side wouldn't grant him that much time for peaceful development. Now that he had made up his mind, he couldn't delay any longer. He had to seize this opportunity. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, weighing, deciding, and finally settling into calm. Wu Heng reached out and touched the cold metal of the crown and the gem containing the starry sky. The next moment, his figure, along with the magnificent crown, vanished silently from the throne in the hall. Within the divine realm, emptiness and desolation reigned. Wu Heng had sent Granda and the queen to the zombie world ahead of time. They were of no help in the war at the divine level. Staying would only increase the risk and distract him. After confirming with Lilith and the others again through the anchor point, he didn't hesitate any longer, picked up the Eye of All Wishes, and placed it on his head. The moment the crown was placed upon him, his senses seemed to be connected to an immensely vast network. The devout prayers of countless believers, the busy reports from priests across the land, and even vague wishes and emotions flowed into his ocean of consciousness like clear, trickling streams. This wondrous artifact was indeed remarkably effective in aiding his senses. Were it not for the side effect of revealing his coordinates, it would truly be an excellent artifact. After donning the crown, Wu Heng sat quietly on his divine throne, awaiting the other party's arrival. Suddenly, a violent spatial tremor emanated from the unconstructed area at the edge of the divine realm, perpetually shrouded in chaotic mist. A blinding golden light, like a red-hot blade, violently tore through the barrier of space. The crack initially appeared as a single line, but it rapidly expanded, as if the entire divine realm was being forcibly stretched apart from the outside by a massive external force. The golden light grew increasingly intense, until finally, the two distinctly different spaces forcibly connected and merged at their edges. Wu Heng's divine realm, with its solemn temples, swirling mist, and vibrant, profound colors, was now a sight to behold. On the other side lay a world constructed entirely of golden light, magnificent and solemn, yet imbued with a chilling oppressive aura. Deep within the golden world, a colossal golden figure, tens of feet tall and entirely composed of condensed light, stood majestically, its gaze piercing through space like a tangible object, locked onto Wu Heng. Beneath its feet were countless divine servants and golden soldiers, formed from pure sacred energy, their ranks impeccably disciplined, radiating overwhelming battle intent. Wu Heng, greedy and short-sighted thief, I finally caught you. The voice of the Holy Sea deity was majestic and icy, echoing throughout the entire border region. Wu Heng's face contorted with shock and anger. So, this crown is part of your conspiracy? Just to find my divine realm? Blasphemy, disrupting order, don't you think you deserve to die? The voice of the papal deity carried a condescending, judgmental tone. I think it's you who deserves to die. Wu Heng retorted coldly. You're courting death. The papal deity roared. As soon as the words fell, the golden divine realm suddenly erupted with blinding light. The immense divine power, imbued with its unique laws, transformed into a visible golden tidal wave, surging towards Wu Heng's divine realm. Chanting Buddhist scriptures resounded through the void, countless golden halos swirling and cutting through the tidal wave, purifying and assimilating everything in their path. Wu Heng's eyes sharpened, and he activated his own divine power at full force. The azure divine power, like a colossal beast awakening, surged from the depths of the divine realm, coalescing into an equally vast torrent of energy that surged towards the golden tide. Boom! Two supreme powers, representing different fundamental laws, collided violently at the boundary of the divine realms. Silence was deafening, yet a violent shockwave, exceeding the limits of hearing, erupted. The entire fusion space twisted and spun under the impact, colors and rules flashing wildly, collapsing and reforming. Immediately afterward, the divine servants and golden soldiers in the golden divine realm let out a deafening roar, charging forward amidst the golden light. Wu Heng remained seated on his divine throne, snapping his fingers. Instantly, on the land of the divine realm, skeleton warriors with azure sulfire flickering in their eyes rapidly materialized. Forming a white sea of bones, they crashed fiercely into the golden soldiers. Amidst the frenzied clash and annihilation of laws overhead, the golden and white legions below fiercely entangled. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, a golden energy ball, condensed to its utmost, shot forth. Ignoring the clashing legions, it flew straight towards Wu Heng on his divine throne. Wherever the beam passed, Wu Heng's divine domain was forcibly corrupted and assimilated, the cobblestone path transformed into a golden avenue, its vibrant colors fading to a monotonous gold. Wu Heng casually waved his hand, and the rules of his divine domain responded. Countless rays of various colors, imbued with the laws of death and magic, shot forth from the void, but upon striking the golden energy, they caused not a ripple. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, and he himself transformed into pure energy representing his divine office, violently colliding with the golden energy. Bang! A massive energy explosion reverberated before the divine throne. Wu Heng, you indeed possess more than one chief divine office. The voice of the papal deity carried a hint of surprise and doubt. He sensed that Wu Heng's power was not simply death, but interwoven with other powerful laws, otherwise, it wouldn't be so formidable. Wu Heng didn't answer. The energy ball surged forward again. With his movement, a violent surge of magical energy, like a pre-prepared storm, crashed down upon the papal god. Frost, fire, shadow, arcane, attacks of various attributes instantly engulfed him, and the golden area beneath his feet rapidly receded. The papal god was horrified. He realized he couldn't truly devour his opponent, and he was gradually being assimilated. Wu Heng, this new god, was far more adept at wielding divine power than he had imagined. The aggressiveness of his power was constantly increasing. Roar! A superhuman roar resounded, and the golden energy ball violently retreated, rapidly condensing and transforming. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature appeared before Wu Heng. It possessed a body as strong as a lion, yet it was covered in golden energy scales. Its head was neither dragon nor lion, and golden light rippled around it like burning mane. Wu Heng frowned. This was the true form of the Holy Sea's deity. The deity worshipped by the Holy See wasn't even human. Arrogant fool! The golden beast roared, simultaneously howling at the void. How long do you intend to watch this show? Do you think you can devour him alone? Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, immediately becoming alert. As expected, they arranged for reinforcements. On the other side of the divine realm, space once again emitted a tearing sound, as if it couldn't bear the strain. Dark green energy, carrying a heavy aura of decay and insect nests, surged like a filthy tide, tearing open a new rift and forcibly connecting to a third divine realm. Behind the divine realm was a swampy phantom churning with poisonous mist, from which countless pairs of eerie green eyes greedily watched this side. A colossal, monstrous insected deity, its carapace gleaming with an eerie light, and its structure menacing and terrifying, emerged from the poisonous mist. Its compound eyes swept across the battlefield, emitting sharp mental fluctuations. This is the new god you spoke of? He seems more like a human deity than you. Enough nonsense. As agreed, it's a battle of wits. Roared the golden behemoth, a manifestation of the papal deity. As you wish. The insected deity responded. Instantly, the dark green poisonous mist surged into Wu Heng's divine realm, like a living thing, its passage causing even space to sizzle and corrode. From within the poisonous mist, countless insected units of various shapes and sizes hissed and lunged forth, joining the battle alongside the golden soldiers in their assault on the skeleton army. Besieged on all sides, Wu Heng's divine domain faced immense pressure, his controlled area rapidly shrinking. Skeleton armies fell in droves, gold and dark green, like two deadly pigments constantly staining his divine domain. Wu Heng warily observed the situation, yet felt a sense of relief. It seemed his opponent had only enlisted one god's help. If there were other gods, they should have appeared by now. Seeing this, the papacy's god and the Zerg god simultaneously transformed into pure primal energy. A blazing golden torrent and a filthy dark green swarm, like hungry wolves vying for prey, pounced on Wu Heng's body. Wu Heng quickly retreated, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the two engulfing energy orbs. Wu Heng, accept your fate. Your existence is but a negligible ripple in a long divine war. Came the papist's voice, emanating from its energy, a voice of impending victory. Completely devoid of divine composure and charisma, only the exhilarating feeling of about to slay one's enemy remained. However, just as the two destructive energies were about to approach Wu Heng, their momentum abruptly halted. The two invading gods turned back in horror, only to see that the boundaries of their own divine realms were being forcibly breached and invaded by an even more powerful force. Among the newly appeared divine realms, one was a night that devoured all light, another was a thick, billowing smoke, and the third was a lush, verdant natural domain. What's going on? Didn't you say he was alone? The insected god demanded sharply, his mental fluctuations filled with shock and rage. You actually. The golden energy emanating from the papal god fluctuated violently, revealing his inner shock and confusion. From Wu Heng's energy avatar came a calm yet slightly mocking response. You're bullying me, so my family's here to help. What's wrong with that? The next moment, Lilith's night, Viola's smoke, and the symbiotic nature domain of the Wood-Elf sisters, like a burst dam, fiercely invaded and began to tear and devour the divine realms of the papacy and the Zerg gods. The newly formed divine army, like four sharp knives, pierced the enemy ranks from the flanks, instantly turning the tide of battle. No! Amidst the desperate cries and curses of the papacy and Zerg gods, Wu Hung, Lilith, Viola, Eluria, and Sylvain, 5 powers representing the new pantheon, tore apart, disintegrated, and devoured the primordial energy and divine laws of the 2 veteran gods without leaving a trace. The divine realm trembled and reshaped in the violent energy storm. The aftershocks of the divine war had not yet completely subsided, and the merged divine realm continued to tremble. Meanwhile, Wu Hung received a notification. Unlock divine roles. Radiance, Insect Devour. Unlock divine authority. Healing evolution. What's next? Lilith's figure materialized beside Wu Hung, her crimson eyes still brimming with the killing intent of battle. The papacy's gods had driven them to the brink of despair several times, and even now, having killed them, they still harbored lingering hatred. Viola and the Wood Elf sisters also appeared beside him. Their bodies were still surrounded by unstable fluctuations from their newly acquired divine power, their gazes fixed on Wu Hung, awaiting his next move. Wu Hung looked up at the 2 assimilated divine realms, the once magnificent castle belonging to the papacy's gods, and the vast lair of the abundant gods. Search those 2 buildings thoroughly, Wu Hung pointed into the distance. These 2 old deities have been operating for so many years, they must have accumulated quite a few valuable items. The 4 women nodded, a hint of interest flashing in their eyes. They transformed into 4 beams of divine light of different colors, and headed towards the 2 buildings. Watching them leave, Wu Hung opened his panel to examine it. Radiance, originating from a deity of the Holy See, contains laws related to light, order, and some aspects of life. Insect Devouring, clearly from that insected deity, represents the power of devouring swarms and extreme evolution. The Death God commands the undead, and Insect Devouring can command the insectoid race. Wu Hung muttered to himself with a strange feeling. Why does this divine design feel increasingly distant from righteous deities? He continued looking at the unlocked divine authority. Healing effectively heals wounds of living beings and has a powerful purifying effect on the undead and evil spirits. This is clearly a derivative ability of the Radiance God, full of positive energy. Evolution. This ability guides a swarm to complete a long period of natural evolution in an extremely short time. The optimization results from this extreme survival of the fittest principle are partially fed back to the deity, promoting the self-improvement of the divine body and divine personality. The characteristics of the Holy See's divine authority are more like those of a traditionally understood righteous God, Wu Hung objectively commented. Now that I inherited it, to some extent, I also possess some positive powers. What caught his attention even more was the evolution divine authority brought by the Zerg deity. The ability to actively guide a race through accelerated evolution and feed the results back to itself. The potential of this ability is absolutely enormous. Guiding the evolution of the Zerg and feeding it back to myself? Wu Hung subconsciously examined his divine body, composed of pure energy. Won't I evolve into something more and more like a bug someday? Lilith and the others also absorbed some energy. They should possess some divine authority as well. Thinking this, the 4 divine lights returned. Lilith spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of satisfaction. There wasn't much danger inside, but we left quite a few things. There are also some carriers recording knowledge and information, which greatly enriches our resources. Yes, they're ours now. Wu Hung composed himself, a smile appearing on his face. Let's go, let's take stock of our spoils, then go back and let Minnie and the others know we're safe, so they don't worry. He stretched out his hand, divine power flowing naturally, and flew towards the 2 buildings with the 4 goddesses. Another world. Whether in a remote rural chapel or a once prosperous city temple, all the priests and devout believers of the Vatican felt, at the same moment, an indescribable tremor. It was a sense of loss originating from the depths of their souls, as if the invisible bond that held their faith together had snapped instantly. Emptiness and panic seeped into their bodies like ice water. However, this feeling came quickly and went just as fast. Before they could even process it, a new, yet far more powerful force surged forth, swiftly mending the broken bond of faith. Before a church being demolished by workers, an elderly priest with white hair knelt on the ground, crying out to the sky, "Supreme Father God, we beseech you to unleash your divine power and punish those who blaspheme against your spiritual revelation cult." Several other elderly believers nearby also knelt down, chanting incantations. The majority of onlookers, including the demolition workers, simply watched the scene with amusement. Earth, prison base. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat tense. Minnie, Philippa, and the others were busy with their own tasks, but their gazes frequently drifted towards the sky, their expressions filled with barely concealed worry. Suddenly, the space rippled slightly, and Wu Hang's figure appeared first, followed by Lilith, Viola, and the Wood Elf sisters. "Master!" Minnie was the first to react, rushing over and hugging Wu Hang tightly, her fluffy ears trembling slightly with excitement. "Are you all right? We were so worried." Wu Hang reached out and skillfully ruffled her soft hair and ears. "I'm fine, it's all over." His gaze swept over every face that had gathered around him, and he said clearly and forcefully, "The Holy See, along with his henchmen, have been completely wiped out. From now on, the greatest threat has been eliminated. You are safe, and you can go back to see your hometown anytime." A moment of silence fell over the living room. Then cheers erupted. "Great! We won! We won! I knew Master was the best!" Philippa excitedly jumped onto the sofa, the catgirl robe hugged the person beside her excitedly, and Sanella's eyes glistened with tears of relief. Everyone was happy. The greatest threat was gone, everyone was safe now, and could live a good life. In the first year of the Spirit Revelation, an era officially began, named after a new god. The banner of the Spirit Revelation Church flew high across the continent. It was no longer just one of many faiths, but the widely recognized and sole orthodox religion. The shadow of the former papacy had completely dissipated. Its remaining priests and followers, guided by the new divine oracle, were integrated into the Spirit Revelation Church system, collectively building a new religious order. The Professionals Association resumed its former functions, becoming a vital organization coordinating various forces and managing professionals. The Serpent Emblem Consortium, under the control of the Dragon, leveraging its vast network and the promise of Wu Hang, became the world's largest trading company, exclusively responsible for the foreign trade of goods from Treasure Island. Treasure Island itself was no longer merely a trading center, but the undisputed pilgrimage site for the entire continent. Every day, countless devout believers and curious travelers sailed to this island of miracles, to experience the glory of the new god and the changing times. The entire world, after experiencing turmoil, finally entered a new course of order, peace, and development. The Kingdom of Yeko, Royal Palace. Morning light streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a golden veil over the solemn throne room. Brittany, crowned, sat regally on her throne. Her royal robes were embroidered with the kingdom's emblem, and the symbols of the Church of Spiritual Revelation. Brittany's face was serene, her gaze wise, as she listened attentively to the reports from her ministers below regarding the country's bountiful harvest, road repairs, and the integration of newly incorporated regions into the kingdom. Only after the last minister bowed and withdrew did Britannia breathe a slight sigh of relief and return to her chambers. Inside, her ever-present personal maid held little Julian, humming a lullaby. Just then, a halo of light suddenly appeared around the edge of the door to the study next to the lounge, and a spatial portal opened. A small head peeked out from behind the door, and a low voice said, "Princess, are you done? The night market on Earth is about to start. Minnie and the others have been calling several times to urge us." Brittany's face immediately lit up with a smile. "Almost done, let me change into some casual clothes." She quickly removed her elaborate royal robes and crown, changed into comfortable earth clothing, and then gave a few instructions to the guards at the door. Leading her maid and child, she stepped through the portal. On the other side of the portal were their rooms. They quickly went downstairs, got into a car, and headed to the night market. Soon, they arrived at a brightly lit night market street. On both sides of the street were various food stalls, tantalizingly fragrant grilled meat skewers, sizzling teppanyaki, glistening candied hawthorns, steaming odin. Behind the stalls, many residents of the base were busy with their snacks, their faces beaming with smiles. "Brittany! Little? Over here!" Minnie stood in front of a takoyaki stall, waving her arms enthusiastically. Beside her stood Philippa, Sanella, and others, their hands already laden with snacks, their faces beaming with relaxed and happy smiles. Brittany smiled and responded, adjusting her son in her arms to a more comfortable position, then joined Little and the maid in the lively and heartwarming flow of people. They linked arms, like best friends traveling together in any world, browsing from one stall to another, choosing their favorite foods, and sharing interesting stories. Little Wurian opened his eyes wide in his mother's arms, captivated by the colorful lights and various fragrances, giggling softly. Divine Realm, hot spring area. The rising steam drifted like a veil. Wu Hang stretched out his arms, leaning against the smooth pool wall, the warm water enveloping his body. On either side, the Wood Elf sisters, dressed in simple yet form-fitting swimsuits, nestled lazily in his arms. Eluria closed her eyes, resting, her breathing steady, while Sylvain unconsciously stirred the water surface with his fingertips, creating ripples. Just then, Granda's clear voice came from the direction of the main hall not far away. "The pastries are ready, or they be gone." Wu Heng smiled, gently patting the sister's firm and elastic waists and hips underwater. "Let's go. If we don't go soon, our chef might throw a tantrum." Illyria slowly opened her eyes, still somewhat languid, while Sylvia chuckled and was the first to stand up from the water, with a splash, water droplets rolling down her smooth skin. The two quickly adjusted their swimsuits and followed Wu Heng to the edge of the pool. With a slight movement of their divine power, they evaporated the water vapor and walked towards the brightly lit main temple. Entering the main hall, the scene was completely different from the tranquility of the hot spring area, full of life. Granda was carefully arranging pastries on the long table, while Viola was adjusting an image, selecting suitable music. Lilith was playing a game console cross-legged, and the queen was writing something at her desk. The empress has also found her own hobby. She is currently writing a script and plans to turn the events of another world into a movie and show it to people on Earth. Meanwhile, Earth's love story is being broadcast to another world. "Come and try some, fresh out of the oven," Granda called out. Wu Heng smiled and walked over, naturally picking up a tart and taking a bite. He then sincerely praised, Your skills are getting better and better." The group gathered around, casually commenting on the taste and chatting about their own affairs, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Suddenly Lilith looked up at Wu Heng and asked softly, "Wu Heng, do you think? Will other gods, like that guy from the Holy See, target us in the future?" Wu Heng stuffed the remaining half of the pastry into his mouth and chewed. "Probably not. Even with so many of us, we can't defeat them, can we?" Lilith looked at him, her eyes filled with dependence. She leaned closer, her voice so low that only the two of them could hear. If there really comes a dangerous day, you absorb us all. Gather all your power, you must survive." The ease on Wu Heng's face vanished instantly. He turned and pulled Lilith into his arms tightly, pinching her cheek punishingly with his other hand. He said jokingly, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're punished by having to wear a cat tail and dance for us later. No cheating with divine power." Lilith was stunned at first, then a blush rose to her face. She glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed. Finally, she obediently rested her head on his strong shoulder. Wu Heng stroked her face and said, "That won't happen. Minnie and the others will become gods too, and we'd be together forever." Hearing this, the others looked up and smiled.